The world tree used its own roots and branches to evolve into a treeman warrior. The combat power of the treeman warrior is weaker than that of the battle giant, and at most he is only half a step into the chaos realm. But it can accept the power of the universe. With the power of the universe, the combat power it can unleash will not be inferior to that of a battle giant. Most importantly, Lin Moyu handed the Scourge Scepter to the World Tree. Not everyone can use the Scourge Scepter. The World Tree is one of the few beings that can use the Scourge Scepter. The World Tree is Lin Moyu's gifted giant tree, and is essentially one with Lin Moyu. With Lin Moyu's permission, using the Scepter of Scourge is not a problem. The 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master was being besieged and had no idea what was happening outside the battlefield. Because of the existence of the Sky Battle Formation, he was unable to escape from the encirclement for a while and could only fight with the formation there. It was in this situation that the World Tree brandished the 457 Staff of Natural Disaster Power and attacked. The simplest way to use the Scourge Scepter is just one word: smash. There was no skill or tricks, just a straightforward smash. The 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master, who was being besieged, suddenly saw a huge scepter of natural disasters, crushing the sky and suppressing all things, falling on his head. He roared and waved the Chaos War weapon to fight back. He realized that his Chaos War blade was invincible and no matter what magic weapon the opponent had, it would be shattered by him. But unfortunately, he miscalculated this time, and the Scourge Scepter smashed his Chaos Saber into pieces like tofu. Impossible! Amidst the exclamation, the Scepter of Calamity smashed down on him. The Chaos Armor first collapsed, and then exploded. Screams were heard, and the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master was smashed to pieces by the Scepter of Natural Disaster and scattered everywhere. The World Tree rolled up the Scourge Scepter and flew back, but Lin Moyu's offensive did not stop there. Eradicate them! The undead servants and the battle giants attacked at the same time, destroying the fragments of the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master. How could it be so easy to kill a powerful Chaos Realm cultivator? The Calamity Scepter only smashed him to pieces, but failed to truly kill him. Shrouded in dim light, countless fine threads extended from the fragments of the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master, which intertwined into flesh and blood. In an instant, tens of thousands of Su Palace Masters appeared in the void. The small Tianqiu Palace Master charged into the group of undead servants. They were small but powerful, and the undead servants could not resist at all. In a short time, the team was riddled with deaths. It's really hard to kill. Lin Moyu was not surprised. The 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master was at the Chaos Realm after all. How could he be killed so easily? The 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master used the Calamity Scepter to break the hole into pieces, killing his way through the encirclement formed by the undead servants and the formation. He teleported in the void and instantly came in front of Lin Moyu, surrounding Lin Moyu instead. The little man exploded with a bang, and broke into pieces again, turning into tiny threads and drilling into the Dewey boat. He wanted to take advantage of the Dewey boat's only weakness, rush into the Dewey boat and kill Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu snorted coldly, and a brilliant light came crashing down. Wherever the light reached, the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master was beaten back to his original form, turning into a tiny figure, and then reforming into the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master's original form. On the Scourge Scepter, the soul gem sparkled, and the light just now pierced directly into the soul. When the 5th Master of Tianqiu Palace was broken into pieces, his soul also split and became weak, unable to withstand the impact of the soul gem. He stared at the Dewey boat with a serious expression, his eyes filled with shock. What kind of magic weapon is this? His soul had just been shocked and was a little injured. A magic weapon that can directly hurt one's soul is not an ordinary thing. Lin Moyu chuckled and said, no matter what magic weapon it is, as long as it can kill you, it's a good magic weapon. As his mind moved, the soul gem once again erupted with a powerful impact, and the soul of the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master was impacted again, making a muffled sound. In recent years, Lin Moyu has studied the core formation of the Scourge Scepter and has made some progress, mastering the uses of several gems. Although it is still just the tip of the iceberg, it still has a significant effect. For example, you can use soul gems to launch soul shocks, which can cause serious damage to enemies of the same realm as yours. Even enemies one realm higher than yours will be injured. It is very effective now. Even a Chaos Realm Master like the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master cannot stop it. The World Tree holds the Scepter of Scourge, activating the Soul Gem again and again, launching soul attacks. The 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master groaned continuously, enduring the impact again and again, and Tianfen felt uncomfortable. Although he possessed immense strength, he had no way to deal with the most simple and unpretentious attack method, the Soul Shock. "Just wait, I won't let you go." He was very angry and kept growling, but his tone was full of helplessness. He was indeed defeated in this battle, being firmly suppressed by Lin Moyu. He had no chance of winning if he continued to fight. "Since I can't do anything to Lin Moyu, I might as well retreat first and look for another opportunity later. As long as he is still alive, Lin Yu will never be able to become the zero of the realm." Lin Moyu snorted coldly, "Don't dream if you want to leave." The elemental gems hummed and burst out with strong light, the void was silent, all the elements were dispersed in an instant, and the avenue no longer existed. The 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master suddenly felt his body sink, and he felt that all his strength was leaving him. But it wasn't just him, all areas covered by the strong light of the elemental gems were like this. Without the avenue, he could only move by relying on his own strength, and his speed was much slower. The sky battle formation exerted its strength at the same time, and the fixed characters shone brightly in the formation. Although the avenue was expelled and the fixed characters were also affected, the runes were somewhat different from the elements and could still play some role. The 5th master of Tianqiu Palace was sucked in again. He wanted to escape, but his speed was frighteningly slow. "What's going on?" he exclaimed, fear rising in his heart, because Quan Quan's weirdness was beyond his imagination. Elemental gems do not distinguish between friend and foe, and Lin Moyu and undead minions are also affected. But Lin Moyu has the support of the universe and can draw strength from it, but this strength cannot leave his body. The same was true for the World Tree. After activating the elemental gem, the World Tree was already waving the Scepter of Calamity and smashing down. The 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master retreated with a strange cry. He did not dare to confront the Scepter of Natural Disaster head-on. He had encountered it before and could not withstand it at all. But the World Tree would not let him hide. Countless branches spread over and bound him. The 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master used his own strength to break the branches, but the branches in the world were endless, and as many as he broke would be replaced, and his 1.3 speed was slowed down again. In the end, he still couldn't avoid the Scepter of Calamity, and his body was smashed to pieces again. The fragments turned into little people and scattered in all directions. The soul gem flashed with a buzzing sound, and the soul shock spread out, forcibly knocking him back to his original form. When it turns into a little man, the soul will also be divided. In this state, if it is hit by the soul gem a few times, it will be seriously injured at best, and will die directly at worst. Facing the pursuit of the World Tree, the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master was in a miserable state. His chaos energy was exhausted, his chaos armor was broken, and he had few tricks left. He felt like he was at the end of his rope and roared, "Don't push me any further, or we'll both perish." Lin Moyu snorted coldly, "You are not qualified to die with me." The World Tree showed no intention of stopping. The 5th Tianqiu Palace Master roared, "Then let's die together." The 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master was not a hesitant person. After being repeatedly provoked by Lin Moyu's words and repeatedly suppressed and beaten so aggrievedly, he had long been pushed to the limit. At this moment, he completely exploded and wanted to drag Lin Moyu to die with him. Lin Moyu came to the dewy boat and stared at the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master with a glimmer in his eyes. What he saw was not the main body, but the countless fine lines behind the main body. Those thin lines are invisible and intangible, composed of the power of rules, and remained unharmed in the battle. The thin line connects the divine rune in the core of the realm, and the end point is the whirlpool behind the divine rune. If he detonates the thin wire, he can destroy the talisman. Once the talisman is destroyed, the civic will be in chaos. When a certain number of destroyed divine runes are reached, the core of the realm will shatter, and the entire realm will shatter with it. Once the realm is broken, the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master will die, and Lin Moyu will also die. A strange aura surged from him. In Lin Moyu's sight, the thin lines composed of the power of rules flashed with a faint light. The 5th Master of the Void Palace had already detonated them. You really do what you say. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the Scepter of Calamity disappeared from the World Tree and fell into his hands. Holding high the Scepter of Scourge, the Civic Gem and the Balance Gem shine at the same time. Balance. Wherever the light of the Balance Gem reached, the breath of the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master weakened sharply. Not only did his breath weaken, but even his power of rules weakened. The 5th Tianqiu Palace Master screamed, "What did you do? What on earth did you do?" Lin Moyu chuckled and said, "You wouldn't understand even if I told you." The light of the Balance Gem passed through the sky battle formation and spread across the entire realm. This time, Lin Moyu truly unleashed the power of the Balancing Gem, using the realm as a scale to balance all the myriad regions. All living beings in the realm saw the light coming from the Balance Gem. Some people's aura is rising, ordinary people suddenly have powerful strength, some people's aura is declining, the power they have cultivated before has begun to decrease for some reason, and their realm has fallen. Under the protection of the Balance Gem, the power of the entire garden is being unified. Not only living beings are affected, but also the various avenues and rules in the realm. The power of the Tao rises and falls, and so do the rules. The rules of the entire world are undergoing subtle changes. The most important thing is that the power of the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master has declined, along with the rule history he possesses. After the Balance Gem, the light of the Boundary Gem followed. Stable. Lin Moyu whispered in his heart, and the light of the Aoyu Gem pointed directly at the core of the realm. The core of the realm instantly became stable, and the divine runes in the core were covered with a layer of rosy light, and their intensity increased significantly. When everything was completed, the vortex controlled by the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master also exploded. One by one, the divine runes bore the impact of the vortex explosion. Those that had been refined by Lin Moyu were not affected at all, but the remaining runes were all hit hard. Originally they were bound to be destroyed, but now they were just impacted, and a large number of cracks appeared on the talismans, but they did not shatter. Once the divine symbol at the core of the realm is broken, the entire realm will be turned upside down. The realm will not collapse because the core has been controlled by Lin Moyu, but serious damage is inevitable, and it is likely that it will be difficult to recover for tens of millions of years. Moreover, a large number of worlds will be destroyed and all living beings in the world will die. Initially, Lin Moyu had made such preparations, but later, after understanding the basics of a few gemstones, Lin Moyu thought of a way to deal with it. Use the Balance Gem and the infinite creatures in the entire realm as the basis to forcibly reduce the power of the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master, including his power of rules. In this way, when he detonates the rules, the destructive power will be greatly reduced. Then use the Realm Gem to stabilize the realm core and the talisman inside to prevent the talisman from breaking. Impact is inevitable, but as long as the talisman is not broken, the damage to Civic will not be too serious. All of this will only be effective if used at the moment when the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master detonates the vortex. Lin Moyu succeeded. The realm was only in some chaos and was not seriously damaged. The 5th Tianqiu Palace Master stood there in a daze, muttering, "How could this happen? How could this happen?" He couldn't believe that his method was cracked again. From the beginning of the war, he was targeted and calculated by Lin Moyu everywhere. Even when he seemed to have the upper hand, he was actually calculated by Lin Moyu. He finally realized that he had been calculated clearly from the beginning to the end. Lin Moyu chuckled, "All right, you no longer have any means of dying together with me. Now you can die in peace." The 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master growled, "Who are you, and why are you targeting me?" Lin Moyu shook his head. It seems you really were confused after sleeping. Is there any point in asking such a question at this point? At the same time, he was responded to by waves of soul shocks. The scepter of Scourge returned to the hands of the World Tree again, and the World Tree had already killed it. The Sky Battle Formation was operating at full power, and the flashing fixed characters firmly locked the 5th generation Tianchu Palace Master, leaving him no chance to escape. Undead servants and battle giants came from all directions and surrounded him. There was no way to go to heaven or to the earth, and the 5th Master of Tianchu Palace felt a little desperate. A siege was launched again. The 5th generation Tianchu Palace Master fought back in desperation, but his counterattack was somewhat weak, and his counterattacks were extinguished again and again. A dignified being in the Chaos Realm was gradually dying under Lin Moyu's scheme. This battle, which had lasted for dozens of days, finally came to an end. When the 5th generation Tianchu Palace Master's aura fell to the Chaos Realm, he made a final plea: "I hope to die with a clear conscience." Lin Moyu sighed softly. "You should know that you should have died a long time ago. Your survival until now is just an accident. Death is your final destination." The 5th Tianchu Palace Master suddenly understood. "So you've been to Tianchu Land, but why didn't he tell me? Did something happen to him?" The he mentioned refers to his clone in the 5th generation Tianchu Palace. Lin Moyu said, "He just became what he was supposed to be. You should know that your fate has been determined since birth. It's not impossible for you to resist fate, but it's too difficult. You failed, and failure means you should accept the worst possible outcome. In fact, you've already lived longer than those who came before you. It's a pity that you don't enjoy life and just sleep there. If you can go out into the world and experience life, perhaps your results will be different." This is where the 5th Master of Tianchu Palace made a mistake. He shouldn't have just been sleeping. Strength is important, but strength alone is not enough. To escape his fate, he needed to do a lot and make a lot of preparations, but he did not do any of them. That is why he failed. I have said everything I need to say. It doesn't matter whether the 5th Master of Tianchu Palace can understand what I say. If he doesn't understand, then I will die with regrets. The World Tree raised the Scepter of Calamity again, and Lin Moyu ignited the world-burning fire in his hand, ready to send him off. The 5th Master of Tianchu Palace closed his eyes, as if he had accepted his fate. Lin Moyu did not take it lightly. He would not let his guard down until he was completely dead. The void shook violently, a tentacle cut through the void and slammed into the Sky Battle Formation, shaking the entire realm. The terrifying pressure of the Chaos Realm descended upon them, like a giant hand pressing down upon the realm, halting the flow of all power and rules. Even the light of the gemstone on the Scepter of Disaster dimmed. Countless tentacles cut through the void and slammed down on the Sky Battle Formation, causing numerous cracks to appear on it. Fortunately, there is the Sky Battle Formation. Without it, the entire realm would have suffered disaster. Lin Moyu frowned slightly, knowing who was coming. It was the guy who had injured the Lord of Destiny before. The Lord of Destiny said it was an infinite whip shadow, but he must have seen it wrong. It was not a whip but a tentacle. A creature from the chaos, not a cultivator. The undead servants had already reacted first, and launched a saturation attack towards the void. The battle formation giants raised their shields one after another, and countless giant shields appeared above the entire Sky Battle Formation to resist the attack. The opponent's attack was very powerful, and the tentacles fell like raindrops, killing the undead servants one after another. In terms of attack alone, the opponent is stronger than the 5th generation Tianchu Palace Master, and the most important thing is that his attack carries a huge amount of chaotic energy. The chaotic energy turned into a strong wind, and wherever it passed, the undead servants died one after another. One wave has not yet subsided, another wave rises. But you go ahead. The sudden arrival of the enemy did not change Lin Moyu's determination. He would first kill the 5th generation Tianchu Palace Master and then deal with the elusive guy. The 5th generation Tianchu Palace Master suddenly said, "After I die, you will guard the realm." After all, the Five Worlds domain was evolved by him personally, and he had feelings for the domain, but these feelings were abandoned for his own purposes. Lin Moyu said, "A dying man's words are always kind. Don't worry, the realm is in my hands and will only become stronger." The World Tree raised the Scepter of Calamity and smashed it down, smashing the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master to pieces. This time he did not evolve into a community. The fire of the burning world followed and burned the fragments. To the fire of the burning world, these were rare and invaluable supplements that should not be wasted. The soul of the 5th generation master of Tianqiu Palace slowly went out in the fire of burning the world. This relative evolved the existence of the 5 world domains. After living in secret for countless years, he finally could not escape his fate. The fire of burning the world became more and more vigorous, devouring the souls of the Chaos Realm, and its power increased significantly. However, Lin Moyu felt that if he wanted to truly enhance the world-burning fire, he should find a realm for it to burn. Burning the realm, how much cause and effect would be required? It's astonishing to think about it. Lin Moyu thought of the Seeking Cause Ring. Perhaps the Seeking Cause Ring could circumvent cause and effect. Moreover, the power of faith generated by the countless creatures in his own realm could also offset cause and effect and shield the creatures from the curse. His gaze turned towards the void, where a fierce battle was in full swing. The attack of the undead servants failed to force the opponent out. When the undead eye swept over, Lin Moyu saw a soul flame burning thousands of miles away. No wonder I can't hit it. Lin Moyu suddenly realized that the undead servant's attack direction was completely wrong, and the opponent was not here at all. With a thought, the undead servants immediately changed the direction of attack, and the next moment, an overwhelming attack went towards the void. Lin Moyu frowned even more tightly. The undead servant's attack direction was still wrong. The attack direction of the undead servants is different from what you instructed. Lin Moyu suddenly realized that something was wrong. The undead servants also had undead eyes, and it was impossible for them not to see the enemy. All they could say was that the enemy they saw was right there, and the direction they pointed to had already changed when the undead servants received their orders. In other words, the consciousness of the undead servant was disturbed by some force. The wind of chaos was blowing everywhere, sweeping across the vast void outside the realm. Undead servants were constantly shattered and died in the wind of chaos, without any power to resist. It's a bit troublesome. Lin Moyu thought to himself that the opponent was not coming close and he could not hit him. If this continued, he would be exhausted to death sooner or later. The sky battle formation will eventually be lost if it is not defended for too long, and there will always be a day when it will be broken. The other party broke through the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor's defense and came here. His purpose should be the realm. Since you can't lock the direction, just get closer to it. Lin Moyu had an idea and got into the Dewey boat and rushed over. Using the Dewey boat, he could get close to the other party and then think of a way. He also took the World Tree into the Deliverance boat, and the Scepter of Natural Disaster was in the hands of the World Tree, which was his greatest reliance at the moment. The Dewey boat was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye it crossed thousands of miles and arrived in front of the other party. The soul flame that was seen a moment ago suddenly disappeared and appeared in another place. The boat turned around and flew over again. When it got closer, the soul flame had changed its location again. After several times, Lin Moyu realized that something was wrong. The soul flame that he saw was not real, and he was also affected by the other party. The chaotic energy was seeping in through the holes in the ferry, turning into a breeze blowing in the boat. These winds are pervasive, and they contain a power that one does not understand, affecting one's vision, hearing, and soul. The chaotic creatures were even more bizarre than he had imagined. Not only were their attacks powerful, but their methods were also so difficult to deal with. Before the Dewey boat returned to the sky battle formation, since it could not find the opponent's location, it could only use another method to force the opponent out. The skeleton hell is not very effective against the chaos realm, as the chaos energy can block the skeleton hell's locking ability. There's only one way to force him out now, and that's a carpet attack, a map attack. Lin Moyu moved his mind and released all the undead servants. A full 2 trillion undead servants attacked all directions of the void simultaneously. Sea of fire, thunderclouds, huge waves, and sword winds swept across the void. An area of tens of millions of miles was all within Lin Moyu's attack range, without any omission. Lin Moyu stared into the void, searching for the other person in the splendor. The eye of the undead has been affected and is no longer reliable. Now it is the naked eye that is trustworthy. Finally, there was a problem in one area, and the attack was slightly distorted where it landed. The distortion was not obvious, but Lin Moyu still caught it. There's something there. A chaos sword grass appeared in Lin Moyu's hand. Cut! The sword grass erupted, and the kingly sword energy rushed forward like a talented person. The chaotic wind stopped instantly, the avenue was cut off, and the chaotic energy was also shattered by the sword energy. The attacks of the undead servants seemed so insignificant in the face of this sword energy. It was equivalent to a sword at the minor success stage of the Chaos Realm, with astonishing power. Lin Moyu felt that it was no worse than the one used by Shirkaixuyan and Lao Nuo at his peak state. Even if this sword cannot injure the opponent, it can at least force him out. The sword energy tore a huge crack in the void, and then several tentacles fell out of the crack, and blood spurted out in the void. Hit! As soon as Lin Moyu had the thought, a scream suddenly rang out, piercing his soul. My head felt like it was hit hard and was about to explode. I felt a buzzing sound in my head and instantly fell into a state of unconsciousness. He held onto his Dao heart and quickly recovered. He saw a strange giant bird flying out from the crack. This giant bird looks like an eagle, but its tail is like an octopus's tentacles, with hundreds of them. Now several of them are broken, which were caused by its own cutting. The wounds are healing and new tentacles are growing. It screamed continuously with rage, and its undead servants died one after another amidst the screams. Lin Moyu felt a chill in his heart. This guy seemed to be more difficult to deal with than the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master. He was a little troubled. Suddenly, a dragon roar rang out, and a dazzling golden light shattered the void and descended. The golden light contained an extremely pure and filthy power. Even if a trace of it was released, it would be enough to poison the Lord of the Great Tao. But the extremely pure power of filth gives people a sense of magnificence, and does not feel eerie at all. When filth reaches its extreme, one can actually achieve enlightenment. In the golden light, dragon roars were heard, and Zhulong flew out from the void. He closed his eyes slightly, and Lin Moyu only felt his soul shaking, and the world turned dark. The art of Zhulong, closing eyes and the sky becoming dark, now that he has reached the Chaos Realm, this art is even stronger. Lin Moyu was not the one targeted by Zhulong, he was only affected for a moment, but the chaotic creature was affected much more greatly. He lost his direction in an instant, his body twisted, and he didn't know where he was going. The countless tentacles behind the tail instinctively gathered and wrapped itself up. The chaotic energy spread out, and he turned into a big ball full of chaotic energy. Zhulong roared again, and a shadow emerged in the golden light. It opened its bloody mouth and bit the chaotic creature fiercely. Bang! The powerful chaotic creature was bitten into pieces, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Chaos creatures don't die so easily. After all, they are beings in the Chaos Realm. Countless flesh and blood immediately evolve independently, turning into tiny individuals and heading in all directions. Lin Moyu moved his mind, and the demon of rebellion appeared, and the avenues of positive and negative were activated. These tiny individuals that were about to escape were immediately affected and stopped where they were. The strength of the rebellious demons is limited, and they cannot be completely sent flying back, but being able to stop them in place is already good enough. Zhulong's voice rang out, "This guy can't escape, watch me refine him." Dirty water to refine the soul. Countless shadows of candle dragons appeared in the void, and each of them spewed out a large amount of filthy water, and the void turned into an ocean. The filthy water swallowed up everything, and the chaotic creature struggled and screamed in the filthy water until it was silent. The chaotic creature, which was more difficult to deal with than the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master, was completely powerless against Zhulong. After not seeing him for these years, Zhulong not only stood firm in the primal chaos realm, but also achieved a small degree of success. He has completed the chaos transformation and condensed the chaos armor and chaos soldiers. After a moment, the filthy ocean disappeared, and only Zhulong remained in the void. Lin Moyu asked, "Why are you back?" Zhulong said, "It has been 10,000 years. I have already reached the minor success stage of the primal chaos realm. I just wanted to come and see you on a whim, but I didn't expect to encounter this great battle." "Really?" Lin Moyu obviously didn't believe what Zhulong said. There was no such coincidence in the world. Zhulong snorted, "Why would I lie to you about my identity? You wouldn't understand anyway. Let's not talk about that for now. I'm here to warn you about something." His tone became serious, and Lin Moyu asked, "What is it?" Zhulong looked at the Tsangqiong battle formation and said, "You set up this formation, right?" Lin Moyu hummed, "Yeah, what's the problem?" Zhulong said, "If you want to set up a formation, just set up a formation. Why do you have to make it into a big ball of light? When the sky battle formation is activated, it absorbs the power of the realm and will sparkle. The entire realm will indeed turn into a large ball of light." Lin Moyu knew this, but he never thought about whether it was good or not. He couldn't help but ask, "Is there any problem?" Zhulong said, "This is a big problem. If you do this, you will be in trouble all the time. But it's not your fault. You don't know the situation in chaos. If you knew, you definitely wouldn't do this." Lin Moyu looked at Zhulong and said, "I feel like you've become a bit too talkative after transcending. If you have anything to say, come on." Zhulong said, "You can think of it this way. Chaos is a huge fog. In the fog, there are chaotic creatures, cultivators, and various realms. Some of those realms already have owners, but the vast majority are ownerless, and within the chaos, there are many people who have reached the great chaos realm and are looking for a realm to enter." Lin Moyu naturally understood why the great chaos realm was looking for a realm, because if they wanted to achieve perfection in the chaos realm, they must possess a realm. Some ambitious and ideal Chaos Realm warriors not only want to reach the Chaos Realm, but also want to become the great Lord of Heaven and Earth. They even have their own realms, and they want to annex a second or even a third realm to make themselves stronger. My position as the Great Venerable of Heaven and Earth. Zhulong continued, "Originally, the realm was hidden in the chaos, and the outer perimeter was protected by realm barriers and soul-devouring spirits. The aura of the realm was isolated, making it difficult for people to discover it. Even if someone occasionally discovers it, the boundary will change its location after a while, so it won't be a big deal. But you turned the boundary into a ball of light, which is equivalent to telling them that there is a boundary here." Lin Moyu finally understood what Zhulong meant and realized that he had exposed the location of his realm. Then there may be powerful people from the Chaos Realm coming next, and it is very likely that they are from the Great Chaos Realm, and they will come to seize the realm. With my current strength, I cannot reach the Great Chaos Realm. Lin Moyu asked, "You said the boundary changes position every once in a while. How does it change? And how long does it take?" Zhulong shook his head. "I don't know. The time it takes to change positions is not fixed each time. The rules of chaos are very complex, far beyond the rules of the realm. It's really hard to explain. As for how to change, that's very simple. It just disappears from here and then appears in another place. Where exactly it will go, no one knows either." Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Zhulong with a hint of scrutiny, as if asking, "Is it true that no one knows?" He already had the answer in his mind. How could no one know? If no one really knew, how did the old man in green robe lock onto the 5 world domains? Moreover, although Zhulong has been in the chaos for 10,000 years, he has already reached the small success chaos realm. How could he possibly know so much? Lin Moyu had already guessed that Zhulong's return this time was definitely not a coincidence, but someone asked him to come back. As for who it is, you can guess it without saying anything. It must be the old man in green robe. Lin Moyu saw through it but didn't say anything. Instead, he asked, "So what do you think I should do?" Zhulong said, "The simplest way is for you to quickly become the master of the realm, and then take the realm away." Lin Moyu followed Zhulong's words and said, "This is indeed a good idea. Can't the realm be taken into the body like the rule world?" Zhulong said, "No, the realm is different from the world of rules. Chaos is the foundation, and the realm must exist within the foundation. When you become the master of the realm and leave with the realm will temporarily disappear, but in fact, the realm is still in the chaos and disappears only temporarily." The more Zhulong knew, the more Lin Moyu was certain that this guy was sent by the old man in green robe. This information was also told to him by the old man in green robe, and was passed on to him through his mouth. The realm is indeed different from the world of rules. Just as the universe seems to be within one's body, in fact, the universe's body is in chaos, and one does not know where it is exactly. I have thought that after reaching the Chaos Realm, I will go to find the specific location of the universe. This is not difficult to do because of your connection with the world. Now it seems that not only the Great Thousand Worlds, but also the spiritual realm must be found, and the 5 worlds must be brought along as well. Lin Moyu said, "But I think becoming the master of a realm is not that easy. Before this, if someone comes to me, how should I deal with it?" Since Zhulong knew it so clearly, then when he came back this time, in addition to telling me this information, he must have already had a way to deal with it. After all, he was sent by the old man in green robe, so it is impossible that he just came with a message. Sure enough, Zhulong responded, "What else can I do? After all, I came from this realm too. I can't just watch it get snatched away by someone else. I plan to stay outside the boundary for a while, and then you should seize the time and quickly become a citizen of the boundary. As long as you become the master of the realm, no one else will have any plans to take over this realm." Lin Moyu probably understood the reason, but he wanted to play a little joke on Zhulong, so he asked knowingly, "Why?" Zhulong exclaimed, "How could you not understand such a simple question? Because once a realm has a master, that person is either a native creature of the realm who became the master of the realm when he transcended, or they are an outsider who has reached the great chaos realm and obtained the realm first, thus achieving the perfection of the chaos realm. Those who have reached the perfection of the chaos realm are not easy to deal with. If they are native creatures of the realm, then they must be extremely talented. With the realm in their hands, the probability of reaching the perfection of the Chaos Realm in the future will also be extremely high. If it's not necessary, I generally won't offend this kind of person, unless I can suppress or kill them, otherwise it will only bring trouble to myself." Having said that, Zhulong looked at Lin Moyu. "Now you understand." Halfway through his words, he felt something strange on Lin Moyu's face, and Zhulong realized that Lin Moyu was joking with him. He must have figured it out a long time ago. With a slight snort, Zhulong said unhappily, "Hurry back to the refining realm. I will stay here to guard it." Lin Moyu asked, "Actually, there is another method. If you refine this realm, it should be faster than me." Zhulong snorted again, "Get out of here, get out of here. Are you kidding me?" It was indeed a joke. How could Zhulong dare to refine the 5 worlds domain unless he didn't want to live anymore? What is behind the 5 worlds? That is the great Lord of heaven and earth. But Zhulong couldn't say it clearly, so he urged Lin Moyu to leave in a few words. The battle formation in the sky has been closed, and no matter how chaotic the realm is, it is no longer isolated. The brilliant light dissipates, and the realm returns to a state of stillness. But the previous glow had already spread out, and no one knew how far it had spread in the chaos and how many people had seen it. The chaotic creature before came here because it was attracted by the light. Lin Moyu knew very well that the candle dragon's guarding of the realm was probably ordered by the old man in green robes, and he must have given him the corresponding means. But Zhulong is only at the minor stage of the chaos realm after all, and it is unknown how long he can hold on. Moreover, according to the character of the old man in green robe, it is impossible for him to defend it forever. He must seize the time to break through and refine the realm. Otherwise, it would be normal if it suddenly breaks down one day. Back in the realm, Lin Moyu summoned the soulless beast and inquired about the situation in the realm. Under his interlocking arrangements, the 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace Master detonated all the whirlpools, causing some impact on some of the divine runes in the core of the realm, causing damage to those runes. But fortunately, these divine runes did not collapse, and these divine runes were not the most important ones. They only caused some minor turmoil in the entire realm. Chaos occurred in some worlds, with both natural and man-made disasters to varying degrees. The soulless beasts manipulated the rules to restore order, and these worlds finally stabilized. Now the divine rune in the core of the realm is recovering rapidly, and it won't be long before it returns to its previous state. Entering the core of the realm again, Lin Moyu felt refreshed. The vortex left here by the 5th master of Tianqiu Palace is gone, the ghost husband's clone is gone, and the core of the civic has become pure. Then he can let go and refine all the divine symbols in the core of the realm, and finally refine the entire core of the realm, so that he can become the master of the realm. In fact, becoming the master of a realm is very difficult, but it is also very simple. For outsiders, the realm will instinctively resist them. Even if one is at the great chaos realm, if one wants to refine a realm, he or she must fight against the power of the entire realm. The power of the realm is weak when it is dispersed and strong when it is combined. Even if the great chaos realm can forcibly suppress the power of the realm, it cannot spare too much power to refine the realm. The whole process takes a long time, not just years, but tens of thousands of years. It could be as short as hundreds of thousands of years, or as long as millions or even tens of millions of years. If it is a native creature within the realm, then the realm core will not resist, and it will be much easier to refine. But similarly, once the native creatures leave the realm and enter the chaos, after completing the chaos, they will have nothing to do with the realm, and the rules of the realm will also regard them as outsiders. But if one does not enter the chaos, even with eternal cultivation, one cannot find the core of the realm, let alone refine it. However, Lin Moyu took advantage of the loophole. He is a native creature. He has initially completed the chaos transformation and possesses sufficient power, but has not entered the chaos. He is still regarded as a native creature by the core of the realm. 0 request flowers. Moreover, he had already refined the most important divine talisman before. For him, refining the entire realm was not a difficult task, it just took time. The soul power emanated, covering each talisman and began to refine them. With Lin Moyu's understanding of the talisman, the refining speed was astonishingly fast. One by one, the divine talismans were refined and became Lin Moyu's possession, and the core of the realm was gradually changing hands. To be precise, the core of the realm will soon have a new owner. In the world outside the sky, Zhulong is guarding there. He transformed into a human form and sat cross-legged in the void. Beneath him, a black cushion emitted a faint glow. Wherever the light reached, the void turned into a swamp. Bubbles kept emerging from the swamp, and a faint foul smell emanated from it. Zhulong's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. I want to see who dares to cause trouble. He looked down at the black cushion beneath him, his eyes full of confidence. But he also knew that even if someone came, they would not come so quickly. Previously, the light from the sky battle formation could reach very far, and it took time for people to see it. It also took time for it to come over and lock onto the exact position. He is not in a hurry and can still take a nap. Outside the realm, a breeze was blowing, a natural breeze brought by the chaotic energy in the distance. He enjoyed the energy of chaos very much. If he wanted to practice after reaching the state of chaos, he could not do without the energy of chaos. He slowly closed his eyes, as if falling into a doze. Zhulong was drifting around in the breeze, and no one knew how long it had been drifting. Suddenly, the sleeping Zhulong bumped into something, and a big bump appeared on its hard head. What is that? Why is it so hard? Zhulong woke up with a start and looked at the thing that hit him. His pupils shrank suddenly. Yes, the deliverance boat? He thought of Lin Moyu first, but immediately calmed down. The boat in front of him was not the one that belonged to Lin Moyu. The boat had been smashed to pieces, and Dan was riddled with holes. The boat for crossing the river would be destroyed, which was something Zhulong had never thought about. No, I'm going to tell him this. Suddenly, the boat before his eyes disappeared without any warning. Zhulong was a little surprised and even a little horrified. With his eyesight, he couldn't even tell how the boat disappeared. Thinking back carefully, there seemed to be a slight fluctuation in time and space when the boat disappeared. In the core of the virtual world, Lin Moyu continued to refine the divine talisman. Now that more than half of the divine runes have been refined by him, becoming the master of the 5 world domains seems to be a foregone conclusion. In the 5 worlds domain, only Lin Moyu knows the meaning of the word 5 worlds. This realm is extremely special. Once you become the master of the 5 worlds realm, you will have the opportunity to own the other 5 realms at the same time, namely the 1st to 4th worlds, and the Void Land. Of course, it can't be so smooth. Taiyang Suzi and Tianqiu Land alone will not agree. Taiyang Suzi is undoubtedly a powerful person who has reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm. He is even stronger than most people who have reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm. If someone else comes to seize the 5 worlds, they will probably be killed by Taiyang Suzi in the end. If Taiyang Suzi is not capable of doing this, the old man in green robe might even take action. How could the plan that Taiyang Suzi, Qing Pao, and others had been planning for countless years be easily destroyed? The reason why the old man in green robe rarely took action was simply because he was afraid of attracting the attention of 260 Dao, so he acted as quickly as possible. Hundreds of years later, the divine runes in the core of the AO domain had been refined by more than 70%. If this continues, in another 2,000 years, Lin Moyu will be able to refine all the talismans. The core of the realm suddenly vibrated, and the realm was impacted. Lin Moyu activated the Sky Battle Formation with a thought. The Sky Battle Formation wasn't operating at full capacity, only its defensive functions were activated. Lin Moyu also used his will remaining within the Sky Battle Formation to see what was happening outside the Ghost Realm. Zhulong was fighting when several chaotic creatures rushed over, but they were not cultivators. Zhulong was very adept at dealing with the chaotic creatures. These guys, whose strength was not even at the minor success Chaos Realm, were no match for Zhulong at all. There were some corpses floating nearby. They were also chaos creatures. Those guys were not even in the Chaos Realm, yet they dared to come and spy on the realm, and were easily killed by Zhulong. Lin Moyu knew that the light from the Sky Battle Formation had already shot into the distance, and now those who saw the light had rushed over. The timeline is quite long, taking hundreds of years to arrive, which also means that the chaos is too big, and it is not easy to travel in the chaos. The chaotic creatures do not want to become the masters of the realm, they just want to eat the realm. The realm is delicious food to them. After the Sky Battle Formation was activated to block the aftermath, Zhulong sensed Lin Moyu's consciousness and said in a voice transmission, "Don't be distracted, hurry up." "I understand." Lin Moyu responded, withdrew his consciousness, and continued to refine the talisman. Over the next 1,000 years, battles outside the realm would occasionally break out, and Lin Moyu would occasionally go to take a look. Most of the time, those who came were chaotic creatures, until the first cultivator arrived 1,000 years after he killed the 5th-generation Tianqiu Palace Master. This cultivator appears to be human, but his specific race is unclear. According to Zhulong, the cultivators in the chaos basically transformed into the appearance of humans, and they called the appearance of humans the Tao body. The first one to arrive was a Chaos Realm expert. Zhulong was obviously no match for him and was suppressed right from the start of the battle. But Zhulong quickly used his trump card, a cushion emitting black light. The cushion turned the void into a swamp, which contained terrifying power. The Chaos Realm Master fled in fear. Lin Moyu only watched the battle with the help of the formation, and did not understand the horror in the swamp. It must be very difficult to drive away the existence of the Chaos Realm. The most important thing is that this black cushion is exactly the same as his ice jade cushion, and you can tell at a glance that it was obtained from the old man in green robe. This also confirmed his previous guess that Chen Long had indeed joined the ranks of the old man in green robe. In the following time, more powerful Chaos Realm Masters came one after another, but they were all driven away by Zhulong. But Lin Moyu also discovered a problem. The power of Zhulong's cushion seemed to weaken every time it was used. "Are you rushing me? You're really amazing, using this method to urge me." Lin Moyu felt what the old man in green robe meant. He was just urging him not to be lazy in this way. He certainly wouldn't be lazy. Without anyone urging him, Lin Moyu would become the master of the realm as quickly as possible. This was also his goal. He refined the divine runes at the fastest speed. As he mastered more and more divine runes, the connection between Lin Moyu and the realm became closer and closer. When the talisman had been refined to over 90%, Lin Moyu had a vague illusion that he could control the rules of the realm. After trying it, I found that I did have the ability to partially adjust the rules of the domain. The eyes can already see the situation of most of the realm through the core of the realm. The fog of the world is no longer an obstacle, and wherever you look, the world can be seen clearly. He could even see the situation of a certain cultivator in a certain world. If he wanted, he could even go back through the entire time of this world in a single thought. Lin Moyu was not surprised by this feeling of control. He was like this in the vast world, almost omniscient, with a single thought observing the world and the past and present. Now, in addition to the Great Thousand Worlds, the Five Worlds domain also has a similar feeling. Continuing to refine the talisman, Zhulong guarded outside the realm and repelled one cultivator after another. Over the past 1,000 years, there have been about a dozen Chaos Realm Masters who have come here, with one coming about every 100 years. In the Chaos, there are only 9 great lords of heaven and earth, but there seem to be quite a few cultivators who have achieved great success in the Chaos Realm. Finally, in the 2600th year of Zhulong's guarding, the last divine talisman in the core of the 5 worlds was refined. At this moment, the entire realm shook violently, and a huge force swept out, surging back and forth in the void. The power of the realm reached the chaos directly, and Lin Moyu saw the existence of the soul-devouring spirit. During these years, many soul-devouring spirits have died. The first step for those foreign chaotic creatures and cultivators is to break through the soul-devouring spirit's defenses. I saw 2 soul-devouring spirit emperors. There should have been 3, but now there are only 2 left. One of the soul-devouring spirit emperors had obviously been killed. The soul-devouring spirit emperor was not immortal, but it depended on who the enemy was. Lin Moyu moved his mind, and the power of the realm blew like the wind, then turned into powder and returned to the realm, turning into a realm barrier. The realm has an owner and no longer needs soul-devouring spirits. From now on, the task of guarding the realm will be the responsibility of the realm master, and the soul devourer's mission has ended. When Lin Moyu became the master of the realm, a cultivator who had reached the great perfection of the Chaos Realm was fighting with Zhulong 5.9. Suddenly he stopped and looked towards the realm, saying loudly, "So this realm has an owner. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Please don't blame me for offending you before. If you have time in the future, you can come to Hanshan in the East region and I will give you a warm welcome." After saying this, he turned and left without any reluctance. Just as Zhulong said, he didn't want to offend such a brilliant person who could become the master of the realm when he transcended, and it would not be a problem for him to achieve perfection in the Chaos Realm in the future. He didn't want to be an enemy of Lin Moyu in the future, so he chose to retreat. Zhulong breathed a sigh of relief. The fight is finally over. Lin Moyu successfully became the Lord of the Realm, and his mission was completed. The power of the realm is still surging. Lin Moyu sits at the core of the realm, and the entire realm is under his control. Within the realm, several eternal beings all sensed it, and they knew that the realm had a master from now on. They were delighted in their hearts. It was a good thing for them that the realm had an owner. Once the realm has a master, many of the previous deficiencies will be corrected, and it will be easier for these practitioners to achieve enlightenment. Therefore, it is a good thing that the realm has a master. Of course, the premise is that the master of the realm is not a madman. The power of the realm was still surging, and the sky battle formation quickly sank with Lin Moyu's thoughts. The 10 layers of the formation sank into the realm barrier at the same time, merging with the realm barrier and becoming even more powerful. Lin Moyu's voice resounded throughout the realm. This realm has a master. The soul-devouring spirit has dispersed. The land of return is vacant. I wish you all a speedy enlightenment. Although his voice resounded throughout the entire realm, only the Lord of the Great Tao and the Eternal Being could hear it. The voice of the Lord of the Realm is not something that anyone can hear. After becoming the Lord of the Realm, Lin Moyu knew everything about the entire realm. The land of return can accommodate a total of 30 avenues, and there are still vacancies. The existence of the Eternal Gate was actually a loophole in the rules, which he had now corrected. As long as one has enough strength and is recognized by heaven and earth, one can send the heavenly Tao back to its source. There is still difficulty, but it is much less than before, and even if you fail, you will not die. As the master of the realm, Lin Moyu will not make things too difficult for the practitioners in the realm. He only hopes that the practitioners in the realm will become stronger and stronger. It would be better if there were more people who could achieve the Chaos Realm. After all, the Chaos Realm came out of the realm, and there is an inseparable cause and effect relationship between it and the realm. The more Chaos Realms appear in a realm, the stronger the realm will be. When the realm is threatened, those Chaos Realms will be guided by some mysterious force and fight for the realm together. Lin Moyu understands cause and effect, so he naturally won't suppress others. The realm is now in my hands, and it's time for me to ascend to chaos. The half-step Chaos Realm was not a normal realm to begin with, but a special level where he had to stay. Back then, Emperor Kunlun was unable to truly transcend due to his special background and had to be stuck in this special realm. My plan has been completed at this point, and it's time to take a half-step forward and officially step into chaos. As soon as the thought came to mind, the place of origin was shaken, and the Immortal Avenue suddenly disappeared. The next moment, the Immortal Avenue arrived in front of Lin Moyu. The Great Tao unites into one, and enters into chaos. The Immortal Avenue transformed into thousands of starlight points and fell into Lin Moyu's body. The avenue suddenly emerged in the soul world, and the Immortal Avenue cast a gray-white light that shone with the soul. The power of the Great Tao surged into the body at the same time, and the two forces of life and death flowed alternately in the body, and the power was rapidly increasing. The power of his soul and body was rapidly increasing. Although most of his power was blocked, he still possessed the power equivalent to 6 sublimations. After entering the Chaos Realm, he was much more powerful than the Chaos Realm at the same level. Even fighting across borders is no problem. Lin Moyu felt his power growing stronger, and along with it, the World Tree also grew stronger. The World Tree began to grow rapidly, and its dense branches extended infinitely. The World Tree had already covered the entire universe under its branches, and now it was extending towards several other realms. World Trees appeared in the 5 worlds, the Science and Technology realm, and the Spiritual realm. One after another, clones of the World Trees appeared in them. The World Tree scattered countless seeds, and the seeds quickly grew into its clones. Lin Moyu saw that these clones of the World Tree were absorbing the power of various worlds and even began to evolve into races. The World Tree has changed, becoming completely different from before. No matter how many clones there are, the main body of the World Tree does not move. The little tree sat beside the tree roots with his eyes closed. He stretched out his hand and the Shinjo Ding beside him immediately flew up in front of the little tree. Countless golden lights flowed out of the Shinjo Ding and fell on the little tree, covering it with a layer of golden glow. The golden light spread along the World Tree to all the clones. The growth of the World Tree was accelerating and its smell was becoming more fishy. The Shinjo Ding seemed to have just awakened at this moment, and the aura it exuded was pure and powerful. Sure enough, the Shinjo Ding is not that simple. Back then, the Shinjo Ding was in the Origin continent, suppressing the Origin spiritual vein. The Shinjo Ding existed before the formation of the Origin continent, and it is even older than the Origin continent. The origin of the Shinjo Ding is extremely mysterious. Even now, Lin Moyu doesn't know where it came from. Lin Yu vaguely felt that Shinjo Crystal was related to either the natural disaster master or the old man in green robe. The golden glow of the Shinjo Ding has become the best nutrient for the sapling. The sapling is growing rapidly and will soon be out of the metamorphosis period. The void shattered, and the Chaos Pearl flew back. Hun Dunzi shouted, "Master, you are finally entering the Chaos Realm." Lin Moyu asked, "And then?" Hun Dunzi said, "I will help the Master complete the Chaos transformation." Lin Moyu understood that with the help of Chaos Child, the time it would take for him to complete the Chaos transformation would be greatly shortened. It may take others thousands or even tens of thousands of years, but it may only take you a few years. Lin Moyu asked, "What else?" Hun Dunzi shouted, "I still need to help Master fuse his magic, and Master, please don't evolve Chaos Armor and Chaos Soldiers." Lin Moyu asked curiously, "Why?" Chaos Armor and Chaos Soldiers are one of the signs of a minor success in the Chaos Realm, and are also powerful means to fight against the enemy after a minor success in the Chaos Realm. Why did Chaos Master say not to evolve them? Hun Dunzi thought for a moment, hesitating a bit, and finally said, "I don't know, but my memory tells me that you must not evolve Chaos Armor and Soldiers. It seems that Chaos is poisonous." This made Lin Moyu's heart skip a beat. He instinctively thought of the Tao. This was the final enemy that the Great Lord of Natural Disasters would face. He had once seen the Great Lord of Natural Disasters facing the Tao. At that time, the Great Lord of Natural Disasters was wearing Chaos Armor and holding the Scepter of Natural Disasters. However, when facing the Tao, the Great Disaster Master Hao 780 had no power to resist and was killed almost instantly. That scene replayed countless times in Lin Moyu's mind, and Lin Moyu finally realized something at this time. There seemed to be something wrong with the Chaos Armor on the body of the Great Lord of Natural Disaster. Hun Dunzi's words, "Chaos is poisonous," made me see something I had never noticed before. Lin Moyu couldn't help but ask, "What about chaos?" Hun Dunzi said, "My Chaos World can help the Master complete the Chaos transformation without relying on the chaos outside. The Chaos Pearl is a world of its own. The chaotic energy he usually absorbs has been refined by the Chaos Pearl and is different from the chaos in the outside world. If chaos is poisonous, then the chaos inside the Chaos Seed has already removed the poison." Lin Moyu asked, "Will it be dangerous to do this?" Hun Dunzi said, "Let me think about it." He turned quickly, as if he was thinking, and after a while he said, "I figured it out, Master. You must first advance to the Chaos Realm and be scrutinized by others before you can complete the Chaos transformation. And even after becoming chaotic, once you truly enter chaos, you still have to do one thing to stay safe. Being scrutinized by others, who can examine themselves, is nothing more than that Tao." As expected, this is a shocking situation, and Chaos Sun is also a member of it. Thinking about it this way, I am afraid that the World Tree is also involved. Suddenly, a voice sounded beside my ear, "Lord, I have something to ask you." Lin Moyu heard the voice of the Deting Beast. This special existence had been dormant in the 5 worlds for countless years. He has always been in the virtual world, and several emperors respect him very much. No one knows his origins, but only knows that he has a long history, as if he has existed since the beginning of the world. Several emperors had received his favor, and even several second-generation emperors were supported by him. Even the eternal beings among the practitioners have some respect for him, and sometimes they don't even ask him for advice. The Deting Beast can hear as if it sees, and very few things in the real and virtual worlds can be hidden from it. Hearing his voice, Lin Moyu's gaze passed through the void, beyond reality and illusion, and saw the Deting Beast. The Deting Beast was still there and had not left its habitat. He seemed to sense Lin Moyu's gaze, looked up, and met Lin Moyu's eyes. At this moment, Lin Moyu saw clearly the strength of the Deting Beast, the Chaos Realm. It is a chaotic state that has not yet completed chaos. Judging from the state, it is the initial stage of entering the chaotic state. There is actually a being who has just entered the Chaos Realm hidden in the realm, and the rules of the realm did not expel him. This is very strange. Lin Moyu looked at it for a while and found a clue. A strange power enveloped the Diting Beast, shielding its aura and deceiving the rules of the realm. His realm became blurred in the eyes of others. No wonder I couldn't see through the true realm of the Diting Beast at the beginning. At that time, I didn't even know what the rules were, so how could I see through it? But at this moment, Lin Moyu had already seen that the Diting Beast was not a creature from the Five Worlds realm. It came from another realm, which now belonged to him. Lin Moyu's voice crossed the void and echoed across the island of the Diting Beast. Are you the rule manager of the Ling Miao realm? The Diting Beast flattered him, as expected of a territory lord. You've spotted it. In fact, Lin Moyu was half guessing. Now that he had confirmed the identity of the Diting Beast, he probably knew why the Diting Beast came here, and why there was a power of rules wrapped around its body, deceiving the boundary and spending countless years safely. When the Ling Miao realm is about to be destroyed, use the power of the realm to activate the realm gem and enter the Five Worlds realm. At that time, the Five Worlds had just evolved and the Tianqiu land was attacked. The fifth master of Tianqiu Palace took the opportunity to seize the loophole, leaving his clone in the Tianqiu Palace while his real body stayed away in an attempt to break free from the constraints of the realm and change his fate. Unfortunately, the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace master failed. He had to settle for the second best and hid himself, drawing strength from the core of the realm to recover the consumption during the evolution of the realm. At the same time, he also healed his injuries in order to try again. This picture has been drawn for countless years. It was when he was sleeping that the Ling Miao realm arrived. The timing was very clever. If it was a coincidence, Lin Moyu would find it hard to believe it. The timing was really too coincidental. Even with the boundary gem, it is not easy for an outsider to enter the Five Worlds domain. It happened that the Tianqiu land was attacked, and the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master gave birth to an alien creature, causing a loophole in the domain. If there is any problem, you cannot enter the spiritual realm. As the rule manager of the Ling Miao realm, the Diting Beast also came here. He left the Ling Miao realm and entered the Five Worlds realm. Lin Moyu had already figured out the whole story and had a rough idea of who was behind the Diting Beast. Was the person who asked you to stay here wearing green or white? The Diting Beast was stunned for a moment, then replied helplessly, white. One word is enough to explain the answer. Sure enough, the whole situation was set up by the green robe and the white robe together. Lin Moyu continued to ask, why did he ask you to stay here? Diting Beast said, I was asked to watch Wu Shi and prevent him from making any unusual moves. However, the territory lord planned perfectly and killed Wu Shi. Diting admires him. Lin Moyu understood that the Diting Beast was a safety net left here by Bai Pao. If the original body of the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master became unhappy and wanted to do something bad to the realm, the Diting Beast would be able to take action to deal with him. In terms of realm, the Diting Beast is not as good as the other party, but Lin Moyu believes that the Diting Beast must have other means to deal with the fifth-generation Tianqiu Palace Master. But now that I have taken action, the Diting Beast doesn't need to move and can just watch the show. Lin Moyu asked, what do you want me to help you with? Diting Beast said, the Ling Miao realm is now under the control of the domain lord, but there is still a cause and effect entanglement between me and the Ling Miao realm. If possible, Diting would like to ask the domain lord to cut off this dilemma. Lin Moyu asked, you want freedom? The listening beast sighed, who doesn't yearn for freedom? As the administrator of the rules of the spiritual realm, I should live and die with it. Thanks to your help, I have escaped from the spiritual realm and can now live out my days here. My lord, raise my cultivation to the level of chaos. At the same time, I have also determined that only the master of this realm can help me break free from the constraints of karma and gain true freedom. I have lived for countless years, and have become indifferent to life and death. The only thing I cannot give up is freedom. He spoke sincerely. There were countless practitioners in the chaos, and most of them were pursuing strength, but the core of strength often aimed at the word freedom. This is true for Zhulong and Diting Beast. As rule managers, they also desire to be their own subjects. Unfortunately, the spiritual realm is a bondage, and only Lin Moyu can break it. After D Ting Beast finished speaking, he waited for Lin Moyu's answer. He was not sure whether Lin Moyu would agree. Lin Moyu didn't think for too long, and just said calmly, "When I enter the chaos and search for the Ling Miao realm, you will not be free." The D Ting Beast was overjoyed. If the territory lord wants to find the true form of the Ling Miao realm, D Ting has the solution. Lin Moyu said, "Please speak." D Ting Beast Dao, after the domain lord enters the primal chaos, he can find a way to connect this realm with the spiritual realm. That way, a spatial channel will naturally form. However, this spatial channel is very likely to pass through a large area of chaos and become extremely unstable. But it can indeed lead the domain master to find the main body of the Ling Miao realm. The spatial channels between realms will pass through a large area of chaos, so instability is normal. Lin Moyu thought for a moment. This is indeed a good idea. Although it might be a little troublesome along the way, it's better than looking for a needle in a haystack. I'll try this once I enter the chaos realm. Lin Moyu not only wants to find the spiritual realm, Zhao Lihao, but also the scientific and Taoist realm and the vast world. He wanted to bring the several territories together and make them closer to each other so that it would be easier for him to manage them. Otherwise, if something happens, it will be out of reach. D Ting Beast said, "Then I will trouble you, territory lord." D Ting will take his leave. Lin Moyu withdrew his intention to listen carefully and saw that his eyes were slightly closed, as if he had fallen asleep. It is not easy to send the soul consciousness to the core of the realm. D Ting has naturally consumed a lot of energy in doing this. It would be fine if it was in the chaos, but here it cannot absorb the chaotic energy, so the D Ting Beast would be happy if it could save as much as possible. After making a promise to the D Ting Beast, Lin Moyu turned his attention to himself. In the soul world, magical stars are shining brightly. They are growing and becoming more and more powerful. But Hun Dunzi did not take any action and combined several spells. He was waiting, and Lin Moyu was also waiting for words. After waiting for a full day, the Tao's thoughts came sweeping over like a violent storm. The thought was like the wind, and Lin Moyu clearly felt the other party's presence. It swept across the entire realm and finally landed on him. In the entire realm, no one except himself knew that the will of a supreme being had descended. Lin Moyu knew very well that he should not have felt the other person's presence, but for some special reasons, he felt it. He was examining himself, inside and out. At this moment, the world tree stopped swaying, and Chaos Child had already dived into the chaos and disappeared. The boat was put into the storage space, and Lin Moyu kept his soul calm, as if nothing had happened. He sat with his eyes closed, as if he was feeling the changes in his appearance after breaking through the chaos realm. If there is any flaw, it is that he has already begun to become chaotic. Hun Dunzi helped Lin Moyu disguise himself as much as possible, and completed the initial chaos transformation as soon as he broke through to the chaos realm. This kind of thing happened frequently in the chaos realm and was not a strange thing. The other party glanced at him, and Lin Moyu suddenly felt the breath of time. He was checking time, checking his past. This kind of inspection is so powerful that even the Lord of Time cannot stop it. However, Lin Moyu was not worried at all. His past in the long river of time had long been tampered with. Before becoming the Lord of Time, the spirit of the river of time told himself that someone had changed his past. Needless to say, the people who took action were either in green robes or white robes, and they were the only two who had this ability. Just like the existence of the small world, the Hoof Ting Beast was completely unaware of everything that happened inside. The two men in green robe and white robe had long anticipated this scene and had made preparations early in the morning. Time rolled on for a while and then gradually calmed down, and the Supreme Will gradually disappeared. Lin Moyu did not take it lightly. He waited for 2 full days before gradually relaxing. Is this the Tao? He didn't dare to say it and couldn't say it, he could only think about it in his heart. He knew the answer, which was Tao. When the will of the Tao descended, Lin Moyu felt it extremely strongly. The feeling of being extremely powerful, high above and overlooking all living beings, was unprecedented. If the other party wants to kill me, I don't need to do anything. Just a thought will make me shattered into pieces and I will be doomed. No magic or talent will help. Even if the other party only needs a thought, the entire realm will become hostile to him, and his identity as the hand of the realm will be stripped away in an instant. At that time, I was even a little discouraged. The opponent was so strong, could I really deal with him? All plans and arrangements are actually a joke in the face of absolute power. There was even a moment when Lin Moyu wanted to give up, thinking that it would be fine to be an ordinary practitioner without having to challenge the authority of Tao. That feeling of oppression crushed his Tao heart. But fortunately, I managed to pull through, and that thought only appeared for a moment before being wiped away. A small hole appeared in the soul world, and Hun Dun-Zi poked his head out stealthily, then asked carefully, "He went in, right?" Lin Moyu looked at him and found his expression a little funny. "Are you so afraid of him?" After looking left and right, and making sure everything was all right, Hun Dun-Zi finally returned to the soul world. "It's not that I'm afraid, it's that I don't want to confront him." Lin Moyu asked, "What would he do if he found you?" Hun Dun-Zi shook his head. "I don't know. My memory isn't perfect. But it won't be good." Lin Moyu said, "Your memory is incomplete, so tell me what you can remember." Hun Dun-Zi said, "I roughly know that he has always wanted to get me. He seemed to have gotten me once, but then lost me for some reason." Hun Dun-Zi couldn't explain why because of his unclear memory, but the information he said made Lin Moyu think a lot. Tao wanted to obtain Chaos Seed, and once obtained it, but later lost it. What's so special about Chaos Child that even a being like the show wants to get him? Lin Moyu instinctively thought of Chaos Child's true form, the Chaos Pearl. The Chaos Orb itself is in chaos. Is this the reason? Since Tao had once obtained the Chaos Pearl, why did he lose it again? Let's see who can snatch the Chaos Pearl from him. There is only one answer, and that is the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. From this point of view, the Great Lord of Natural Disasters was not completely powerless to fight back then. I saw the Great Lord of Natural Disasters being killed instantly when facing the Tao. This scene seems to have some problems. A flash of inspiration came to Lin Moyu's mind, and he realized that he had been wrong before. If the Great Lord of Natural Disasters was powerless against the Tao, how did he accomplish all these arrangements, and how courageous was he to set up such a plan? How could Qingpao, Baipao and Tiang Suzi follow him in making plans? Is it just based on passion? When they reach this level, talking about passion is simply ridiculous. They must have some confidence before doing so. Lin Moyu suddenly gained confidence, realizing that the lofty Tao was not invincible, and that he had a chance. Will he examine all Chaos Realms? Lin Moyu asked. Hun Dun-Zi nodded, "It seems so." Lin Moyu muttered to himself, "It seems he's looking for something." "You're usually in the chaos, aren't you afraid of being discovered by him?" Hun Dun-Zi chuckled and said, "Don't worry, as long as I'm in the chaos, he won't be able to find me." He was very confident. It made sense that if it was so easy to be discovered, he would have been found long ago. From this perspective, Tao is not omniscient, and is a little worse than I expected. Lin Moyu stopped thinking about it. It was too early to study the Tao now. It would be better to look at himself first. After successfully advancing to the Chaos Realm, his techniques had all changed. Lin Moyu said to Hun Dun-Zi, "It's time for you to get to work." Hun Dun-Zi shouted, "Start, start, the last fusion is 10 successes." Lin Moyu asked, "What was the last technique to be fused?" "After practicing till now, I have awakened one skill after another, and then sublimated them into magic with great difficulty, and each magic is in a state of maintaining beauty." At the most, the number of spells he mastered was close to 30. Later, he integrated several spells into one another, and now he only has a few spells of his own. The passive spell only has one realm left, which uses its own realm to weaken and share all attacks. This is also his only defensive spell, so he will definitely not move. Infinite summoning has reached the chaos level and is formed by the fusion of multiple spells. Even if Tian Yubaju is weak, he will not move. The two former original magics, Gather Strength and Strengthen Soldiers, are said to have been refined from the blood of the source bird. These two magics each have their own functions, and it is hard to say whether they will be integrated. The remaining 4 spells are Summon Elemental Lich, Bone Hell, Corpse Explosion, and Wings of Time Curse. The Skeleton Hell is now connected to the World Tree and has become the place where all living beings in the world reincarnate. Even if Tian Yubaju moves, he will not move. Lin Moyu couldn't think of any other techniques that could be integrated. Obviously Hun Dunzi had his own ideas. He shouted loudly, "I'm starting." When Hun Dunzi spoke, he had already flown in front of the 2 chaos spells, Gather Strength and Strengthen Soldiers. These 2 techniques come from the blood of the origin bird. They have commonalities and can be completely integrated. Hun Dunzi paused for a moment before explaining, "That's about it. It's not a big deal." He was speaking confidently just a second ago, but suddenly everything turned around. Unreliable. A voice came faintly. Xiaoshu woke up at some point and looked at Hun Dunzi with a faint look of disdain. Lin Moyu laughed in surprise. Xiaoshu was right. It was indeed a bit unreliable. Hun Dunzi shouted, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, this is the case. The 2 can be fused, and after fusion, the power will be even greater than before." As it spoke, it spewed out chaotic energy, and its body transformed into a cauldron, directly taking in the 2 magic stars. Suddenly, a sound like frying came from the pot, and the magic stars collided and struggled inside, obviously unwilling to be merged. Hun Dunzi was screaming, and the sound of cooking in the pot was getting louder and louder. For the sake of face, he also wanted to succeed in the fusion. This wasn't the first time this had happened. Lin Moyu didn't pay much attention to it, but looked at Xiaoshu. "Xiaoshu, how do you feel?" When he stepped into the chaotic realm, the small tree grew wildly. Watered by the power in the Shinjo Ding, some strange changes occurred in the small tree. Today's world tree has become incomparably huge, penetrating the 4 realms. It has not only broken through the boundaries of reality and illusion, but also broken through the barriers of realms. In the 4 realms, there are a large number of clones of the world tree. These clones are like giant pillars that stabilize the 4 realms. Not only that, the world tree also absorbs the great ways of the 4 realms, and its clones gradually possess the characteristics of these great ways. During this process, Lin Moyu did not disturb the small tree and allowed it to grow freely. When the will of the Tao descended upon the tree, it withdrew all its energy and fell into a deep sleep. The little tree raised its little hand and extended a branch. "Master, please look." The branch touched Lin Moyu, and a huge amount of information was transmitted into his soul. Chaos Ancestral Tree. Ability 1, Rebirth. Upon death, you can use the Rebirth ability to instantly recover to your peak state. You can increase the number of times you can use it by refining the Chaos Chi. Currently, you can use it 286 times. Ability 2, Chaos Fruit. The spiritual flower blooms and produces Chaos Fruit. Chaos Fruit can heal injuries, improve cultivation, strengthen the foundation, comprehend the rules, and temporarily increase combat power, can also be used to refine nightmares. Ability 3, Chaos Spirit. The spirit born from the Chaos Fruit can enhance the power of the realm, balance the rules of the realm, and help the master maintain the balance of the realm and make up for the flaws of the realm. Lin Moyu's eyes showed surprise. He was deeply shocked. The changes in the world tree were so great that not only its abilities had changed, but even its name had changed. After the world tree passed its infancy and completely completed its transformation, it was no longer the world tree, but became the Chaos Ancestral Tree. Chaos Ancestral Tree, no wonder you can refine power directly from chaos. It turns out you originally came from chaos. Lin Moyu muttered to himself as he carefully examined the Chaos Tree's abilities. There are only 3 of the previous abilities left now. The new abilities have been retained, but have also undergone qualitative changes. There is no longer a cooldown period, and the limit on the number of times has also changed, becoming unlimited. As long as there is enough chaotic energy, one can be reborn and resurrected infinitely. The Chaos Ancestral Tree does not need any intervention from itself, and continues to refine the chaotic energy, and the number of new births is also increasing. Just when I checked, the number of new students increased from 286 to 287. This change has both advantages and disadvantages, but it is obviously more flexible and changeable. And as long as you are well prepared, your ability to save your life will definitely be better than before. The most important ability that has allowed me to get to where I am today is Freshman, no doubt about it. Now that it has become stronger, Lin Moyu is naturally very happy, and the smile on his face is enough to explain his mood at the moment. The second ability is that all the previous spiritual flowers, fruits, world leaves, gold and silver tree sap, etc. disappear, and are replaced by chaos fruits. The chaos fruit combines all the above abilities, and can be used to heal injuries, assist in training, and refine weapons. It can even temporarily increase combat power. According to the information provided by Xiaoshu, within 30 minutes after taking the Chaos Fruit, the combat power can be increased by 1 level. The Chaos can fight against the Small Chaos, and the Small Chaos can fight against the Great Chaos. Of course, we can't win in a real fight, but we can fight and won't be defeated instantly. This is enough. Looking throughout the Chaos, it would be difficult to find such a treasure. The last and third ability, Spirit of Chaos. Once upon a time, the World Tree had an ability called the Realm Spirit. The Realm Spirit could give birth to the world, and the world belonged to the realm. Now the World Tree has transformed into the Chaos Ancestral Tree, and the World Spirit has also become the Chaos Spirit. Request flowers. The level of Chaos Spirits has also risen from the world level to the realm level. They can strengthen the realm, repair the loopholes in the realm, balance the realm, and make the realm stronger. If a powerful person who has reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm can possess the Chaos Ancestral Tree, then he does not need to look for a new realm at all. He can directly let the Chaos Ancestral Tree strengthen the realm it owns. For someone who has reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm, this ability is simply beyond belief. After the World Tree's transformation, its power became 100 times greater than before. Lin Moyu looked at Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu, how is your memory recovery going? Part of Xiaoshu's memory was also sealed. Lin Moyu knew that Xiaoshu's background was not simple, but his knowledge was limited, so the answer, Song Ning, could only be told by Xiaoshu himself. The little tree shook its head. Not yet. In my memory, I am only a seed. I don't remember my previous life. Lin Moyu said, don't worry, if you remember it in the future, tell me. Xiaoshu hummed, I have a feeling that as long as the master is powerful enough, I can think of everything. Lin Moyu guessed that Xiaoshu might also be related to the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. Perhaps only when he became the Great Lord of Heaven and Earth could Xiaoshu's memory be restored. It's not just Xiaoshu, it's the same for Han Dunzi as well. Looking up at the sky, the cooking in the big pot was still going on, but it was much quieter than before. It seems that the fusion is about to be completed. Although Chaos Z is not very reliable, his fusion technique is still acceptable. After taking a look, Lin Moyu continued to ask, Xiaoshu, what's in the Shinjo Ding? Xiaoshu shook his head, I'm not sure, but those things are very useful to me and can help me grow. I feel like I haven't grown up yet and can still become a lot stronger. Since entering the soul world, Shinjo Ding has been staying beside the sapling, watering it from time to time. Lin Moyu was certain that Shinjo Hua must have some relationship with Xiaoshu. It seems that everything is destined by cause and effect, and people or things that are destined to meet will meet. Boom! With a loud bang, a brand new magic star flew out of Han Dunzi's cauldron. Han Dunzi shouted loudly, the fusion is successful, I knew it would succeed, I am so powerful, I can even fuse chaos magic. Looking at Han Dunzi, who was shouting and yelling with extreme excitement, and listening to every word that came out of his mouth, Lin Moyu's forehead was already full of black lines. This guy was actually experimenting with his own chaos technique. He wasn't very confident at all. Xiao Shu whispered, "That's unreliable." Lin Moyu agrees. Thank goodness the integration was successful. Let me see. Although Hun Dunzi is not very reliable, the magic stars he fused together exudes an overwhelming aura and sparkles in the soul world. From the light, Lin Moyu felt the breath of chaos. Although the previous magic has become chaos magic, it is only called chaos magic and does not have any chaotic aura. It's different now, the aura of chaos is very obvious. The soul moves, communicating with magic and stars. Sublimation, using chaos energy as a source of power, this skill elevates the user and their summoned creatures to the 033 realm. This skill can fuse the power of all the user's summoned creatures and realms, breaking through limits and reaching a higher level. Requirements: the user must complete chaos transformation, otherwise they will explode and die. Lin Moyu murmured, "It looks like it's just a fusion of two spells, it doesn't enhance them at all." When Hun Dunzi heard this, he immediately corrected her, "It's different, it's different." Lin Moyu chuckled, "Tell me what's different." Hun Dunzi said, "The difference is that the sublimation technique uses the chaotic energy as the source of power. This chaotic energy can be the chaotic energy in the chaos, or it can be the chaotic energy here." This is a bit awkward, but Lin Moyu can clearly understand the difference. The essence of magic lies in the rules of chaos. Almost all powerful magic has to deal with the rules of chaos. The rules of chaos can be said to be the strongest force in chaos. The rules are hidden in the chaotic energy. Mobilizing the chaotic energy is actually to induce some chaotic rules. However, all of this must be based on one's own great way. The same is true for sublimation techniques, which require chaotic energy as a foundation. But if this is the case, all magic will be useless when facing the Tao. Because Tao controls the rules of chaos, no magic can surpass it. But now it's different. Chaos Sun also has chaos energy, and magic can be driven by Chaos Sun's chaos energy. Even the Tao can be suppressed. In this way, there is a basis for resisting the Tao. In normal times, he could use ordinary chaotic energy to drive this technique without relying on the power of the Chaos Seed. Hun Dunzi shouted loudly, "Master, have you figured it out?" Lin Moyu said, "I understand, you can continue." Hun Dunzi shouted loudly and rushed towards another magic star. This time he set his sights on summoning the Elemental Lich and the Wings of Time Cursed. Lin Moyu was very surprised as to how these two techniques could be integrated. However, since Chaos Z made this choice, there must be some way to integrate them. Hun Dunzi once again evolved a cauldron and sucked the two magic stars into it. The familiar sound of cooking rang out again, and Hun Dunzi screamed loudly, looking extremely excited. Xiaoshu couldn't help but say, "What a fool." After becoming the Chaos Ancestral Tree, the little tree was obviously more active than before and even learned to complain. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Although it's not very reliable, at least it can still be done." Xiaoshu did not refute. No matter how unreliable he was, at least he was still doing something. Moreover, the effects of the techniques he has integrated over the years have been quite good. Before reaching the Chaos Realm, the Wings of Time Curse were not very effective. Lin Moyu believed that no spell was useless, and he even thought that once he entered the Chaos Realm, this spell might surprise him. In the end, instead of waiting for a surprise, I waited for fusion. I thought that after fusion, it would be better, or the shock would be even greater after fusion. The sound of cooking echoed in the soul world. This time the fusion was obviously easier than last time, and the sound of cooking was not as intense as last time. An hour later, the sounds of cooking became quieter and faded into the end. Hun Dunzi seemed to be tired of shouting, and his voice became softer. After a while, the fusion was completed and a magical star flew out of the pot. Hun Dunzi shouted, "Master, the fusion is complete, please take a look." Lin Moyu hummed, his soul already connected with Fa Xingqian. Wings of Chaos, manipulate the chaotic energy and transform it into wings, freely traveling through the chaos, stirring up the rules of chaos and bringing down curses. The more elements integrated into the wings of chaos, the richer the curses and the stronger the curses. Lin Moyu studied this new technique in depth. The basic function of the wings of chaos was to curse the arrival of chaotic time, and the chaotic energy was used as wings, allowing him to have extreme speed in the chaos and travel freely. The strength of the curse depends on how many elements are fused into the chaos gate. And this element comes from elemental liches. He can integrate the elemental lich into the wings of chaos, making the wings of chaos extremely powerful with no upper limit. Wow! The wings of chaos spread out, the gray wings reaching 100 meters long, stretching freely behind Lin Moyu. Light flows above the wings, time is stirred, and wherever the wings reach, time becomes extremely chaotic. If he vibrates his wings, he can release the power of chaos, causing time in a large area to fall into chaos, and the living beings in it will also become chaotic. Lin Moyu moved his mind and summoned several elemental liches he currently had, trying to integrate them into the wings of chaos. But it was unsuccessful. The wings of chaos did not accept them. What's going on? Lin Moyu looked at Hun Dunzi. Hun Dunzi said, they are not at the right level. The wings of chaos is a chaos technique, and it also uses chaos chi. No matter whether it is the Space Taoist demon or the true Fire Taoist demon, they are just Taoist demons in the realm. They copy the Great Tao in the realm, and their combat power is equivalent to that of the Master of the Great Tao. They have no chaotic energy on their bodies, and they cannot withstand the chaotic energy. Therefore, they cannot merge with the wings of chaos. Lin Moyu needs to find materials at the chaos level before they can merge with the wings of chaos. Lin Moyu nodded, I understand, but I don't think this technique is very good. Hun Dunzi said, Master, as long as you can fuse enough elements and then vibrate your wings, wherever you point will become a land of chaos. Chaos is not only chaos at the 2.8 spatial level, but also chaos at the levels of power, spirit, and soul. Chaos is a curse that kills without form and can even destroy realms. According to Chaos Z's description, the wings of chaos are extremely powerful, but it requires some prerequisites, which is to find enough materials to integrate them. The more powerful the technique, the more requirements there will be. This is actually normal. Just like the explosion of a corpse is also needed. If a suitable corpse cannot be found, this technique is useless. If he could find a strong enough corpse, Lin Moyu felt that he could blow up the great Lord of Heaven and Earth. Of course, this is just a thought and it is impossible to achieve. It is impossible to pass just locking this level. Hun Dunzi flew towards several other magic stars. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. Do you want to merge them again? Hun Dunzi stopped in front of the remaining magic stars, turned his head and said to Lin Moyu, it's not fusion, it's transformation. To free the spells from their dependence on chaos, they must undergo some initial transformations. As the Master's realm rises, further transformations can be made until they are completely free of chaos. All the techniques and powers of all practitioners come from chaos and depend on the rules within chaos. Without the energy of chaos, the combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced if relying solely on one's own strength. If one wants to deal with the Tao, one must get rid of the dependence on chaos. The Chaos Pearl contains another kind of chaos. Magic can be performed with the help of the chaotic energy in the Chaos Pearl, thus breaking free from the limitations of the Tao. But this process needs to be done little by little. It is impossible to completely get rid of the dependence on chaos all at once. If you really do this, you may attract the attention of Tao and be directly killed. The Tao sees practitioners as ants, but when an ant jumps around and causes him displeasure, he doesn't mind crushing it to death. Therefore, many things are done little by little, like boiling a frog in warm water. It is not easy to make plans under the nose of the Tao. The two previously merged spells were like this. They have completed the initial transformation and can now be driven normally using the chaotic energy. There is no difference from ordinary spells. However, when Lin Moyu needed it, he could use the Chaos Drive and the Chaos Pearl to break free from the limitations of the Tao. Chaos Child continuously spewed out his own chaotic energy, transforming the magic stars. Lin Moyu also checked his remaining spells to see how his confinement skills had improved after he was promoted to the Chaos Realm. Infinite Summoning, automatically summon undead servants in the Chaos area. The number is determined by the size of the Chaos area, and the strength is determined by the domain controlled by the Master. The creatures in the realm or chaos can be resurrected by using their true spirits, souls, corpses, and other elements to become resurrected beings. If the resurrected beings reincarnate multiple times, they will be resurrected in the strongest life. Undead servants and resurrected beings can be resurrected on the spot after death, and can be resurrected 10 times in a row. If more than 10 times, the undead servants and resurrected beings can choose to be reborn in the chaos area. It takes a certain amount of time to recover after rebirth, or they can choose to die on the spot. Undead servants and resurrected beings will automatically complete chaos, and the degree of chaos is determined by the strength of the realm. There have been some changes to the infinite summoning spell. The spell automatically summons undead servants, and the number and strength are determined by the size of the chaos area and the strength of the realm. There is no change in this. Now that he possessed 4 realms, the strength of his undead servants was determined by the strongest realm. Currently, the strength of the Great Thousand World and the 5 Worlds is comparable, and the combat power of the undead servant has reached the half-step chaos realm, which is a little short of the real chaos realm. If the sublimation technique is used, the undead servants can be infinitely close to the chaotic state, and they are in the process of chaos. Although it is only the initial stage of chaos, once it is completed, it can also greatly enhance the combat power. Trillions of undead servants have completed their initial transformation into chaos, watching the battle history that is infinitely close to the chaotic realm. Practitioners who have just entered the chaos realm have only one way to go, which is to escape. Even practitioners who have achieved a small degree of success in the chaos realm would be terrified. The key is that these undead servants cannot be killed. They can come back to life after death. They die in batches and come back to life in batches, which can make people collapse. When Chaos Sun completed the initial transformation of this technique, he also sprayed some chaotic energy into the universe, which was then transmitted from the universe to the chaotic area where the undead slaves were. In this way, the chaos of the undead servants also involves the participation of the Chaos Sun, laying the foundation for further transformation in the future. Then Hun Dunzi went on to modify other techniques, and Lin Moyu also checked with him. The magical stars of the skeleton hell underwent obvious changes after coming into contact with the chaotic energy of Chaos Child. The magical stars seemed to be melting, emitting a faint light that spread throughout the entire soul world. Countless points of light appeared in the soul world, like a sky full of stars. Then these points of light penetrated into the Chaos Ancestral Tree and spread along the World Tree to all directions. With the Chaos Ancestral Tree as the link, the skeleton hell appeared in the 4 realms respectively. Just like in the vast world, it became the place of reincarnation of the 4 realms, especially the 5 worlds domain. Originally, there was the Beast Abyss in the 5 worlds domain. The Beast Abyss was where the creatures in the domain reincarnated. Now that the skeleton hell has entered it, some minor conflicts have occurred with the Beast Abyss, causing the 5 worlds to shake continuously. The soulless beast took action immediately, using the power of rules to stabilize the realm. However, the 5 worlds are inherently flawed, and some things are always imperfect. Soulless beasts are only rule managers, and it is difficult to make up for the inherent defects. Lin Moyu could do it, but it was a delicate job that would take thousands or even millions of years to complete. Thousands of chaos fruits fell off the Chaos Ancestral Tree and quickly evolved into chaos spirits, which penetrated into the 5 worlds. The chaos spirits are transparent throughout and only as big as a fist, but as soon as they enter the 5 worlds domain, they begin to activate the rules and repair the defects. Their appearance did not arouse the vigilance of the 5 world domain rules at all. Lin Moyu moved his mind and told the soulless beasts to ignore them. Not only that, they should also cooperate with them. With the help of the spirit of chaos, the 5 worlds gradually stabilized, and Zhang Yuan also began to merge with the skeleton hell. Reincarnation is extremely important to the realm and is the cornerstone of the realm's stability. If there is no reincarnation, the realm will collapse sooner or later. During the transformation of Skeleton Hell, Chaos Child continuously spewed out Chaos Chi to support the transformation, while also integrating his own Chaos Chi into it, extending it to the diagram realm through rituals. Only after the evolution was over did Lin Moyu check the spell information. The magic has indeed undergone a qualitative change, and the former Skeleton Hell has been completely transformed. Reincarnation Hell, fusion of the 400 fundamental rules of the realm, creates a reincarnation site, serving as the foundation for the stability of the realm. Hell's evil spirits will provide strong guarantees for the smooth progress of reincarnation. Hell's evil spirits possess a natural ability to restrain reincarnators, absorbing chaotic energy and transforming into reincarnation soldiers. The Samsara Hell evolves into multiple clones, distributed across multiple realms. These multiple realms can also be connected through samsara, allowing the intercommunication of living beings and strengthening the balance of the realms. The changes in the Skeleton Hell were beyond Lin Moyu's expectations. A long time ago, this technique was his main attacking technique, and he defeated the enemies in many battles with this technique. As the realm improves, the Skeleton Hell becomes stronger and stronger. The Hell of Bones will continue to function until eternity. But no one expected that this time the Skeleton Hell would undergo a qualitative change, from an offensive spell to the cornerstone of the realm. Although it had been foreshadowed that the Skeleton Hell would become the place of reincarnation of the universe long ago, no one expected that it would completely abandon its own attacking ability and turn all its abilities into the cornerstone of the realm reincarnation. The magic star shone brightly, and eventually its appearance changed, transforming into a stone tablet several meters high, floating in the soul world. 3 large characters appeared on the stone tablet: Prison Stone. This is the true form of the reincarnation hell, through which Lin Moyu can control all the reincarnation hells. Lin Moyu had a vague feeling that the Prison Stone was the true form of the reincarnation hell, but it had only just now come to light. Entering the Chaos Realm was indeed a big change. Even the nature of the magic could change. This was indeed something Lin Moyu had not expected. However, Lin Moyu could also figure out that he just lost an offensive spell, but for the several realms, it was an additional connecting bridge. He could naturally distinguish clearly which was more important. Hun Dunzi had already gone to transform the last magic star, while Lin Moyu was staring at the Prison Stone. He was certain that the prison-suppressing stone did not appear suddenly, nor was it obtained after Chaos Child's transformation, but it had always been there. It was hidden in the magic stars and was not revealed until this moment. What made Lin Moyu make this judgment was the prison stone itself. The prison-suppressing stone exuded an ancient aura that Lin Moyu had only seen in Taiyang Suzi of the Tianchu Palace in his previous life. Taiyang Suzi also exuded the same ancient aura. Lin Moyu was very sensitive to auras and would definitely not be mistaken. The prison-suppressing stone is as old as Taiyang Suzi, so it is certain that the prison-suppressing stone was not created by Hun Dunzi, nor was it something evolved from the magic star. It has always been here, hidden in the magic star. This magic is related to the great lord of natural disasters. Lin Moyu had a definite answer in his heart. When his mind came into contact with the prison-suppressing stone, he instantly saw the reincarnation of the 4 realms. Countless living beings are circulating in the cycle of reincarnation, and the death and rebirth of living beings are repeated in each cycle of reincarnation. The wheel of reincarnation was solemn and dignified, with a low and oppressive atmosphere. Moyu looked at it for a while and then withdrew his attention. With reincarnation, the realms of all parties have indeed become more stable, and the reincarnation and hell are interconnected. The powers and creatures of the 4 realms are also communicating with each other, making them more balanced. Everything has its foreshadowing. Through observing the reincarnation hell, Lin Moyu suddenly realized that the balance between realms seems to be very important. There is also a balance gem in the Scourge Scepter. Lin Moyu seemed to understand something. Balance. It seems that even in chaos, balance is a very important rule. However, at my current level, it's too early to explore the laws of chaos. I can't rush for success. The rules of chaos belong to the world of the Great Lord, and the Chaos Realm is not qualified to explore it. For the Chaos Realm, being able to use one's own avenue to trigger the rules of chaos is already very good. It is almost impossible to explore the mysteries in the rules. Lin Moyu decisively gave up the unrealistic idea and focused his attention on the last transformed spell. Corpse Explosion detonates a corpse or debris, dealing damage equal to 5 times the corpse's life force to the targeted target or area. The larger the detonation area, the weaker the explosion will be. The power remains constant within a 1,000-mile radius. If locked onto a target, the attack will ignore all obstacles and time limits. The explosion of corpses has also changed. The conditions remain the same, but the power has been increased to 5 times the vitality of the corpse before it was alive. It is easy to kill enemies of the same level in seconds. The most important thing is that you finally don't have to lock onto a target before detonating. The corpse explosion can be used directly in a certain area, and the range is extremely wide. The power remains unchanged within a radius of 1,000 miles, and there is no difference in directly locking onto the target and attacking. Beyond 1,000 miles, the larger the range, the smaller the power. When the range exceeds 10,000 miles, the power is only half. When the distance exceeds 100,000 miles, the power is only 1/10. Such a change was a great surprise to Lin Moyu. The biggest disadvantage of corpse explosion is that it requires locking onto the enemy. In the past, we often encountered enemies that were difficult to lock onto, and we needed to cooperate with Skeleton Hell. Now that the Skeleton Hell is gone, corpse explosion has gained range attack capabilities, completely making up for this shortcoming. Hun Dun-Zi chuckled and said, "Master, the trapping method is not bad, isn't it?" Lin Moyu nodded. "The truth is simplicity. I feel like the techniques are becoming simpler and simpler. Not only are they simpler, but the number has also decreased accordingly. He used to have dozens of spells, but now there are only a few left. However, his combat power has not decreased but increased. The truth that the Great Way is simple is undoubtedly demonstrated at this moment." Hun Dun-Zi said, "The transformation of the technique is complete. Now it's time to help the master complete the chaos transformation. However, the master must remember that after completing the chaos transformation, you must quickly enter the chaos and cover the surface with the chaos chi." Lin Moyu understood that the chaos transformation created by Chaos Seed was not controlled by the Tao. If it was not covered with a layer of ordinary chaos chi, it would be discovered. This approach actually has the same effect as sealing power, because they both involve hiding and lurking. Lin Moyu laughed. "I feel like I'm a spy now." Hun Dun-Zi blurted out, "Not a spy, at most he's just lying dormant." He tilted his head and said, "Strange, why would I say that?" He didn't know why he said that. Lin Moyu knew that it was his sealed memories that were causing trouble. Hun Dun-Zi snorted softly, spewing out endless chaotic energy. Lin Moyu seemed to see a world full of chaotic energy opening up before his eyes. This was the world inside the Chaos Pearl. It was all chaos, but completely different. Lin Moyu put away his previous concealment, and the surface of his soul and body had already turned into chaos. A large amount of chaotic energy of the same origin entered a deeper level, changing the soul and body inside and out. Lin Moyu felt waves of pain. A transformation was taking place inside his soul. As the transformation progressed, waves of power were growing. He felt both pain and happiness. Once you complete the chaos transformation, you will no longer be entering the chaos realm for the first time, but will have achieved a small level of success in the chaos realm. However, while others in the chaos realm had corresponding chaos armor and chaos soldiers, he had nothing. He already understood what chaos was poisonous. If he wanted to deal with the Tao, he had to transcend chaos. Using weapons condensed from chaos to deal with the Tao was simply a joke. The chaotic energy spewed out by Hun Wozi was getting more and more. Behind Hun Wozi, a mysterious world emerged and the chaotic energy poured down like a rainstorm. Others enter the chaos, absorb the chaotic energy, and complete the chaos. Hun Dunzi simply forced the chaotic energy into Lin Moyu, and the speed of chaos was many times faster than that of others. It may take an ordinary practitioner thousands or even tens of thousands of years to complete the chaos transformation. But for Lin Moyu, even a few days or years seemed too slow. Lin Moyu absorbed the chaotic energy with all his strength, his soul switching back and forth between damage and recovery. He gained the chaotic energy in the damage and completed the chaotic transformation. Chaos gradually spread to his soul and body, from corners to the entire body. During this process, Lin Moyu's aura continued to grow stronger, giving him the ability to move freely in the chaos. As Lin Moyu gradually completed the chaos, the 5 world domains also changed. The barriers of the 5 world domains became stronger and could withstand the chaotic energy, preparing for Lin Moyu to enter the chaos with the domains. The soul-devouring spirits have all disappeared, and the realm no longer needs them. The chaotic energy is coming from all directions, and this place will soon be swallowed up by chaos. Zhulong sensed the changes in the 5 worlds and muttered to himself, "My mission is finally complete. It's time to go." He turned into a stream of light and flew into the chaos and disappeared. Note: Chaos Realm information is usually placed in the related works. In just 80 years, Lin Moyu completed his transformation into chaos, completing a journey that would take others thousands or even tens of thousands of years to complete. In order to help Lin Moyu quickly transform into chaos, he consumed a lot of chaos seeds, and he once again delved into the chaos to absorb the chaotic energy. Lin Moyu was a little puzzled. How could Hun Dunzi, with so little chaos energy, fight against the Tao? If a fight really breaks out, will chaos be able to provide enough chaos energy? Xiaoshu saw Lin Moyu's worry and said, "Don't worry, Master. His strength will grow with you. You have reached the chaos realm now, and absorbing chaos seeds in 1 year is equivalent to 1,000 years ago. Hun Dunzi has been absorbing the chaotic energy by the roots of the small tree for many years, and the small tree knows his changes best." Lin Moyu asked, "What about you?" Xiaoshu said, "I'm about the same. The stronger the master is, the stronger I will be. The little tree doesn't need to become chaotic. He originally came from chaos and adapted to chaos a long time ago. Now his countless tree roots were still absorbing strength from the chaos." Lin Moyu even speculated that if it weren't for his own limitations, the little tree might have become even stronger. It was very likely that he was holding the little tree back. After chatting with Xiaoshu for a few words, Lin Moyu entered the boat and Xiaoshu went to do other things. At this time, there were 4 realms that needed the small tree's supervision. A large number of chaos fruits evolved into chaos spirits, which adjusted the rules within these 4 realms, repaired their flaws, and made them more perfect. 223 except for the 5 worlds, which had the rule manager Wuhuan, the other realms had no manager. The chaos spirits were free to act freely without any hindrance. At the same time, the small tree continued to absorb the chaotic energy and refine the absorbed power. Today, the number of new students at Lin Moyu has increased to more than 500 and is still increasing at an alarming rate. As the saplings grow stronger, the rate of new growth will only increase faster. In the Dewey boat, Lin Moyu arrived at the palace in the central area. Behind the palace was the deepest core, and the 5th gem flew in there immediately. If you want to go in, you must refine the deliverance boat, and to refine the deliverance boat you must reach the chaos realm. The chaos realm is the foundation. Even if you reach the chaos realm, you may not be able to refine the deliverance boat. Lin Moyu passed through the palace, but was then blocked by an invisible force and could not move forward. Just a kilometer ahead of him, there was a magnificent palace. Compared with them, the palaces in the central area are like the difference between a chicken coop and a mansion. Looking from afar, the materials in any corner of the palace are all innate treasures. It seems that the entire palace is made of innate precious materials. Lin Moyu was not surprised by this. After all, there was a towering statue in front of him, which was also made of innate precious materials, so he was not surprised. Looking closely, he found that there was an invisible force between him and the magnificent palace. This force blocked his steps. It was powerful and ancient. The soul power surged wildly and rushed into the Dewey boat. A part of the Dewey boat had been refined, and the soul power soon completely enveloped this part. When Lin Moyu wanted to go further, he found that there was no way to go. In order to refine the Deliverance boat, in addition to powerful strength, one also needs to find a method of refining it. Lin Moyu searched repeatedly, his soul power going back and forth in the boat, searching every possible place, but found nothing. He was only 1,000 meters away from the palace in the core area, but it was impossible to get in. After searching inside and outside several times and still finding nothing, Lin Moyu turned his attention to the statue of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. Apart from the statue of the Great Lord of Natural Disaster, Lin Moyu couldn't find anything else. The statue's appearance was erased, just like erasing all traces of his existence. Lin Moyu couldn't understand it before, but now he can see that the power that erased the statue's appearance is very strong. The soul power gradually spread to every corner of the statue, and then penetrated towards the center of the statue. Soon Lin Moyu encountered an obstacle. An invisible barrier blocked the way of the soul power. Sure enough, the statue is the key. Lin Moyu was delighted. Having obstacles was a good thing. He was afraid of having no obstacles. Only when there are obstacles does refining become possible. If everything goes smoothly, it will be a headache. The soul power hit the barrier again, and Lin Moyu found that this barrier was very familiar, exactly the same as the barrier at the core of the Scourge Scepter. It is indeed the method of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. Lin Moyu's soul power is now much stronger than before, and the soul-turned arrow pierces it with all its strength. Bang! The soul heard a crisp sound, and the soul power passed through the barrier and went straight into the interior. A not-so-large space appeared, and a voice rang out, "You're here." Lin Moyu had heard this voice many times before, and he was very familiar with it. It was the voice of Tianzai Tianli. The Great Lord of Calamity not only left a trace of his consciousness in the Calamity Scepter, but also here, and it is estimated that there may be others. The game he set up was so huge, far beyond imagination. A dim shadow appeared before my eyes, and it looked like it might disappear at any moment. It is like a statue, its appearance cannot be seen clearly, or it may be said that it has no appearance at all. However, Lin Moyu could feel that the other party was looking at him. Lin Moyu was very polite, "Meeting you, Senior." The Great Lord of Natural Disaster said, "You are very good." Lin Moyu said, "I should say that the Senior set up the chess game well." Ha ha. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters laughed and shook his head. "You're wrong. I just set up the chessboard, but I didn't place any pieces. The outcome of the game is up to you. You should know that you are me and you are not me." Lin Moyu did not speak. He was not sure whether what the Great Lord of Natural Disasters said was true or false. I have indeed thought about this question, but I haven't got an accurate answer. Before there is a definite answer, Lin Moyu will remain skeptical of the words of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters and will not believe them completely. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters seemed to have seen through Lin Moyu's thoughts. He smiled and said, "It's normal for you to have doubts. Suspicion is a good thing. You should be like that about everything. You will naturally understand in the future that you have come here now to obtain the complete boat of salvation and the fifth gem, but you will also have to inherit the corresponding cause and effect." "Is the seeking ring in your hand?" Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment. Could the seeking cause ring also be related to the Great Lord of Natural Disasters? Wasn't this something given to him by the green robe or white robe? If it wasn't them, but something given to him by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters, then the depth of this situation would be even greater than he imagined. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters continued, "Before you completely refine the Deliverance boat and obtain the fifth gem, it's best to use the cause-seeking ring to eliminate as much cause and effect as possible. Having a result without a cause shouldn't be a difficult thing for you. The Chaos Tree can also allow you to be resurrected multiple times. I don't know how many times you will die, but it will definitely be a lot, so prepare as much as possible. What happened back then was too complicated, and the consequences were too great. Your future path won't be easy. If you don't want to follow my path, you can just be a cultivator and be inferior to him. It's actually a good choice. Lin Moyu shook his head instinctively. If there's no road ahead, I might stop. But knowing there's a road ahead and not moving forward is not who I am. The great lord of natural disasters smiled, and he was obviously very happy. Okay, in that case, I will tell you some old stories. If Lin Moyu chose to give up refining the deliverance boat and the fifth gem of the Scepter of Calamity, then the great Lord of Calamity would not talk to him about the past. Before he opened his mouth, Lin Moyu asked curiously, "Aren't you afraid that I'll give up after listening to you?" The great Lord of Natural Disasters shook his head. "You won't. I trust my own judgment. In fact, I already knew your choice before I even asked this question. In fact, you don't know. If you really give up, then you won't be recognized by the Scourge Scepter, you won't see me in the Scourge Scepter, and you won't get the bracelet." The whole experience was interconnected, and Lin Moyu realized that if he didn't perform well in any aspect, everything would change. Lin Moyu expressed helplessness about this. He seemed to have a choice, but in fact he had no choice. But no matter what, I have come this far. There is no point in thinking too much. Speak. The Great Disaster 473 said, "This matter is too ancient. One of my predecessors accidentally discovered that there is a certain wool in the chaos. That predecessor gave it a name, which I cannot reveal." Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat as he realized that the wool was the Tao. The Tao cannot be described, let alone expressed in words. It can only be represented by that person. Even so, there are risks. The great Lord of Natural Disasters continued. He went on a quest and finally found a result after spending tens of millions of years. He wrote down the result and then he passed away. This was the first great Lord of Heaven and Earth to fall in the chaos. Fortunately, he used his final thoughts to send away the things he left behind. All traces of his existence were erased. In the chaos, no one knew of his existence. Even his family and friends had forgotten he existed. Hearing this, Lin Moyu felt a little uneasy. The Tao not only killed the great Lord of Heaven and Earth, but also erased all traces of him, even changing the memories of those who knew him. This is true disappearance, leaving no trace. No, it's not that he didn't keep anything at all. He got the thing and left his thoughts in it. The great Lord of Natural Disasters continued. Later, I obtained that item, and from it I rediscovered his existence, and also understood what it meant to transcend chaos. Lin Moyu's mind raced. Did you get the Scepter of Natural Disaster? The great Lord of Natural Disaster said, in the primal chaos, there are very few things that can be hidden from that person. The Scepter of Natural Disaster is one of them. At that time, I was not yet a great lord. Lin Moyu understood that the great Lord of Natural Disasters became a natural disaster after he accidentally obtained the Natural Disaster Scepter. The Great Disaster said that senior didn't actually leave much information behind. A lot of it was just his speculation. Because he leaked some information, he brought about his own death. But this information opened a new door for us. We began to search for clues. We traveled throughout the Chaos Realm and explored every realm, not missing any mysterious place. Indeed, we discovered a lot and gained a lot. The Dewey boat was discovered at that time. The great Lord of Natural Disaster was referring to us, which also means that he is not the only one who obtained the Scepter of Natural Disaster. The green robe and white robe should also have it. The great Lord of Natural Disasters continued. Later, we became great lords, reaching the pinnacle of chaos, with no way forward. But we all know that within chaos, there is someone who treats us like ants. Do you agree? The answer is yes. Practitioners have always believed in changing one's destiny against the will of heaven. My destiny is in my own hands, not in the hands of heaven. Anyone who can become the great Lord of Heaven and Earth is a stunning figure throughout the ages and has lofty aspirations. They are no longer geniuses, but monsters who have suppressed countless geniuses. When you think you have reached the top, you realize that there is someone pressing down on you. How can you not think of a way to overturn that person? It would be fine if you didn't know, But now that you know, let's have a good fight. The great lord of natural disasters is like this, and so are the ones in green robe and white robe. The story of the great disaster venerable hasn't been finished yet. The three of us searched for a way, and finally we found a clue. That person has a flaw. So we made a plan and prepared to fight them, but just in case, I would fight alone while they stayed behind the scenes. We have considered failure and have to find a way out for ourselves after failure. Admitting defeat before the battle is not because the great lord of natural disasters is flexible, but because he knows what he is facing. I fought my way to the end and finally saw that person. I hit him and stole something from him. Speaking of this, the tone of the great lord of natural disasters suddenly became a little proud. Lin Moyu said, "I saw you before, and it seemed like you were killed instantly." The great lord of natural disaster laughed and said, "I know, that's the clone of natural disaster, there are 5 of them." At that moment, I knew that the opponent is not invincible. There is a chance, and the chance is not small. Lin Moyu asked, "The thing you stole was the Chaos Pearl, right?" The great lord of natural disasters laughed even more happily, "Very clever, not bad, really not bad." He changed the subject and said, "Okay, let's stop here. If I continue, I'll be heard. If you want to know everything, when you become a great master in the future, those 2 old men will tell you. Although you can obtain the 5th gem, you certainly can't use it now. Don't worry, because your realm is far from enough. But there is one good thing, that is, the Scourge Scepter is a treasure above chaos, and it will not be discovered. You can make good use of the Deliverance Boat, especially when traveling to dangerous places. The Deliverance Boat can help you survive disasters. I chose this name. If you don't want to be called Duozhou, you can change it to another name." The speed of the great lord of natural disasters' speech began to increase, and his cheerful tone was filled with a sense of relief. It is understandable that after guarding here for so many years, he should be asleep, but he must also be awake at times. He possessed all the memories and knew that his original body had perished long ago. The more this was known, the more difficult it became. And the wait for the future is endless. He doesn't know whether his plan will succeed. If it fails, all the countless years of waiting will be in vain. In such a situation, if it weren't for the firm determination of the great venerable Tianzai, he would have collapsed long ago. Now that I'm here, the waiting of the great lord of natural disasters has finally paid off, and my performance seems to have made him satisfied. So he was about to leave, having said everything he needed to say. He had simply told a story and had not touched upon any matters of cultivation. Lin Moyu understood that he didn't want to interfere with himself. Regardless of whether he was his reincarnation or not, he wanted to walk a path that belonged to him alone. Even if he has a plan and arrangements, they are just guidelines. The real difficulties on the road need to be overcome by yourself. Only in this way, with both cultivation and a strong heart of Tao, will one finally have the opportunity to surpass the former great lord of natural disasters, transcend chaos, and defeat that indescribable existence. All of this is difficult, and I can choose to give up at any time, but the great lord of natural disasters knows it, and I understand it too, so it is impossible to give up. I'm already halfway there, I can only go to the end. Lin Moyu saluted the great disaster venerable, "Goodbye, senior." Without saying goodbye, the great lord of natural disasters gradually faded away with loud laughter, and then a golden square tablet appeared. After waiting for countless years, the consciousness of the great lord of natural disasters finally came to an end. There was no sadness at the time of separation, but rather a sense of relief. Lin Moyu was also neither happy nor sad. He knew that the great lord of natural disasters should still have some consciousness remaining. This situation was huge, and the information was scattered and separated, like broken puzzle pieces. He needed to piece them together bit by bit. After the consciousness of the great lord of natural disasters dissipated, a square tablet half a person's height emerged, with the words Dui, deliverance from evil, written on it. This is the core of the Dui boat. As long as you refine this tablet, you can gain full control of the Dui boat and become the owner of the Dui boat. If you don't want to call it the Dewey Boat anymore, changing the name is up to Lin Moyu's wishes. The soul fell into the square monument and began to be refined. This process was not difficult for Lin Moyu. With the Chaos Ancestral Tree supporting him, he did not have to worry about whether his soul power would be exhausted. 10 times of Avenue Sublimation, purifying the soul time and time again, allowing the soul's essence to be enhanced, and its benefits are undoubtedly revealed at this moment. In just 100 days, the Deliverance Boat was refined. At this moment, Lin Moyu learned all the information about the Dewey Boat and finally knew what level of treasure the Dewey Boat was. It is one of the 12 Chaos Extreme Realm treasures. Among the treasures in the Chaos Realm, there are roughly 3 levels: low, high, and extreme. Among them, the low and high levels, some are innate, while others are artificially refined. But the treasures of the Extreme Realm are different. The treasures of the Extreme Realm of Chaos are all born from chaos and cannot be refined by humans. This is the case with the Dewey Boat. It was born from chaos, but it was not in this form at first. Later, someone changed it into this form. If Lin Moyu wanted, he could also change his form, but it would take a lot of time, and Lin Moyu was too lazy to do it. The Scourge Scepter is a treasure that transcends chaos, and the Fairy Boat is a treasure from the Chaos Extreme. Both of these are things it cannot destroy, and the Scourge Scepter can even pose a threat to it. It seems that this is the limit of its capabilities. It may exceed a little, but not by much. The Chaos Pearl should also be a treasure from the Chaos Realm. It wants to obtain the Chaos Pearl to make up for its own shortcomings. Lin Moyu pondered in his mind and found that what the Great Lord of Natural Disasters said was right. The Tao was not invincible, and he had every hope. Even the Great Lord of Natural Disaster had a chance at that time, but he failed. But all this is too early for me. With a thought, Lin Moyu appeared in the palace in the core area of the Dewey Boat. The palace is nameless and extremely exquisite and gorgeous, but correspondingly, there are many damages in the exquisiteness. The Dewey Boat had obviously been through a great battle, and a huge force poured into it, causing some damage here. At the same time, this force also damaged the body of the Dewey Boat, which caused some defects in the Dewey Boat itself. In the same way, the 5th generation Tianchu Palace Master was able to infiltrate the chaotic energy at that time. If the Dewey Boat was in intact condition, he would not have had the chance. The palace was littered with decorations, each of which could be considered a valuable treasure. At least the materials are all in the Chaos Realm. If you use them to refine weapons, you can get a lot of good things. When the Dewey Boat was born from chaos, there should have been nothing inside. Later it was obtained by someone, and its form was changed into a boat for saving people from misfortune. Things inside it were also added to it by later people, including statues, palaces, and so on. Lin Moyu had no interest in these materials, nor did he appreciate them. With a loud bang, the beauty of chaos suddenly unfolded. The wings of chaos flapped slowly, stirring up a breeze with flames blazing in it. The scattered treasures were blown by the wind and immediately caught fire. They melted in the flames at an extremely slow speed, and were pulled by an invisible force and merged into the chaotic world. The complex patterns on the wings of chaos lit up, as if replenishing its strength. Lin Moyu could feel that the wings of chaos were gradually becoming stronger. These Chaos Realm materials could be integrated with the wings of chaos to enhance their power. Just a moment later, the palace turned into a sea of fire, and everything that could be refined was burning. However, the entire palace was not affected. This palace was moved in after being refined by the Great Lord of Natural Disaster. It was a high-level treasure of chaos, and the wings of chaos could not refine it. In addition, there are several other treasures that are also like this. With the current power of the wings of chaos, it can only refine and fuse low-level chaos treasure materials. Lin Moyu was already very satisfied with this. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters had left him a considerable fortune. Otherwise, these chaos treasures would be difficult to find. Suddenly, the corners of Lin Moyu's mouth twitched involuntarily. Could he have predicted this as well? It seems unlikely when you think about it. If he could even calculate the magic he possesses, Lin Moyu feels that the great lord of natural disasters should not have lost back then. The refining is still going on and the flame is burning fiercely. This requires a process and cannot be rushed. Lin Moyu came to the deepest part of the palace, where there was a huge gap. The gap was as ferocious as the mouth of a man-eating beast. Countless cracks spread in all directions until they disappeared into the void. This gap is where the Dewey boat was damaged. Even the great Lord of Heaven and Earth might not be able to destroy a treasure from the Chaos Realm. The murderer will naturally surface. Countless years have passed, and the gap still has the remnants of the great battle. Lin Moyu carefully senses it and can feel the terrifying power that transcends everything. Lin Moyu felt shocked again. That level of power could not be erased even after countless years. Just as Lin Moyu was observing, a faint light flickered in the gap, and the remaining power in it suddenly condensed to form a point of light. The remaining power of the Tao, after countless years of grinding, did not completely dissipate, but instead gave rise to obsession. Lin Moyu's arrival awakened it, and the light spot was rapidly strengthening, becoming hostile towards Lin Moyu. Without thinking, Lin Moyu took out the Scourge Scepter and smashed it down. With a bang, the light spot was smashed to pieces. Facing the Calamity Scepter, even the remaining power of the Tao could not cause any waves. Lin Moyu observed the breach for a while and determined that the Dewey boat was difficult to repair. This treasure from the Chaos Realm was naturally nurtured by chaos. Although it was powerful, once damaged, it was almost impossible to repair it. Although it was damaged, the Dewey boat was still a defensive treasure. As long as you hid inside it, even the great masters of heaven and earth would find it difficult to hurt you. It was still the best choice to save your life. However, Lin Moyu had another idea. If his wings of chaos were strong enough, he could refine the deliverance boat together with it. Perhaps he himself has the ability to use the boat to cross the sea. It would be a blessing from heaven and earth if he had it instead of relying on external things. If this can be done, the damage to the Dewey boat will not be a big deal. Lin Moyu turned his head and looked at the top of the palace, where the fifth gem belonging to the Scepter of Scourge was emitting a gray light. Lin Moyu flew over and handed over the disaster-removing scepter. The Scourge Scepter shone brightly, and the 4 gems on it also emitted a dim glow, enveloping the 5th gem. Return to your place. Following Lin Moyu's low voice, the 5th gem flew into the Scourge Scepter and returned to its original position. In an instant, the Scourge Scepter blazed with dazzling light, illuminating the entire palace. There was a friction sound from the Scepter of Scourge, and the positions of the 5 gems began to change. Originally, the 5 gems were in a ring shape, forming a circle. Now the 5 gems have changed their positions. The 4 gems of Soul, Element, Balance and Realm are located at the top, bottom, left and right respectively, while the 5th gem has come to the middle. It seems to have become the ruler among the gems, and the other gems exist around it. After the gems changed their positions, the glow of the Scourge Scepter faded. Apart from the changes in the positions of the 5 gems, the Scourge Scepter appeared to have no other changes. Lin Moyu tried to check the core area inside the Scourge Scepter, but it was still closed. With the return of the 5th gem, the independent space in the core area became more stable and powerful. The barrier was so solid that Lin Moyu felt he couldn't get in even if he tried his best. He knew that before he became the great Lord of Heaven and Earth, it would be impossible to open this independent space again, and the power sealed in it would be impossible for him to return. Through the level of the Scepter of Natural Disaster, this is enough to get through. But in this way, if I encounter danger, I will not be able to reach my peak state to deal with it. My own ability to survive has weakened. Don't dwell on this problem too much. There is no point in dwelling on problems that cannot be solved. Lin Moyu began to examine the 5th gem. This gem, located in the center and clearly in a dominant position, exuded a grayish aura and was not at all noticeable. When the soul power touched it, Lin Moyu's expression suddenly changed. The cause-seeking ring appears in your hand, activating the effect without cause. Cut off the past karma. Lin Moyu let out a low roar, and the backlash force surged, shattering his soul and body. Purple light flashed, and the recently dead Lin Moyu was resurrected in the purple light, and then shattered again. At the same time, huge causes and effects attacked from all directions. The cause-seeking ring sparkled and absorbed the causes and effects, while turning into backlash and falling on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu died again and again, and was reborn again and again, in an endless cycle. The great Lord of Natural Disasters had said before that the Boat of Destiny and the fifth gem both carried huge and ancient causes and effects. Once you accept them, the cause will follow. Using the cause-seeking ring can avoid these causes and effects, but using the cause-seeking ring will also require enduring the backlash. Even Lin Moyu's soul and body, which have already become chaotic, will be crushed by the backlash in the face of such a huge and ancient cause and effect. The Seeking Cause ring is a treasure from the extreme realm of chaos, on the same level as the Deliverance boat, and its power is unimaginable. The words of the great Lord of Natural Disasters were not exaggerated at all. Lin Moyu had just felt a huge amount of karma penetrating time and rushing towards him. These karmas were shackles and disasters, and he should not accept them. One can only rely on finding the cause and effect and breaking it, but the result is to endure huge backlash. Wave after wave of backlash, repeated resurrection from the dead. Once it starts, there is no turning back. In the blink of an eye, Lin Moyu had died more than 50 times. If it was before the Chaos Realm, he would have been dead by now. Fortunately, after the Chaos Realm, the World Tree transformed into the Chaos Ancestral Tree, and the number of new births increased significantly. Now, even if he died 200 or 300 times, Moyu still felt that he could bear it. He looked indifferent, feeling the cause and effect between life and death. The vast amount of cause and effect was absorbed by the cause-seeking loop and did not fall on himself. Life and death continued. Lin Moyu's thoughts were passed on to the small tree, and the small tree seized the time to absorb the chaotic energy and refine it into the number of times Lin Moyu was reborn. Lin Moyu believed that before the number of new births was used up, he would be able to absorb all the ancient causes and effects. He had long been accustomed to life and death, and even between life and death, Lin Moyu still had the leisure to think. The great Lord of Natural Disasters should know that I possess the Chaos Ancestral Tree, and should also know that the Chaos Ancestral Tree will mutate when it reaches the Chaos Realm. If that's the case, then the Chaos Ancestral Tree should also be one of the mains left behind by the great Lord of Natural Disasters. This is true for magic, this is true for Chaos Child, and even for the little tree. Lin Moyu had a feeling that no matter how hard he fought all the way, he still couldn't escape the trap set by the Natural Disaster Lord. Great Master, are you all so good at calculating? Lin Moyu murmured in his heart. This plot that spanned countless years was ultimately just to cultivate a being worthy enough to be the enemy of the Tao. Because the great Lord of Natural Disasters was not sure whether he could truly defeat the Tao, he was only pursuing that slim possibility. Death and rebirth are still continuing, and the number of rebirths accumulated by the Chaos Ancestral Tree is being consumed rapidly. The speed of refining the chaotic energy is far behind the speed of consumption. Lin Moyu was not panicked. He was confident that the backlash would end before the number of new students was exhausted. And with this experience, he will no longer have to worry about cause and effect. As long as you can accumulate enough rebirths, you can withstand any amount of cause and effect. It's just a matter of dying a few more times. After dying a full 500 times, when the number of rebirths was less than 30, the backlash finally stopped. The ancient cause and effect carried by the Deliverance boat and the fifth gemstone were finally consumed. This was the cause and effect between them and the Tao, and it was indeed not easy to consume it completely. In this way, the two are clear of the Tao, and even the Tao cannot cause trouble for them through cause and effect. It's finally over. I can finally take a closer look at what the gem is. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. Although he remained calm, if he continued to die, he might really die. Not being afraid of death doesn't mean you want to die. He once again exposed his soul power to the fifth gem, and a gray light flashed on the gem, and Lin Moyu let out a light exclamation. There was no information at all. The soul power seemed to fall into cotton. There was nothing. Do I need to refine it further? Lin Moyu increased his soul power output, and the fifth gem continued to absorb soul power, but there was still no reaction. Finally, after Lin Moyu had been continuously outputting energy for several days, the gray light on the gem suddenly became a little stronger, and then a powerful force rebounded back, abruptly cutting off Lin Moyu's soul power. Rejected. Lin Moyu was stunned. He clearly felt a will cutting off his soul power. It feels like a naughty child telling himself, "I'm full, don't eat anymore." At the same time, this naughty kid looked down on himself and thought his soul power was not tasty enough. Lin Moyu was at a loss for words, Li Nuheo, as he was still disgusted by the fact that the man had consumed so much of his soul power. At the same time, he also realized that there was a spirit in the scepter of disaster. Come to think of it, how could such a treasure that transcends chaos not have a spirit? This spirit has been hidden in the fifth gem until now. Lin Moyu's soul power tried to probe in again, wanting to communicate with it, but the body spirit in the gem ignored him completely. Time and again, Lin Moyu was very patient and repeatedly used his soul power to explore it. The soul power intertwined into a divine symbol, increasing its strength, just like knocking on a door, knocking nonstop. Finally, the naughty kid inside the door got annoyed by the noise and shouted, "Stop it! You are not qualified to talk to me now." There was a hint of a child's immature pride in his words. This spirit weapon, which had existed for who knows how many years, seemed to have not matured mentally. Lin Moyu asked, "When will I be eligible?" The naughty kid shouted, "Wait until you become a great master." He had died so many times and had gone to great lengths to obtain the fifth gem and restore the scepter of Scourge, but in the end all he got was this sentence. Lin Moyu was speechless for a moment. The scepter of Scourge is indeed very powerful, of an extremely high level, surpassing chaos. It is the most powerful treasure known to date, bar none. The more powerful the treasure, the more powerful the force required to drive it. I have just entered the Chaos Realm, barely reaching the small success stage of the Chaos Realm. To drive such a treasure, I am not really qualified. He could accept all of this, but the arrogant tone of this naughty child spirit made Lin Moyu feel very uncomfortable. Even if you are the Scourge Scepter, I am the master now. You should put yourself in your proper place. Lin Moyu's thoughts were transmitted, but all he got in return was a light hum. The naughty child spirit seemed to be saying, "I won't do that, what can you do to me?" Lin Moyu smiled slightly, "How about?" With a thought, the power in the Dewey boat was activated. Now he was the master of the Dewey boat and could fully control the power in the Dewey boat. The palace was instantly filled with restrictions. Lin Moyu waved his hand, and countless talismans flew out, forming a huge formation. The Chaos Ancestral Tree responded and emerged. The small tree evolved into a clone and became the center of the formation. Then he threw the scepter of Scourge into the formation, fixing it there, and the fire of Burning World followed, drilling into the fifth gem. With the help of the formation, the world-burning fire became much stronger, but it was definitely impossible to defeat it with just this. But it doesn't matter. Lin Moyu has plenty of patience. If burning it for 1 or 2 years doesn't work, then he will burn it for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The soul power turned into a sharp arrow, and with the help of the fire of burning the world, it drilled into the fifth gem. "You're full, aren't you? I'll keep stuffing you with food. I'll kill you." Lin Moyu wants to let the children know who is the master. Sure enough, after a while, the naughty child spirit shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Stop it!" The soul power was cut off again, but in the next breath, stronger soul power surged in, and Moyu continued to force it in. The fire of Burning World also played a role. It had a miraculous effect on the spirit of the weapon. Even if it didn't burn you, it wouldn't make you feel good. Several other gems lit up, and the naughty child spirit wanted to transfer the soul power that it could not absorb to other gems, especially the soul gem, which could absorb a large amount of soul power. Lin Moyu moved his mind, and several divine runes flew out and landed on the Calamity Scepter, cutting off the soul's historical path. The soul power cannot escape and is still sealed in the fifth gem. The current formation of the Calamity Scepter is similar to the formation in its core. Lin Moyu has studied this formation for many years and is quite familiar with it, so he can do this. The naughty kid was obviously angry and screamed, "Stop it! What are you doing?" This time it was Lin Moyu's turn to ignore it and continue injecting soul power. The Calamity Scepter continued to vibrate, trying to escape from Lin Moyu's grasp, but was firmly clamped by the formation. The branches were wrapped around the Scourge Scepter, leaving it no chance to escape. The Scourge Scepter is very powerful, but now its owner is Lin Moyu, and even the spirit of the weapon cannot fully control the Scourge Scepter. Over the years, Lin Moyu's power has long since permeated the Scourge Scepter. Finally, the naughty kid started begging for mercy. "Stop, I'm really full and can't eat anymore." Lin Moyu snorted coldly and continued to inject soul power. The naughty child seemed to be about to cry. "Please stop for a moment, talk it over nicely, and don't come again." Lin Moyu whispered, "If you say stop, then stop. I won't lose face." The naughty boy said, "You can't bully me like this, even if you are the master." As expected, he is still a child, his mind is completely immature. If this happened to other living beings, it would seem very abnormal, but if it happened to an artifact spirit, it would be normal. The mind of an artifact spirit is often determined at birth and does not necessarily change over time. The kind of weapon spirits that can continue to grow only account for a very small part. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Do you acknowledge me as your master now?" The naughty kid shouted, "You were originally the master, but you were too weak." Lin Moyu said, "Then tell me first, what is the use of the fifth gem?" The naughty boy hesitated for a moment, and finally replied, "This gem is called Hongming." Hongming? Lin Moyu couldn't understand the function of the gem from its name, and continued to ask, "What is the use of the Hongming gem?" The naughty child said, "This is very complicated, and I can't tell you. Only you can see it yourself, master. But you can only see it when you become the great Lord of heaven and earth. You can't see it now." Maybe because his soul power was too strong, the naughty boy's attitude improved a lot. Lin Moyu also gradually withdrew his soul power. "If you had spoken to me like this from the beginning, this wouldn't have happened. After all, he is the spirit of the Scourge Scepter, so Lin Moyu would not go too far. His main purpose was to scare him." The naughty kid was obviously relieved. "I just woke up, and your strength is really not that good. The last time the guy got me, he was already at the perfection of the Chaos Realm, and soon became a great lord of heaven and earth. And the guy before that was already a great lord of heaven and earth. The last master he mentioned was the great lord of natural disasters. The guy before that was the great lord of heaven and earth whose every trace of existence was wiped out by the Tao. The annihilation of the Tao could not affect the naughty child in the scepter of natural disaster, so he knew it very well. Lin Moyu put away the formation and took the Scourge Scepter back in his hand. "Can you come out?" The naughty boy said, "No, I'll be in big trouble if I come out." Lin Moyu wondered, what kind of trouble will there be? The naughty kid said, "It's hard to explain in detail, so you'll have to see for yourself when the time comes." Lin Moyu heard that it was not that he was unwilling to say it, but that he could not say it. It seems that he also has many limitations, and a lot of information cannot be expressed verbally, so you can only see it yourself. Lin Moyu asked, "I want to know what happened before, can I see it now?" The naughty kid hesitated again, and finally said timidly, "Then you see it, don't tell anyone, otherwise you will be in big trouble. That guy will not let you go. And if I am caught by that guy, the trouble will be even greater." Lin Moyu naturally understood the reason. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." The soul power probed again, this time just a trace, and the Hongming gem lit up with a buzz. And Lin Moyu suddenly saw an ancient scene that had been submerged for countless years and was difficult to find even in the long river of time. Lin Moyu did not believe everything that the great lord of natural disasters said. He preferred to believe what he saw with his own eyes. And everything is related to the Scourge Scepter. Since there is a spirit in the Scourge Scepter, everything that happened in the past should be recorded in it. Lin Moyu estimated that the Great Lord of Natural Disaster also knew this and knew that he would check it through the Natural Disaster Scepter. If he can't even calculate this, then he has no right to make plans. His consciousness was immersed in the ancient atmosphere, as if he had entered an ancient era. The chaos of today was completely different. That was an era many years ago, when chaos did not seem so powerful. The mist dissipated, revealing a towering figure standing in the midst of the chaos. The scepter of calamity was clutched in its hand. All 5 gems, except the primordial gem, glowed faintly, and a realm flickered behind it. A figure from the ancient chaos, powerful and majestic, a great master of heaven and earth. But he had no appearance, and the moment Lin Moyu saw him, she had forgotten him. The power of Tao was so strong that it wiped out all traces of the other party's existence. However, it cannot erase the information recorded in the Scepter of Calamity, but after reading it, it cannot remember it. This is the Tao, which can influence people's thinking, crush their hearts, and shatter their souls. Lin Moyu once again experienced it firsthand, its horror. He held the Scepter of Natural Disaster in his hand, and his voice resounded throughout the chaos. So, in the chaos, there actually exists such a being. That's fine. I thought there was no way forward, but it seems that's not the case. I have fought against heaven and earth, and now I have another target. Let me see how strong you are and whether you are worthy enough to be my opponent. As he finished speaking, he swung the Scepter of Calamity, breaking through the void, crushing the fog, and the chaotic energy retreated. In the shattered void, a giant eye of the sun slowly emerged. He immediately transformed into a giant thousands of miles away and swung the Scepter of Natural Disaster to smash it over. But the next second, his body shattered, and his flesh and blood flew billions of miles away, drifting in the chaos. The flesh and blood of the Great Master contained infinite power. It combined with chaos and exploded again, and actually began to evolve the realm of heaven and earth. That person was reborn in flesh and blood, holding the Scepter of Calamity in his hand again. His aura was far weaker than before, and he was even about to fall from the level of a great venerable. Although she couldn't see his expression, Lin Moyu could feel that he was filled with fear. At this moment, the giant eye came in front of him as if teleporting, and he immediately threw out the Scourge Scepter. The Scourge Scepter cut through the void and disappeared, and he was shattered into pieces at the same time. A powerful great master of heaven and earth died before the eyes of the Tao, like an ant. Moreover, all traces of his existence have disappeared. Even his relatives and friends will not remember him. It is as if he had never existed. The scene jumped, and the ancient atmosphere dissipated a lot, from which it can be judged that a lot of time has passed. Someone appeared again, and the Scepter of Scourge fell into his hands. Compared to the former Great Master, his aura is much weaker. Lin Moyu knew that he was the future Great Lord of Natural Disasters. When he obtained the Natural Disaster Scepter, he had not yet become a Great Lord. The great power of natural disaster received the information left by the Great Lord from the scepter. He seemed to realize something, but did not dare to say it out loud. He found 2 of his friends and shared the matter with them. The way they shared was very strange. They couldn't explain it, they just showed the Scepter of Scourge to each other. Moreover, they communicated through the Scepter of Scourge. The 2 friends of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters were the Green Robe and the White Robe. They were not great lords at that time. Lin Moyu was not aware of what the 3 of them discussed, and it was probably erased on the spot without leaving any trace, and even Ling did not write it down. Later, the 3 of them began to explore in the chaos. There were many mysterious places in the chaos. The 3 of them traveled everywhere and had many adventures. Finally, all 3 of them became great masters of heaven and earth, and their strength increased greatly. But the 3 did not stop. They separated and continued to explore in the chaos. In addition, the Great Lord of Natural Disasters did many things that Lin Moyu could not understand. Each thing seemed to have nothing special, but seemed to have a deep meaning. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters has a follower. No one knows what his relationship with him is, but he always follows behind the great lord of natural disasters and is very loyal. Lin Moyu realized that this follower was Tiank Suzi. Tiank Suzi followed the great lord of natural disasters around, did a lot of things, and eventually became a powerful man who had reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm. During this process, the great lord of natural disasters obtained several top treasures, and the deliverance boat was one of them. At that time, the deliverance boat was just a round bead. The great lord of natural disasters refined it and changed it into its current appearance through his own thoughts. The great lord of natural disasters put all that he had obtained into the boat of salvation and built this palace and his own statue. Finally, countless years later, the great lord of natural disasters brought Tiank Suzi and the two men in green and white robes together again. After they discussed it for a while, they officially started to act. The great lord of natural disasters obviously has a deeper control over the natural disaster scepter, and his combat power is also greater than that of the previous great lord. If there is any difference between them, the great lord of natural disasters has obviously reached the pinnacle of the realm of the great lord of heaven and earth, and there is no room for improvement. In fact, the great master who was wiped out still had room for improvement, but he himself was not aware of it. In other words, he was too anxious, otherwise he wouldn't have died so quickly. The Scourge Scepter is a supreme treasure, and a treasure that transcends chaos. If one challenges the Tao without reaching the ultimate strength and fully controlling the Scourge Scepter, it would be strange if one does not die. The great lord of natural disasters was obviously much more cautious. He had made preparations for many years, and it seemed that everything was going according to plan. Requesting flowers 0. The men in green robe, white robe and Tiank Suzi all retreated, and only the great lord of natural disasters was left to do this. He waved the scepter of Scourge, and the 4 gems of Soul, Balance, Element, and Realm sparkled, splitting into 4 clones. Only the Hongming gem did not move, and Moyu didn't know why. The 4 clones also held the Calamity Scepter, but their Calamity Scepters were also clones, not as powerful as the original, and there was no Hongming gem on them. The great lord of natural disasters fought his way to the end of the chaos, and like the great lord before him, he shattered the chaos and brought out the Tao. When the huge eye appeared, Tiantianzin took the initiative to attack. The power of Tao was once again demonstrated, and it was difficult for the great lord of natural disasters to get close to him, but his fighting style also exceeded Tao's expectations. He used himself as bait and blew himself up on his own initiative. With the help of the power of the explosion, he smashed the Scepter of Calamity across the sky. The 4 clones self-destructed, and the Scepter of Calamity smashed into the eyes with devastating force. The eye was cracked and something fell out. Chaos Pearl. It turns out that the Chaos Pearl was indeed stolen by the great lord of natural disasters. Lin Moyu recognized at a glance that the thing that was smashed out of his eyes was the Chaos Pearl. The real body of the great lord of natural disasters came in the boat of salvation, snatched away the Chaos Pearl in front of his eyes, and hit him hard with the real body of the lord of natural disasters. His eyes were injured, and thousands of rays of light shot out and hit the boat. The Dewey boat was blown away, the hull was damaged, and the great disaster master inside was severely injured. Because of the existence of the Dewey boat, Tao was unable to kill the great lord of natural disasters instantly, and it also gave the great lord of natural disasters an opportunity. The great lord of natural disaster threw the Chaos Pearl, the natural disaster scepter, and the boat of misfortune into the chaos. At the same time, he faced the Tao calmly. He knew he could not escape, so he simply did not escape. Lin Moyu had seen the final scene before, where the great lord of natural disaster was killed instantly. It's not that the great lord of natural disasters didn't fight before. On the contrary, he injured Tao, but he still lost in the end. But he got a lot of information from it. Tao tried to kill the great lord of natural disasters, but it seemed that some accidents occurred during the process and he failed to kill him successfully. Lin Moyu guessed that it might be because it was also injured. At least some of the plans made by the great lord of natural disasters have continued to this day. The image before him faded, and his mind returned. Lin Moyu let out a long breath. This is so difficult. After reading the past stories, many details are missing. After all, it is impossible for the great Lord of Calamity to hold the scepter of Calamity in his hand all the time. When the Scourge scepter was put away, he could no longer remember what was happening in the outside world. Those details are all part of the plan of the great Lord of Natural Disasters. They can be said to be important, but they are also not important at all. I am him, and yet I am not him. His plan may be useful to him, or it may not be useful to him. The great Lord of Natural Disasters anticipated his own failure. He had attempted this at the cost of his own life, finding the Tao's weakness and forcibly snatching the Chaos Pearl from the Tao. To the great Lord of Natural Disasters, he had already succeeded. Even the Tao could not completely erase all traces of the existence of the great Lord of Natural Disasters, just like it had erased that great Lord. Perhaps some of it was erased, but a lot was left. Lin Moyu looked at the Calamity Scepter in his hand, the last 537th piece of Hongming gem, which even the Calamity Great Venerable could hardly use, let alone himself. At least that's the case now. When I become a Great Venerable, can I unleash all the power of the Scepter of Calamity? Lin Moyu tried to ask the spirit of the naughty child. The naughty child spirit didn't hesitate this time. There was a hint of pride in his tone, not enough, still a little short. What's missing? Lin Moyu asked immediately. In fact, before asking this question, I already had the answer in my heart. After all, the great Lord of Natural Disasters is the best example. The naughty child spirit said, I can't tell you. You need to figure it out for yourself. His answer was firm and decisive. Lin Moyu knew there was no need to ask further questions, as there would be no answer if he did. As for having to figure it out on one's own, Lin Moyu does not accept this answer. After thinking about it, he changed his angle and asked indirectly, has the great Lord of Natural Disasters realized it? The naughty child spirit said, he realized it, but it was too late. This answer reveals a lot of information. It's too late. How could it be too late? The great Lord of Natural Disasters has been accurate and planning for countless years, so how could he be too late? If it really doesn't work, he can just wait another tens of millions of years. The great Lord of Natural Disasters has plenty of patience. So it's too late. There is only one possibility, that is, some things can no longer be changed. But for an existence like the great Lord of Natural Disasters, there are very few things that cannot be changed. Lin Moyu instantly thought of one thing, that is, the realm. If you want to become a great master, you must first reach perfection in the Chaos realm. If one wants to achieve perfection in the Chaos realm, one must have an extremely powerful realm. If your own realm is not strong enough, you must find a way to strengthen it. The best way is to absorb the power of other realms. There is no doubt that the realm of the great Lord of Natural Disasters must be powerful, and this is also the basis for him to become a great lord. But at the same time, after becoming a great venerable, the strength of one's own realm has been determined. Therefore, the great venerable will not focus on a certain realm and make plans accordingly. Because the great lords have reached the peak of chaos, they overlook the chaos. The realms in chaos, the struggles between the creatures in the realms, and the wars in the chaos realm are all like children playing house to them. The great masters have great magical powers and are almost omnipotent. Only the personal realm cannot be changed, which is something that the great venerable cannot do. The great Lord of Natural Disasters realized it and knew how to use the Hongming gem and how to unleash all the power of the Natural Disaster Scepter. But it was too late, because his realm had already been fixed and could no longer be changed. He began to plan, cooperating with the two men in blue and white robes. Tang Suzi evolved the Tianqiu land, a realm seed evolving from generation to generation. Lin Moyu understood that the path he was taking was actually the path that the great Lord of Natural Disasters wanted him to take. But he won't say it explicitly, and he will also leave it in a riddle, so you need to figure it out yourself. Just like comprehending the great Tao, the great Lord of Natural Disasters only gave some guidance but no answers. Lin Moyu found the answer himself. Taking himself as an example, he now has 4 realms, and in the land of Tianqiu, there are 4 realms from 1 to 4 generations. Adding to that the Tianqiu land itself, he could own at most a few realms. If I could cultivate all 9 realms, the 9 realms would become one. It just corresponds to the 10 sublimations of his own sublimation avenue. Control the 9 realms, and then combine the 9 realms into one, breaking the limit of numbers, and controlling the disaster scepter with the power of breaking the limit. Lin Moyu's mind was as clear as a mirror. He had completely figured this out and knew what path he should take in the future. This point is too important. If you don't understand it, everything will become confusing. If one's mind is not clear about the Tao, the road ahead will not only be difficult but also easy to go wrong. Some mistakes can be made up for, but some mistakes cannot be regretted. One wrong step can lead to eternal damnation. This was the case with the great lord of natural disasters. He realized it, but it was already too late. Not only he couldn't do it, but the blue robe and white robe couldn't do it either, so he could only make plans and seek other methods. Lin Moyu muttered to himself, in that battle, he knew he would die, but he still fought, seeking a way out of the situation he had set for himself. The great master's heart is truly incomparable to that of an ordinary person. He seeks a way out by dying. I admire him. I hope I can follow the path you have found, surpass you, and go further. After saying this, Lin Moyu once again communicated with the Hongming gem through his mind. Thank you. The naughty child spirit murmured, don't be polite. You seem quite good. You can come to me again if you need anything in the future. But don't force so much soul power into me again. I can't handle it. Lin Moyu asked curiously, don't you need soul power? The naughty kid said, soul power is just a snack for me, it's not a necessity. Besides, snacks have to taste good. Your soul power level is too low. If you eat too much, it feels like eating shit. Anyway, don't give me soul power unless I ask you for it. Lin Moyu felt like he was being deeply looked down upon. He had just had a good impression of this guy, but now he had lost all his good impression of him. Lin Moyu chuckled coldly, you should learn how to speak. The naughty kid stopped moving and ignored Lin Moyu. The relationship between them seemed to have cooled down again. Lin Moyu put away the scourge scepter. The flames in the palace were still burning, and a large amount of Chaos Realm materials were being refined and integrated into the Wings of Chaos. The Wings of Chaos were like an insatiable glutton, devouring various elements mouthful by mouthful, becoming stronger and stronger. After passing through the Wings of Chaos, all elements will transform into a catastrophic force, disrupting order and breaking rules. This is an absolutely destructive technique that can kill people and destroy the world. Lin Moyu's gaze fell on the statue in the central area. The statue was of the great lord of natural disaster, but its features had been erased. It was not the Tao that erased it. The Tao at that time was injured and no longer had the ability to erase it. The statue's appearance was erased on his own initiative by the great lord of natural disasters. It was unknown what method the great lord of natural disasters used to erase some traces of his own existence. He couldn't erase everything like the Tao, but he erased everything that could be erased. This included most of his own karma. As a result, even when the Tao regained consciousness, it would be difficult to trace his various schemes through karma. And Qing Pao, Bai Pao and Tiang Suzi, who conspired with him, can also be safe. Regarding this, Lin Moyu can only express admiration. With a thought, the statue slowly collapsed and turned into powder and dissipated. Lin Moyu personally erased the last trace of the great lord of natural disasters in the deliverance boat. He believed that this was also what the great lord of natural disasters wanted to do himself. Forget the past, you are him, and you are not him. The great lord of natural disasters has already found the direction for the path he will take today, but in the end, he still has to walk it on his own. Even if he really was the reincarnation of the great lord of natural disasters, he would be a completely new self, not the former great lord of natural disasters. Lin Moyu's mind swept through the Dewey boat. There were some objects here that the great lord of natural disasters had moved in. The Wings of Chaos rolled up wind and fire, refining all that could be refined, and erasing all traces of those that could not be refined. The reason for doing this is that Lin Moyu is telling his Tao heart that he is a new and independent self. After hundreds of days in the Deliverance boat, the Wings of Chaos finally refined all the Chaos Realm materials and treasures that could be refined, and the Wings of Chaos became at least dozens of times stronger. Now, the Wings of Chaos only need to vibrate slightly to stir up endless wind and fire. The wind and fire contain extremely chaotic power, which can be transformed into endless curses. Lin Moyu left the boat and came to the void outside the realm. The Wings of Chaos vibrated, and the wind was extinguished. Little elf-like creatures flew out from the wind and fire. They looked 90% similar to elemental liches, and each elf had its own unique power. When all the powers intertwined together, the rules of large areas were broken up and became chaotic. The Lord of the Great Tao will be torn into pieces by the Chaos Curse, and even if he exists forever, he will not be able to last long. Of course, the eternal beings are no match for the current Lin Moyu, and their undead servants can kill them. But we cannot conclude that the Wings of Chaos are too weak. This is a spell with unlimited potential. As long as it can be integrated with enough Chaos Realm materials, it can become infinitely stronger. Lin Moyu does not value its present, but its future. If it could become strong enough, it might be able to play a miraculous role in fighting against the Tao. It is like a baby that has not yet grown up and needs its own feeding in order to thrive. After briefly testing the Wings of Chaos and finding the results satisfactory, Lin Moyu looked towards the deepest part of the realm. His gaze penetrated the boundary between reality and illusion and reached the bottom of the beast abyss. As if sensing Lin Moyu's gaze, the giant whale guarding the gate at the bottom of the yellow spring shuddered violently, and its huge body lay on the ground, not daring to move. The next moment, Lin Moyu appeared in front of him. After becoming the master of the realm, Lin Moyu can reach any place in the entire realm as long as he thinks about it. He can even create tens of millions of clones with a single thought, appearing in various places at the same time. Lin Moyu naturally exuded the pressure of a domain master. The giant whale trembled and dared not look up. It did not dare to look at Lin Moyu. It knew very well who it was facing. Lin Moyu chuckled, didn't make things difficult for it, and entered the Tianqiu land. The Tianqiu land is very special. It does not belong to the Five Worlds domain. It is within the Five Worlds domain, but it is also independent of the Five Worlds domain and has its own set of rules. This set of rules is very strict and powerful. Even though Lin Moyu has become the master of the realm, he must abide by it to a certain extent. However, the constraints of this set of rules on him are no longer as strong as before. Lin Moyu controlled the boat and came to the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace, where he saw a scene completely different from before. It finally collapsed. The 5th generation Tianqiu Palace has collapsed, and has turned into ruins along with the Tianqiu Pavilion. The 5th generation Tianqiu Palace Master had turned into smoke and dust. His original body was killed by himself, so naturally his clone could not survive. There will no longer be a 6th generation Tianqiu Palace, and the Five Worlds realm will be the end point. Are the steward and Emperor Kunlun both dead? Lin Moyu looked at the ruins of Tianqiu Tower with a slightly fixed gaze. I have only met these two guys once, so there is no friendship between us, and both sides have their own plans. If he is dead, then he is dead. If he is not dead, it is not impossible for me to help him. The Wings of Chaos vibrated, and countless elves flew out in the breeze, turning a large area into chaos. The ruins were blown away, revealing the situation inside. Lin Moyu sensed the presence of a soul, but it was gone now. It still fell. Lin Moyu whispered softly, the butler and Kunlun Emperor were gone, they had fallen. Tianqiu Pagoda is not the place where they attain enlightenment, but the place where they are buried. Both of them are burdened with a lot of cause and effect, so it is normal for them to end up like this. Moreover, the rules here are different from those in the Five Worlds. If you die here, you are truly dead. Even the Emperor Kunlun cannot be resurrected from the Great Tao. The Dui boat turned into a stream of light and flew towards the Yishishiangsu Palace. Passing through the mist, Lin Moyu entered the palace where Tiangsuzi was. He came before Tang Suzi's statue and bowed slightly. "Greetings, Senior." Tang Suzi's shadow appeared. "You understand everything now, don't you?" Lin Moyu nodded. "I basically understand. The dedication of our predecessors is truly admirable." Tang Suzi chuckled a few times. "My lord has been very kind to me. It is my honor to serve you. Moreover, once this is accomplished, it will also be of great benefit to me." Lin Moyu said, "There are 9 great venerables in total. If this is accomplished, one will be vacant." Tang Suzi smiled and said, "Not bad." Lin Moyu said, "I can't guarantee that this will succeed, but I can only say that I will do my best." Tang Suzi said, "The Lord once said that this matter is too difficult, and we are willing to take a gamble with the Lord." Lin Moyu nodded. "In that case, I, the younger generation, will also join the gambling table." Tang Suzi smiled and said, "In fact, you have already been at the gambling table." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and Lin Moyu frowned. He felt that something had left the 5 worlds and came here. The 5 worlds domain 853 had no impact, but something was definitely missing. There was a roar outside the hall, and Lin Moyu felt that the entire Tianqiu land was shaking. When he scanned it with his mind, he found that Tianqiu land was collapsing. All the beasts roared together, and countless powerful divine beasts living in the Tianqiu land were fleeing frantically, trying to escape. But they have nowhere to escape, and as the collapse continues, they will all be destroyed in the end. The outermost 5th generation Tianqiu palace was the first to be destroyed. It turned from ruins into smoke and dust and disappeared in the long river of history. Tang Suzi whispered, "Whether it's Tianqiu Palace, the divine beasts here, or even the Tianqiu land, everything about them was bestowed upon them by the Lord. Now, the Lord wants to take back everything, and they will naturally return to nothingness." Lin Moyu asked, "What about you?" Tang Suzi chuckled and said, "I have completed the task assigned to me by my master. I will now sink into the chaos and wait to awaken again after the task is completed." Lin Moyu asked, "What if I lose?" Tang Suzi smiled even brighter. "So what if we lost? Let's try again. The Lord said that losing is normal. We can fail, but the Lord's plan cannot fail. Our Tao heart cannot fail. So if you lose, it will only be you who loses, not the Lord." Lin Moyu was speechless for a while. Tang Suzi's loyalty to the great Lord of natural disasters was simply extremely blind. The Di-Ting beast had helped him a lot, and although he had paid a price, Lin Moyu would always remember the kindness. So when the Di-Ting beast came to him, Lin Moyu took the initiative to come to him. The Di-Ting beast was once the rule manager of the Lingmiao realm. Because the Lingmiao realm was destroyed, it came to the 5 worlds realm along with the realm gems and the Lingmiao realm. However, there is a hand behind all this. The Di-Ting beast has been in the 5 worlds for a long time. It seems that it has done nothing, but in fact it has done a lot for the 5 worlds. Lin Moyu could see that there was a deep causal relationship between the Di-Ting beast and the 5 worlds. At the same time, although he left the Lingmiao realm and was no longer the rule manager of the Lingmiao realm, the connection between him and the Lingmiao realm not only did not become shallower, but deeper. The reasons are very complicated. Lin Moyu feels that it has something to do with the boundary gem and the white-robed old man. Lin Moyu probably judged that only when he reached the perfection of the Chaos realm could he truly sever the connection and set the Di-Ting beast free. It wasn't like nothing could be done before this. Lin Moyu had tried changing the rules so that the spiritual realm would no longer hinder the Di-Ting beast. This could be considered a disguised form of freedom. The Di-Ting beast can enter chaos, complete chaos transformation, and practice in chaos. The Di-Ting beast listened quietly, a look of joy in its eyes. He whispered, "The mission given to me by my lord back then was to guard this realm until it had a master. I thought it would take countless years, or even forever, to wait for the realm to be established. But I have to obey your orders. Without you, I would not be able to achieve transcendence. I didn't expect the realm to have an owner so soon. Thank you, fellow Taoist Lin." The Di-Ting beast transformed into an old man and saluted Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu said, "You're welcome. I'll see you off whenever you decide to leave." D Ting Beast said, "There are some little guys, I want to go say hello and tell them." Lin Moyu said, "If they want to leave with you, you can take them with you. I have no problem with that." D Ting Beast said, "D Ting has nothing to repay you with, so I can only give you this hardship." Lin Moyu gave D Ting Beast the greatest possible freedom. In Lin Moyu's opinion, this was what he deserved. After bidding farewell to the D Ting Beast, Lin Moyu only had one last thing left to do. As the master of the realm, he began to exercise the rights of the realm for the first time. Lin Moyu took a step forward and entered the place of return. In the place of origin, the roads are either surging or silent. He had no relationship with most of the eternal beings, but there was one person that Lin Moyu felt he still needed to take care of and settle the cause and effect. His eyes were fixed on the Avenue of Destiny. The Lord of Destiny was now silent in the Avenue of Destiny. Lin Moyu felt that he had been reincarnated, but this time, he could not return. Fate is mysterious. The Lord of Fate can peek into the fate of others through the Avenue of Fate, but cannot peek into his own fate. He took the last step and was about to become the first transcendent being among the practitioners in the 5 worlds. Unfortunately, he encountered a powerful chaotic creature, his path to transcendence was interrupted, and he returned severely injured. I sent him into reincarnation with my own hands and took over his karma. Now that he has become the master of the realm, he can try to pull him out of the reincarnation, which will take tens of thousands of years. Lin Moyu locked onto the Master of Destiny and whispered, "In my name, guided by my true spirit, return." The Avenue of Destiny suddenly began to boil, and the place of origin was shaking continuously. For a moment, phantoms appeared in various avenues, and several eternal beings appeared at the same time. Seeing Lin Moyu, several people bowed respectfully at the same time. "Greetings, Territory Master." Lin Moyu hummed lightly and continued doing his own thing. The others didn't dare to say anything and just watched quietly. They quickly understood what Lin Moyu was doing and were all surprised. Lin Moyu is trying to rescue someone from the reincarnation. Even they dare not think about such a thing. The Avenue of Destiny continued to boil, and a true spirit slowly emerged under the wrapping of the power of the realm. This is the true spirit of the Lord of Destiny. As long as we find the true spirit, everything will be fine. The true spirit of the Lord of Destiny has been found. The Lord of the realm, to be so powerful, is truly eye-opening. Several eternal beings let out low cries, their expressions showing both surprise and a sense of expectedness, extremely contradictory. Saving people from the cycle of reincarnation is against the will of heaven. The rules of the realm will naturally turn into thunderclouds, and will send those who go against the will of heaven back into the cycle of reincarnation. Disperse! Lin Moyu shouted an order, which was like the law of heaven, and dispersed on the spot. The Lord of the realm is the true master of this realm, and the rules of the realm must serve the master. After shouting away the rules, the true spirit completely emerged from the Avenue of Destiny. With the true spirit as the guide, Lin Moyu attracted the power of the rules of the realm to reunite the soul of the Lord of Destiny and shape the body. The soul is also scattered between heaven and earth, but as long as there is a true spirit, the soul can be found no matter how far it is scattered. Lin Moyu has a lot of experience in this regard. If it were an ordinary creature, it would be troublesome, but now it is the Master of Destiny. Its soul is powerful and it is easy to find it even though it is scattered throughout the world. The souls quickly reunited and gradually evolved into a physical body. The physical body is simpler. For powerful practitioners, soul cultivation is the most important, and the physical body is the least important and can be reshaped at any time. The same is true now. Lin Moyu directly uses the Avenue of Destiny to reshape his body. The Lord of Destiny, who was supposed to go through reincarnations and practice again and again to find his true self, under Lin Moyu's manipulation, returned to the right path in just half a day. The resurrected Lord of Destiny didn't understand what was going on for a moment. He looked at himself blankly, then looked around, and finally his eyes fell on Lin Moyu. He wasn't quite sure. "Fellow Taoist Lin, have you become a territory master?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Yes, that's why I can rescue you from the cycle of reincarnation." The Lord of Destiny immediately stood up and saluted Lin Moyu. "Thank you, Lord Territory Master, for your help." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It's not about saving me, but I'll help you if I can. You've just recovered. With a little more practice, you can return to the half-step primal chaos stage, and then you can transcend again." Transcend again. There was a hint of fear in the eyes of the Lord of Destiny. The last experience had damaged his Tao heart. Lin Moyu said, "The guy outside the realm has been killed. You don't have to worry. The same goes for everyone else. If you can transcend, Lin will not stop you, and will definitely help you wherever I can. It's just that the power of the realm is limited now. It can only support 2 transcendents at most. However, the realm will become stronger in the future, and it will become easier for everyone to transcend. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait." Lin Moyu was telling the truth, he was not exaggerating. The stronger the realm, the easier it was to transcend. The 5 worlds domain was defective and has just been repaired. It will gradually become stronger. Of course, this also has something to do with his cultivation. Only when he becomes stronger can the 5 worlds undergo a qualitative change. Boom! The land of origin suddenly shook again, and the sound of thunder resounded throughout the entire realm. Lin Moyu looked up and exclaimed, "The human emperor is about to transcend, but judging by the time, it's almost time." The human emperor did not appear here. He had been in seclusion many years ago and did not expect to transcend now. The fact that the human emperor was able to rely on his own efforts to forcibly knock on the door of eternity after closing the door to the place of return to his origin proved that he possessed extraordinary talent. For countless years in the 5 worlds, there have been only 2 people like the human emperor, and the other one is the Lord of Slaughter. Someone sighed, "The human emperor is truly amazing, far superior to us old guys." Another person also sighed, "It's a pity for the Lord of Slaughter. He is not much worse than the human emperor, but he has fallen into silence." It is said that the Lord of Slaughter and the human emperor once had a personal relationship, and their relationship was quite good, but the result was completely different. Most of the eternal beings were envious and jealous, but not much. The shadow of the human emperor appeared in the air. Transcendence is a big deal for the entire realm. The number of transcendents that a realm can accommodate is limited. Every additional transcendent will absorb a huge amount of realm power, which is a considerable damage to the realm. But everything has 2 sides. If the realm has an owner, this kind of harm can be turned into nourishment. If the human emperor transcends, he will practice in the chaos, and some of his power will be fed back to the realm through cause and effect, making the realm stronger. The prerequisite is that the realm needs to have an owner, otherwise the realm can only be damaged and cannot receive any feedback. Therefore, Lin Moyu not only did not oppose the emergence of transcendent beings in the realm, but rather supported it. It's just that this time the human emperor transcended. Lin Moyu glanced over, a hint of surprise in his eyes. It's really not that simple. The human emperor does have the ability to transcend, but his path to transcendence is not easy. The avenue of destruction belonging to the human emperor continues to boil, its power is sublimating, and the power of the avenue is gathering on the human emperor, ready to undergo a qualitative change. After the qualitative change, the power of the great Tao of destruction will become even stronger, and it will also be able to build a solid foundation for human transcendence. Everyone was watching this feast, which was a rare opportunity for the eternal being. The power of the human emperor reached its peak, and the enormous pressure swept across the world. With a low shout from the human emperor, the qualitative change officially began. Large formations emerged one after another. The human emperor had made sufficient preparations for his own transcendence. There were a large number of treasures in the formations, which were enough to block other eternal beings and prevent him from being disturbed. In order to achieve his own transcendence, the human emperor even took out all his most valuable assets. In the virtual world, the Jinmu realm was shaking, and countless practitioners felt that their power was leaking out uncontrollably. The game set up by the human emperor himself broke out at this moment. Those who have traded in the trading field have the mark of the human emperor hidden in their bodies. At this moment, they have become the cauldron of the human emperor, contributing to the human emperor's transcendence. In the Jinmu great spiritual realm and in all the worlds, a large number of practitioners have become puppets of the human emperor. Whether they like it or not, their power is out of control and is taken away by the human emperor along some special channels. Lin Moyu whispered, "The emperor has great ambitions. The human emperor not only needs to elevate his power through his own great way, but also needs to rely on the power of these practitioners to complete a second sublimation. In this way, the future of the human emperor will be even brighter." However, Lin Moyu shook his head slightly. He could see that the human emperor might not succeed unless he had some backup plan. The power began to change qualitatively, and the human emperor controlled it with all his strength, not daring to be distracted in the slightest. His aura is constantly growing stronger, faintly beginning to transcend eternity. Just when everyone thought that the human emperor was going to succeed, a dark shadow suddenly appeared behind the human emperor. The black shadow ignored all the formations set up by the human emperor and appeared silently like a ghost. An ink-blue dagger silently pierced into the human emperor's vest. The human emperor did not notice the entire process, and he still did not notice it until the dagger pierced his body. This dagger is very special, so special that it can hurt people without being noticed. Until the dagger was pulled out and dark blue blood flowed out of the wound, the human emperor suddenly groaned and spat out large mouthfuls of blue blood. Then the human emperor exploded with a loud bang, and the shattered flesh and blood turned blue. This unexpected change shocked everyone. What's going on? Who is this? Why did they attack the human emperor? I've never seen a man in black like this before. The old man didn't bother to guess and asked Lin Moyu directly, "Lord, who is that person?" Lin Moyu said, "He is the one you just mentioned, the one who is as brilliant as the human emperor. Lord of Killing." Everyone's heart skipped a beat. It turned out to be the life of killing. Naturally, they would not doubt Lin Moyu's words, but instead turned their attention to the killing avenue. The slaughter avenue appears to be still on the surface, but if you look closely, you can find that undercurrents are surging inside the avenue. This also means that the Lord of Slaughter has revived. Not only that, he also launched a sneak attack on the human emperor. The exploded flesh and blood of the human emperor reassembled in midair, but the injuries to his physical body could not kill him. But everyone could see that the human emperor was injured not only in his body, but also in his soul. "Please give me flowers." The Lord of Slaughter's dagger is very special. The dark blue dagger must contain a strange and extremely poisonous substance that is strong enough to harm an eternal being. Moreover, the timing chosen by the Lord of Slaughter was very clever, as it happened to be the critical moment when the power of the human emperor underwent a qualitative change. The human emperor didn't react at all to his sneak attack. After the human emperor's body was reshaped, his skin glowed blue and his eyes were extremely gloomy. "You have revived." The Lord of Slaughter was dressed in black, covering his entire body, leaving only his cold eyes exposed. A sinister laugh echoed from the void. "Are you surprised? Back then, you plotted against me, stole my treasure, and cast me into oblivion. I never thought you'd end up like this, did you? I said it at the beginning, no matter how many years have passed, I will settle this account with you. I keep my word." 0. The human emperor snorted coldly, "Just you." As he spoke, the avenue of destruction surged in his body, and the blue poison was devoured by the avenue of destruction. The injuries to his soul and body were recovering rapidly. The Lord of Slaughter was not surprised, as he knew that this attack of his could not kill the human emperor. His voice was icy. "Of course I'm not enough, but when did I ever say I'm a human being?" As he spoke, he slashed the air with his dagger, tearing the space like a rag, revealing a huge gap. On the other side of the gap is the beast abyss outside the Jinmu great spiritual realm. The power of the Lord of Slaughter penetrated the reality and illusion and struck the beast abyss. With an angry roar, Emperor Jinmu broke out of the seal and rushed into the Jinmu great spiritual realm with boundless anger. The Jinmu great spiritual realm was occupied by the human emperor. Now that the Jinmu Emperor has returned, the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm is bound to be plunged into a bloody storm. The Emperor is no pushover. He also treats all living beings as worthless, and after being imprisoned by the human Emperor for so many years, his anger can no longer be expressed in words. It breaks out of the seal and vents all its anger. Anyone related to the human Emperor will be its enemy. The human Emperor has been making plans in the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm for countless years, and those who have the mark of the human Emperor in their bodies are regarded as enemies by the Jinmu Emperor. The first thing Emperor Jinmu did was to take back his life treasure. He forcefully blasted away the soul of the Emperor in Jinmu and erased the mark. Jinmu grew rapidly and spread throughout the entire Dakang area. Instantly, countless wailing cries rang out, as a vast number of practitioners were strangled by Jinmu, and the trading ground collapsed in an instant. The Emperor sees all living beings as ants, especially when he is angry. He does not even care about cause and effect. In his mind, there is only one word: kill. When Emperor Jinmu took action, the Lord of Killing was not idle either. His figure turned into nothingness and instantly appeared in front of the human Emperor. The dark blue dagger cut through the sky and stabbed over. The avenue of destruction roared, and the human Emperor burst out with terrifying power and collided with the Lord of Killing. The avenue of slaughter, which seemed to have been silent for countless years, finally broke out at this moment. The Lord of Slaughter, wearing the avenue, rushed into the offensive of the human Emperor. It was a head-on confrontation, exchanging injuries for injuries and lives for lives. The human Emperor did not expect that the Lord of Slaughter would fight so desperately. He was unable to cope with it for a while and fell into a disadvantage. The Lord of Slaughter's dark blue dagger is a treasure that no one knows where it came from. When attacking, it can pierce into the void and point directly at the target, and it can also break the road. It is extremely powerful. If it weren't for this dark blue dagger, In Ho's strength would have surpassed that of Season 42 and the Life of Killing. With a scream, the human Emperor was stabbed by the Lord of Slaughter again. His body shattered and then reassembled again. In this way, he avoided damage to his soul. The Lord of Slaughter was also blown away by the human Emperor's attack. Half of his body was shattered, and he was also injured. "You are crazy," the human Emperor shouted angrily. The Lord of Slaughter's voice was cold and mocking. "Are you scared?" The human Emperor snorted coldly. "I was definitely wrong back then." He was interrupted by the Lord of Slaughter. "You don't need to explain. The more you explain, the more I'll look down on you. It's done. It's nothing to compete for the top spot. Now it's your turn." The Lord of Slaughter launched another fierce attack. He seemed determined to kill the human Emperor, and was even willing to die with him. He only attacked and did not defend, regardless of the cost. The human Emperor was furious. He didn't want to die, he wanted to transcend. But facing the crazy Lord of Killing, the Emperor was extremely helpless. In the virtual world, Emperor Jinmu had gone mad with killing, and countless years of anger erupted at this moment. In the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm, a large number of worlds were destroyed and countless lives died. The old man looked at Lin Moyu. "Domain Master, don't you care?" Lin Moyu said, "The realm has its own operating rules. As the master of the realm, I will not interfere in the private affairs of living beings. If you are interested in intervening, you can take action. Lin Moyu will not stop you." This may seem cruel, but now Lin Moyu is the domain master, the sky of the entire domain. This is a personal grudge between the human Emperor and the Lord of Slaughter and Emperor Jinmu. He can intervene, but there is no need to. All the consequences will eventually be attributed to them, and everyone must be responsible for their own actions. Lin Moyu will not take the consequences for them because she is not their mother. As for those worlds and countless living beings, in Lin Moyu's view, they can enter reincarnation after death and be reborn again soon. Whether it is the true spirit or the soul, it is not truly dead. It's just a change of memory and a change of life. Standing at different heights, one naturally looks at things in different ways, and this is the case with Lin Moyu now. He has begun to understand what it means that the way of heaven is fair and what it means that the way of heaven is unfair. Regarding Lin Moyu's answer, the others had nothing to say. If they want to intervene, Lin Moyu will not care about them either, but everyone must be prepared to bear the consequences. There are so many causes and effects that if you want to break through and transcend, you have to think carefully about whether there will be any accidents. Eternal beings are all experienced people. They have seen too many things like the birth and death of the world. They just feel a little bit of pity in their hearts, that's all. The old man sighed softly, looking reluctant, but he did not take any action. I have compassion and mercy, but that's all. After living for countless years, I know best how to weigh the pros and cons. Lin Moyu knew these guys well. If they were cruel enough, they could also create holes that would destroy the world. The old man asked, Lord, what's going on with this Lord of Slaughter? There seems to be something wrong with the dagger in his hand. Lin Moyu said, the origin of this dagger is probably quite complicated. I'll ask him later. The Lord of Slaughter has actually been revived for a long time, but he has been hiding himself, even creating the illusion that he is reincarnated and about to be revived. I once saw a realm lord in the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm. He looked exactly like the Lord of Slaughter and was later killed by the human emperor. Old Ing Tu continued Lin Moyu's words, does the human emperor regard him as the reincarnation of the Lord of Slaughter? Lin Moyu said, I thought so at first, but later I realized that wasn't the case. The Realm Master actually let himself be discovered by the human emperor. He wanted the human emperor to mistake him for the reincarnation of the Lord of Slaughter. Everyone understood. If the human emperor was the culprit behind the Lord of Slaughter's silence, then he would definitely be on guard against. The Lord of Slaughter made his clone show up on his own initiative, causing the human emperor to mistakenly believe that he had once again prevented the Lord of Slaughter from reincarnating, and thus he relaxed his vigilance. Otherwise, if the human emperor were to transcend, his layout might become more rigorous, which would cause trouble for the Lord of Slaughter's sneak attack. The Lord of Slaughter's calculations were so deep that he took full advantage of the human emperor's psychology. The human emperor was smart enough, but he was still fooled and did not really guard against the Lord of Killing. The old man continued to ask, what do you think of this war now? Lin Moyu said, the human emperor will be defeated, but he will not die. At present, the two are evenly matched. The Lord of Killing, relying on the dagger in his hand, is willing to exchange his life for another's. He will definitely retreat to the emperor. But when Emperor Jinmu has killed enough and has freed up his hands, he will join the Lord of Slaughter in besieging the human emperor, and the human emperor will surely be defeated. However, with the human emperor's methods, even if he is defeated, escaping will be no problem. For the Lord of Slaughter, his goal has been achieved. As long as he is still alive, the emperor will never be able to escape. Lin Moyu has seen clearly that the Lord of Slaughter is not sure of killing the human emperor. He is doing this just to tell the human emperor that I have the ability to die with you. As long as I am here, you will never be able to escape. This is cause and effect. The cause and effect formed by what the human emperor had done completely erupted at this moment, blocking his way. Unfortunately, cause and effect are difficult to determine, and the path to transcendence for the human emperor is probably hopeless. Just as Lin Moyu said, the war lasted for several days. After 1.3 days, Emperor Jinmu finally killed enough people. He broke through the boundary between reality and illusion and killed his way into the real world, where he besieged the human emperor with the Lord of Slaughter. The human emperor was ultimately defeated and fled wounded. The Lord of Slaughter did not chase after him, and Emperor Jinmu finally returned to the Jianshu Tianling realm. At this moment, there are still some people who have been branded by the human emperor remaining in the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm. These people will not be able to escape in the end, and the Jinmu emperor will not let them go. Whether he was innocent or not was not something Emperor Jinmu considered at all. He was already bloodthirsty. The Lord of Slaughter is dressed in black, his body stained with blood, and responds to the Minister of the Void. Laughter came from behind the man in black, resounding through the sky. Human Emperor, as long as I am here, you will never be able to transcend. He made an oath, like a thunderclap that spread throughout the realm. Lin Moyu waved his hand and said, "The show is over, everyone can go home." "I'll go talk to him." Lin Moyu gave the order, and these eternities quickly took their leave, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lin Moyu took a step forward and came before the Lord of Slaughter. "Is it satisfying?" The Lord of Slaughter was stunned for a moment, then bowed to Lin Moyu and said, "Greetings, Territory Master." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Should I call you Lord of Slaughter, or Senior Trapped and Killed?" The Lord of Slaughter quickly said, "You can just call me Musha." Although Lin Moyu is indeed a latecomer, his status and position are now completely different, so Musha dares not put on airs. As he spoke, the black clothes on the Lord of Slaughter disappeared, revealing his true appearance. Lin Moyu looked at the dagger in the Lord of Slaughter's hand and said, "This dagger is quite good. Can you show it to me?" The Lord of Slaughter immediately threw the dagger to Lin Moyu. "Please look, this is something I accidentally found during an expedition. It's a ruin, exuding an ancient aura. I don't know who left this dagger, but it's the most powerful weapon I've ever seen." Lin Moyu examined the dagger and said, "You got this black coat together, right?" The Lord of Slaughter nodded. "You are right." The black clothes on his body played a major role in his successful and silent attack on the human emperor. Lin Moyu saw the origin of the dagger and threw it back to the Lord of Slaughter. "This dagger is a chaos treasure. It's a very good thing." The Lord of Slaughter asked, "What is the chaos treasure?" Lin Moyu said, "It is a magic weapon used by Chaos Realm Masters. This dagger and the black robe are both. You don't need to ask where they came from. Now that they are in your hands, they are yours. However, with your current strength, you cannot fully unleash its power. If one day you are lucky enough to transcend and reach the Chaos Realm, this magic weapon will be able to unleash its true power." The Lord of Slaughter nodded. "Thank you for your guidance, Territory Master. May I ask when you realized that I was dead in bed?" Lin Moyu said, "When did I realize I had forgotten? It was probably when I was plotting against the Lord of Curses. However, I only had suspicions then, not confirmations. Besides, I had my own things to do at the time, and wasn't interested in the personal vendetta between you and the human emperor." The Lord of Slaughter smiled and said, "Of course. Your goals are far greater than ours." He flattered her a bit, and the Musha at this moment had some overlap with the Musha Lin Moyu knew before. Lin Moyu said, "Go tell Emperor Jinmu to stop and just kill a few people. Stop destroying the world. Everything has its cause and effect. By the time the cause and effect are settled, it will be too late. The Emperor will not be immune to his fall." The Lord of Slaughter nodded. "I understand. I'll go right away." Lin Moyu's words were not just a simple admonition, but an implicit warning. If Emperor Jinmu did not listen, Lin Moyu had many ways to kill him. After all, this is Lin Moyu's realm. Jinmu is just an emperor, and he will be beaten if he is not honest. The Lord of Slaughter listened to Lin Moyu's words and went to the virtual world to persuade Emperor Jinmu. Lin Moyu looked thoughtful. Things from the previous world domain still remain. Just now, Lin Moyu felt an ancient aura from the dagger, which was no more ancient than the Five Worlds domain. If I'm not mistaken, it should be from the Four Worlds realm, or the Three Worlds era. Every time a realm collapses and turns into a realm seed again, everything in the realm will be shattered in the process. Why would such a dagger be left behind? Normally, even a dagger from the Chaos Realm would be destroyed along with the realm unless it was at the extreme realm like the Deliverance Boat. Just for this reason, this dagger and black clothes are not simple. Moreover, there are no transcendents in the realm. Once someone transcends, they will leave the realm and be taken away by the green robe and will never return. Then there is a big problem with the origin of this dagger. Lin Moyu thought of the time when the Five Worlds evolved, when Tianqiu land was attacked, and the attack came from chaos. There are green-robed men guarding outside the boundary, and anyone who dares to attack the Tianqiu land must be a great master of heaven and earth. The great Lord of heaven and earth would not be alone, and he should not have subordinates. Lin Moyu guessed that this dagger and black clothes might have been left behind by the subordinates of that Tianzuan. So it is very old, even older than the Five Worlds. It seems that there are some stories behind that battle. The old man in green robe is not without enemies. Come to think of it, he has occupied that position for so many years, so there must be people who are dissatisfied. If he has enemies, I hope nothing happens. Otherwise, even if they are great masters, I will kill them one by one. Lin Moyu thought of his wife. The Taoist partner of the green-robed old man had once said that he would teach them to practice a formation. Now that I think about it, they must have fought repeatedly while practicing the formation. Fighting is commonplace for practitioners, and no practitioner can reach the pinnacle of cultivation simply by practicing in seclusion. But there are many kinds of battles, some dangerous and some not. If his wife was really in danger, no matter who the other party was, he would smash his head, crush his soul, and crush his true spirit with fire, making him completely disappear from the world. Moreover, Lin Moyu had a feeling that the other party would not give up. It would not be easy for him to achieve chaos perfection and inherit the position of the great lord of natural disasters. But Lin Moyu was not worried. He had fought his way out, so if there were enemies, he would just kill them. Everything is packed up now, time to go home and see the little ones. This time I really went on a long journey and haven't been back for tens of thousands of years. I guess the little guys must be really angry. His gaze traversed the void, fell on the origin continent, and locked onto Yudao City. Lin Moyu saw Xiao Wu and others in the yard. Tens of thousands of years had passed, and their cultivation had improved significantly. Before leaving, I prepared enough cultivation materials for them. As long as the four of them don't slack off, their cultivation speed will be amazing. In just 10,000 years, the four of them had reached the peak of the first-class soul, and were only one step away from becoming the Taoist master. However, becoming a Tao master is not as easy as 523, and requires the support of the Tao on the origin continent. The four of them already have Tao masters on their Tao paths, which means that they are stuck there. Unless those Tao masters die, they will never be able to become Tao masters on the origin continent. This problem was not difficult for Lin Moyu. He had many ways to solve it, such as killing those Taoist masters and making room for them. But I won't do this, it's the worst option. Lin Moyu moved his mind and locked onto a world. This world was brand new, without many living creatures. The few living creatures had not yet awakened their spiritual intelligence, and there were no cultivators. There are not many avenues in the world, but this is not a problem. Just by thinking about it, the magnificent avenues will flock in and fill that world. In just half a day, the avenue in that world had become extremely powerful. The creatures inside are nourished by the great Tao, and within a few years, cultivators will be born, and the creatures will also be able to awaken their spiritual intelligence. The next moment, Lin Moyu tapped his fingers lightly, and Xiao Wu and the other three who were chatting in Yudao City suddenly found themselves in an unfamiliar environment. Owner. Xiao Wu was the first to jump up. She looked left and right, but didn't see Lin Moyu. She immediately shouted, "Master, come out quickly. Xiao Wu can sense you." Xiao Wu was calling out anxiously, and Xiao Wu and the others were also looking for Lin Moyu's whereabouts. Lin Moyu smiled and was about to go over when suddenly the space shattered and a dark blue dagger pierced through the void and shot towards Xiao Yuan. Lin Moyu frowned, and time instantly stopped in the world where Xiao Wu and the others were. The dark blue dagger hummed and struggled frantically, trying to break free from the constraints of time. Xiao Wu saw the dagger, which was only half a meter away from her, with surprise in her eyes, but she was unable to move due to the effect of time stagnation. The next moment, Lin Moyu appeared in front of Xiao Wu and reached out to grasp the dark blue dagger. The dagger struggled even more violently, with powerful force spreading outwards, trying to break free from Lin Moyu's control. The blue light was corrosive, penetrating time and trying to invade Lin Moyu's body. However, Lin Moyu has already completed the chaos, and the blue light cannot enter. It's not that simple. Lin Moyu muttered to himself, and at the same time, time resumed its flow. A raging flame ignited in his palm. The fire of the burning world suppressed the blue light and reversely invaded the dagger. Owner. Xiao Wu screamed at the first moment. She instinctively wanted to jump on Lin Moyu, but when she saw the dagger in Lin Moyu's hand, she stopped decisively. Xiao Wu, Xiaoye, and Xiaomei were surprised at first, but immediately realized something was wrong and did not make any sound. Screams continued to be heard from the dagger. The burning fire had seeped into it. A trace of soul hidden deep within the dagger was enveloped by the burning fire and was being refined. To deal with souls, the burning world fire is the best choice, and the opponent has almost no power to resist. Come out! Lin Moyu let out a low roar, and the soul was forcibly pulled out. The dagger that had been struggling frantically suddenly stopped moving. In the burning fire in front of him, he could see a remnant soul. The remnant soul did not look like a human, but a lizard-like creature. Lin Moyu saw that this remnant soul had no intelligence. It was deliberately left in the dagger by some being, preparing to do something specific. Lin Moyu already had his own guess about this, and he took out the cause-seeking ring. There is a result but no cause, a brand. With the help of the cause-seeking ring, he used the effect without cause to directly leave a mark in the opponent's soul. There is no need to know where the other person is now, even if they are infinitely far apart. The cause and effect without cause can still inspire him to fulfill his wish. It's just a matter of paying a higher price and enduring more backlash. Lin Moyu's body shattered, causing several women to scream. But then a purple light came on, and Lin Moyu was reborn in the purple light. Then it continued to collapse and be reborn again. After a few times, the women got used to it and were no longer shocked. After dying 10 times in a row, the backlash power of the cause-seeking ring disappeared, and the result of the causeless confinement was completed. Lin Moyu immediately sensed the mark he had left behind, but the sensation was very weak and the distance was extremely far. But it's okay to lock onto them, and you can kill them when you get the chance. It's just that there is no suitable corpse at hand right now, otherwise the other party would suffer an inexplicable death if the corpse exploded. I'll keep you for now, and kill you later if I want. The fire that burned the world became more intense, completely wiping out the remaining souls. Xiao Wu finally couldn't help asking, "Master, what happened just now?" Lin Moyu said, "There was a guy who hid for countless years, wanting to kill someone, but failed." He didn't explain too much to Xiao Wu. Xiao was very simple, just like his own daughter. There were some dark things that he didn't need to let her know. Among Xiao Wu, Xiaoye, and Xiaomei is probably the only one who can understand this. However, Lin Moyu also does not intend to say that it is important to treat everyone equally. Xiaomei is also very smart and never asks too many questions. Xiao Wu turned around and forgot what happened just now. She jumped onto Lin Moyu and hung on the place she was familiar with, greedily inhaling the scent of Lin Moyu's body. After not seeing them for a long time, Lin Moyu missed them very much and chatted with them. Lin Moyu talked about some of his experiences over the years. Just like telling a story, he spoke very simply and omitted a lot. When the conversation was almost over, he released the true spirits of Xiao Wu and the others, integrated them into the avenue he had introduced earlier, and helped them to become Dao Masters. At the same time, in the virtual world, Lin Moyu's thought evolved and he appeared in front of the Lord of Killing, holding a dark blue dagger in his hand. The Lord of Slaughter trembled when he saw the dagger in Lin Moyu's hand, Domain Lord. Lin Moyu looked at him. "Do you know what happened?" The Lord of Slaughter shook his head. "I don't know why the dagger just now suddenly flew away on its own. I couldn't control it at all." His voice was trembling. He had guessed that the sudden disappearance of the dagger was related to Lin Moyu, but he didn't know what happened in the meantime and was afraid that Lin Moyu would blame him. Lin Moyu said, "There is a guy hiding in a dagger and wants to kill me." The Lord of Slaughter glared. "How could this happen?" Lin Moyu threw the dagger back to him. "It's not your fault. He hid it very well, and I didn't notice it before. Now he's been burned to death by me. You can continue to use this dagger." Lord of Slaughter took the dagger and said, "You really don't blame me?" Lin Moyu said, "This isn't your problem in the first place, and even if you knew, you can't do anything about it. This matter is very complicated, and it's not something you can get involved in. Show me that black shirt." The Lord of Slaughter handed the black clothes to Lin Moyu without saying a word. Lin Moyu examined it very carefully this time, and his soul searched back and forth in the black clothes. After a moment, Lin Moyu sneered, "Sure enough, there's a backup plan." The fire that burned the world rushed into the black-clothed people, and screams suddenly rang out. The Lord of Slaughter shuddered, and his expression changed drastically when he heard this. He was not timid, but the screams carried a strong soul pressure that far exceeded his. He knew very well that the only one who could surpass him was the Chaos Realm. There was the soul of a powerful Chaos Realm master hidden inside, and he was completely unaware of it. The Lord of Slaughter murmured, "What on earth is he going to do?" Lin Moyu glanced at the Lord of Slaughter and asked, "Are you sure you want to know?" The Lord of Slaughter shook his head instinctively. He was very curious, but he knew that he could not bear the consequences of this. "The more you know, the faster you may die." Lin Moyu stretched out his hand and grabbed the residual soul in the black-clothed man, and then killed the black-clothed man. The Lord of Slaughter shuddered as he watched the remnant soul struggling and screaming in the fire of the burning world. He knew very well that although the other party was only a remnant soul, it would not be difficult for him to kill him. The residual soul in the black clothes and the residual soul in the dagger are exactly the same, Wang Wang Zhao, and they come from the same cultivator. Lin Moyu no longer needs to use the Seeking Cause ring. After a moment, the remaining soul was completely refined and turned into ashes. Lin Moyu looked at the Lord of Slaughter and said, "Where did you get these 2 items? Take me there to see them." The Lord of Slaughter did not dare to hesitate. "Okay, please follow me." "Wait a minute." Lin Moyu looked forward. At this moment, they were in the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm in the virtual world, and it was obvious that Emperor Jinmu had not killed enough. The Lord of Slaughter quickly said, "I tried to persuade him, but he said to kill a few more." Lin Moyu snorted coldly, "If you do that again, I'll kill you." The sound turned into thunder and fell heavily on Emperor Jinmu. Emperor Jinmu screamed in the thunder, countless cracks appeared on his body, and his breath instantly became weak. He fled from the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm in fear and disappeared. Lin Moyu snorted coldly, "You don't know what's good for you." The Lord of Slaughter remained silent. It was obvious that Lin Moyu was in a bad mood at the moment, so it would be better for him to behave himself. The Lord of Slaughter took Lin Moyu on a rapid flight through the virtual world, and on the way he told Lin Moyu what happened that year. He had just revived not long ago. In order to hide his identity, he suppressed his own power and separated a piece of his soul to let it fall into a deep sleep, eventually creating the illusion that he was still dead. In the place of origin, there are boundary rules separating the avenues. As long as the disguise is good enough, it is easy to deceive other eternal beings. The Lord of Slaughter did just that and successfully hid it from the world. After the resurrection, the Lord of Slaughter disguised his identity and slowly recovered, attempting to return to his peak. During this process, he learned about some of the plans of the human emperor, so he created another clone and became the Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm. His real body got a chance in an accident and entered a special area. He got the dark blue dagger and the Dowing black robe from there. Dowing's black clothes allow him to avoid detection from the Great Dao and even some domain rules, and many things can be accomplished silently. It was also by using this method to hide his black clothes that the Lord of Killing returned to the main road without alarming anyone and stepped into eternity again. The dark blue dagger even contains a curse. Once stabbed, both the soul and the body will be polluted. Even eternal beings can be injured, and it will take 540 many years to recover. Any existence below eternity who is cut by this dagger will suffer great damage to their foundation. At the very least, their cultivation will be greatly reduced, and at the worst, they will die directly. The dark blue dagger and the Dowing black robe are both low-level magic weapons in the Chaos Realm. For the practitioners in the realm, they are extremely powerful treasures. With it in hand, the Lord of Slaughter has the confidence to overthrow the human emperor. Facts had indeed made him do it. He had endured for countless years, and even sent the clone he had cultivated to the human emperor, causing the human emperor to relax his vigilance. Finally, when the human emperor was about to transcend, he dealt him a fatal blow. Although the human emperor is not dead, he has been contaminated by the dark blue dagger and will face many difficulties if he wants to transcend again. What's more, the Lord of Slaughter is watching in secret, and the emperor's future is bleak. Lin Moyu was not interested in the feud between the Lord of Slaughter and the human emperor. It was someone else's personal grudge, and he was too lazy to gossip about it, so he didn't ask any more questions. The Lord of Slaughter brought Lin Moyu to an empty void, which was far away from every great spiritual domain. It was a vacuum zone, and there was not even a virtual beast. Lin Moyu felt the antiquity of this place, which meant that no one had been in this area for a long time. He glanced around and found that nothing unusual had happened here, given his status as the domain master. The Lord of Slaughter said, "That's where I entered that special area. But I came back later and didn't find it. But I have a feeling that it should still be here and not leave." The feeling of eternal existence is probably not wrong, so Lin Moyu chooses to believe him. He could not sense anything, and found nothing within his sight. He used the rules of the boundary to weave a dense net in this area, sweeping it like a carpet, but still found nothing. No. Lin Moyu muttered to himself, there are only two possibilities in this situation. One is that there is really nothing here, and the other is that the other party's hiding method is better than his, and can block his detection. The Lord of Slaughter whispered, maybe he's no longer here. My feelings aren't always accurate. Lin Moyu smiled and said, it's okay, you can go back first and pretend that what happened today never happened. Just do what you need to do. The Lord of Slaughter naturally did not dare to refuse. Although he was very curious and wanted to know what other tricks Lin Moyu had, since Lin Moyu had already said so, he could only leave. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Moyu suddenly spoke up again, I don't care what conflict you have with the human emperor. Take it easy when you fight, and don't hurt too many innocent people. The Lord of Slaughter shuddered, I understand. He disappeared into the darkness and soon left the virtual world and returned to the real world. Lin Moyu thought, soulless. Following a soft call, the soulless beast arrived here. Master, please give me your orders. Lin Moyu said, seal off this area and don't let anyone get close. Yes. The soulless beast responded and manipulated the rules to seal off the area. Lin Moyu muttered to himself, looks like I'll have to resort to the stupid method. With a thought, trillions of undead servants appeared in the void, spreading out in all directions and launching a true carpet search. During the search of the undead servants, as long as there is the slightest abnormality in the area, even a strand of hair will be discovered. Lin Moyu attaches great importance to this. The abnormality here may be related to the incident when Tianqiu land was attacked at the beginning of the formation of the Five Worlds. It is very likely that this was not an accident, but the plot of other great masters. The means of competition between the great masters are extremely sophisticated. The great masters may be willing to make plans and even treat all living beings in the realm as a joke. If you are not careful, you may fall into the trap of the great masters and not even know how you died. Furthermore, now that the Five Worlds belong to him, things that he cannot control have occurred in his own domain. How can Lin Moyu accept this? He must investigate thoroughly. This area is very vast, and it will take a lot of time for Lin Moyu to disperse all of his undead servants, a total of 2 trillion. The undead servants transformed into giants of 100,000 meters in length, so that they could cover a wider area and search more efficiently. Every inch was left untouched, and the search space was constantly expanding. After searching for more than a month, there was still no discovery. The entire search range has expanded to hundreds of billions of kilometers in radius, and is about to reach the nearest great spiritual realm. But it was precisely because of this that Lin Moyu felt that something was wrong here. The vacuum zone is not really a vacuum. There are also real and virtual secret realms here, and there are some special things. As the great avenues intersect and collide, some unusual changes should occur. They may be extremely rare, but they should not be completely absent. This is it now, there is nothing here, it is a real vacuum, this is the anomaly. Lin Moyu ordered his undead servants to shrink in size and search the area again. This took another 2 months, but he still found nothing. During this period, the soulless beast also helped to search, but he did not find it. Master, something is wrong. The soulless beast vaguely felt that something was wrong here, but couldn't put his finger on why. Lin Moyu said, "Tell me, what's wrong?" The soulless beast thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I can't explain it, but I just feel like something's not right. It's like this area has been deliberately disguised." Lin Moyu said, "Yes, it was indeed deliberately disguised, and the disguise was very sophisticated." The soulless beast asked, "Should we blow this place up?" "Anyway, there are no living creatures in this area, so it doesn't matter if it's blown up. Maybe it can force them out." Lin Moyu shook his head, "Not yet. I should be able to find a way. You can go back first and leave this to me." "Master, be careful." The soulless beast was very obedient and turned away. Destroying this area is the last stupid method, and Lin Moyu doesn't know if there will be any consequences if he does so. After all, there may be a great master behind the other party. If possible, he still wanted to use normal methods to catch these guys. He had found a way to collect all the undead servants. With a thought, all the rules and avenues in this area disappeared and turned into a complete vacuum. Lin Moyu dispelled the avenues and rules here, turning this area into a complete vacuum, a true vacuum state, with nothing in it. Since the normal method cannot be found, then when everything becomes a vacuum, perhaps we can find a clue. All the undead servants have been put away, their presence will affect the vacuum state. In this state, Lin Moyu could not observe from the perspective of a domain master because the rules did not exist. Lin Moyu looked around with his naked eyes and didn't see any problems. The other party's hiding method was more sophisticated than he thought. But there is another way. He connected to the universe, and a not-so-big projection of the universe emerged behind him. He did not use any power from the 5 worlds, but instead relied on the great 1,000 worlds to provide him with a source of power. Wow! The wings of chaos spread out, vibrated gently, and blew away in a breeze. The breeze seemed gentle, without a trace of fireworks, but it spread a chaotic force wherever it passed. Lin Moyu controlled it skillfully. The power of chaos was not strong. It just slightly stirred time and space. In the chaos, all elements of time and space would become disordered. The power of chaos cannot be utilized, and these seemingly chaotic forces appear to be very layered. Chaos is just an appearance. In Lin Moyu's eyes, chaos also has its own rules. Unless he breaks the rules, it will be a real and complete chaos. The chaotic winds intertwined into an airtight web, sweeping the entire area in a carpet-like manner. The wind is not very fast. Considering the size of this area, it will take decades to reach every corner. But Lin Moyu believed that he would not be so unlucky and it should not take that long. The wings of chaos kept flapping at a unique rhythm, but Lin Moyu didn't seem to be in a hurry. He knew very well that he was most likely facing a trap set by a great master, so he could only take it slow. While searching in the virtual world, Lin Moyu's real body accompanied Xiao Wu and the others. Under his guidance, Xiao Lu and the others were ready to break through and become Dao Masters. A year later, another war broke out between the Lord of Slaughter and the Human Emperor. This time the Human Emperor was prepared, and the two sides ended in a draw, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Emperor Jinmu returned to the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm. This time he was much more obedient and no longer shouted for fighting and killing. Lin Moyu's move made it feel terrified, and it clearly realized that Lin Moyu could kill it at any time. No matter how angry you are, you have to hold it in, and you may have to hold it in for the rest of your life. 3 years later, Lin Moyu, who had been standing with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and smiled. I finally found it. The big web woven by the wind of chaos finally made a discovery. It was an insignificant, smaller than a pinhole, and it almost merged into the virtual space. Moreover, it can absorb external forces and use them to disguise itself, and it can pass through any object. Even if an undead servant touches it, it will pass through. So no matter how hard I looked for it before, I couldn't find its existence. Now, under the attack of the wind of chaos, it finally revealed itself because it could not use the power of chaos to disguise itself. Lin Moyu came in front of it, but did not take action immediately. Instead, he observed it carefully. Using his soul as his eyes, Lin Moyu transformed his soul power into a sharp needle and probed into it to check the situation inside. Chaos Rune. As soon as the soul power entered, Lin Moyu saw a Chaos Rune. The Chaos Rune served as a door, blocking him as an outsider. The Chaos Rune glowed brightly, and Lin Moyu deduced from the changes in its light that this Chaos Rune would activate at regular intervals to absorb energy from the outside world. That was the best time to enter, and the Lord of Slaughter happened to encounter that time. Lin Moyu didn't want to wait. God knew when the next opening would be, so he went straight to study the Chaos Runes. He had come into contact with Chaos Runes before. Although Chaos Runes were more advanced than Divine Runes, they remained essentially the same. Lin Moyu quickly found a way to crack them. When he first came into contact with Chaos Runes, he discovered that he also had an extraordinary talent for Chaos Runes. The extremely complex Chaos Runes are actually just like this in my eyes. This kind of talent is innate. I once thought that the talent came from some powerful person. Later, I learned that I was related to the Great Lord of Natural Disasters, and thought that this talent came from the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. But after learning about the life of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters, I realized that this was not the case. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters is indeed proficient in Chaos Runes, but the Great Lord of Natural Disasters' comprehension of runes seems to be inferior to his own. But this is not important. What is important is that the Chaos Rune in front of him is not very advanced and can be cracked. Lin Moyu borrowed a trace of Chaos energy from the Chaos Ancestral Tree. He manipulated the Chaos energy to draw a not too complex Chaos Rune. This was the first time he drew a Chaos Rune by hand, and it felt not much different from drawing a Divine Rune. The Chaos Rune flew over and turned into a key, successfully opening the portal. A breeze blew out from behind the door, and the entrance, which was originally only the size of a pinhole, expanded instantly, turning into an independent space that was billions of miles in size. Lin Moyu took a look and said, "Sell it." This independent space is located between reality and illusion, neither completely in the virtual world nor completely in the real world. The other party cleverly utilized the space to make the independent space more hidden. Lin Moyu stepped out. He had confidence in himself and knew he could handle any danger. Although he is only entering with his clone, the clone is also invincible within the 5 worlds. Lin Moyu entered the independent space. The Chaos Rune he had drawn before opened the door but did not disappear. Its existence prevented the door from closing again. The power of the realm was continuously pouring into the independent space, which was also Lin Moyu's confidence. Lin Moyu looked around this not-so-small independent space, which was filled with a strange atmosphere. This is not the aura of the 5 worlds. It can also absorb and refine the great ways of the 5 worlds and transform them into one's own strength. That's a good idea. I don't know which powerful person wrote this. It doesn't seem to be a great master, but a powerful person who has reached the peak of the Chaos Realm. Lin Moyu deduced the realm of the owner of this space from the aura that permeated the space. The Chaos Realm is very powerful, at least much stronger than my current self. But the existence who has reached the peak of the Chaos Realm may not necessarily be here. This is just a backup plan he left behind. Walking in the independent space, Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. More and more domain power was pouring in with him, and soon it would occupy most of the independent space. Then you will become the master of this space and can do whatever you want. Several large rivers appeared in front of us, coming from all directions and converging into one place. Flowing in these rivers are the forces of the Great Tao and the 5 worlds. Where they converge, a castle stands tall in the void. The avenues become rivers, which converge into the sea, and castles float on the sea. The castle looks old, but it is exquisite in every detail. I really enjoy it. Lin Moyu took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the castle. With a sweep of his undead eyes, he saw several weak soul flames. There are living beings in the castle, but they are not powerful. Judging from the soul flames, the strongest one is only the Taoist master. Lin Moyu was a little surprised. To a Chaos Realm expert, Tao Master was nothing at all. Unless someone treats the Taoist master as a slave, that would be understandable. There was a layer of faint light outside the castle, forming a simple defense. In Lin Moyu's eyes, this layer of light could only block some not-so-powerful snakes, insects, rats and ants, and had no effect on him. Easily passed through the dim light and officially stepped into the castle. A fragrant wind blew over. There were many flowers planted in the castle. Lin Moyu couldn't recognize these flowers. They were in full bloom and emitted a strange fragrance. Then Lin Moyu saw the owners of the soul flames. They were not ordinary creatures, but little guys similar to elves. They are only the size of a palm, with wings on their backs, which vibrate hummingly as they tend to the flowers. Under their care, the flowers become more energetic and the fragrance they emit becomes more intense. The entire castle exuded a peaceful atmosphere. Lin Moyu felt his heart become calm, and he even had the illusion that he didn't want to leave. The corners of his mouth moved slightly, and there was a hint of contempt in his eyes. He had this idea because of the fragrance of the flowers. The fragrance of the flowers could affect his Taoist heart. If another Taoist master came here, he was afraid that he would really not be able to leave. These little guys who were taking care of the flowers seemed unaware of Lin Moyu's arrival. They continued to take care of their own flowers, and each of them only took care of a few flowers. They don't speak or communicate. Although they look cute, they are a bit dull. It seems that things are not simple. Lin Moyu entered the castle with caution in his heart. The castle looks magnificent and exquisite, but there is actually only one road inside, and the end of the road is the castle's inner hall. There are gardens on both sides of the road, with more flowers and a stronger fragrance. It seems the owner of the castle really likes flowers, but that's all he likes. There is not a single weed in the huge castle garden. Normally, there will always be weeds in every corner of the garden, but here all the weeds have been cleared away. Not only were there weeds, there weren't even any trees. All that was left were flowers. Buzz! The castle suddenly made a slight sound, as if the time had come, and a large amount of indigo flew out from it. These elves added by the Taoist master took care of the flowers in front of them. Just like before on the castle wall, each elf only took care of the few plants in front of it and did not care about others. There are an astonishing number of flowers and elves here. Lin Moyu noticed that these elves seemed to have lost their self-awareness and did nothing but take care of the flowers. He vaguely felt that these elves who took care of the flowers were a little strange, but Lin Moyu couldn't tell what was strange about them. He also couldn't see the origins of these elves. They didn't seem to be spirits of objects, nor did they look like normal creatures, yet they had souls. Buzz! Suddenly, the castle made a slight sound again, the wind blew in the castle, and the fragrance of the flowers became stronger. Suddenly, laughter broke out, and the little ones who were taking care of the flowers suddenly laughed. They seemed to have seen something very happy and were smiling brightly, but it made people feel even more weird. Their expressions were exactly the same, as if they were carved from the same mold. Their laughter rose and fell, faintly forming a unique rhythm. Lin Moyu frowned slightly, and his laughter with a unique rhythm blended with the rich fragrance of flowers, impacting his heart in waves. Every corner of the castle is filled with bewitching power that can easily trap people. This confusing power is enough to affect eternal existence, but it seems to be insufficient to completely confuse eternal existence. If it's just this kind of deceptive power, it won't cause any trouble. It doesn't match the previous Chaos Rune. Chaos Runes are the exclusive domain of Chaos Realm experts. Since Chaos Runes are used to hide this independent space, it means that a Chaos Realm expert has taken action. Although this castle in the independent space is a bit weird, it is hard to believe that it cannot even confuse the eternal existence. There's an illusion of selling dog meat under the guise of selling mutton. Back then, the Lord of Slaughter came to this space by chance. He did not enter the castle, but obtained the 2 Chaos Realm magic weapons outside. And myself. Lin Moyu suddenly realized that he had missed something. He did not explore outside the castle, but went straight into the castle. It seems to get straight to the core, but in fact there is something missing. An idea came to Lin Moyu's mind. Should he leave the castle first and take a look outside the castle? Buzz! The castle began to make soft noises again, the wind became stronger, the fragrance of flowers became stronger, and the laughter became more intense, so intense that it was a little harsh. Lin Moyu's gaze was suddenly drawn to the inner hall of the castle. A powerful soul flame appeared in the inner hall. This soul flame had transcended eternity and reached chaos, but it seemed to have suffered some damage and was incomplete. The appearance of the soul flame made him give up his previous thoughts. Lin Moyu took 2 or 3 steps to the inner hall and walked in. The floral fragrance in the inner hall was even stronger, but strangely, there were no flowers here, not a single one. All the floral scents come from other areas of the castle and eventually converge here. At the head of the inner hall, there was an exquisite jade throne, on which a woman was sitting lazily. The woman has a stunning appearance and delicate facial features, all of which exude fatal attraction. She was wearing a flowery long dress, and the flowers embroidered on the dress looked like living things, which was very compelling. Lin Moyu also had to admit that this woman had a strong appeal, and this appeal was not only directed at the opposite S**X, even women would be attracted to her. Moreover, Lin Moyu had to admit in his heart that the woman in front of him was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, except for Lin Mohan. What a pity. Lin Moyu sighed softly, what a pity. Ha ha. The woman laughed like a silver bell. Could you tell me where it is, my friend? Lin Moyu said, it's a pity that a powerful Chaos Realm expert dare not show his true face to others. The woman's expression changed slightly, and then she sighed softly, it turns out that you have seen through me, but I think this is a good thing. Her appearance had not changed, and she did not seem embarrassed. Lin Moyu 2.2 had seen through it and realized that the woman in front of him was not her true appearance. What a woman shows to you is your inner preference for her appearance. If someone else looks at it, they will see another face, and it will be the appearance that they like to see the most. In this way, it may be extremely attractive to others and even affect those permanent memories, but it is of no use to oneself. Lin Moyu also thought of a possibility. If the Red Stone Emperor was here, would he see a beautiful big stone? Lin Moyu said calmly, which realm are you from? Why are you staying in my realm? The woman sighed and said, I don't want to stay, but I can't go back. She showed weakness to Lin Moyu. She had to show weakness. Her soul was hurt at the moment, and it would not be difficult for Lin Moyu to kill her. Lin Moyu said, tell me in detail, I'm listening. My name is Huasian, I have reached the Chaos Realm, and I would like to greet the lord of this region. A faint voice rang out in the exquisite palace. The flower fairy's voice, like her appearance, was the favorite voice in every listener's subconscious mind. No matter the tone or intonation, it was different in everyone's ears. The sound also exudes a fatal attraction that can erode the heart of Tao. Combined with the fragrance and appearance of flowers, it creates an all-round temptation for hearing, vision, and smell. Even if one exists forever, if one's heart is not firm enough, one may perish. Lin Moyu believed that if she had not been seriously injured, with her Chaos Realm great perfection cultivation, the eternal being would not be able to resist her temptation at all. But in my own opinion, these things are nothing more than pleasant to smell, pleasing to the eyes, and pleasant to the ears, nothing else. Lin Moyu suddenly thought of the little guys who served the flowers in the castle. Were these guys bewitched by the flower fairies and became like that after falling into depravity? You can ask this question later. Now Lin Moyu is listening to the flower fairy telling stories. Whether the story is true or not, Lin Moyu will not believe it completely, he has his own judgment. In the story of the flower fairy, she was once ordered to attack a mysterious place together with a group of powerful Chaos Realm warriors. They also didn't know where this 16 mysterious places were, they just followed orders. There were thousands of Chaos Realm warriors dispatched in total, among whom there were dozens of Chaos Realm Perfection warriors, and there were hundreds of Chaos Realm Great Accomplishment warriors like her. and the rest were Chaos Realm minor accomplishment warriors. Their attack went smoothly at first and they quickly entered the mysterious place, but they were immediately blocked. They encountered a large number of Chaos Realm masters who had reached perfection and blocked their way, suffering heavy casualties. Almost all of the people who came were killed, and few were able to escape. The Flower Fairy was very lucky. She was only seriously injured but not dead. This castle was a high-level magic weapon in the Chaos Realm, and she escaped with the help of the castle. In the end, this castle was like a parasite, parasitizing the 5 worlds. That was roughly what happened. After the Flower Fairy finished speaking, Lin Moyu asked, "Then why don't you leave the 5 worlds and return to primal chaos?" The Flower Fairy said with a hint of grievance, "Do you think I don't want to leave? It's simply impossible to leave. When I escaped into this realm, I had already exhausted all my strength. I don't know how many years I have been asleep. Over the years, I have been secretly absorbing the power of the realm, but as I absorbed it, I found that my castle and the realm were stuck together, and I couldn't leave even if I wanted to. It turned out to be like this." Lin Moyu was speechless for a moment. The mysterious place that the Huaxian group attacked back then was naturally the Tianqiu land. They were ordered by the Great Lord to attack the Tianqiu land, but they had no idea that there were also Great Lords behind the Tianqiu land, and there were 2 of them. So they were defeated, some died, and some were wounded. Perhaps, these people are just cannon fodder under the Great Master, used to test the truth. Who can predict for sure the fight between the Great Masters? Lin Moyu asked, "How many people have come here over the years?" The Flower Fairy said, "There are quite a few. I didn't count them all. They are all in the castle. Those flower slaves are them." As expected, it was just as Lin Moyu had guessed. Everyone who came in eventually became a flower slave, and no one left. The Flower Fairy said quietly, "But this cannot be blamed on me. They barged in on their own accord, were attracted by the flowers I raised, and eventually became corrupted and became flower slaves." Lin Moyu asked, "You didn't do it yourself?" The Flower Fairy said, "There is no need for me to do anything, my flowers will do it." Well, a cultivator who has reached the peak of the Chaos Realm, even if he is seriously injured, naturally does not need to do it himself to deal with some Dao Lords. When Lin Moyu saw those flowers just now, he had a vague feeling that they were aggressive, but because of his own cultivation, those flowers did not attack him. If it were the Taoist master, perhaps those flowers would really eat people. Lin Moyu continued, "Someone came here before and got the dark blue dagger and the hidden Dao black robe. Did you know about this?" The Flower Fairy said, "You mean that little fellow?" "I was already awake at the time, so I naturally knew. That little fellow had a firm heart and was cautious. He must have sensed that the castle was not safe, so he didn't come in. When I escaped, I swept away a piece of space. That was part of the battlefield. And it were some of my fellow Taoists, as well as some of their magic weapons. That dark blue dagger and the black robe of the hidden path came from Taoist Moyin. He was a great master of the Chaos Realm, but unfortunately, he also fell." Lin Moyu frowned. "No, he's not dead." The Flower Fairy showed a look of surprise. "Impossible, I saw him fall with my own eyes." Lin Moyu pondered for a moment. "He's definitely not dead. There's only one possibility. The person who died wasn't his real body, but a clone." The Flower Fairy didn't believe Lin Moyu's words. If he really wasn't dead, why would his magic weapon be left here? Lin Moyu did not argue with her anymore. There was no point in arguing further. With the help of the Seeking Cause ring, which had results but no causes, the sole imprint he left on Moyin would definitely not have any problems. The Seeking Cause ring could not make mistakes. So Moyin must still be alive. The Flower Fairy saw Moyin dead and left behind a magic weapon, so there must be another reason. Moreover, there is still the residual soul of Moyin left in the magic weapon. It has been hiding for so many years, there must be a purpose. As for the purpose, perhaps only those who have seen Yin himself can know. But in Lin Moyu's opinion, this is still not important. What is important is that Moyin's residual soul almost killed Xiao Wu, and has formed a mortal feud with him. If given the chance, I will definitely kill the other person. The Lord of Slaughter came here unexpectedly that year, but because of caution he did not enter the castle, and obtained the dark blue dagger and the hidden black clothes outside the castle. Now it seems that it was not the Lord of Slaughter who obtained these two magic weapons, but these two magic weapons took the initiative to find the Lord of Slaughter. With the help of the Lord of Slaughter, they left this space and entered the 5 worlds. Thinking of this, Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat. The Lord of Slaughter had obtained these two magic weapons for many years. Could it be that Moen had already known something about the situation of the 5 worlds domain? He could even sense the specific location of the 5 worlds domain. If he comes looking for me, I am definitely no match for him now. Whether he is in the great perfection of Chaos Realm or the perfection of Chaos Realm, it doesn't make much difference to me. If other cultivators saw that the realm had a master, they would be wary of the fact that they were geniuses and might achieve perfection in the Chaos Realm in the future, and thus would not become enemies with them. If Moen came here, he would definitely not have these concerns. If he could achieve great success in the Chaos Realm, he would find a way to occupy the 5 worlds. If the Chaos Realm is perfected, one will find a way to absorb the power of the 5 worlds and strengthen one's own thinking realm. Therefore, the best way for me at the moment is to take the realm away and avoid its sharp edge first. But you can't leave so easily. If you want to invade your own territory, I can't let you come as you please. Lin Moyu asked, fellow Taoist Huasian, thank you for telling me this. Is there anything I can help you with? The Flower Fairy said, fellow Taoist Lin is a domain master, but I can see that fellow Taoist Lin has not yet entered the primal chaos. If one day fellow Taoist Lin enters the primal chaos and has the ability, will you let me leave? Good. Lin Moyu agreed without hesitation. The Flower Fairy's request was not excessive. Now she was trapped in the realm and was stuck between reality and illusion. She didn't want to be stuck here, and she knew why she was stuck here. She was seriously injured and fell asleep when she escaped. Before, she could still absorb some of the power of the realm to recover. But now that the realm has an owner, it will become difficult for her to absorb the realm. And if she wants to recover completely, she needs the help of chaotic energy, but there is no chaotic energy in the realm. So she must escape, but the only person who can help her escape the realm is the domain master Lin Moyu. But she was very distressed. She couldn't contact Lin Moyu, and she couldn't even take the initiative to open the channel to this independent space. At that time, she didn't know what had happened that led to the current situation. Perhaps it was good luck, or perhaps it was the last glimmer of hope. Lin Moyu actually came here on his own initiative. The Flower Fairy immediately grabbed the life-saving straw and told everything she knew, without holding back except for some things that could not be said. In return, Lin Moyu also promised her that he would let her go when he was able to do so. Huasian didn't know that Lin Moyu didn't want her around at all and even thought about killing her. After all, Lin Moyu was very unhappy about having such an outsider in his own domain. As for being gentle and considerate to women, that doesn't exist. But now that he has promised to let her go, Lin Moyu will naturally do it. The Tianqiu land they invaded back then was not the 5 worlds realm, and even if it was the 5 worlds realm, it had little to do with them. It's the past. Moyu won't settle the hatred. After chatting with the Flower Fairy for a long time and asking a lot of questions, Lin Moyu left the castle. Looking at the flower slaves in the castle, most of these guys are cultivators who have strayed into this place, were bewitched by the strange flowers, and were finally swallowed by them, becoming flower slaves, and stayed here to take care of the strange flowers for the rest of their lives. The entire castle is a good magic weapon. This magic weapon has its own space and can absorb power from the outside world to form its own avenue, and then use the avenue to irrigate the body flowers. After leaving the castle, Lin Moyu did not leave, but wandered around. The areas surrounding the castle exude an ancient atmosphere. They were once part of the Tianqiu land and experienced the Great War that year. According to Huasian, some powerful Chaos Realm masters died, and their corpses and magic weapons might have been taken away when she escaped. Among them were Mo Yin's dagger and black clothes. Lin Moyu sent out his undead servants to search for the legacy left behind. No matter whether it was the materials for Chaos Realm magic weapons or anything else, Lin Moyu accepted everything. He was not picky and wanted everything. It would be even better if we could find some flesh and blood from a Chaos Realm corpse, which would be much better than the materials for Chaos Realm magic weapons. Although countless years have passed, the corpses of Chaos Realm masters will not rot, so they will definitely be found as long as they exist. The undead servants launched a carpet search, not entering every inch of the area. They rushed into the surging and rolling river of the avenue and dug 3 feet into the ground to search. The Flower Fairy had no objection to this. Now, even if Lin Moyu wanted to demolish her castle, she had no choice but to accept it. She couldn't win the fight and still needed help from others. What could she do? Fortunately, the space taken up by the castle at that time was not very large, with a diameter of only 100,000 miles. It would not take long for the undead servants to turn the place upside down. Half a day passed without any discovery, which made Lin Moyu certain that the Lord of Slaughter was able to obtain the dark blue dagger and the dowling black robe not by chance, but that these 2 magic weapons took the initiative to find the Lord of Slaughter. Boom! The mud and rocks turned into a torrent and rushed up to the sky, and a giant hidden under the earth suddenly rushed out. This giant showed no signs before attacking, not even the undead eyes of his undead servants detected his presence. Only when he appeared did the 10 soul flames ignite. The giant grabbed the 2 undead servants and put them directly into his mouth. With the sound of teeth-aching chewing, the 2 undead servants were bitten into pieces and swallowed. Lin Moyu frowned. This giant didn't look like a cultivator, but more like a beast, and a very hungry beast at that. With a wave of his hand, the power of the realm swept out and blew past the giant. Combined with the eye of the undead, Lin Moyu immediately saw the giant's true colors. His soul flame is very chaotic. It doesn't look like a normal soul flame, it should be a vicious spirit formed by the fusion of multiple souls. He still possesses such a strong obsession. It seems those Chaos Realm warriors back then died unwillingly. During the Great Battle, the Chaos Realm fell, but its soul was not completely dead and there were still some remnants. At least several residual souls in the Chaos Realm merged together for some reason. They were unwilling to accept this and developed obsessions. The stronger one's heart of Tao, the deeper one's obsession tends to be. A Chaos Realm expert who has lived for countless years has an obsession that is terrifying. The remnant souls of obsession merged with each other, and coupled with the power of the Realm Avenue that the castle continued to absorb, eventually formed a giant-like monster. This giant possesses the combat power of someone who has just entered the Chaos Realm, and is much stronger than an undead servant. Lin Moyu moved his mind, and a huge palm suddenly appeared in the void, falling towards him like an overwhelming force. The Great Tao World-Destroying Palm. Now that Lin Moyu is the domain master, all the avenues in the realm can be easily driven by him. The Avenue of Destruction Palm can be used with just a slight movement of the mind, and its power is even greater than before. The giant had no reason. His obsession was to fight and to refuse to give up. He was fighting with his undead servants and didn't notice the Great Tao World-Destroying Palm falling from above his head. The Great Tao World-Destroying Palm fell on it, and the enormous force caused countless cracks in its body. After holding on for less than 2 breaths, the giant's body suddenly collapsed. Pieces of flesh flew everywhere, scattering all over the ground. The earth seemed to have been severely damaged and sank with a loud bang. These pieces of flesh came from powerful warriors in the Chaos Realm, and every drop of blood had an immeasurable weight. If they were still alive, a drop of their blood would be enough to crush the world. If they use all their strength, they can even directly destroy the realm. But now, they are just corpses, with only the remnant souls of obsession, and cannot cause any waves. Lin Moyu shattered its obsession with a palm, and then the fire of burning the world followed, turning the surroundings into a sea of fire and burning the remaining soul. Then he waved his hand and collected the refined meat. There was a lot of flesh and blood, dozens of pieces, some as small as a fingertip, Qian Nuo Zhao, and some as big as a baby's fist. The obsession and remnant soul inside had been wiped out. These flesh and blood have obviously turned into chaos, which means that the weakest of them in their lifetime was at the small success stage of the chaos realm. Infinite summons. With a thought, the immortal path emerged and the immortal flame was sprinkled. In the immortal flames, the flesh and blood automatically dispersed and regrouped, forming 3 piles. This also means that dozens of pieces of flesh and blood belong to 3 Chaos Realm powerhouses. The immortal flame burned fiercely. After countless years, the 3 Chaos Realm powerhouses from the ancient times were now reviving the country at an astonishing speed. Their bodies were quickly reorganized and reborn, followed by their souls. Soul fragments have traveled through a long time and gathered from the long river of time. Suddenly, Lin Moyu's face changed and he put away his magic in an instant. The 3 bodies that had mostly recovered fell straight down, and the souls that were gathering dispersed on the spot. Lin Moyu's expression was strange. He held his breath, not daring to make the slightest movement. A terrifying will swept over, and the flower fairy in the castle screamed in fear, and crawled on the jade throne, not daring to move. In her opinion, this will was too terrifying, comparable to that of a great master. Lin Moyu also restrained all his breath at this moment, and drew the chaotic energy from the chaos ancestral tree to cover himself. After doing all this, the will of Tao just swept over him. He knew that this was the will of Tao, but he didn't know why it came again this time. The majestic will swept past and then left. It felt like a certain existence high above, surveying its territory with its gaze. The flower fairy's delicate body collapsed on the jade throne, sweat dripping down her face. She felt like she was going to die. Is the Great Lord here? Why do I feel even scarier than the Great Lord? Lin Moyu's eyes were solemn. He felt something different. The will of the Tao seemed to linger on him for a fraction of a second. The difference was too small for him to be completely sure, but Lin Moyu trusted his intuition. The question now is why the Tao suddenly has the will to descend. Lin Moyu stared at the 3 corpses lying on the ground. All 3 were in the Chaos Realm, and it was impossible to tell their strength simply by looking at the corpses. Just now, when the Tao descended, it was the time for their souls to reunite, but their souls had long since dissipated. The magic was to retrieve their souls from time. And because they are already in the Chaos Realm, the time that triggers 730 is not the long river of time in the realm, but the time in the entire chaos. In other words, infinite summoning just rescued someone from the chaotic time. This was against the will of heaven, and therefore attracted the attention of Tao. That should be it. Lin Moyu probably made a judgment that Tian Zibajiu would not be wrong. With a movement of soul power, an avatar descended into the castle and came before the flower fairy. The flower fairy breathed a sigh of relief at this time, but was still afraid. She collapsed on the jade throne, looking very charming. Unfortunately, Lin Moyu didn't understand romance and didn't know how to appreciate it. With a wave of his hand, 3 corpses appeared in the void. Friend Hua, you may recognize these 3 people. The flower fairy, who had just recovered from her shock, instinctively looked over and exclaimed again, I recognize them. How did fellow Taoist Lin know these 3 people? They should have already fallen. Lin Moyu asked, Friend Hua, could you please tell me the cultivation levels of these 3 people? Lin Moyu was not interested in their identities, but only in their cultivation. Because he judged that the sudden arrival of Tao just now should be related to the cultivation of these 3 people. If he guessed correctly, one of these 3 people should have reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm. But this is just my own guess and needs to be confirmed. The flower fairy pointed to a person on the left and said, his name is Lang Cheng, and he has reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm. Their names are Zhe Hua and Zhe Feng, and they are Lang Cheng's disciples, and their cultivation has reached the minor success of the Chaos Realm. The case was solved. Lin Moyu was now 90% sure why the will of the Tao had descended before. It was because he wanted to resurrect Lang Cheng, and Lang Cheng was in the perfect Chaos Realm, a special realm, only 1 step away from the Great Venerable. In the eyes of Tao, this kind of existence is already a big ant. The most important characteristic of the Chaos Realm's perfection is the possession of a realm. With his fall, the realm he possesses will also collapse, and countless lives will die. If I were to resurrect him, it would mean restoring his realm as well, and the commotion it would cause would naturally be much greater. Only in this way can the Tao be attracted. The will of Tao saw a few ants and then left. Perhaps in its eyes, no matter how big the ants were, they were still just ants. The flower fairy asked quietly, "Does fellow Taoist Lin know what just happened?" Seeing her cautious demeanor, which lacked the demeanor of a Chaos Realm Master, Lin Moyu chuckled and shook his head. "It's best not to know too much. It won't do you any good." The flower fairy seemed a little curious and continued, "Did a certain great master come just now?" Lin Moyu smiled and didn't answer. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Hua. I'll take my leave now." The clone dissipated, and the flower fairy still frowned, curious in her heart, but she also knew that she might never get the answer. Lin Moyu looked at the three corpses. "I never thought that even a Chaos Realm perfection could fall. It seems that the war was indeed cruel." According to Hua Xian, those who died in the war were basically those who had reached the minor and major stages of the Chaos Realm. Those who had reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm were not so easy to kill, and they escaped very quickly. All we can say is that Lang Cheng was unlucky and died there, and neither his two disciples escaped. Lin Moyu put away Lang Cheng's body and took a deep breath. "Try again, I hope my judgment is correct." He cast Infinite Summoning again, this time only resurrecting one. The immortal flame enveloped the Zahua, and the time in chaos was drawn out. Souls from ancient times traveled through time and came here to reorganize and take shape. The whole process took most of the day, but it went smoothly without any accidents. The will of the Tao did not descend again. It was obvious that the Tao did not care about the minor success of the Chaos Realm at all. Then Lin Moyu turned Zifeng into a resurrected person as well, and the process was still smooth, which completely confirmed Lin Moyu's judgment. As long as the cultivators who have reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm are not resurrected, everything will be fine. It is not because the realm of perfection in the Chaos Realm is too high, but because there is an entire realm behind this realm, which is too involved. Zai Feng and Zai Hua prostrated themselves in front of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu said nothing and took them away with his hands. The undead servants continued to search the area, turning it upside down and digging 100 feet underground. After making sure that there was nothing else to find, Lin Moyu prepared to leave. Back in the virtual world, the power of the realm surged in, and Lin Moyu sealed off the area, not allowing anyone to enter. The entrance to the castle has been opened. If a lord of the avenue enters, he will most likely be attracted by the strange flowers and eventually become a flower area. This kind of thing should be avoided if possible, so Lin Moyu kept it secret. After doing all this, Lin Moyu left the virtual world, his clones dispersed, and Lin Moyu's mind had returned. Xiao Wu and the other three sat cross-legged, with the great Tao surrounding them. During this period of time, they had already reached the Tao Master Realm by using the great Tao they had brought in. It wouldn't be long before they could break through. The breakthrough is inevitable. The four of them have a solid foundation, and it is only a matter of time before it continues. Lin Moyu took out 4 chaos fruits and placed them in front of the 4 people. The chaos fruits turned into juice and merged into the 4 people's bodies, laying a more solid foundation for them. Then Lin Moyu summoned Zifeng and Zahua. "Tell us clearly about your attack on Tianqiu land that year. The more details the better." The two were obviously stunned and asked in unison, "Master, what is Tianqiu land?" Lin Moyu slapped his head, realizing that Tianqiu land was his own name. He changed his words and said, "It's the mysterious place you attacked before your fall." This time they understood and immediately told him everything that had happened. They are resurrected beings who completely obey Lin Moyu's orders and will not hide anything. They are even more detailed than what the Flower Fairy said. Their answers confirmed some of the things the Flower Fairy said. The Flower Fairy did not lie to them, and everything she said was true. Back then, they did receive orders from the Great Master to attack this mysterious place. They didn't even know where this mysterious place was. The Great Master used a magic weapon to send them directly here. The process was similar to what the flower fairy said. It went smoothly at the beginning, and this mysterious land was soon invaded by them. But then they were hit hard. No one knew where countless strong men appeared from and beat them to pieces. They were quickly defeated, some died, some were wounded, and some fled. They finally realized that the mysterious place they attacked also had a great master, but it was too late. Of the 1,000 who came here, probably less than 100 could escape alive. So many powerful people died just like that. Even those who reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm still lost several people. The fall of every Chaos Realm perfection represents the loss of countless lives in a certain realm. Only those who participated in this war could understand the cruelty. The one who gave them the order was the Great Lord, whose title was Jiuyue, the Great Tao of the Eastern Pole of Chaos. The flower fairies did not know this information. They knew more because their master had reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm. Many people in the Chaos Realm don't know who they are fighting for until they die, and their deaths are very unjust. Lin Moyu muttered to himself, Chaos is divided into 4 poles and 3 domains, 1 pole each in the east, south, west, and north, and there are also 3 domains, upper, middle, and lower. As he spoke, a large number of lines appeared on Lin Moyu's palm, interweaving to form the basic outline of chaos. It is said that chaos is boundless, but in fact it is not so. After countless years of exploration by the Great Venerable, chaos also has its outline and shape. Chaos is constantly expanding, getting bigger, but its outline does not change. In the chaotic outline constructed by Lin Moyu, a thick pillar first appeared, which was divided into 3 areas, upper, middle, and lower. These are the upper, middle, and lower domains of chaos. Starting from the central region, it expanded to the east, south, west, and north, forming the 4 poles. The chaos is extremely vast. Even if the Chaos Realm is perfect, it takes a long time to walk from one area to another. The place where each area meets is called the Ancient Wasteland. The Ancient Wasteland is full of unknowns, with violent chaotic forces and some unique and indescribable forces, forming a variety of unique areas. There are dangers but also opportunities in entering it. Many powerful people in the Chaos Realm will enter it to explore. It is even said that some great masters would go in and occasionally gain something. Lin Moyu looked at the chaotic outline constructed in his palm, thinking that the Great Lord of Natural Disasters and the blue-robed and white-robed lords should also often go to the Ancient Wasteland. Natural treasures from the Chaos Realm, such as the Dewy Boat, were obtained from the Tongue Wasteland. Even the Great Venerable, whose traces were completely wiped out, obtained the Scepter of Natural Disaster from the Ancient Wasteland. The Scourge Scepter comes from the Ancient Wasteland, and it is higher than Chaos. If this is true, then the Ancient Wasteland should be the starting point of everything. Lin Moyu had a guess in his mind. He had always been thinking about a question. Since Tao is the supreme existence in chaos, and the Scepter of Natural Disaster transcends Tao and chaos, then where did the Scepter of Natural Disaster come from? This raises a new question: where does chaos come from? Lin Moyu has always believed that everything has its origin and cannot emerge out of thin air. In addition to the root, all things must also have a balance of yin and yang, which is in line with the law of existence of all things. Now we finally have the answer. The root of chaos is the Ancient Wasteland, and the Scepter of Calamity is not a balance to the Tao. The Tao rules over chaos, but the Scepter of Calamity can check and balance the Tao, or even kill it. Lin Moyu felt as if everything had suddenly become clear. He had finally figured it out. His mind became clear, and all the causes and consequences were straightened out. It was as if he had comprehended the ultimate truth of heaven and earth, and for a moment he felt as if he was floating in the air. This feeling was very strange. Lin Moyu felt as if he was standing at some kind of supreme point, looking down at the universe. The realm he controlled was nothing more than a small dot in the universe. In this state, his understanding of the Tao and chaos is rising rapidly, and Lin Moyu vaguely feels that he can easily mobilize the chaotic energy. Using one's own great way to attract the chaotic energy is the cultivation path of the powerful people in the Chaos Realm. This path is extremely time-consuming and requires a lot of time. And this sudden realization of mine saved me at least tens of thousands of years. Unfortunately, the epiphany only lasted for a moment, and the feeling receded like the tide and disappeared. What a pity. Lin Moyu sighed. He regretted two things. One is that the time of enlightenment is too short, and the other is that there is not enough chaotic energy to support it. The chaotic energy supplied by the Chaos Ancestral Tree is not enough. Please give me flowers, 0. Looks like we're still going to enter chaos. Ever since I became the Domain Lord and entered the Chaos Realm, I have been busy with various things. Now, calculating the time, it is almost time for me to enter the Chaos Realm. Of course, he will not enter alone, but will also bring the 5 worlds into the chaos. At that time, the 5 worlds will usher in a major change. Glancing over, he saw that Xiao Wu and the other 3 had reached the final stage and were about to become Dao Masters. Then wait until they become Dao Masters and then enter the Primal Chaos. Then I will give them the first wisp of Primal Chaos Chi. Perhaps in the future they will also be able to transcend. As we are one of our own, we should naturally treat them with preferential treatment. The first wisp of chaotic energy was supposed to spread throughout the entire realm, transforming into millions of forms, and only those with destiny could obtain it. 0. However, Lin Moyu has selfish motives, so it's different. Lin Moyu can give it to whoever he wants. After all, he is the Domain Master, so he naturally has to use the power in his hands. Suddenly Lin Moyu looked up at the sky. His expression suddenly changed. His gaze passed through the boundary barrier and looked into the void. A ray of light passed through the infinite void at an astonishing speed and landed on the boundary. The boundary barrier emerged, and the sky battle formation hidden in the barrier was activated, blocking Xia Kai. Boom! The realm shook violently. The attack was so powerful that a large number of cracks appeared in the sky battle formation and it collapsed one after another. If it weren't for Lin Moyu's promotion to Domain Lord, the sky battle formation and the realm barrier would have merged into one, greatly enhancing the defensive power. This strike alone is enough to shatter the entire sky battle formation and even damage the realm. Chaos Realm completed? No, it's Lan. Lin Moyu's soul moved, and he sensed that the soul mark he left on Mo Lan had actually responded. Then he saw a man in a dark blue robe coming out of the void. Behind him, the projection of the Japanese territory was faintly visible. As expected, he has reached the perfect Chaos Realm. He actually came to visit me. The chaos is extremely vast. Even if one reaches the perfection of the Chaos Realm, it still takes a long time to travel from one place to another. It is not known when Mo Lan set off. Maybe when the Lord of Killing got the Mo Lan dagger, he had already locked onto the 5 world domains. Lin Moyu glanced at Xiao Wu and the others, summoned the soulless beast to help him watch, and stepped out of the boundary. He looked at Mo Lan and shouted in a low voice, "Stop!" Lin Moyu made a sound of the boundary, and the power of the boundary rolled and turned into thunder and struck Mo Lan. In chaos, the strong are respected and words have little effect. The best way to stop someone is to speak with your fists. This bolt of lightning, carrying the immense power of the realm, fell upon Lan. The projection of the realm behind Mo Lan glowed faintly, easily blocking the thunder. Lin Moyu even saw a hint of disdain on Mo Lan's old face. He didn't take his attack seriously at all and didn't stop. The sky battle formation was fully activated, emitting a strong light, and a battle formation giant emerged. All the power of the realm was injected into the battle giant, and the battle giant used the power of the realm to strike out with the strongest blow. This strike has surpassed the Chaos Realm's minor success. The realm was roaring and shaking, as if it would collapse at any time. It looked as if Lin Moyu was already fighting for his life. Lin Moyu probably guessed the purpose of Mo Lan's visit, so he shook the boundary to create the illusion that the boundary was ready to fight to the death. Mo Lan snorted coldly, blocking the attack of the battle giant and slowly stopping. It's not bad to reach this level before entering the realm of chaos. The foundation of this realm is not bad. I want it. Young man, I'll give you one chance. If you surrender your realm and give up your position as the domain lord, I will spare your life. The dark blue voice was as harsh as the friction of metal, with a hint of coldness, and was very strong. He seemed to have Lin Moyu in his grasp, and overwhelming pressure swept over him. Lin Moyu sneered, "Senior seems to be giving me a chance to survive, but I'm afraid if I do this, the group will die a more tragic death. If I don't give up my position as domain lord, I can just blow up my own realm and fight to the death with you. I will surely die, but you won't gain anything. If I give up the position of domain lord, I will immediately become a sheep or cattle to be slaughtered." Mo Lan sneered, "Do you think you have the qualifications to self-destruct your realm in front of me?" Lin Moyu said, "You can give it a try." With just 2 sentences, Lin Moyu already knew that Mo Lan's purpose was exactly the same as he guessed. This old guy who had reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm wanted the 5 worlds domain. But how did he know that there was a boundary here? It might be related to the 2 magic weapons obtained by killing life. The 2 magic weapons contain his residual soul, which can help him locate the direction of the realm. Mo Lan said coldly, "I never thought you could actually erase the soul I left behind. You are indeed a talent. If you give up your realm, I can agree to take you as my servant. With my support behind you, you can come and go freely in the chaos." Lin Moyu laughed and said, "Senior, your words are a bit too much. When you and the Chaos Realm attacked the mysterious land, weren't you also following the orders of the Great Venerable? With the Great Venerable above us, how dare you claim to support me?" Mo Lan's expression changed slightly. "You even know about this. It seems you know quite a lot." Lin Moyu said, "I do know a lot. I'm afraid you fought as a clone back then. If Great Master Jiu Yue knew about this, would he blame you?" While speaking, Lin Moyu stared at Mo Lan, and from the subtle changes in his expression, he could get the answer he needed. Sure enough, Mo Lan's expression became even uglier. "Great Master, can you see me whenever you want? You want to scare me with these words, but it seems I can't keep you here today." He was filled with murderous intent and clearly had the intention to kill. From this, it can be seen that this matter is indeed a threat to him. Once the Great Master Jiuyu knows about it, I am afraid Mo Lan's life will not be easy. Lin Moyu said, "Senior, if you really want to take action, you should think carefully about why I have the confidence to speak to you like this." As he spoke, a terrifying aura surged out from the realm, no weaker than Mo Lan's. Mo Lan's expression turned even uglier. How could there be a perfect and powerful person in the Du domain? Lin Moyu said, "Of course, he survived the war like his predecessors. The implication is that if you have a way to survive, others will naturally have a way too." Lin Moyu asked Zifeng Zihua to use Lang Cheng's body to activate the Chaos Realm's perfect aura hidden in the body to deceive Mo Lan. As long as Mo Lan doesn't investigate carefully, he won't find any problems. Lin Moyu hopes to trick Mo Lan into leaving. After all, he doesn't have the strength to fight him yet. One of his current trump cards is Lang Cheng's body. But Lin Moyu was not sure whether using Lang Cheng's corpse to perform corpse explosion could really kill Mo Lan. Mo Lan gave him a very strange feeling. Since he was able to use his clone to deceive the great Lord Jiuyu, it showed that he was strong enough. Among the powerful people who have reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm, Lang Cheng is not too bad. Although both have reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm, their strengths are vastly different. Moreover, the Chaos Realm has an ability that can transmit a large number of attacks to the realm, which is somewhat similar to his own talent. The stronger the realm, the more damage it will endure. Unless it is absolutely necessary, Lin Moyu does not want to gamble. If the explosion doesn't kill him and he doesn't have any better means to deal with it, he will be in a passive position. Even if it was a severely injured Chaos Realm perfection, he was not someone he could deal with. After comprehensive consideration, Lin Moyu decided to lie to him, hoping that he would give up. Under the double deception of the self-destructing realm and the existence of powerful Chaos Realm masters in the realm, the probability of success of his idea is not small. There was a struggle in Mo Lan's eyes, and he seemed to be considering whether to give up. Lin Moyu said calmly, "Chaos is vast and has countless realms. Senior does not have to focus on this realm. Senior's personality is not very good. He likes to burn everything together. Senior, please think carefully. As he spoke, Lin Moyu returned to the boundary and looked at Mo Lan across the boundary barrier. There is a boundary barrier between them, and Mo Lan cannot kill him. He has enough time to detonate his own boundary. Lang Cheng's breath was still faintly there, as if warning Mo Lan. After a moment, Mo Lan finally made a decision. He whispered, "Since there is a perfect master here, I will let you go today. If you dare to talk nonsense in the future, I will kill you." Lin Moyu said, "Don't worry, Senior. I will keep this a secret. I will keep this a secret." Mo Lan snorted coldly and turned away. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief, finally being fooled away. He returned to Xiao Wu and the other three. At this time, the four of them were already exuding the aura of a Taoist master and were about to become a Taoist master. Although Mo Lan retreated, Lin Moyu was still uneasy and whispered, "We can't wait any longer, enter the chaos." He reappeared outside the boundary, 5.9 flying in the opposite direction from where Mo Lan came from. The mighty power of the realm merged with Lin Moyu, transforming into an invisible chain. Lin Moyu was essentially dragging the realm towards the chaos. There is a void area between the realm and chaos. This area protects the realm from the invasion of chaotic energy. Every realm is like this before its domain master is born. After having a domain master, the domain master can lead the realm into chaos and use his own power to fuse the power of the realm to refine the chaotic energy. The chaotic energy will slowly transform the realm, making it stronger. Doing so is equivalent to transforming the realm into chaos. In this process, the first wisp of chaotic energy is the most important. Once the realm has completed its transformation into chaos and adapted to chaos, it can settle down in chaos. The creatures within the realm will gradually become chaotic creatures, able to change their foundations from the innate level and become even more powerful. There are many benefits to bringing the entire realm into chaos, the biggest of which is that it can enhance the essence of the realm, improve the foundation of the practitioners in the realm, and speed up their cultivation. As the realm itself is strengthened, it can accommodate higher-level beings and give birth to more transcended beings, that is, the Chaos Realm. As the number of Chaos Realms increases, it can feed back to the realm and further strengthen the realm. There are indeed many advantages, but there are also disadvantages. Everything in the world has two sides. There are always good and bad. The disadvantage is that when the realm just enters chaos, the master of the realm needs to lead the entire realm to refine the chaos. This step will consume a lot of energy of the master of the realm, and it may take millions of years at the fastest, tens of millions of years at the slowest, or even hundreds of millions of years. The speed of refining depends to a certain extent on the cultivation level of the domain master, so most domain masters will only look for a realm when they have reached the peak of the chaos realm and are infinitely close to perfection. Some people have already become domain masters when they achieve the chaos realm, like Lin Moyu. They would also choose to return and bring their own realm into the chaos realm after they had achieved great success in the chaos realm. This would save a lot of time and avoid a very embarrassing problem. According to Zifeng Zihua, there was once a domain lord who had just transcended and achieved the chaos realm and became the lord of a realm. Before he had completed the chaos transformation, he couldn't wait to drag the realm into chaos. In his opinion, this is better for the civic. He began to gather the power of the realm to refine the chaotic energy. Not long after he started to refine it, another transcendent appeared in the realm. After entering the chaos, the transcendent spent 30,000 hours to complete the chaos transformation and was promoted to the minor success level of the chaos realm. At this time, the domain master was still refining the chaotic energy, and his strength was no match for the one who had achieved a small success in the chaos realm. That person returned to the realm, ambushed the domain master, killed him and took his place. This kind of blunder has happened more than once in the chaos. Many geniuses who became domain masters died because of their arrogance. In addition, once the realm enters chaos, it loses its natural barriers and is easily discovered by creatures or practitioners in the chaos. This is also one of the dangers. In short, Chaos is very dangerous. The danger not only comes from chaos but also from within the realm. Lin Moyu remembered all the key points and did not dare to take it lightly. I have come this far and am about to reach the end. If I capsize at this moment, it would be really not worth it. The realm was dragged by him and flew towards the chaos at a not very fast speed. After flying for a while, chaotic energy gradually appeared in front of them, and the barrier protecting the realm was about to reach its end. Once you pass through the invisible barrier, you will enter chaos, and then you will leave the safe zone and truly enter a world where the strong prey on the weak. The chaotic energy is as thick as cotton wool, and nothing can be seen from the outside. Only by entering it can you see its true appearance. As he got closer and closer to the chaotic energy, he opened his eye of the undead, wanting to see some of the situations in the chaotic energy clearly. For practitioners, the moment they first enter the chaotic energy is actually the most dangerous time. At that time, they had not yet adapted to the chaotic energy, and their strength would be greatly affected by the impact of the chaotic energy. If you are lucky, then it's okay, just adapt slowly. If you are unlucky and happen to encounter a living being in the chaotic energy, you may be attacked by the chaotic creature and be in danger. The effect of the Eye of the Dead was greatly reduced by the chaotic energy, but it also allowed Lin Moyu to see part of the situation clearly. There were no chaotic creatures in the location he chose. Then you can enter from here with confidence and place the realm on the edge of the chaotic energy. After refining all the chaotic energy, you can bring the realm in at 10 o'clock. This process will be very long, millions of years is normal, but Lin Moyu thought of a way to speed up this process early on. Suddenly Lin Moyu stopped and turned his head to look, only to see a stream of light shooting towards him from billions of miles away. The stream of light passed through the void, jumping and shuttling in space. Before the people arrived, the huge pressure had already broken through the space and pressed down. Lin Moyu moved his mind, and above the boundary barrier, the sky battle formation was activated, blocking the pressure. At the same time, he took a step forward and came to the other end of the boundary, blocking the boundary behind him. The flowing light stopped thousands of miles away, revealing a dark blue figure, facing Lin Moyu from a distance. Lin Moyu felt something strange in his heart. Lan went and came back again, and he didn't know what happened. However, his expression remained calm, and his voice was the same. "Senior, is there anything else?" Lan sneered, "Young man, you are really good. The butcher was almost fooled by you. Did he see through me?" Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat, but he remained calm on the surface. "Why do you say that, Senior?" Lan said, "Isn't there a perfect and powerful person in your realm? Ask him to come out and let me see him." Sure enough, even if he didn't see through it completely, he had doubts at this moment. With a thought, the aura of the perfection of the Chaos Realm rose in the realm. Lin Moyu asked Zhua and Zifeng to work together to stimulate Lang Cheng's physical body. It's just that this kind of perfect aura of the Chaos Realm is a bit superficial. If you feel it carefully, you can feel the difference. After all, Lang Cheng only has a body and a soul. Lan took out a disc-shaped magic weapon in his hand, and when the magic weapon shone on the realm, the rosy light illuminated the 5 worlds, and Lang Cheng's breath instantly disappeared. Lan sneered and said, "As expected, you only obtained the physical body of a perfect strong man. I was actually deceived by you before. It's ridiculous." His laughter was full of murderous intent, yet also a bit self-deprecating. It was obvious that he did not feel good about being cheated. Lan continued, "It's just that I haven't been out for many years, so I'm not used to the cunning and treacherous nature of the chaos. Do you have anything else to say?" Lin Moyu knew he couldn't hide it any longer, so he stopped pretending and whispered, "Senior, are you really not going to let me go?" Lan said coldly, "If you had agreed to my request before, I might have really let you go because I value your talent. But now, at most you can leave a last word." Lan's murderous intent rose, and he was determined to kill Lin Moyu. Even if Lin Moyu self-destructed his realm, he would kill Lin Moyu without gaining anything. As a powerful person who has reached perfection in the Chaos Realm, how could he be deceived? If the news gets out, where would his face be? Lin Moyu also knew this and couldn't help but sigh. If that's the case, then I have nothing else to say. I can only fight to the death. A battle giant emerged. Zai Feng and Zai Hua appeared beside Lin Moyu, and Lang Cheng's body also fell into Lin Moyu's hands. Mo Lan sneered, as expected. Before he could finish his words, Lin Moyu raised his finger and pointed at him. In an instant, a dark blue chill rose from the depths of his soul, and the breath of death enveloped his whole body. His face changed drastically, but it was too late. Lang Cheng's body turned into ashes, and at the same time, there was a loud bang on his body. His consciousness fell into darkness. The corpse exploded. Lin Moyu blasted Mo Lan to pieces and simultaneously unleashed a ball of world-burning fire, transforming it into a sea of fire that engulfed the area. The next moment, Lin Moyu turned and rushed towards Chaos, pulling the 5 worlds into the Chaos Minister. Mo Lan was shattered, but not dead. Lin Moyu knew it wasn't the time to fight him to the death. If he continued to stalemate, he would lose more than he would win. Normally, a realm should not enter the chaos directly, but must be soaked in the chaotic energy refined by the realm master, and then enter the chaos after adapting. Otherwise, the realm will bear the impact of the chaotic energy, and if not handled properly, the entire realm will collapse. But now Lin Moyu had no choice. Although the explosion of the corpse severely injured Mo Lan, it did not kill it. Lin Moyu watched him shattered into pieces and his soul scattered into the void, but the fire of his soul did not go out. Most of the attacks from the corpse explosion were borne by Lan's realm. As Mo Lan was shattered, its realm also suffered huge damage. Lin Moyu didn't know how serious the damage was, but it was definitely very bad. Lin Moyu could feel that a large amount of cause and effect was coming along the void. The 5 worlds and the numerous creatures in the universe gathered into the power of faith, blocking some of the cause and effect, and the rest would be dealt with later when they had time. Now he wanted to enter the chaos and bring the 5 worlds in with him. Once he entered the chaos and changed directions a few times, it would not be so easy for Lan to find himself again. The burning world fire continued to burn, and Mo Lan's broken body and soul struggled in the burning world fire and began to slowly recover. Because of the existence of the world-burning fire, his recovery speed is not fast and it takes quite a while. At this time, Lin Moyu had already led the 5 worlds into chaos. The chaotic energy that rushed towards him hit Lin Moyu like a heavy punch. Lin Moyu's soul and body have been transformed by the Chaos Pearl and have completed the chaos. The impact of these chaotic energies is nothing to Lin Moyu. He absorbed the energy of chaos and disguised his own chaos. In this way, his chaos would appear to be the same as others, and even the Tao would find it difficult to detect. Lin Moyu is indeed not worried about the impact of the chaotic energy, but the 5 worlds domain is not. The chaotic energy is enough to break down the boundary barrier, and even the sky battle formation cannot hold out for long. Everything in the realm, when facing the chaotic energy, is like cotton against a block of iron. They are not on the same level at all. But Lin Moyu had a way. He released all the undead servants. More than 2 trillion undead servants stood apart, took root in the boundary barrier, and merged with the boundary. Undead servants at the semi-chaos level are already qualified to withstand the chaotic energy. Not only did they block the impact of the chaotic energy for the realm, but they also refined the chaotic energy. Using undead servants to refine the chaotic energy was also the method that Lin Moyu had originally thought of. If this method was effective, it could greatly speed up the time it took for the realm to integrate into the chaos. Instead of millions of years, it might only take hundreds of years or even decades. Now that this method has not been verified, Lin Moyu has no choice but to drag the realm into the chaos, use this method to block the chaotic energy, and refine it. The chaotic energy refined by the undead servants will gather in Lin Moyu's hands, and then be further purified and refined by Lin Moyu, and finally supplied to the 5 worlds. The whole process was orderly. Lin Moyu and the undead servants cooperated tacitly and worked together to lead the 5 worlds to rush wildly in the chaos. He didn't know how many times he changed direction. Even Lin Moyu himself couldn't find the way back, let alone others. The eye of the undead searched for direction in the chaos, avoiding one powerful chaotic creature after another and ensuring the safety of the 5 worlds. After 10 full days, the fire that burned the world was finally extinguished, and Mo-Lan completed his rebirth. After his rebirth, he looked extremely ugly and his breath was extremely weak. Although Lin Moyu's attack did not kill him, it did seriously injure him. Behind him, a projection of a realm with at least 1/3 of it shattered was floating. This was Mo-Lan's realm, which was also severely damaged. The realm is Mo-Lan's foundation. Once it is damaged, it will have a great impact on Mo-Lan's cultivation. With his cultivation damaged and himself seriously injured, Mo-Lan felt that his realm was not stable and he almost fell down repeatedly. He rushed into the chaos with a cold look and searched everywhere in the chaos, but at this moment Lin Moyu had disappeared without a trace. Arg! The angry cry dispersed the chaotic energy, revealing a vacuum in the sky. The price paid this time was too high, and it would be difficult to make up for it even in tens of millions of years. If it happened again, Mo-Lan would definitely choose to let Lin Moyu go. But who would have thought that Lin Moyu had such a perverted magic? Mo-Lan howled for a while, then turned and left, disappearing into the Minister of Chaos. His cries and breath have attracted the attention of some beings. In his current state, if he encounters a hostile and powerful perfect being, he might really have to stay here. Shortly after he left, someone appeared at the place where Mo-Lan had stood before. He sensed it for a moment and said to himself, "The seriously injured perfect strong man does not seem to be from the central region. This matter needs to be reported to the sect master." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and disappeared into the chaos. Later, more people came. The noise Mo-Lan made before was too loud, and the aura of a perfect and powerful person lingered for a long time. Many people had already set their sights on him. The 5 worlds were speeding through the chaos, and it took Lin Moyu half a year to finally stop. No one knew how much distance they had flown in half a year. The undead servants tirelessly resisted the chaotic energy and delivered the refined chaotic energy to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu completed his disguise in half a year, and put on a layer of chaotic energy on the surface of his soul and body that had already become chaotic. At the same time, Sueisho also accumulated the first wisp of chaotic energy. This strand of chaotic energy is the purest. Once it is integrated into the realm, it will disperse and transform into millions of incarnations. Those who are destined to obtain 1 or 2 of them can change their qualifications and become geniuses. Lin Moyu exercised his power and split the first wisp of chaotic energy in half. Half of it was integrated into the realm, giving the realm a hint of chaotic attributes. The remaining half was split in half again, each accounting for 1/4 of the first wisp of chaotic energy. 1/4 of it was divided into 8 again, 4 of which were given to Xiao Wu and Xiao Mei, the 4 maids. The other 2 were given to his sister-in-law Guhan Jing, Xin, Lu Feng Yao, and Li Li Ling. The remaining 1/4 of it descended directly to Yudao City. It was left for Hao Daozuan and the others. With this strand of chaotic energy, the cultivation of Hao Daozuan and the others would surely advance by leaps and bounds. As long as they can enter the Dao Lord realm, even if the Dao already has a Dao Lord, Qian Dejiao, Lin Moyu will have a way to help them successfully advance. Of course, Lin Moyu would not forget Antares, because he also secretly kept a portion of the chaotic energy. Lin Moyu has never been stingy with his own people. With the nourishment of the first wisp of chaotic energy, the 5 worlds domain will gradually possess a hint of chaotic attributes. Then the undead servants and Lin Moyu will refine the chaotic energy together, silently transforming the 5 worlds domain, allowing the 5 worlds domain to exist safely in the chaos. This process is also the longest one. Even if trillions of undead servants work together, Lin Moyu calculated that it would take at least 200 years. 200 years is already an astonishingly fast time compared to the hundreds of thousands or even millions of years it takes for others. Although Lin Moyu still feels that it is a bit slow, this is the only way for now. He found a relatively safe area and began to formally transform the 5 worlds domain. In his opinion, Imolan hadn't caught up with him for so long, so he probably wouldn't catch up with him again. In the chaos, Imolan was in a bit of a mess, as he was being hunted. The Great Venerable has ordered that perfect masters are not allowed to enter the central region without permission. If you dare to sneak in, don't even think about returning. Attacks came from the chaos, and Imolan fled in a panic. Now he was no longer concerned about whether to take revenge or not, but whether he could return alive. He was not from the central region, and he was familiar with the rules of the central region. This time he sneaked in without permission, and if he was not discovered, he would be fine. Originally, he wanted to kill Lin Moyu and take away the realm. He came silently and left silently. As long as he hid well enough, this rule would be equivalent to nothing. But he didn't expect Lin Moyu to be so difficult to deal with. Not only did he seriously injure him, but he also exposed his whereabouts. Then came the pursuit. The road to escape from the central region was long. If he had not been injured, he would have been able to escape back. As long as the Great Venerable did not take action, he was not afraid of other perfect strong men. But now, he was in a miserable state, like a lost dog. The powerful and accomplished ones from the central region kept coming, and the number of those chasing him had reached 4, and was still increasing. Imolan felt a little desperate. He knew that this time he might not be able to go back. He fell into the central region, and because of a small guy who had only achieved minor success in the Chaos Realm, he, a powerful master of the 430th Hall, was going to perish here. He was unwilling to accept this. Another attack came from the front, and the chaotic energy was dispersed. Imolan had nowhere to hide and could only take it. With a loud bang, Imolan flew backwards with a scream, and by the time he steadied himself, he was surrounded. A total of 6 powerful and perfect beings surrounded him, making him feel hopeless. The 6 perfect masters didn't waste any time talking and immediately took action. At the last moment, Lan shouted loudly, "Great Honored One, save me!" Above his soul, a mark suddenly shone, and then a terrifying pressure swept out, and the 6 perfect warriors were blown away at the same time. The will of the Great One. He has the will of the Great Lord in him. He is the Great Lord's man. Which Great Master is this? Could his coming here be related to the Great Master? A shadow emerged. The shadow was hazy, but the aura it emitted made the powerful man feel cold all over. In the chaos, there are many powerful and perfect people, but there are only 9 great masters. Although it seems that there is only a realm difference, the power of the Great Venerable is simply not something that a perfect strong man can withstand. Even if all the powerful and accomplished ones were tied together, there would still not be enough to kill one Great Venerable. This is the gap between heaven and earth, and it can be crossed. A powerful and accomplished person said boldly, "Great Honored One." Roll. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the word roll, and at the same time a huge force fell on him. The powerful and accomplished man was blown away, his aura dropped sharply, and he was already injured. Everyone was shocked. The Great Venerable only expressed his will and casually said the word "get out," and he made the perfect strong man powerless to resist. How can they fight like this? It seems that now they are not chasing each other, but thinking about how to save their lives in front of the Great Master. At this moment, a soft light came from the chaos, and the injuries of the powerful man who was knocked away recovered quickly, and he was healed in the blink of an eye. The same majestic aura swept over, but this time it was much softer. The Great Master is here. Several people showed joy on their faces. This time the Great Master from the central region came. The shadow transformed into an old man in a white robe, and said in a peaceful tone, "You shouldn't have come." He stretched out his hand and pressed lightly, the chaos shattered, and a huge gourd emerged. The Great Master who was protecting Imolan changed his expression, let out a long roar, and slapped the gourd with one palm. The gourd crushed his attack and continued to fall. With a long roar, his body disintegrated and wrapped around Imolan, disappearing in an instant. Facing the old man in white robe, the other party's Great Master fled with Imolan. The old man in white robe waved the gourd away and said with a faint smile, "You have done well this time." Consider these few drops of ancestral water essence as a reward. 6 drops of ancestral water essence flew out, 1 drop for each person. The perfect strong men took the ancestral water with joy in their eyes and saluted the white-robed man in unison. "Thank you for the reward, great honored one." Lin Moyu had no idea what was happening in the chaos. A fight almost broke out between the two great masters, and he was the instigator. He only knew to refine the chaotic energy as quickly as possible and adapt the realm to chaos as soon as possible. As more and more chaotic energy was refined, some magical changes occurred in the 5 worlds. The earth became more solid, and although the cultivator's realm did not change, his strength was growing stronger. Many people with poor talents found that they suddenly became smarter and could now comprehend the great principles of magic that they could not understand before. Those geniuses found that their cultivation became easier and their cultivation progressed faster and faster, soaring into the sky. Especially those newborn babies, their foundations are getting stronger and stronger, and some babies even have cultivation at birth. The entire realm, numerous worlds, and countless living beings are undergoing transformations. This is the magical change brought about by the chaotic energy. The avenue in the realm gradually resonates with the chaos, making it easier for the practitioners inside to transcend. The whole process is naturally extremely long and requires a lot of time. It cannot be rushed. Lin Moyu currently just wants to take the first step well. Xiao Wu and the other 3 received help from the chaotic energy. After becoming Dao Masters, they did not stop practicing. They directly began to attack the Lord of Heaven. The Dao they practiced already had a master, but this did not pose a problem for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu directly brought the Dao from the chaos, allowing them to come into contact with the Dao in the chaos, and there was no conflict with the Dao in the realm. Without the help of the first ray of chaotic energy, Xiao Mei and others would not be able to do this. In this way, Xiao Wu and the others are 1 level higher than others in the realm of Taoist Master. People from the same family always deserve some special treatment. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the 5 worlds had adapted to the chaotic energy. Lin Moyu put away his undead servants and began to set up the formation. Adapting to chaos is the first step, and then hiding the lowly realm. It is impossible for him to carry the 5 worlds around with him. Not to mention him, even if he has reached the perfection of the chaos realm, he can't do it. When Imolan came across the domain, he also did not bring his domain with him. He only brought the projection of the domain. God knows where his domain is hidden. Hiding the domain is something every domain master must learn. This is one's own foundation, and the foundation cannot be discovered by others. Each domain master will use various methods to hide his own domain so that it will not be discovered. The same is true for Lin Moyu. He also wants to hide the 5 worlds, and there is more than 1 5 worlds. There are also the Great 1,000 Worlds and the Science and Technology World. With more realms, there must naturally be more. Lin Moyu now doesn't know where the world is, and he is not sure where he is either. Zhe Zifeng and the others were teleported here by the Great Master, and they didn't know where this place was. Imolan knew it clearly, but he had no chance to ask. The guy was too murderous and tight-lipped, so he might not be able to get the answer out of him. Lin Moyu thought of Zhulong. He should know about it, but he is nowhere to be found now. The 2 old guys in green and white robes rarely appear now, but Lin Moyu believes that this must be their territory. Maybe his every move is under their surveillance. As he pondered, chaos runes flew out one after another. For 100 years, Lin Moyu had been refining the chaotic energy and also comprehending the chaos runes, gaining a lot of experience. A large number of divine runes completed their evolution and were transformed into chaos runes by Lin Moyu. Although it's not perfect yet, it's sufficient for setting up some simple formations. A large number of chaos runes flew out, and the chaos runes actively absorbed the chaotic energy to strengthen themselves. This is one of the characteristics of the chaos rune. It will actively absorb power to maintain its own strength. Chaos is the source, so chaos runes can be used even if they are placed within the realm. Without the chaotic energy, it absorbs the avenues in the realm. The only difference is whether the effect is better or worse. Basically, it absorbs whatever is available. After absorbing enough chaotic energy, each chaos rune connected together to form a special formation. The chaos runes spread out, expanding the array's coverage by tens of millions of times, eventually becoming larger than the realm, and then transforming into a large net that enveloped the realm. The aura of the realm was blocked by the formation and could no longer spread outward. The function of this formation is to isolate the aura of the boundary. Even if there is a Chaos Realm expert at the edge of the boundary, he cannot sense the aura of the boundary. Then Lin Moyu continued to arrange the second set of formations. The second set of formations was on the outer layer, and its function was to make the realm invisible and blend into the chaos. In this way, unless you touch the boundary, it is difficult to discover the existence of the boundary. This method is the most commonly used in the chaos. It is said that even a great master needs to search carefully to discover the realm. If it is the chaos realm, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. A powerful person who has reached perfection in the chaos realm, even if he is not proficient in formations, must at least master these two formations, otherwise the safety of his own realm cannot be guaranteed. It only took Lin Moyu 2 years to complete the second formation. When the formation was activated, the 5 world domains suddenly disappeared into chaos. The chaotic energy spread and occupied the position before the 5 world domains. Lin Moyu tried, but he couldn't find out through normal methods that there was a hidden realm here. Lin Moyu clapped his hands. I can now enter the chaos with peace of mind. He left a clone in the 5 worlds domain. Now the 5 worlds domain has adapted to the chaos, and the power of the domain is stronger than before. With the power of the realm, his clone is enough to go head-to-head with a cultivator who has achieved minor success in the chaos realm. Even a cultivator who has achieved major success in the chaos realm cannot easily occupy the 5 worlds. And he can also use his clones to manage the normal operation of the 5 world domains, which is enough. After doing all this, Lin Moyu turned and entered the chaos, not staying any longer. After the battle with Emolan, Lin Moyu deeply felt that he needed strength. Without sufficient strength, everything he did would be restricted. Flying into the chaos, feeling the thick chaotic energy like cotton wool, Lin Moyu's mind fell into the chaotic area outside the universe. That is the base of the undead servants. In addition to the undead servants, there are also small pythons and an egg. Little Momping is sleeping soundly inside. He has been sleeping for many years. If he is not disturbed, he will continue to sleep. Lin Moyu's voice rang in his ears. Xiaoping, it's time to wake up. Little Momping has grown a lot over the years, but because he has been staying in the chaotic area evolved from the universe, although he is growing, his response is still limited. He is a chaotic creature and needs true chaotic energy to fully grow. Xiaoping's eyelids twitched a few times, then slowly opened. His sleepiness had not completely subsided, and he called out drowsily, Father. Lin Moyu said, I'm in chaos, you can come out now. Perhaps it was due to blood instinct, but Xiaoping shuddered when he heard the word chaos. There was a hint of excitement in his voice. Really? Lin Moyu chuckled, waved his hand and put Xiaoping on the Minister of Chaos. Xiaoping naturally adapts to chaos, and does not feel any discomfort under the impact of the chaotic energy. After all, it comes from chaos, and the root of the bloodline lies here. Xiaoping took a deep breath, swallowed a large amount of chaotic energy into his stomach, and stretched his wings freely. The chaotic energy surged in Xiaoping's body, and his body expanded rapidly. In a blink of an eye, his body length exceeded 10,000 meters, and his wingspan was tens of thousands of meters. The chaotic creatures are all very large. Some of them are so huge that they can reach billions of miles in size. Some are even larger than the realm. They can directly use their own bodies to smash the boundaries, and their behavior becomes more and more terrifying. It's just 10,000 meters, nothing at all. As his body grows, Xiaoping's aura also continues to improve. Before, he was only at the Dao Lord level, but in the blink of an eye, his aura had reached that of a Dao Lord, and he began to impact eternity. It is not actually accurate to measure chaotic creatures by the realm of cultivators, but chaotic creatures do not have a fixed realm, they only have combat power. The cultivator's definition of their realm is actually the corresponding combat power. Xiaoping greedily absorbed the chaotic energy mouthful by mouthful, and in just half a day he reached the eternal peak and began to impact the chaotic realm. Lin Moyu realized that Xiaoping's background must be extraordinary. Even a chaotic creature might not be able to reach the chaotic realm in childhood. Requesting flowers 0. Xiaoping is still a child at this time. If he can reach the chaos realm before he reaches adulthood, it means that his bloodline is very strong. People like Xiaoping will most likely reach the chaos realm after they grow up. But the problem arises. If the Xiaoping race is so powerful, its mother must be at least at the chaos realm. The Holy Spirit realm and the Lingmiao realm is only half a step into chaos. The difference between the two is huge. How did the little python spleen fall into the hands of the other party? Lin Moyu really couldn't understand it. All kinds of wonderful things could happen in the world. He thought of the impossible things, but maybe they would happen under some coincidence. Maybe you can get the answer by asking Xiaoping later. Xiaoping continued to absorb the chaotic energy and impacted the chaotic realm again and again. 0. His strength was increasing, his blood was changing, and the aura emanating from him was becoming more and more powerful. This went on for 3 whole days. Xiaoping finally broke through the boundaries and entered the chaotic realm under repeated attacks. Although it is only half a step into chaos, at least it has entered. Then it will continue to strengthen until it truly enters chaos. Gradually, his scales began to emit a special aura, and Xiaoping actually began to turn into chaos. Xiaoping's breath changes gradually slowed down and no longer increased as rapidly as before. For a long time to come, Xiaoping will continue to grow stronger, and the chaos will continue. The whole process will take a long time to complete. That's normal. Lin Moyu teased. If Xiaoping continued to improve endlessly like this, that would be a real abnormality. Xiaoping opened his eyes and turned to look over. At this moment, Lin Moyu noticed that there was something unusual in Xiaoping's eyes. He already knew what was going on. Understand? Xiaoping has awakened his bloodline, which must contain many memories. Xiaoping already knows his origins and should also understand that he is not his father. Facing Lin Moyu's words, Xiaoping did not answer, but nodded slowly, his eyes becoming more complicated. Lin Moyu said, "All right, since you've awakened your bloodline, if you want to leave, go ahead. Chaos is your home after all." Xiaoping's eyes showed hesitation, and after a long while he slowly said, "Father, I don't want to leave." Lin Moyu was a little surprised. "Why are you still calling me father?" Xiaoping said, "Without my father, I can't survive, and I don't want to leave my father." Xiaoping did not leave. He still recognized Lin Moyu as his father. He was right. Without Lin Moyu, it would be difficult for him to truly leave Wanling Pavilion. Even if you can leave Wanling Pavilion, you cannot escape the Lingmiao realm. There is no chaotic energy in the spiritual realm. If he cannot obtain chaotic energy for a long time, he will not be able to grow and may even die. Of course, the long year Xiaoping refers to tens of millions of years of cooking. When Xiaoping saw Lin Moyu for the first time, he had already decided on the relationship between them. Even now that his bloodline has awakened, he still hasn't changed his mind. Since Xiaoping didn't want to leave, Lin Moyu wouldn't chase him away. "Your bloodline seems to be a little special. Can you tell me about it?" "Of course, my bloodline is indeed special. Our race is called Chaos Lone Peng, an ancient and powerful race." Xiaoping told Lin Moyu about the information he got from his bloodline, which made Lin Moyu a little surprised. The Chaos Lone Peng race is very special. They have no females, only males. This also means that they are unable to reproduce on their own. If they want to reproduce, they need to use their own soul and blood as the foundation to condense into a spark of life. Then the spark of life is placed in the body of other chaotic creatures and nurtured by other chaotic creatures. This is called giving birth through borrowing a body. This method of reproduction is completed without the knowledge of other creatures. By the time the person whose body is borrowed senses it, it is already too late. The chaos solitary ping that is born from borrowing a body will devour the chaos creature that borrowed the body the moment it takes shape, and finally break out of the shell. At that time, Xiaoping was born from a giant python that was half a step into the chaos realm, so he possessed the characteristics of a giant python. However, as his bloodline awakens further, the characteristics of the giant python will gradually disappear, and he will eventually turn into a big rock. What Wanling Pavilion captured back then was the giant python that Xiaoping had taken over. No one knew that there was a solitary chaos ping inside the python. Lin Moyu also had decided that there were all kinds of strange things in the chaotic world. According to Xiaoping, their Chaos Lone Ping clan does not have the term parents. Instead, they use the term breeders and breed. Xiaoping's memories partially come from the giant python that borrowed his body, which is why he calls Lin Moyu mother and father. Lin Moyu asked, "What about your breeders?" The Chaos Solitary Ping is a powerful race. If the offspring of the little ping come looking for them, it is always better to know in advance how to deal with it. Xiaoping said, "We, the Chaos Lone Ping clan, are destined to be lonely. The breeders and the bred may never meet in their lifetime. I may also never see other members of my clan in my entire life. My bloodline told me that there is a terrible curse on our heads. That curse came from a great lord. We were too powerful and too arrogant. We didn't challenge the great lord. We failed, and our race was nearly wiped out. Although we survived, we were cursed by the Great Venerable. Under this curse, our clan fell apart. Challenging the Great Venerable, it seems that the Chaos Lone Ping clan is indeed very powerful, at least it was once very powerful. As for now..." Lin Moyu asked curiously, "What exactly is this curse like?" Xiaoping tilted his head and thought for a long time before muttering, "The curse is very complicated. I can't explain its specific nature. I'm not strong enough yet. There's still a lot of information in my bloodline that I can't understand. Basically, if we meet another member of our tribe, misfortune will befall us, and one of us will surely die." Lin Moyu was stunned. He also understood curses and knew that this possibility was entirely possible. With the power of the Great Venerable, if he were to bring down a curse, it would only make the situation more severe. "Gu Ping, so that's how it is. Do you want to break this curse?" Xiaoping said, "Of course, the bloodline told me that we have been looking for a way to break the curse, but the specific method is not in the bloodline, and we need to go to the ancestral land. But if I want to go to the ancestral land, I need to evolve to the limit and fully activate my bloodline. Only then can I know the specific location of the ancestral land from my bloodline and have the qualifications to enter the ancestral land. But I don't know if I can evolve to that level in this lifetime. Ever since my bloodline awakened, the curse has begun to take effect. My lifespan is only 100,000 years. The curse of the Great Lord limited Xiaoping's lifespan. From the time his bloodline awakened to the time the curse fully erupted, there were only 100,000 years. 100,000 years is too short for a chaotic creature. It is impossible for him to fully activate his cold blood within tens of millions of years. The Chaos Lone Ping clan did not give up. They scattered throughout the chaos, looking for opportunities and ways to break the curse. Every time when life is about to end, it will reproduce and live on in another body. Therefore, the one who gave birth to Xiaoping must have died long ago. For some reason, Lin Moyu felt a certain sympathy for Xiaoping. Carrying such a curse, and with a mission woven into his bloodline, Xiaoping's fate seemed sealed. Lin Moyu came to Xiaoping and put his hand on his head. Xiaoping closed his eyes comfortably, seeming to be enjoying it. "Don't resist, let me check." Lin Moyu's soul power slowly flowed into Xiaoping's body. Xiaoping cooperated very well and restrained all his strength to let Lin Moyu check him. After checking Xiaoping's body, Lin Moyu went towards his soul. Xiaoping still did not resist. Lin Moyu soon discovered something unusual. Xiaoping's body was covered with star-like spots of light. The light spot merged with Xiaoping's body, and it looked as if Xiaoping owned it himself. But Lin Moyu sensed a breath from the light spot that did not belong to Xiaoping. He could conclude that these spots of light came from outside. Later, these light spots were seen in Xiaoping's soul. The soul, like the body, was covered with light spots. Are these spots of light the Great Venerable's curse? Try to see if you can clear it. Lin Moyu felt that he was a little overestimating his own abilities. He actually wanted to use his own strength to fight against the curse of the Great Master. But he wouldn't give up unless he tried. The power of death flowed over and came into contact with the light spot carefully. The light spot seemed to be stimulated, emitting a faint light, blocking the power of death. The power of death corroded the glimmer, but the effect was extremely poor. The glimmer had unimaginable resilience, and no matter how the power of death corroded it, it was of no use. When the power of death and the light spot competed in 2.0, Lin Moyu felt an unimaginable and terrifying power. This power was extremely small in quantity, but of an extremely high level. He was 90% sure that these spots of light came from the Great Lord's curse. The curse spread throughout the soul and body, and these light spots were still expanding at an extremely slow speed. When the light spots connected into one piece, the curse would fully erupt, and that was when Xiao Xiao died. The only part of Xiaoping's body that was not affected by the curse and had no light spots was his blood. Lin Moyu frowned. "It's a bit difficult." Xiaoping said, "Father, don't worry. We still have 100,000 years left. Death is the worst that can happen. Besides, 100,000 years is not a short time. It's plenty of time to travel through the chaos." Lin Moyu doesn't have the same idea as Xiaoping, and fighting with Dazun is very interesting. He whispered, "Bear with it, it might hurt a little." "Oh." Xiaoping responded honestly, closing his eyes and preparing to face the pain. The power of death continued to flow into Xiaoping's body, then dispersed in Xiaoping's body, turning into countless strands that attacked the light spot. This time, Lin Moyu mobilized an astonishing amount of death power. Although Lin Moyu controlled it delicately, the corrosive nature of the death power itself could not be erased, and it would more or less cause some damage to Xiaoping. When the number is small, the damage is barely noticeable, but when the number is large, the body will be corroded. Xiaoping felt as if he was being pricked by thousands of needles, and his whole body was trembling slightly, but he still forced himself to hold back and not make any sound. He believed in Lin Moyu. This trust was very strange. Perhaps it was because the entire race carried loneliness. Now that Lin Moyu appeared, he cherished her very much. The power of death enveloped all the countless light spots, and the light spots emitted a faint halo to fight against the power of death. The light spot is a curse from the Great Venerable. It is an extremely weak force but has unimaginable resilience. The power of death is helpless against the light spot, but surrounded by the power of death, the speed at which the light spot spreads will become slower. In this way, the duration of the curse outbreak can be greatly extended by 19, and Xiaoping's lifespan will be more than 100,000 years. The power of death quickly surrounded all the light spots in Xiaoping's body, and then a force of life followed. Xiaoping, who was still enduring the pain of thousands of needles pricking him, suddenly felt like he was bathed in sweet rain. He was so comfortable that he groaned and wanted to let out a long roar. The power of life follows the power of death and wraps it up. The two forces of life and death come from the immortal path. They complement and restrain each other and depend on each other. With the addition of the power of life, the power of death will not be exhausted. It can continue to fight against the light spots. The power of the Great Master is terrifying, and Lin Moyu can only significantly delay it using this method, but cannot eradicate it. Lin Moyu had no idea how shocking what he had done. A mere guy who had achieved minor success in the Chaos Realm could actually fight against the power of the Heavenly Venerable. If this were known to others, it would surely shock everyone. The curse of the flesh was wrapped in the power of life and death and was curbed, and then the power of death began to spread to the soul. Xiaoping felt the severe pain again, and it was much more painful than before. The power of death corrodes the soul, causing pain hundreds or thousands of times more than that of the flesh. But at the same time, the nourishment of the life force to the soul is 1,000 times more comfortable than that to the physical body. Xiaoping was caught in a dilemma for a while. He felt like he was going crazy, feeling both painful and pleasurable, and didn't know what to do. His body was shaking even more violently, and his teeth were chattering, making metallic clanging sounds. But he still endured it and didn't make a sound. He knew that Lin Moyu did this for him, and he had to cooperate with her fully. After the power of death surrounded all the light spots on the surface of the soul, it continued to move towards the depths of the soul. Lin Moyu was concentrating at the moment and didn't dare to be distracted at all. Even a small mistake would cause harm to Xiaoping. Of course, Lin Moyu was not afraid of hurting Xiaoping's soul. He had the life force of the chaos fruit and could heal any serious soul damage. But Lin Moyu didn't want Xiaoping to endure the excruciating pain of a wounded soul. Whether it can be cured is one thing, whether it is necessary is another. Lin Moyu will not let Xiaoping down. After all, opening one's soul to others is a trust that not everyone can achieve. Lin Moyu carefully found all the light spots deep in Xiaoping's soul, then wrapped them with the power of death, and then covered them with the 5 elements of life. The whole process took a full 10 days and was finally completed. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. All right, now you have at least 1,000,000 years to live. 100,000 years and 1,000,000 years were extended tenfold. Xiaoping's eyes were filled with excitement. Then can I call out? He was so happy and needed to vent, but he was afraid of disturbing Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Of course." Xiaoping suddenly let out a long howl. The howl was so sharp that it pierced the soul. Xiaoping's howl contained a soul attack, and it was extremely aggressive, which could directly severely damage the soul of a cultivator below the chaos realm. However, Xiaoping deliberately avoided Lin Moyu. An invisible force spread from his body and wrapped Lin Moyu up. Lin Moyu was not affected by the shouting. The chaotic energy was dispersed by the roar. Xiaoping screamed for a long time, but Lin Moyu did not stop him, knowing that he really needed to vent. The curse in the blood is oppressive and despairing. After he moaned in relief, Lin Moyu patted his head and placed a chaos fruit near his mouth. "Eat it." Xiaoping ate it without saying a word. The chaos fruit exploded in his mouth, turning into countless warm currents that washed over his body and soul. Xiaoping's aura suddenly increased significantly, the speed of chaos was obviously much faster, and more blood power was released. Chaos fruit can temporarily increase combat power, strengthen the foundation, and help understand the rules. Whether used in combat or cultivation, it has excellent effects. Xiaoping was surprised and said, "Father, I feel like my bloodline has been activated a little bit." Lin Moyu nodded, "Refine it well, there is still a lot here, activate the bloodline as soon as possible, and then we can find a way to break the curse." "I understand, thank you, Dad." Xiaoping shouted excitedly. Suddenly, shouts were heard from afar, and chaotic energy was surging, as if a huge monster was coming. Lin Moyu looked over and saw a huge soul flame. Just by looking at the size of the soul flame, he could tell that it was a chaotic creature. The soul flame is not small in size, but its level is not high. It is not even at the small success stage of the chaos realm, and is not much lower than Xiaoping. Lin Moyu said, "It was your shouting that attracted him." Xiaoping said, "I'll deal with him." Xiaoping said this as he rushed forward aggressively. Lin Moyu did not stop him. Xiaoping was also a chaotic creature. Fighting was his instinct and he did not need to worry. Xiaoping rushed into the chaos, and a great battle broke out immediately. The chaotic energy rolled up huge waves. Lin Moyu did not pay too much attention to this battle. He knew that Xiaoping would not lose. Roars and Xiaoping's excited screams continued to come from the chaos. After just a few minutes, the cries gradually weakened, and soon Xiaoping flew over, dragging the half-dead chaotic creature. This is a big bird with 2 pairs of wings. Its head is like a rooster, but its tail is like a rabbit's tail, which is shortened and smaller. The strange bird was dying, its body covered with wounds, all of which were caused by Xiaoping. Xiaoping came back and threw him aside like trash. Father, do you want to kill him or eat him? Lin Moyu asked, do you know what kind of chaos creature he is? Xiaoping shook his head. I don't know. Chaos creatures are countless in number and variety, and most of them don't form a race. He must be the product of countless generations of hybridization between some chaos creatures. His bloodline is impure, which is why he's so weak. Lin Moyu asked, do you think it's edible? Xiaoping said, yes, most chaos creatures can eat it. Lin Moyu looked at the dying bird and asked, can you speak? The strange bird was stunned for a moment, then replied weakly, a little. Lin Moyu smiled and said, it seems that the bloodline is okay, at least it can speak. There are many kinds of chaotic creatures, some of which are low intelligence or even unintelligent, making it difficult to communicate with them. This chaotic creature is like a wild beast. It has the advantage of being born in chaos. It has great power but has no way to rise. Of course, they don't have high aspirations. They just eat and sleep all day long. They don't have to worry about their lifespan. There is no end anyway. This is the benefit of not having wisdom. There is also a group of people who possess extremely high intelligence and are no different from cultivators. They are born into the chaos race, are powerful, and have lofty ideals. For example, the Chaos Lone Pen clan to which Xiaoping belongs have even thought about becoming a great venerable. This kind of race is extremely small in number, but it occupies an absolutely dominant position among the chaotic creatures. The last type is those that possess a certain degree of wisdom. The sources of their wisdom vary. For example, some intelligent chaotic creatures combine with less intelligent chaotic creatures to produce some offspring. Some of these offspring will inherit some bloodlines and possess a certain degree of wisdom. For some, after several generations, the power of their bloodline suddenly erupts, giving them wisdom. Some others had their bloodline mutated and suddenly gained some intelligence. So Xiaoping said that chaotic creatures are very messy and all kinds of possibilities exist. No one knew what kind of chaotic creature the chicken-headed bird's ancestor was. It was either after a crossbreeding or after several generations that it suddenly gained some intelligence. But it's good to have wisdom. Lin Moyu asked, do you know where this is? The chicken-headed bird answered truthfully, chaos. Lin Moyu realized that he seemed to have asked a stupid question. The chicken-headed bird was not wrong in answering. This place was indeed chaos. Lin Moyu continued to ask, where exactly is the chaos? The chicken-headed strange bird looked confused, and Lin Moyu immediately realized that he had asked a second stupid question, and he didn't know the answer at all. He has wisdom, but not much. Lin Moyu asked, did you know that chaos has different regions? The chicken-headed strange bird looked even more confused, and it was obviously saying, I don't know. Lin Moyu knew that he couldn't get anything out of it. Xiaoping suddenly asked, Father, do you want to know where this karaoke is? Lin Moyu said, yes, chaos is divided into 4 poles and 3 domains. I always need to know where I am. Xiaoping thought for a moment and said with certainty, Central Region. Lin Moyu asked curiously, why the Central Region? Xiaoping said, because only the Central Region has this kind of strange bird. In my blood memory, there is a powerful group in the Central Region called the Divine Phoenix. They are the ancestral race of all chaos birds. Long ago, they summoned all the bird creatures in chaos, so that except for the Central Region, there are no bird chaos creatures in other regions. Lin Moyu was surprised that such a thing actually existed. Bloodline memory is really a good thing. Having blood memory is equivalent to having inheritance. As long as the blood is still there, the knowledge accumulated by the predecessors will not be lost. Some of the spiritual beasts in the big world and the original continent also have bloodline memories, but their bloodline memories are often incomplete, not as complete as Xiaoping's. Moreover, as the number of generations of inheritance increases, the blood memory will continue to weaken until it eventually disappears. Xiaoping said, our ancestors once said that success is in blood and failure is also in blood. Blood is the foundation and also the shackles. Blood makes us strong, but also makes us vulnerable. We are more willing to take shortcuts, and as a result, the upper limit of our race is limited, and becoming a great master becomes a luxury. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Your ancestors were very wise. No wonder you have become such a powerful race." Xiaoping said, "But some people in our bloodline also say that we became arrogant due to our wisdom and aspired to become a great venerable, which ultimately led to our punishment." Lin Moyu sighed softly. "The position of great venerable cannot be achieved through hard work. Sometimes it requires opportunity." "So, how do you evaluate the holy clan within your bloodline?" Xiaoping thought for a moment and said, "There wasn't much comment." There was only one comment, saying that the Divine Phoenix clan understood the art of survival better than we did. "Know more about survival?" Lin Moyu guessed that the Divine Phoenix clan did not seek the position of the Great Venerable. Not only did they not seek it, they even became the Great Venerable's subordinates and lived and grew up under the Great Venerable's protection. The Great Venerables in the Central region were either wearing green or white robes, and they were probably not from the Divine Phoenix clan. If they wanted to develop well in the Central region, the best way was to rely on the Great Venerables. Lin Moyu continued to ask, "Then do you know the specific situation in the Central region?" Xiaoping shook his head. "I don't know about that, but there should be some sects in the Central region. If Father can find one, maybe he can figure out the situation. However, some forces in the chaos are very dangerous. Father, please be careful." Lin Moyu nodded. "Then let's go and find a force to see." He wanted to find out the situation in the Central region, where he was located in the Central region, and how to get to other areas. He had a connection with the universe, which was extremely far away from him, and he didn't know where it was to the left. Lin Moyu had a feeling that if he followed his intuition to find it, he might not be able to find it even after 100,000 years. There must be a faster way in the chaos, and you need to explore it yourself. It is said that in chaos the strong prey on the weak, but Lin Moyu believes that there must be corresponding rules in chaos. Regardless of whether they were in green robes or white robes, they would not allow too much chaos to occur in their territory. Before setting off, Xiaoping asked, "What should we do with this strange bird?" Lin Moyu said, "Eat it, it will help you practice." Xiaoping shouted excitedly and spit out a special flame. The flame swept over, and the body of the chicken-headed monster bird suddenly caught fire and was instantly burned into charcoal, emitting a strange meaty aroma. Xiaoping opened his mouth wide and exhaled, which turned into a strong wind that blew away the charred skin on the surface of the chicken-headed monster bird. Then he swallowed the chicken-headed strange bird, chewing it mouthful by mouthful, and sighed, "My ancestors really didn't lie to me. This bird with the blood of the Divine Phoenix clan is delicious no matter how strange it looks." Xiaoping's bloodline has been passed down for countless generations, and the information accumulated from generation to generation is enormous. Xiaoping has only discovered a small part of it now. As his strength increases, more and more memories will be awakened, and his fighting power will become stronger and stronger. Lin Moyu had never imagined this would happen. He felt like he had picked up a treasure. He thought of the egg of a chaotic creature in his hand. This egg seemed extraordinary and should have some relationship with the Divine Phoenix clan. He took out the egg and asked, "Look at this egg. What is its relationship with the Divine Phoenix clan?" Xiaoping looked at it for a while, then shook his head. "It seems to have the blood of the Divine Phoenix clan, but it's very weak. The chicken-headed monster bird that was eaten before also has the blood of the Divine Phoenix clan, but the bloodline is also very weak." Although Xiaoping said so, Lin Mo didn't think so. He had a feeling that this egg was unusual. After a moment of thought, he thought, "Perhaps I can use this egg to find the location of the Divine Phoenix clan." The Divine Phoenix clan can communicate, just like cultivators. If you can find where they are, you may be able to get the information you want. As for how to find, Lin Moyu silently took out the Ka-seeking ring. The Xuanin ring is only slightly inferior in combat, but is amazing in other aspects. Lin Moyu also didn't know how such a heaven-defying treasure could be born in the chaos. Using blood as a guide, we can find the cause and effect. Lin Moyu activated the Seeking Ring and used the blood in the egg in his hand as a guide to search for the egg's fellow clansmen. The backlash force surged, and a large number of cracks suddenly appeared on Lin Moyu's skin, but this time he was not shattered to pieces, only suffered some insignificant minor injuries. Lin Moyu's eyes showed surprise. This was the first time he had not died since he used the Seeking Cause ring. In the past, he had to die at least once. The fact that he didn't die this time meant that his strength had greatly improved. The magic weapon of the Chaos Extreme Realm is indeed not so easy to use. The life force circulated around, and in the blink of an eye, all the minor injuries were healed, and the Cause-Seeking Ring officially took effect. The invisible force of cause and effect acted on Lin Moyu. The force of cause and effect was invisible and traceless, but it existed in reality. From now on, Lin Moyu would not be wrong in choosing any direction, and would eventually find the Divine Phoenix Clan. Lin Moyu sat on Xiaoping's back and pointed casually in a direction, "Go that way." Xiaoping immediately rushed into the chaos as Lin Moyu instructed. The chaotic energy whizzed past him, and Xiaoping spread his wings at an extremely fast speed. Xiaoping's speed is not much slower than Duozhou. Duozhou's advantage lies in its defense, not its speed. While traveling in the chaos, Lin Moyu and Xiaoping did not forget to practice. Xiaoping continued to absorb the chaotic energy and accelerated his own chaos transformation. With his bloodline talent and the help of the chaos fruit, his strength was rapidly improving. Lin Moyu comprehended the chaotic energy, integrated it with his own avenue, and used his own avenue to inspire the chaotic energy. Now his strength is still based on the immortal Tao, supplemented by the energy of chaos. This is the small success of the Chaos Realm. If one day the Self-Avenue and the chaotic energy merge with each other, then the avenue will become auxiliary and the chaotic energy will become the main source of power. At that time, the chaotic energy attracted will be thousands of times greater than it is now, and the power will also be increased thousands of times. That is the perfection of the chaotic realm. When the Chaos Realm is fully developed, and the realm is raised to a certain level, the Self-Tao, the realm power, and the chaotic energy will be integrated with each other. That is the Chaos Realm perfection. The power will be multiplied 100-fold again. This process is very long and requires a deep understanding of the rules of chaos. However, the rules of chaos are hidden in the chaotic energy and are very difficult to comprehend. In Lin Moyu's view, to comprehend the rules of chaos is to integrate oneself into chaos. In this regard, chaotic creatures have an absolute advantage. But as Xiaoping said, this is their advantage and also their disadvantage, and their upper limit is limited there. Lin Moyu asked, "Among the several great lords, are there any chaos creatures who have achieved the status of lord?" Xiaoping shook his head, "I don't know. There's no information about those great masters in my bloodline memory. The great master is so mysterious that even Xiaoping's blood memory does not contain any information about them. But it is also possible that Xiaoping's current strength is not enough to access that information." Lin Moyu believes it is the latter. After all, Xiaoping's race once challenged the position of the Great Venerable, so they must have some understanding of the Great Venerable. While chatting with Xiaoping, 100 days passed in the blink of an eye. "I don't know how far I have flown." Lin Moyu felt that he was already very far away from the 5 worlds, but the distance between him and the heavenly world did not seem to have changed significantly. This also means that the distance between him and the vast universe is extremely far. After flying for 100 days at Xiaoping's speed, he has neither gotten farther nor closer. How fast is Xiaoping? If we take the origin continent as an example, Xiaoping can fly from one end to the other in one breath. If it were the 5 worlds realm, Xiaoping would only need a few days to get used to the subject. After flying in the chaos for 100 days, it was as if it had not moved at all, and the surrounding area was still filled with impenetrable chaotic energy. He also had to sigh that the chaos was too great. He also experienced 2 battles during the 100 days. He used the Eye of the Undead to see some chaotic creatures and selected a few guys who were comparable to Xiaoping for Xiaoping to feast on. Chaos creatures help Xiaoping in his cultivation. Although the effect is not as good as Chaos Fruit, it is also an excellent auxiliary. 100 days later, the bird eggs that Lin Moyu had placed outside suddenly began to glow. Since it was taken out by Lin Moyu, it has been absorbing the chaotic energy. As it absorbs more and more chaotic energy, strands of vitality appear in the egg, and it becomes stronger and stronger. Now suddenly there was light, and a sound similar to a heartbeat came from within the egg. On the eggshell, thin blood-red lines appeared, flowing slowly across the entire egg like streams. In just 2 days, the eggshell was covered with bloodlines, and it seemed that there was really blood flowing in the lines. This egg that seemed half dead is now really alive. Xiaopeng said, his bloodline has awakened, the bloodline of the Divine Phoenix clan. Lin Moyu asked, do you know why you woke up? Xiaopeng said, it should be because he is close to the Divine Phoenix clan, or close to his parents, that his bloodline is stimulated and therefore revived. Lin Moyu knew that he was approaching the Divine Phoenix clan, and both possibilities mentioned by Xiaopeng existed. Over the next few days, he carefully sensed the changes in the bird eggs. The vitality in the eggs became stronger and stronger, and Lin Moyu felt that the power of his bloodline was flourishing. 10 days passed like this, and the aura emitted by the bird eggs was more than 10 times stronger than before. It increased significantly almost every day, and this trend showed no sign of stopping. Xiaopeng said, Father, I was wrong, this guy's bloodline is quite strong. Lin Moyu asked, how strong is it? Xiaopeng said, I can't say for sure, but it's not a hybrid, so it shouldn't be more than 5 generations old. The Divine Phoenix clan was a large clan with many branches and leaves, and had reproduced for countless generations. Being able to possess a bloodline within 5 generations was not too bad. Judging from the current situation of the bird egg, at the moment it hatches, it will at least be a Tao Master, or even eternal. Although he is not as good as Xiaopeng, he also has a very strong bloodline and can steadily ascend to the Chaos Realm as soon as he reaches adulthood. The bird egg continued to grow stronger, and its aura became more and more astonishing. Lin Moyu let it develop without too much intervention. In Lin Moyu's eyes, there was already a soul flame blazing in the bird egg. He could take advantage of this opportunity to plant a mark in its soul and make it his slave. You can also kill it when it hatches, and then revive it with infinite summoning, and it can also become your own resurrected person. But Lin Moyu didn't do that, he disdained it. Not only did he not restrict the development of the bird eggs, he even used the Chaos Fruit and gave it to the bird eggs to help speed up their hatching and improve their foundation. Improving the foundation at this time has excellent results, and the blood of the bird eggs has been significantly enhanced. It looked like Lin Moyu was hatching eggs. Finally, after Xiaopeng had been galloping for nearly 200 days, the bird egg showed signs of hatching, and his bloodline power had become very strong. According to Xiaopeng, it had reached the 4th generation level. A clear heartbeat came from the bird's egg, rumbling in the chaos. Thousands of rays of light shot out, illuminating the void, and the clear and high-pitched sounds of birds chirped resounded, spreading for countless miles. The chaotic energy in front suddenly dispersed, and billions of rays of light swept over like an overwhelming force. A divine phoenix spread its tail feathers for thousands of miles and descended from the rosy glow. In previous casual conversations with Xiaopeng, Xiaopeng mentioned the Shenhuang several times. According to Xiaopeng, the Shenhuang is a powerful and intelligent race. Their ancestors did not have great ambitions and sought a way to survive for their race. But this does not prevent them from being powerful. Moreover, the divine phoenix is extremely beautiful. Whether male or female, it is synonymous with nobility and beauty among the creatures in chaos. Now that he had seen the divine phoenix for the first time, Lin Moyu felt that what Xiaopeng said was absolutely correct. The divine phoenix in front of him was still very far away, and its wings were spread in the rosy glow. The wingspan was probably 1,000,000 meters. The beautiful tail feathers are fully displayed in the sunset glow. The aura of the Chaos Realm's perfection was overwhelming, beautiful, powerful, and noble. 7-feathered divine phoenix, this is the divine phoenix of the 3rd generation bloodline. Lin Moyu murmured to himself, the status in the Shenhuang clan is based on both strength and bloodline. Bloodline is measured in generations. The higher the generation, the purer the bloodline and the higher the status. How to distinguish algebra is to look at the number of tail feathers of the divine phoenix. It's not ordinary tail feathers, but the number of golden feathers in them. The ancestral bloodline of the divine phoenix clan possesses 12 golden feathers, and its strength is among the best in the chaos realm. After the ancestral bloodline comes the first generation bloodline. The first generation bloodline has 9 golden feathers and is called the 9-feathered divine phoenix. After that, every generation, there would be 1 less golden feather. Until under the 5 golden feathers, the bloodline became thin and no more Vajra could be born. Therefore, among the divine phoenix clan, 5-winged divine phoenix is the minimum standard. Those with less than 5 feathers cannot call themselves the divine phoenix clan. The one in front of him was just a 7-winged divine phoenix, possessing the combat power of the chaos realm. It was middle level among the divine phoenix clan, neither high nor low. He stared at Lin Moyu from thousands of miles away, or to be more precise, he stared at the bird egg in Lin Moyu's hand. Who are you? He did not make a move. Even though Lin Moyu was only at the minor success stage of the Chaos Realm and Xiaoping was not even at the minor success stage of the Chaos Realm, he still did not make a move directly. This also reveals the wisdom of the Divine Phoenix clan. They will not act rashly before knowing the identity of the other party. If the other party has powerful forces behind them, things will end badly. Lin Moyu said, "Greetings, Senior. I accidentally found this egg and wanted to return it to the noble, so I went all the way to find a bed." Hearing Lin Moyu's words, the 7-feathered divine phoenix's attitude softened noticeably, its aura no longer so intimidating. "You came all this way to return this egg? How did you find us?" Before Lin Moyu could answer, he began to ask himself, "So it's through cause and effect? You haven't understood cause and effect yet. It seems you possess a cause and effect related magic weapon." Then he changed his tone and asked, "Have you done anything to this egg? Is there some conspiracy?" An invisible force rushed into Lin Moyu's soul, and his soul buzzed. He became unconscious for a moment, but immediately returned to normal. His soul felt a strange power that seemed to affect his thinking and made him unable to lie. With this shout, Tian Shenhuang had already used his secret method. Lin Moyu decisively denied it, even looking a little angry. "I have always been above board in my conduct and would never resort to any shady tactics. If you, Senior, think so, it's truly disappointing. I used to think that the Divine Phoenix clan was a great clan in the central region, with a heritage of hundreds of millions of years, and was always a reasonable race. But now it seems that they are just SOSO. In that case, I'll take my leave." As he said this, he threw the Divine Phoenix egg over and signaled Xiaoping to turn around and leave. Xiaoping was very obedient and turned around to leave without saying a word. Before he flew far, he saw a flash of light before his eyes, and the 7-winged Divine Phoenix reappeared in front of him as if by teleportation, blocking his way. Lin Moyu asked, "Senior, are you not going to let me go?" His voice was a little cold and he sounded a little angry. The 7-feathered Divine Phoenix shook his head. "Dao Yu, you misunderstood. Dao Yu kindly returned the Divine Phoenix egg. Why would I think so of you? It's just that some bad things happened recently, so I have these 10 questions. I have inspected this egg and there is indeed nothing wrong with it. Fellow Taoist, this is a great favor to my Divine Phoenix clan. I would like to invite you to stay with me for a few days and let me fulfill my role as a good host." Lin Moyu said coldly, "Senior, are you trying to keep Lin among the nobles?" The 7-feathered Divine Phoenix immediately said, "Of course not. Taoist friend, you can come and go as you please. Don't overthink it." Lin Moyu thought for a moment and said, "In that case, I'll go stay with the Divine Phoenix clan for a few days. I've heard there are many wonders within the Divine Phoenix clan, so it's a good opportunity to see them." "Okay, I'll lead the way for you, fellow Taoist." The seven-feathered Divine Phoenix led the way ahead, leading Lin Moyu to the Divine Phoenix clan. Xiaoping was a little confused and sent a message to Lin Moyu, "Father, I feel something is strange. They seem to have other intentions." Lin Moyu transmitted a message, "Don't be surprised. He's so polite. He must have his reasons. Please give me flowers. This Divine Phoenix egg must be somewhat special." When he looked at it just now, his eyes looked different. I guess the little creature inside the Divine Phoenix egg has an unusual bloodline. Secondly, he couldn't be sure I hadn't tampered with anything, and he might need a series of tests. So when he said he was inviting me to the Divine Phoenix clan, he was actually just trying to keep an eye on me. The third is the reputation of the Divine Phoenix clan. Reputation is something that can be said to be important, but it is also worthless if it is said to be unimportant. The Divine Phoenix clan still values reputation very much. The fourth point is that they are not sure if there is anyone behind me. After all, I am too young, I have a boundary, and I came here with you. Xiaoping was surprised. How could so many ideas come up in just such a short time? Lin Moyu said, "It will be more than what I said. It just so happens that I am going to the Divine Phoenix clan, so I will go and see what the Celestial clan in the chaos is like." 0. The Seven Feathers Temple cleared the way for Lin Moyu. The invisible force knocked away the chaotic energy, leaving a thin line of light behind him. The rosy glow spread in all directions, passed through the chaos, and enveloped the distance. He was not at all restrained, and was even a little flamboyant, which also revealed his confidence. In the chaos, those chaotic creatures would retreat when they met him, and he could run rampant. Soon, Lin Moyu felt a strange breath, and there was a faint glow in front of him. The glow and the chaotic energy intertwined together, creating a moment of hazy beauty. The seven-feathered Divine Phoenix said, "We're almost there." As he finished speaking, the chaos in front of him completely dissipated, and a dazzling space appeared in sight. A huge round continent floated in the void. There were countless soul flames on the continent, and large cities stood in rows. The entire continent was emitting a rosy glow, isolating the chaos. This continent is not a realm, but it has some of the characteristics of a realm. It was obviously artificially refined. The person who refined this continent must have at least reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm. The seven-feathered Divine Phoenix introduced, "This is the Fallen Feather Realm, the territory of our clan's Fallen Feather King. King Luoyu is one of the 8 kings of my clan. He is a powerful and perfect warrior, and he also has the second-generation bloodline of the 8 Divine Phoenixes." The seven-feathered Divine Phoenix introduced the identity of King Luoyu, and at the same time his body began to change, retracting his Divine Phoenix body and turning into a human form. He looked no different from a human, except for the 7 golden feathers on the back of his hand, highlighting his noble craftsmanship. The seven-feathered Divine Phoenix transformed into a human form and formally introduced itself. "My name is Pang Chi, and I am under the throne of the Fallen Feather King of the Divine Phoenix clan. Welcome fellow Taoist Lin to the Fallen Feather Realm. I will arrange accommodation for fellow Taoist Lin. When the time comes, I will find a guide to take you on a tour of the Falling Feather Realm." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Thank you, Senior Pang Chi. I would be honored to accept your offer." An Xian drew out a ray of light from the Luoyu realm, which turned into a bright road to guide them. Xiaoping also transformed into a human form at this moment, and followed Lin Moyu into the rosy glow. He was still a minor, and had transformed into a cute boy of just over 10 years old, following Lin Moyu. When Pang Chi saw the boy transformed by Xiaoping, he was obviously surprised. Xiaoping's bloodline is obviously not simple, as he possesses the combat power of a half-step to the Chaos Realm even when he is still a child. Even for the Divine Phoenix clan, it takes at least 3 generations of bloodline to reach the half-step Primal Chaos Realm at a young age. The Luoyu realm was enlarged in the field of vision. There were 8 giant cities called Bison in this realm. Outside the cities were endless high mountains. The 8 cities formed a ring, guarding a sacred peak in the center. The divine peak is more than 10,000 miles high, and it seems to break through the sky and reach the chaos. Although the Luoyu realm is not as big as a realm, it exudes the history of a realm. The closer he got, the clearer Lin Moyu's perception became. He didn't ask, and Pang Chi didn't give any further introduction. He brought Lin Moyu to one of the cities. This city had no walls around it, and the buildings inside were scattered randomly. It looked messy, but it also had a unique charm. There are many people coming and going in the city, and the soul flames are densely packed. Many people are not from the Shenhuang clan, but come from outside. Moreover, many people's realm is not even at the chaos level, and many of them are Taoists. This also surprised Lin Moyu, but he still didn't ask, and there was no surprise on his face. He could feel that Pang Chi was actually paying attention to him, as if he wanted to see some clues from the changes in his expression. Lin Moyu was calm and composed from beginning to end, without a trace of abnormality, and Pang Shi could not detect anything. This city is called Luoyu 7th City. The Shenhuang clan likes to use numbers to represent it, which is simple and clear. Before they entered the city, someone came out to greet them. A young woman at the half-step primal chaos realm bowed respectfully to Pang Chi and said, "Greetings to the city lord." Pang Chi Dao said, "Arrange a comfortable residence for fellow Taoist Lin. For the next few days, you will be his tour guide and take him around the Luoyu realm. Whatever requests fellow Taoist Lin has, we will do our best to satisfy them. Don't neglect them. Do you understand?" The woman should respond respectfully, "Pang Jing understands." Pang Chi gave a few more instructions before leaving, and Pang Jing immediately went to arrange accommodation for Lin Moyu. Judging from Pang Chi's behavior, he seemed to attach great importance to himself, but Lin Moyu knew in his heart that what Pang Chi really valued was not himself, but the divine phoenix egg he brought back. "If I dare to do anything to the eggs, my fate will probably be miserable." This was also the main reason why Pang Chi brought himself to the Divine Phoenix clan, not because he was really grateful to himself. Gratitude is often worthless. Pang Jing didn't know the whole story. She really thought that Lin Moyu was the city lord's guest, so she arranged a very luxurious courtyard for Lin Moyu. Not only is it luxurious, there are also many servants in the courtyard. These servants are all subspecies of the Divine Phoenix clan with rare bloodlines. As long as they cannot evolve 5 feathers, they are not qualified to become real members of the Divine Phoenix clan and are called subspecies here. To outsiders, the term subspecies was considered an insult, but to them, it was an encouragement. Every subspecies of the Divine Phoenix was working hard, doing their best to break away from their subspecies identity and become a true member of the Divine Phoenix clan. Pang Jing told Lin Moyu that she could contact her if she needed anything, and then did not bother Lin Moyu too much. In the yard, Xiaoping said to himself, "I didn't expect he wasn't a city mayor." Lin Moyu said, "After all, he is a Chaos Realm great perfection, and he is also a 7 feathers, so it is normal for him to be a city lord. Although there are many Chaos Realm masters in Chaos, if the scope is expanded to one race, the number will be greatly reduced. It is true that the Divine Phoenix clan is a large clan, and there are many people in the clan who have achieved great success in the Chaos Realm, but there are also differences between those who have achieved great success. For some people, reaching the Chaos Realm is the limit, but for others, it is not. Pang Chi is Chiyu, and he still has the opportunity to go further. His bloodline can be improved, and it is entirely possible for him to become Baiyu and reach the perfection of the Chaos Realm. By then he will be another king of the Divine Phoenix clan." Lin Moyu briefly explained his thoughts, and Xiaoping's face showed surprise. "Father, how did you know?" Lin Moyu said, "I overheard some people's conversations, so I know this." Xiaoping was even more surprised. "How could you eavesdrop?" Lin Moyu laughed and said, "It was not possible before, but it is possible now." He agreed to the request of the Deting beast, who was now preparing to leave the realm and enter the chaos. In return, the Deting beast taught Lin Moyu a secret method. This secret technique evolved from the talent of the listening beast. It can eavesdrop on other people's conversations within a certain range, and it is difficult to be detected. The magic given by the Deting beast is called Tian Ting. With Lin Moyu's current strength, the Tianting magic can cover most of the realm. Even covering the entire Luoyu realm is not a problem. However, the larger the range, the worse the effect. Lin Moyu has tried it and found that the effect is best if it only covers the 7th city of Luoyu. Xiaoping asked, "What else did father hear?" Lin Moyu said, "We haven't gained much so far. They're just trivial family matters, not worth mentioning." However, Pang Qi seems to have left with the egg. Judging from his direction, he should be heading to Luoyu Mountain. There are 8 cities in Luoyu realm, and the 8 cities guard a sacred mountain, which is Luoyu Mountain where King Luoyu lives. Pang Qi took the egg to Luoyu Mountain, obviously to find King Luoyu. It was obvious that this egg was of extraordinary importance. Lin Moyu was glad that he had not tampered with the egg, but at the same time he was curious about what was so special about this egg. When the Lord of Destiny gave him this egg, he only said that a big bird in the chaos had strayed into the realm and left behind this egg. At the level of the Lord of Destiny, he would not know the existence of the Divine Phoenix clan, and naturally would not understand this egg. Xiaoping said curiously, "It seems this egg is very important. I wonder how they will thank us." Lin Moyu chuckled, "Don't think too much. I'll first listen to the situation here, then ask Pang Jing about the situation in the central region. We'll be able to leave soon. If they really want to give us benefits, we won't accept them. If they must accept them, then we should do them a favor. They are more daring than anything else." Xiaoping said, "I'll just listen to my father." Lin Moyu continued to use the art of listening to listen to what was happening in Luoyu's 7th city, but the results were not great. Most of what he could hear were conversations between people of lower cultivation levels than himself and among subspecies, and they knew very little. Many of the real conversations among the Divine Phoenix clan members are conducted through telepathy, so they cannot be heard by themselves. Lin Moyu also discovered that there didn't seem to be many real members of the Shenhuang clan. It is clearly in the 7th city of Luoyu, but the number of humans is greater than that of the Shenhuang people. It is really strange. Only one day after he arrived at the 7th city of Luoyu, the human race increased significantly. The next day, Pang Jing came over and performed a personal ritual towards Lin Moyu. "Fellow Taoist Lin, the 3 Phoenix Festival is about to begin. Would you like to join in the fun?" Pang Jing introduced the origin of the 3 Phoenix Festival to Lin Moyu. The 3 Phoenix Festival is a very important festival in the Divine Phoenix clan. The 3 phoenixes refer to the purple gold Divine Phoenix, the black gold Divine Phoenix, and the platinum Divine Phoenix. The ancestors of the Divine Phoenix clan gave birth to the first generation of bloodline, also known as the first generation of bloodline, which are these 3 Divine Phoenixes. After giving birth to the 3 Divine Phoenixes, the ancestors disappeared, and the entire Divine Phoenix clan was almost created and developed by these 3 Divine Phoenixes. So in order to commemorate the 3 Divine Phoenixes, the 3 Phoenix Festival was established. It is said that the 3 Phoenix Festival is also the day when the 3 Divine Phoenixes were born. The 3 Phoenix Festival occurs every 10,000 years and lasts for 300 years each time, with each century forming a stage to commemorate the 3 Divine Phoenixes. Lin Moyu's arrival coincided with the end of the Black Gold Divine Phoenix's Centennial Festival. The next centennial would be the festival of the Purple Gold Divine Phoenix. In the Divine Phoenix clan, the 3 Divine Phoenixes are in charge of different affairs. The Black Gold Divine Phoenix is in charge of combat, the Platinum Divine Phoenix is in charge of clan affairs, and the Purple Gold Divine Phoenix is in charge of bloodline cultivation. Each of the 3 Divine Phoenixes owns a unique divine plant. The Purple Gold Divine Phoenix owns a fruit tree called the Purple Gold Tree. The Purple Gold Tree will bear 19 fruits, and its fruits are extremely magical. If given to the Divine Phoenix clan, they can evolve their bloodlines. If taken by outsiders, they can enhance their cultivation and improve their foundation. As long as one's cultivation is below perfection, the purple gold fruit will be useful, and one can take multiples without an upper limit. Therefore, practitioners of all races have a desire for the purple gold fruit. Every time the Three Phoenix Festival comes to the centenary of the Purple Gold Divine Phoenix, a large number of practitioners will come to the Divine Phoenix clan, hoping to obtain the Purple Gold fruit. The Purple Gold Divine Phoenix would divide the fruits it produced into 3 parts each time, keeping one for itself, giving one to the Divine Phoenix clan, and the other to outsiders. Pang Jing was very polite. "Fellow Taoist Lin, you came by chance this time. Perhaps you can get the purple gold fruit." Xiaoping listened to Pang Jing's introduction, his young face filled with confusion. But why would the Purple Gold Divine Phoenix give the purple gold fruit to outsiders? Wouldn't it be better to keep it all for themselves? Wouldn't that make the Divine Phoenix clan even stronger? And even if we take it out, we can exchange it for various treasures. Giving it away for free is too much. Pang Jing said, "Actually, I'm not entirely sure why Lord Purple Gold Divine Phoenix did this, but I heard Lord Divine Phoenix once said, when luck is full, it overflows. Don't be too greedy, or you'll be entangled in karma and doomed to eternity." Because of Pang Qi's relationship, Pang Jing was extremely polite to Lin Moyu and Xiaoping, and answered almost every question they asked. Lin Moyu whispered, "It seems that the Purple Gold Divine Phoenix understands the principles of cause and effect very well." Pang Jing smiled and said, "Actually, no matter what the reason is, it doesn't matter. What really matters is that fellow Taoist Lin might be able to obtain the purple gold fruit, which is a rare opportunity." Purple gold fruit? Lin Moyu's eyes revealed a hint of curiosity and yearning. "Can you tell me more about the purple gold fruit?" Pang Jing seemed very satisfied with Lin Moyu's eyes, and immediately talked about various things related to the purple gold fruit. In Pang Jing's words, the purple gold fruit was praised as miraculous. She had once eaten one, so she had the final say. She even expressed some of her feelings, and Lin Moyu could hear that Pang Jing was proud of herself for having the purple gold fruit. After all, there are many people in the Divine Phoenix clan, and the number of purple gold fruits that appear once every 10,000 years is limited. Only a few people can get them. It is already rare for her to get one, and there is no telling how many people in the Divine Phoenix clan envy her. That purple gold fruit greatly increased her strength, and her bloodline was upgraded to a higher level, from 5 feathers to 6 feathers. She felt that her potential had not been exhausted. If she could get a few more purple gold fruits, she would be able to be promoted to Qiyu, and then she would be on par with Pang Qi. After listening to her description, Xiaoping went from being quite interested at first to feeling bored later. In his opinion, the purple gold fruit was just a smaller chaos fruit, and there was no comparison between the two. With blood memory, Xiaoping is very clear about many things in the chaos and also knows some of the treasures in the chaos. The purple gold fruit is actually something that stimulates potential. At most, it can enhance the potential a little. If the user's potential is exhausted, the purple gold will be of no use. Unlike the chaos fruit, which strengthens your foundation out of thin air, it can create potential for you even if you don't have it. He ate some chaos fruit these days and felt deeply about it. So he completely looked down on the purple gold fruit. The subtle change in his emotions was captured by Lin Moyu, who gave him a look, telling him not to talk nonsense. Xiaoping is also very smart. No matter how disdainful he is in his heart, he still seems to be full of hope for the purple gold fruit. Pang Jing was not a scheming person. While she was talking about the purple gold fruit, Lin Moyu asked a few irrelevant questions without saying a word. These questions seemed irrelevant, but they allowed Lin Moyu to gain a lot of information, while Pang Qingjing knew nothing about it. From Pang Jing's answer, Lin Moyu learned the origin of Luoyu realm. This is indeed a realm, but it is a damaged realm. In a great battle, King Luoyu killed the Chaos Realm Perfection and used a secret treasure to stabilize the opponent's realm. Afterwards, he transformed the realm, which is how the Luoyu realm came into being. The Divine Phoenix clan has 8 kings, King Luoyu is one of them, and each king has a similar realm. This is the external territory of the Divine Phoenix clan, and the 8 boundaries guard the ancestral land of the Divine Phoenix clan. And in each realm, there are 8 cities guarding the king's sacred peak. In the Divine Phoenix clan, apart from the ancestors, 9 feathers is the limit. Currently, only the 3 divine phoenixes have 9 feathers. Except for the 3 divine phoenixes, all others have 8 feathers, which cannot exceed 8. Peng Jing took Lin Moyu for a walk in the 7th city of Luoyu. The 7th city was very large, with a distance of over millions of miles between the east and west ends, smaller than a small world. The city contains mountains, water, buildings, and even a city within a city. The layout is disorganized and looks a bit chaotic, but there is a vague pattern in the chaos. Before entering the Luoyu realm, Lin Moyu had overlooked the 7th city of Luoyu, but the city he saw at that time was not real. There was an invisible force in the 7th city of Luoyu that would create an illusion. But when you are in the city, it is like entering a maze and you cannot see the overall situation at all. The more this happened, the more Lin Moyu became curious about what secrets were hidden in the 7th city of Luoyu. As he walked through the city, he could see many practitioners coming and going. They came from different races, but all of them had transformed into human form. In chaos, no one cares what race you are or where you come from. Anyway, everyone here is in human form, because the human race is known as the innate Taoist body, the most suitable race for cultivation, and implicitly conforms to the rules of chaos. They walked for half a day and only passed through a small part of the city. They had already passed through several high mountains and several nest-like buildings. Some buildings here were tens of thousands of meters high. Some people of the Shenhuang clan did not like to transform into human form. They preferred to appear in their original form and would only change into humans when practicing. The road ahead became wider and wider, and the bustle began to increase. A huge square appeared in sight. Several giant arenas were floating in the air, and people were fighting on them. Many people flew into the air to watch the fight in the ring. Peng Jing said, "This is the fighting arena, and it is also one of the activities of the 3 Phoenix Festival. Those who perform well have the opportunity to win the purple gold fruit." Peng Jing was talking about the chance to obtain the purple gold fruit, not that the winner could get it. Lin Moyu asked, "Are there specific rules?" Peng Jing shook her head. "There should be rules, but the rules were set by the purple gold divine phoenix, so we don't know them. Based on past experience, the winner has a higher chance of getting the purple gold fruit, but there are also losers who have gotten the purple gold fruit, so it's hard to say. But because of this, regardless of victory or defeat, people keep going to the thunder. It's a kind of show." Peng Jing expressed her thoughts truthfully and did not hide anything. Xiao Peng murmured, "Regardless of victory or defeat, we can still obtain the purple gold fruit. It's up to the purple gold divine phoenix to decide." "There are no rules, right?" Peng Jing retorted, "There must be rules, but we just don't know them. The purple gold divine phoenix can't do whatever it wants." Xiao Peng disagreed. "The purple gold divine phoenix is the most powerful being in the chaos realm. Even if he wants to do things according to his own preferences, who can control him except the great venerable?" What both of them said makes sense. There is no right or wrong. Lin Moyu looked at the arenas one by one and vaguely saw some clues. 8 cities guard the Luoyu Divine Peak, which is the residence of King Luoyu. Only those who can enter the peak are King Luoyu's confidants, or at least members of the Yeshenhuang clan. Peng Qi brought the divine phoenix egg back and handed it to King Luoyu. King Luoyu personally inspected the phoenix egg, checking it inside and out many times, and finally confirmed that Lin Moyu had not tampered with it. At the same time, King Luoyu also felt the extraordinary nature of this divine phoenix egg, which was not like an ordinary divine phoenix. King Luoyu looked at Peng Qi and said, "Peng Qi, you said that this egg was accidentally obtained by a human cultivator." Peng Qi said, "Yes, that's exactly what he said. When I discovered this divine phoenix egg, I secretly followed him for a few days, and he was indeed flying towards my clan. From the looks of it, he wants to return this egg to our clan, and he also used the energy of chaos to help nurture this egg." Peng Qi's realm is higher than Lin Moyu and Xiaoping. He followed Lin Moyu, but Lin Moyu didn't notice. But even if Lin Moyu noticed something, he wouldn't show it. King Luoyu whispered, "Our eggs are rarely found outside, and this egg's bloodline is very high. It has at least 7 feathers, and it may even have 8 feathers when it reaches adulthood. It's impossible for an egg of this level to be lost, so this matter is very strange. I need to contact a few divine phoenixes about this matter. King Luoyu's aura rose, and the space where he was shrouded in a strange power. A ray of light shot out from the top of the divine peak and went straight into the chaos. Only a moment later, a projection appeared in front of King Luoyu, and a purple-gold divine phoenix appeared in the projection. Luo Yuchao saluted the purple-gold divine phoenix. Greetings to the purple-gold divine phoenix. He was just bowing, but Pang Qi had already prostrated himself on the ground and was bowing deeply. The purple-gold divine phoenix said in a crisp voice, "Luo Yu, what do you want from me?" King Luo Yu said, "Pang Qi brought back a divine phoenix egg. This egg was lost outside. Its level is not low. Currently, it seems to be between 7 and 8 feathers." King Luo Yu recounted the whole story. It would actually be more appropriate for Pang Qi to speak about this matter, but Pang Qi was obviously not qualified to speak. This shows how strict the hierarchy is within the Divine Phoenix clan. The purple-gold Divine Phoenix stared at the Divine Phoenix egg with a sharp gaze. He felt more and more surprised. Purple-gold light emanated from his eyes, and lightning flashed from time to time. After a moment, the purple-gold Divine Phoenix whispered to itself, "Perhaps it is related to that incident." King Luo Yu's heart skipped a beat. He really wanted to ask what was going on, but the purple-gold Divine Phoenix had no intention of telling him. He has realized that this matter is not that simple and there may be something else involved. The purple-gold Divine Phoenix's expression had shown something unusual just now, which was very unusual. The purple-gold Divine Phoenix said, "I'll send someone over to retrieve the egg. Treat that human well and don't neglect him." King Luo Yu quickly responded, "As you command." Pang Qi didn't dare to stand up until the purple-gold Divine Phoenix disappeared. He asked in a low voice, "S**X?" King Luo Yu waved his hand to interrupt him. "Don't worry about this matter. The purple-gold Divine Phoenix sent someone to retrieve the egg, which means this matter is very serious. Don't ask anything now. Follow the Divine Phoenix's instructions and treat the human well." Pang Qi immediately responded, "I understand. I'll take my leave now." King Luo Yu hummed, "If this matter is handled well, you will definitely get a share of the purple gold fruit this time." Pang Qi's eyes were filled with ecstasy. "Thank you, King. The purple gold fruit is very important to him. As long as he has enough purple gold fruits, he will have every chance of being promoted to the 8 feathers, and then he will be like the fallen feather king. But the purple gold fruit is rare, and for him, one is not enough. He could only use various methods to try his best to obtain the purple gold fruit." In Panchi City, Lin Moyu was looking at the arena. He seemed to be watching a fight, but he was not looking at the people fighting on the arena at all. He was really just looking at the arena. Chaos runes are hidden in the arena. These chaos runes form a formation. The ostensible function of the formation is to cover the arena, so that the power of the 2 people fighting in the arena will not overflow and will not affect the outside of the arena. There is also a hidden function within the formation, which is to detect the potential of both sides in the fight. Potential can be detected in many ways, but the accuracy is not very good. This method of using formations to detect potential is relatively accurate. After seeing through the formation in the arena, Lin Moyu already knew who could obtain the purple gold fruit. Pang Jing had previously discussed the effects of the purple gold fruit. To put it simply, it's a fruit that stimulates and strengthens potential. The greater the potential of the user, the better the effect. Healthy people, no limitations. But over the years, no one has ever said that purple gold fruit has no effect after taking it. Here lies the secret. Those selected from the arena competition are not all winners, but those with greater potential. Only this kind of people can make full use of the purple gold fruit after taking it, and further let people know the magic of the purple gold fruit, and even perform deafness surgery. But why would the purple gold Divine Phoenix do this? It was already unusual that he was willing to give away 1/3 of the purple gold fruit, and it was even more abnormal that he had to ensure that the purple gold fruit was useful. Lin Moyu realized that there must be a cat, Nuo Wang Zhao, in this, and he instinctively thought of the human emperor. The human emperor once used the trading market as a way to facilitate all practitioners, but in fact it was to control some of the practitioners. But the purple gold divine phoenix's methods must be stronger than those of the human emperor, and the purple gold fruit must have other uses. For a moment, Lin Moyu became interested in the purple gold fruit. If he could get a few to study, he might get some good results. His expression was noticed by Pang Jing, who thought Lin Moyu also wanted to compete in the arena, so he immediately said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, do you want to give it a try? With your strength, you have a very high chance of obtaining the purple gold fruit." This was pure flattery. She had no idea of Lin Moyu's strength. It is not uncommon to see people who have achieved minor success in the Chaos Realm here, and they often appear on the arena. Lin Moyu smiled and shook his head. "I don't have the strength to show off my abilities, so let's go somewhere else." Pang Jing naturally responded, "Okay." Suddenly, an angry shout came from the side, "Lin Moyu." Lin Moyu was surprised that someone called his name in Panchi City, and the voice was so familiar. He was paying attention to the arena just now and didn't notice anyone there. Turning around, he saw the Sword Emperor of the Spiritual Demon Clan approaching, followed by a group of Spiritual Demon Clan members. The Sword Emperor was already at the half-step Primal Chaos Realm at this point, having obviously been promoted after leaving the Origin Continent. It was normal to think about it. He had suppressed himself for so many years in the Origin Continent. Once he left the Origin Continent, it was natural for him to be promoted. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "So it's fellow Taoist Sword Emperor, what a coincidence." The Sword Emperor's expression was extremely grim at the moment. In addition to anger, his eyes even held a hint of murderous intent. He spoke in an icy voice, "I never thought you would come here." Lin Moyu laughed and said, "It's been so many years, isn't it normal for me to be detached?" The Sword Emperor said angrily, "If you had hidden in the realm, I would have had no way to deal with you. But now that you have come out, I will not forgive you." Lin Moyu still had a smile on his face. "Why is the Sword Emperor so angry?" "I don't remember doing anything to offend you." The Sword Emperor shouted, "It was you who forced us to leave the realm that day." Lin Moyu said, "Fellow Taoist Sword Emperor, there's one thing I want you to understand. That wasn't your realm in the first place, so isn't it perfectly normal for you to leave? And don't forget what you did secretly in the realm." The Sword Emperor's expression changed slightly. Lin Moyu was telling the truth. They were indeed not from the realm, and they were also stealing the essence of the avenue in the realm. But he was shameless and snorted coldly, "If it weren't for us, your realm would have been destroyed long ago." Lin Moyu also sneered, "You should know why you came to the realm. I didn't ask you to come. If you have any grievances, go to that person and tell him, don't come here. Besides, do you have the courage to look for me?" Lin Moyu's tone had completely turned cold, not giving the Sword Emperor any face at all. Stealing the essence of the Avenue of the Five Worlds domain could be a big or small matter. If Lin Moyu was not the domain master, it would be a small matter and would have nothing to do with him. But now I am the master of the realm, and every blade of grass and every tree in the realm belongs to me. They stole things from my home. Do they still expect me to be grateful to them? The Sword Emperor's expression changed again and again. He thought of the person behind Lin Moyu. That might be the Great Venerable. How could they afford to offend the Great Master? Even if they were forced to leave at that time and suffered huge losses later, there was no place for them to reason. The Sword Emperor shouted, "You promised me that you would kill Tun Yuan with your own hands." Lin Moyu smiled. "Yes, I promised, but I didn't mention the time." "You." Sword Emperor realized that he had been deceived. Lin Moyu did agree, but he also did not promise a time. Lin Moyu waved his hand and said, "There's no need to say anything more. You've indeed helped us protect the realm for many years. That's why, even though I knew you were stealing the essence of the Great Tao, I didn't do anything to you. Otherwise, I could have kept you all in the realm. I just forced you to leave, but you turned around and wanted to settle the score with me. Who was wrong? Tun Yuan's appearance was an accident, but you, a chaos race, can't deal with a fellow who isn't even at the chaos realm. That's your problem. Lin Moyu's words made the Sword Emperor's expression change constantly, becoming extremely ugly. He knew that Lin Moyu's arguments were a bit far-fetched, but he couldn't think of anything to refute them. The key point is that there may be a great man standing behind Lin Moyu, and they can't afford to offend him. Finally, the Sword Emperor snorted coldly, "Let's go." He left with his men, obviously very angry, but he could do nothing about Lin Moyu. Pang Jing then asked, "Fellow Taoist Lin, do you need us to take action?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "No need. After all, I've fought alongside them before. Give them a chance. If it happens again, I'll handle it myself." Since Lin Moyu had already said so, Pang Jing had no intention of stealing the show. "Then, if fellow Taoist Lin needs anything, please let us know at any time." Pang Jing was too polite. Even if he treated himself as a distinguished guest, he wouldn't have done this. All I can say is that she must have received new instructions. Pang Jing half a day ago is quite different from Pang Jing now. The square was becoming more and more crowded with people, many of whom were there to fight in the arena or to watch the show, Cabe. Pang Jing took Lin Moyu around the ring and headed to other areas. The atmosphere of the Three Phoenix Festival was very rich, and some of the specialties of the Divine Phoenix clan were taken out for sale. There are two ways to trade in Chaos, one is barter, and the other is using Chaos Gold as currency. Chaos Gold is a special material in Chaos. It contains compressed chaotic energy and can be used for cultivation. It is more efficient than directly absorbing chaotic energy. Lin Moyu didn't have any Chaos Gold on hand, so even if he saw something, he couldn't buy it. Pang Jing took out a lot of Chaos Gold and gave it to Lin Moyu, which was more than enough to buy some small items. Lin Moyu took a quick tour along the way and tasted many of the specialties of the Shenhuang tribe. In addition to the Shenhuang tribe, there were also merchants from other races selling goods here. The most distinctive race among them is called the Hunyuan Lizard Clan. Their tails are excellent materials for refining weapons and are of great value. But their tails can regenerate, so they sell their tails in exchange for treasures or Chaos Gold. Lin Moyu was surprised by the practice of selling oneself. Pang Jing and Lin Moyu were chatting, and Lin Moyu finally realized where he was now. Chaos is divided into 4 poles and 3 domains, and he is located in the middle domain, or to be more precise, in the east of the middle domain. The center of any area is the territory of the Great Lord, and other races can only reproduce on the periphery. If you want to travel from the central region to other areas, there are 2 ways. The simplest one is to fly there yourself. Whether you cross it in your physical body or with the help of magic weapons, it is all possible. There are passages between areas, and you can move forward along the passages without getting lost. If you don't follow the passage, you will have to go through the ancient wilderness, where you may encounter danger or get lost. There is another method, which is to use the cross-domain formation arranged by the Great Venerable. Although this method is fast, it is very expensive and ordinary practitioners cannot afford it. A single cross-transmission could drain the wealth of a Chaos Realm Master. There is no way. The chaos is too big, and this is the formation set up by the Great Venerable, so you don't have to sit in it. It is said that the Tao of the Great Venerable is hidden in the Great Array. If one can comprehend a little bit of it, it will be of great benefit to one's own cultivation. So although it is expensive, there are still many people willing to spend the money. Pang Jing asked, "Friend Kuan, are you planning to go to other areas?" Lin Moyu didn't deny it. "The chaos is so big, I want to go and see it." Pang Jing smiled and said, "Indeed, there are many magical places in the primal chaos, and there are also endless opportunities in the ancient wasteland. If fellow Taoist Lin wants to go to other areas, he must go there before the primal chaos realm is perfected." Lin Moyu asked curiously, "Why?" Pang Jing said, "Because the great venerables in each region have issued orders prohibiting the entry of perfect powerful people from outside the region. Not long ago, a perfect powerful person from outside the region sneaked in and was almost beaten to death. Lin Moyu immediately thought of Mo Lan and couldn't help asking, he was almost beaten to death, but he escaped? Pang Jing nodded, it is said so, but it is not clear how he escaped. If fellow Taoist Lin wants to know, please ask the city lord. Lin Moyu looked forward, just in time, he's here. Pang Chi walked over with big strides, a warm smile on his face, and even a bit of courtesy. He was the mayor of the 7th city of Luoyu, and the people of the Divine Phoenix clan in the city saluted him one after another. Meet the city lord. Pang Jing bowed and greeted him, but Pang Chi just hummed. It was obvious that there was a huge difference in their status. Pang Chi smiled and said, "What are you talking about?" Pang Jing said, "Fellow Taoist Lin wants to explore primal chaos and is asking how to get to other areas." Pang Chi said, "I see. I happen to have a guidance tower in the chaos region here, and it's related to Lin Daofa." As he spoke, he took out a small tower with only 3 floors. Pang Jing narrowed her eyes slightly when she saw the small tower. Lin Moyu realized that the tower must be worth a lot of money. Pang Chi said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, there is no need to refuse. What you have done for our clan far exceeds this tower." Since the other party said so, Moyu was no longer polite. Pang Chi told Lin Moyu how to use the guidance tower. The guidance tower is actually a map in the chaos. There are many public areas like the Luoyu realm in the chaos. As long as the various ethnic forces have some strength, they will not close their countries. They will carve out an area, exchange what they have with other races, and grow stronger together. What the guidance tower refers to are these public areas, not the ancestral lands of various races. Except for a few powerful ethnic groups, people generally do not let others know the location of their ancestral lands. If the enemy is attracted, it will be a disaster. But it doesn't matter in the public area. Even if it is destroyed, the worst that can happen is that you can just refine another one. The Luoyu realm is the best example. King Luoyu created it based on a ruined realm. Even if the Luoyu realm is destroyed, it will not affect the sharing of the Divine Phoenix clan. At most, it will be a loss of face. By using the guidance tower, Lin Moyu can find these public areas in the chaos. The Great Venerable's cross-domain formation is set up in several of these areas. If he wants to use the cross-domain formation, he must go there. As for how long it will take along the way, it depends on each person's strength and is difficult to say. Lin Moyu put away the guidance tower. "Thank you, City Lord Pang. I'm curious. Did a powerful perfected being from the outer realm break into the central realm some time ago?" Pang Chi said, "It can't be called breaking in. It must be sneaking in and not being discovered. But later on, he went crazy for some reason, yelling and screaming, and was discovered and then hunted down. The Great Venerable once issued an order that if any powerful outsiders come in, they must be killed without mercy. Moreover, killing them will earn you merit, and the Great Venerable will reward you." Lin Moyu asked, "Then he escaped?" Pang Chi said, "Yes, I don't know how he escaped, but he did escape. However, it is said that those perfect masters who took action still received rewards from the Great Venerable." There was a strong sense of envy in his tone, as if the reward from the Great Master was some great thing. Lin Moyu asked, "It seems that the Great Master is quite generous." Pang Chi said, "The Great Venerable has always been very generous. That is the essence of the ancestral water. If we can get even a drop, our bloodline will surely be sublimated." Hearing the words "the essence of the ancestral water," Pang Jing's breathing unconsciously became heavier. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat. Ancestral water essence? His own drop of ancestral water essence was still there, and he had never used it at all. And judging from the reactions of Pang Chi and Pang Jing, the essence of ancestral water is even more valuable than the purple gold fruit. Lin Moyu didn't take out his own ancestral water essence, but asked calmly, "What is this ancestral water essence?" Pang Chi said, "The essence of ancestral water is a very magical object. It has no levels or grades, and can significantly enhance one's fundamental energy. Anyone with a certain level of cultivation can use it, and it has no side effects. But the higher the cultivation level, the better the effect. If it is used on those little guys who are just getting started, it would be a bit of a waste. According to Pang Chi, the essence of ancestral water is extremely magical and is a sacred object for cultivation. Although it cannot improve the level of cultivation, it can improve the root source, which is much better than improving the level of cultivation. Through his description, Lin Moyu was basically certain that the drop of ancestral water essence in his hand was the ancestral water essence that Pang Chi mentioned. But is this thing really so precious? I remember that in the origin continent, the ancestors of many races obtained the essence of the earth ancestral water. Their ancestral water essence naturally came from the white-robed old man, but why did he give the ancestral water essence to the practitioners in the origin continent? In his eyes, the origin continent was nothing at all, something that could be erased with a thought. Unless you ask this question yourself, you will never get the answer. Lin Moyu smiled and said, perhaps in the future, you will also be able to obtain the essence of the ancestral water. Pang Chi laughed heartily. Thank you, fellow Taoist Lin, for your kind words. However, I am just thinking about it. After all, it is too difficult to get the reward from the Great Venerable. Something like this has not happened for many years. Unless... Lin Moyu asked, unless what? Pang Chi said, unless a war breaks out between the two regions, the Great Venerable will give out rewards if you make contributions. Lin Moyu was obviously not clear about what Pang Chi said. Pang Chi laughed and said, that's too far off. It's better not to let this happen. Otherwise, who knows how many strong people will fall. As they walked and talked, they unknowingly arrived at a square. There are also a large number of arenas floating in the air in this square. There are many similar squares in the Luoyu realm, and there are always a large number of practitioners fighting. 0. Who can obtain the purple gold fruit and when can obtain it are all decided entirely by the purple gold divine phoenix, and there is no pattern at all. Sometimes, while fighting, a purple gold fruit would appear and fly into the hands of the winner, and others would be unable to pick it up and carry it away. Lin Moyu now knows how to obtain the purple gold fruit and has no interest in fighting in the ring. Pang Chi was a little surprised. Fellow Taoist Lin doesn't seem to be interested in the purple gold fruit. Lin Moyu smiled and said, if I have a destiny with the purple gold fruit, I will get it naturally even if I don't ask for it. If I don't have a destiny, I can't force it. Pang Chi laughed and said, fellow Taoist Lin is indeed not an ordinary person. Let's go to another place. A big show is about to begin there. Lin Moyu laughed and said, what's the big drama? Pang Chi said, one of the highlights of the Three Phoenix Festival is called Purple Gold Seeking Phoenix. During the 100 years, it will be held twice, at the beginning and end. It just so happens that the Purple Gold Phoenix Seeking ceremony of the Falling Feather Realm is in my 7th city, and it also happens to be today. Lin Moyu chuckled, what a coincidence, I must go and take a look. Pang Chi said, I have ordered people to pick the best seats, fellow Taoist Lin, please. Led by Pang Chi, they crossed half of Pang Chi City and arrived at the center of the city. There is a huge altar here, and 3 100,000-meter-tall phoenix statues stand in the middle of the altar. At this time, a large number of people knelt in front of the purple gold divine phoenix statue, chanting incomprehensible tunes. In front of the statue was a mountain of chaos gold. Amidst the chanting, the purple gold divine phoenix statue glowed faintly. As the city lord, Pang Chi arranged an excellent position for himself so that he could have a panoramic view of the entire event. Lin Moyu took a few glances and whispered, is this a sacrifice? Pang Chi smiled and said, fellow Taoist Lin has a keen eye. This is indeed a sacrifice, but it is somewhat different from ordinary sacrifices. As for the difference, fellow Taoist Lin will know as he watches. He could feel the overwhelming power of faith surging from the worshipper and rushing into the chaotic gold that was like a small mountain. The chaos gold resonated with the purple gold phoenix statue again. The statue cast purple light that illuminated the chaos gold. Soon, the chaos gold also began to emit bursts of purple light, and the chaos gold turned into chaos purple gold. The chaotic purple gold exuded an even more powerful force, more than 10 times stronger than before. A beam of precious light shot straight into the sky, telling everyone that there was a treasure here. But in Luoyu City, in the territory of the Divine Phoenix Clan, no one dared to act rashly. The Divine Phoenix Clan 180 is the ruler of this area. They are also an extremely domineering and powerful existence in the central region. Except for the Great Venerable, they are afraid of no one. Fortunately, the Divine Phoenix Clan is well versed in the art of survival and usually does not make enemies. When encountering problems, they usually try to reason first. But this cannot conceal their strength. If anyone dares to cause trouble at the Three Phoenix Festival, they will face the disaster of genocide. Precious light shot up into the sky, and the chaos gold dyed purple and gold was much more valuable than before, but no one dared to covet it, and countless people just watched from afar. The power of belief can be used in this way. Lin Moyu thought to himself. He saw through the details at a glance. It was nothing more than the power of belief being integrated into the chaos gold, which enhanced the chaotic energy within the chaos gold. As for the purple gold luster, it is bestowed by the purple gold divine phoenix. It can also be red, blue, or black gold. The color is just a form of expression. The purple gold light column became stronger and stronger, turning a large area of the void into purple gold. Accompanied by a crisp bird cry, a divine phoenix with a body size of more than 100,000 meters emerged in the void. All the purple gold light gathered on him, and he quickly condensed into shape, emitting a crisp chirping sound again. A large number of divine phoenix people were crawling on the ground around, shouting purple gold divine phoenix. Even Pang Chi knelt on the ground. At this moment, he was not the city lord, but just a devout member of the Divine Phoenix Clan. Get up! A crisp voice was heard, and everyone slowly stood up. Lin Moyu stood there without kneeling. He had seen through it. This purple gold Divine Phoenix was a member of the Divine Phoenix Clan. With the power of his own faith and the power of Chaos Gold, he summoned a wisp of the purple gold Divine Phoenix's soul here, and then condensed it into shape with the power of faith. That's basically it, but it's not that simple if you think about it. Especially Pang Chi's eyes at this moment, full of anticipation, as if he was waiting for something. The purple gold Divine Phoenix closed its eyes slightly, and a vortex appeared in front of it. The vortex distorted space, forming a deep space channel. No one knew what was on the other side of the space channel. It's coming. It's coming. Pang Chi muttered in a low voice, his voice a little excited. Not only Pang Chi, but almost all the members of the Divine Phoenix Clan were staring at the vortex in front of the purple gold Divine Phoenix. A purple light flashed, and a purple fruit slightly larger than an adult's fist flew out of the vortex. The fruit was covered with small golden dots. Lin Moyu knew that this was the purple gold fruit that many people dreamed of. The purple gold fruit flew out of the vortex and stopped in midair without moving. No one present tried to take it. Then another purple gold fruit flew out of the vortex, followed by one after another, and more purple gold fruits flew out. The purpose of this sacrificial activity is to obtain the purple gold fruit, contribute a large amount of faith power to the purple gold Divine Phoenix, and then exchange it for the purple gold fruit from the purple gold Divine Phoenix. This is also the difference that Pang Chi mentioned, because most sacrifices will not receive any response, but this sacrifice can get a real response, and the benefits obtained are also real. Thousands of purple gold fruits flew out of the vortex, and the purple gold Divine Phoenix slowly rose into the air. It arrived above the Luoyu realm and scanned the entire Luoyu realm, as if looking for a target. 1,000 purple gold fruits may seem like a lot, but there are tens of millions of people in Luoyu realm who want to get the purple gold fruits. There are more than that number of people from the Divine Phoenix Clan. Even if each person takes a small bite out of the 1,000 purple gold fruits, there are still not enough to share. Pang Chi looked at the purple gold fruit and he really hoped he could get one. Lin Moyu asked, "How is this distributed?" Pang Chi shook his head, "I don't know, there are no rules." "How could there be no rules?" "The biggest rule is the purple gold Divine Phoenix. Just like those fighting arenas, it seems that there are no rules, but in fact the rules are there. Now it seems the same to Lin Moyu. Rules must exist, but they exist within the purple gold divine phoenix. There was another crisp cry, and a purple light suddenly appeared on the body of one of the divine phoenix clan members. He shouted excitedly, "I've been chosen, I've been chosen." Shouting and dancing, extremely excited. He was already half a step into the chaos realm, and was quite out of control at this moment. A purple gold fruit flew down and landed directly in his hands. He took the purple gold fruit and kowtowed to the purple gold divine phoenix again. Many people around cast envious glances, but no one tried to grab it. Then there was another cry, and this time the person chosen was not in the seventh city. The birds chirped one after another, and people were constantly being chosen. Regardless of whether they were members of the Divine Phoenix clan or not, they were all very excited and kowtowed to the purple gold Divine Phoenix. Neither Pang Chi nor Pang Jing were selected. Although they were envious, they could do nothing about it. No one can interfere with the purple gold Divine Phoenix, nor does anyone dare to interfere. Soon, more than 70% of the 1,000 golden fruits were harvested. After a scream, Lin Moyu's body suddenly lit up. Lin Moyu felt a trace of faith power falling on him, and a purple gold light burst out. "I was chosen?" Lin Moyu was a little surprised. There were millions of people in the Luoyu realm, and he was not pious, but he was chosen. "But since I've been chosen, then I've been chosen. It doesn't matter." Lin Moyu was not excited at all, let alone dancing. A purple gold fruit flew towards him. Lin Moyu caught it and weighed it. It's not very heavy, about the same as an apple. He held the purple gold fruit in his hand and just stood there calmly. Not only did he have no expression, he also did not kowtow or kneel to express gratitude like others, which made him stand out from the crowd. Pang Chi whispered, "Fellow Taoist Lin, why aren't you excited at 10 o'clock? 0.5 inch. Lin Moyu said, "I am not naturally very excited." Pang Chi said, "Then you won't say thank you either?" Lin Moyu said, "He wanted to give it to me, not me. Why should I thank him? If he didn't want to give it to me, I would just return it." Pang Chi was stunned for a moment, feeling that what Lin Moyu said made some sense, but also felt that it was not right. But Lin Moyu's peculiar behavior still attracted countless eyes. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Lin Moyu still did his own thing. Asking him to kneel down and thank you, what a joke. He was too lazy to even say thank you. Just as he said, this is what he wanted, but it was forced upon him by the purple gold Divine Phoenix. "You can completely refuse to give it to me. I didn't beg you to give it to me." Another bird chirped, and a second layer of purple gold light shone from Lin Moyu's body. In full view of everyone, the second purple gold flew to Lin Moyu's hand. With the double purple gold light on him, Lin Moyu became the most dazzling one in the crowd, and almost everyone nearby focused their attention on him. The second purple gold fruit flew into Lin Moyu's hands, but his expression remained unchanged. The purple gold fruit was far inferior to the chaos fruit, and he had plenty of chaos fruit. What would happen if he had just 2 purple gold fruits? Not only Lin Moyu didn't feel anything, Xiaoping didn't feel anything either. But Pang Chi was not like that. He was full of envy. "Fellow Taoist Lin, you were chosen for the second time. This kind of luck is not common." Lin Moyu asked, "Has anyone ever obtained 2 purple gold fruits before?" Pang Chi said, "Yes, but the probability is very low. Someone once got 3 purple gold fruits at once, but this only happened once." Lin Moyu nodded. "It seems I'm lucky." "Is it really just luck?" Lin Moyu was speculating in his heart, judging by the information he got in the arena, that the purple gold Divine Phoenix would most likely distribute the purple gold formula according to each person's potential. Now the entire Luoyu realm is shrouded in purple gold light. The power of the purple gold Divine Phoenix may be in analyzing everyone's potential, thereby determining who is qualified to obtain the purple gold fruit and how many they can get. Lin Moyu himself didn't know how much potential he had, but he had a feeling that he might break the record. Now the power of the purple gold divine phoenix has enveloped the entire Luoyu realm. Unless he leaves Luoyu realm immediately, the purple gold fruit will most likely continue to fly into his hands. After a second thought, Lin Moyu murmured in his heart, since that's the case, let's see how much potential I have. Since the purple gold divine phoenix has this ability, why not make use of it? He put away the 2 purple gold fruits, and as the purple gold divine phoenix cried again, just as Lin Moyu had expected, the 3rd level of purple gold light rose from his body. At this moment, everyone around widened their eyes. The 3rd purple gold fruit. This guy was chosen 3 times in a row. Where did this person come from? How can he be so lucky? That's right. Others asked for 1 but couldn't get 1, but he got 3. Everyone was surprised and envious at the same time, but no one questioned it. This is the choice of the purple gold divine phoenix. Anyone who dares to question the purple gold divine phoenix is truly short of his own life. The 3rd purple gold fruit flew over amid everyone's envy and landed steadily in Lin Moyu's hands. Pang Qi stared, fellow Taoist Lin, your luck is truly unmatched. Lin Moyu chuckled, yes, right? Pang Qi felt that there was something deeper in Lin Moyu's words, but he couldn't figure out why. At this time, Lin Moyu said, the 4th purple gold fruit should also be mine. Has anyone ever obtained 4 purple gold fruits in the purple gold phoenix quest before? Pang Qi shook his head, I just haven't heard of it. Lin Moyu smiled and said, that will be available soon. Then I wish fellow Taoist Lin all his wishes come true. Pang Qi thought Lin Moyu was just joking, but along with the crisp sound of birds singing, the purple gold light on Lin Moyu's body became more dazzling, and the 4th level of purple gold light was added to his body. This time, the silence around them was broken, and someone finally couldn't help but exclaim, the 4th one. How is it possible to get 4? That requires a lot of luck. I don't think it's luck, but he knows a way. You mean he cheated? It's impossible to cheat. No one can cheat in front of the purple gold divine phoenix. He must know how to obtain the purple gold fruit. At least this method can increase the probability. Everyone present was smart and quickly began to analyze the situation, but they could never figure out the real reason. Lin Moyu has fully confirmed that the principle of distributing purple golden fruit is based on each person's potential. The purple gold divine phoenix can see the potential of others and decide to whom to give the purple gold fruit. Lin Moyu really got the 4th purple gold fruit, and Pang Qi suddenly realized that Lin Moyu was not joking. Before he could congratulate himself, he heard Lin Moyu say, the 5th one should also be mine. Pang Qi was slightly stunned, his lips moved, and he seemed to be hesitant to speak. Lin Moyu saw his thoughts. The city lord wants to ask what method I used, right? Pang Qi nodded instinctively, but immediately shook his head. The purple gold divine phoenix must be fair and just. Lin Moyu smiled and said, it's indeed fair and just. Everyone is under the same rules, and these rules have never been made public, so how can there be any unfairness? Is it unfair just because I have great potential? There are too many unfair things in the world. Some people are in the chaos realm as soon as they are born, while others need to practice step by step from the mortal level. Is this fair? There is no real fairness in the world, only relative fairness. The sound of birdsong rang out again, and the purple gold light outside Lin Moyu's body became even stronger. The 5th purple gold light enveloped him, and the 5th purple gold fruit flew into Lin Moyu's hand. At this moment, the surroundings became completely silent, and the atmosphere seemed a little weird. 5 purple gold fruits can no longer be described as good luck. Almost everyone believes that Lin Moyu must have mastered some method. The way many people looked at Lin Moyu had changed. They looked at Lin Moyu as if he were examining a treasure. If anyone could get this method from Lin Moyu, they would be able to harvest a large amount of purple gold fruit in the future. Once you have more purple gold fruits, your strength will be greatly improved. Lin Moyu didn't take it seriously. He grabbed the 5th purple gold fruit and said, fellow Taoist Pang, it seems like someone is watching you. Pang Qi had also discovered, fellow Taoist Lin, don't worry. They don't dare to do anything in the Luoyu realm. Lin Moyu smiled and said, but I can't stay in Luoyu realm forever. It seems that there will be a bloody storm. I am alone and weak, and I am afraid it will be difficult to survive this disaster. I wonder if Brother Peng has any way to help me. Lin Moyu is at the minor success stage of the Chaos Realm, and it seems he has only recently entered the minor success stage, so his strength is unlikely to be too high. Compared to those veteran strongmen, Lin Moyu has no advantage. Now there is more than one person targeting Lin Moyu, so there will definitely be danger. Peng Chi's eyes were solemn, as if he was in deep thought. Lin Moyu continued, if Brother Peng has a method, I will not be stingy and will reward you generously. Peng Chi's eyes lit up. Lin Moyu once said that he had nothing permanent, so the most valuable thing on him must be the purple gold fruit. If I can get 1 or 2 purple gold fruits from Lin Moyu, the literary transaction will be worth it. Just as Peng Chi was about to speak, another bird chirped, and a purple gold light shone from Lin Moyu's body, and the 6th purple gold fruit slowly flew over. Greed, jealousy, excitement, all kinds of eyes enveloped Lin Moyu. At this moment, Lin Moyu became the protagonist of the entire sacrificial ceremony. In the eyes of many people, he was like a prey. As long as he could be captured, he would be richly rewarded. 6 purple gold fruits are enough to make many people take risks. Lin Moyu naturally had many ways to break the deadlock, but he was too lazy to do anything, so he threw this difficult problem to Peng Chi and just watched the show from the side. Peng Chi frowned. Looks like things are a little troublesome. There are powerful forces behind these guys. Lin Moyu laughed and said, could it be that fellow Taoist Peng is still afraid of those forces? Peng Chi said, it's not that I'm afraid, it's just. At this time, Lin Moyu was holding the purple gold fruit and casually passed by Peng Chi, which meant, if you help me, I will give you the purple gold fruit. Peng Chi's attention was attracted by the purple gold fruit. He wanted it so much that he couldn't say no. Finally, he replied, okay, if anyone comes to trouble fellow Taoist Lin, I will personally deal with them. This was exactly what Lin Moyu wanted, but it wasn't enough. Lin Moyu said, besides that, I have a small request. Peng Chi nodded and said, please go ahead. Lin Moyu said, no matter who attacked me, I hope to get their information. Peng Chi was stunned for a moment before he understood what Lin Moyu meant. It seems that fellow Taoist Lin is very vindictive. Lin Moyu smiled and said, my principle is that if someone doesn't offend me, I won't offend them. If someone offends me, I will repay them 10,000 times over. The sound of birdsong rang out again, and without any surprise, it was still Lin Moyu. The 7th purple gold fruit flew over and landed in Lin Moyu's hands. Peng Chi finally couldn't help but ask, fellow Taoist Lin, how did you do it? Lin Moyu put away the purple gold fruit and said, didn't you say that there are no rules and it's all about luck? Peng Chi no longer believes that it all depends on luck. Things may happen once, twice, or 3 times, but if it happens 4, 5, or 6 times, it will be abnormal. Lin Moyu has already obtained 7 purple gold fruits at this moment. If he said it was luck, no one would believe it. Peng Chi laughed dryly, fellow Taoist Lin, please stop joking. Lin Moyu said, I have indeed guessed some of the rules set by the purple gold divine phoenix, but does fellow Taoist Peng really want to know? You can consider it. Peng Chi's expression changed slightly. He suddenly realized something. If the purple gold divine phoenix established rules and did not tell anyone, it also meant that the purple gold divine phoenix did not want others to know. Now Lin Moyu knows a little bit, but he is the only one who knows it, so it doesn't matter. If he forced himself to ask, he would most likely anger the purple gold divine phoenix, which would be more trouble than gain. As a member of the Divine Phoenix clan, Peng Chi has an indescribable respect for the 3 divine phoenixes. He quickly said, I asked too many questions. Lin Moyu laughed and said nothing more. The 8th birdsong sounded, still Lin Moyu, and the 8th purple gold fruit flew onto the bed. At this time, Lin Moyu was covered by 8 layers of purple gold divine light, almost turning into a purple gold color. A purple gold light column rushed towards the sky, illuminating the void. In the void, a large number of figures appeared densely. Some people came over out of curiosity and saw Lin Moyu at first sight. Layer upon layer of purple-gold light is like petals, each one representing a purple-gold fruit. Pang Chi's expression changed slightly. Fellow Taoist Lin, there are too many people here. What he meant was that if there were too many people, it would cause a lot of trouble afterwards and they would have to pay extra. Lin Moyu understood. Although it will be a bit troublesome, the price I pay will naturally increase. Don't worry, Brother Pang, I understand. Pang Chi felt relieved. He felt that it was indeed comfortable to deal with smart people. I just mentioned it briefly, and Lin Moyu already understood what I meant. Pang felt very happy when he thought that he was about to get a lot of purple gold fruits. As for these so-called troubles, it doesn't matter, he has ways to deal with them. The 9th bird call sounded, and another purple gold fruit flew over. The number of purple gold fruits in Lin Moyu's hand reached 9. 9 layers of purple gold light gathered into a ball, turning into a huge pillar of light, encircling the void. Boom! The Luoyu realm shook, and purple light from outside the realm illuminated the chaos. A huge divine phoenix flew out from the purple light. The divine phoenix glowed with purple gold light all over its body, and it was noble and powerful, with an imposing aura. The pressure of the perfection of the chaos realm was like a tsunami, sweeping over in waves. At his tail, 9 golden feathers are extremely conspicuous. 9 feathers, purple gold divine phoenix. The purple gold divine phoenix has arrived in person. Oh my God, it really is Lord Purple Gold Divine Phoenix. Countless members of the Divine Phoenix clan kowtowed on the spot. They had already kowtowed when facing the Phantom before, and now that the real body had arrived, they did so even more. Even those who were not members of the Divine Phoenix clan showed respect at this moment. Only Lin Moyu's expression did not change at all. He just looked at the purple gold Divine Phoenix indifferently. After all, he had seen even the Great Venerable, and had even fought against a powerful man who had reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm, and had severely injured him. He had long since disenchanted himself with the purple gold Divine Phoenix, which had also reached the perfect Chaos Realm. On the contrary, Lin Moyu's eyes were filled with curiosity. He murmured, "It can be so big." The only thing that shocked him about the purple gold Divine Phoenix was its size. Its enormous size was beyond Lin Moyu's imagination. When he just flew out of the chaos, he stirred up the void and brought up waves of invisible waves. Moreover, the purple gold Divine Phoenix did not use any power. The space changed because it was large and heavy enough. The unimaginable weight bent the space. Being big and heavy enough also means that every move of the purple gold Divine Phoenix can unleash tremendous power. Lin Moyu compared the 5 worlds domain and the purple gold Divine Phoenix to a size that was about 1/10 of the 5 worlds domain. The 5 worlds are so vast that they are more than billions and billions of miles in size. This also means that the purple gold Divine Phoenix is over 1 billion miles in size. Xiao Peng transmitted his message. It is said that the ancestors of the Divine Phoenix clan, when at full combat power, could reach a size exceeding 10,000 realms. No magic is needed. Just a flap of wings or a collision of the body can shatter a boundary into pieces. Xiaoping's information comes from blood memory, which may be slightly exaggerated, but basically correct. When the size reaches a certain level, it can indeed create a terrifying battle record. However, body size is not the only criterion for determining combat power, it is just one of the references. Lin Moyu said, "Don't talk for now. These guys who have reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm might possess some special abilities, and Xiaoping's voice transmission might be heard by them." Xiaoping said "oh" and stopped talking. He watched at ease with Lin Moyu. After the purple gold Divine Phoenix flew out from the chaos, it approached the falling feather realm and its size gradually became smaller. After the true form of the purple gold Divine Phoenix appeared, the original shadow naturally disappeared, turning into thousands of strands of purple light and merging into the true form. When he arrived above Luoyu realm, his body length was only 1,000,000 meters, but he still blocked out the sky and the sun. A pair of sharp eyes swept across the Luoyu realm, and as if they had substance, they turned into a purple-gold light curtain that descended. After a sweep of his eyes, the remaining purple-gold fruits scattered, and many people were covered in purple light and obtained purple-gold health. For the purple-gold divine phoenix, selecting the winner of the purple-gold fruit is just a matter of thought. Finally, his gaze fell on Lin Moyu, and the purple-gold light surrounding Lin Moyu was the most conspicuous. He looked at it for several breaths before looking away and turning into purple gold that flowed into Luoyu Divine Peak. Pang Chi breathed a sigh of relief after the purple gold divine phoenix left. Finally, the spear is gone. Lin Moyu asked, "Fellow Taoist Pang, don't you like meeting the elders of your own clan?" Pang Chi whispered, "Fellow Taoist Lin is a human, so he doesn't know about bloodline suppression. When we, the younger generation, face the three phoenixes, we will be suppressed by our bloodlines. Bloodline suppression does exist, not only in the chaos, but also in the 5 worlds. It is an instinct among living beings." Lin Moyu asked, "How did the purple gold divine phoenix come here?" Pang Chi Dao, "It should be the egg that fellow Taoist Lin brought back." Lin Moyu realized that the egg was not simple. Just as he was about to speak, a voice suddenly rang out in his soul, "Fellow Taoist Lin, I am Zijin. Please come to Luoyu Divine Peak to meet me." Lin Moyu had a strange look on his face. "The purple gold divine phoenix invited me to visit the falling feather divine peak." He looked towards the towering Luoyu Divine Peak in the distance, clearly puzzled. To be honest, Lin Moyu didn't want to deal with an existence like the purple gold divine phoenix. But now that he asked me to go, it seemed I had no choice but to go. Xiaoping instinctively said, "I'll go too." Lin Moyu shook his head. "He only asked me to go alone. Fellow Taoist Pang, please take good care of Xiaoping." Pang Chi immediately said, "Don't worry, Xiaoping is safe in the city." Lin Moyu nodded, stood up and flew towards Luoyu Divine Peak. Just as he flew to mid-air, a purple gold light shot out from Luoyu Divine Peak, transformed into a road and landed at Lin Moyu's feet, carrying Lin Moyu to the Divine Peak. Lin Moyu has become a big celebrity at this moment. Countless people know that he has obtained 9 purple gold fruits, and they are all envious. Now Lin Moyu suddenly headed towards Luoyu Divine Peak, once again attracting the attention of countless people. What's in Luoyu Divine Peak? Before, there was King Luoyu, and now the purple gold divine phoenix is also in it. Luoyu Divine Peak is not accessible to anyone who wants to go. If Lin Moyu suddenly goes there again, it must be King Luoyu or the purple gold divine phoenix who let him go. Does this guy have a special identity? Could he be related to the purple gold divine phoenix? That's why he can get so many golden fruits? It's hard to say, but with so many purple gold fruits, he's only at the minor stage of the chaos realm. Many people who originally wanted to take over Lin Moyu are now backing off. But money can move people's hearts, and some people are so bold for the purple gold fruit that they don't intend to give up. Each purple gold fruit takes at least 1,000 years to refine. Lin Moyu has 9, and it will take more than 9,000 years to refine them all. As long as Lin Moyu leaves the Luoyu realm within these 9,000 years, they will have a chance. The Purple Gold Avenue welcomed Lin Moyu into the Falling Feather Divine Peak, where a magnificent palace stood on the top of the peak. The palace looks like a giant bird with 12 golden feathers on its tail, indicating that this bird should be the ancestor of the Divine Phoenix clan. Lin Moyu came to the palace. The palace used a space formation, and the space was like a small world. The Purple Gold Divine Phoenix sat in the first seat, which was originally the seat of King Luoyu, and King Luoyu sat below it. They all transformed into human form and looked at Lin Moyu quietly. An invisible pressure swept over him like a gust of wind. Lin Moyu remained calm as he advanced upon the two men, performing a personal ritual. "CCFC, seniors, why are you summoning me? What's the matter?" He was neither humble nor arrogant, and his expression remained unchanged. He was not intimidated at all because the other party was in the Chaos Realm. The Purple Gold Divine Phoenix's eyes revealed admiration. "Fellow Taoist Lin, was this Divine Phoenix egg really an unexpected find for you?" Lin Moyu did not hide it, Yes, at that time a large bird strayed into the boundary and left this egg behind after leaving. The purple gold divine phoenix and King Luoyu stared at Lin Moyu the whole time. With their strength, they could easily tell whether Lin Moyu was lying or not. After listening to Lin Moyu's words, the two looked at each other, and the purple gold divine phoenix asked, "When did the incident that fellow Taoist Lin mentioned happen?" Lin Moyu thought for a moment and said, "This egg was given to me by a senior. That senior said it was 7 million years ago." Lin Moyu's age is there, much younger than this divine phoenix egg. 7 million years. King Luoyu muttered to himself, looking thoughtful. The purple gold divine phoenix's eyes lit up slightly and it met his gaze. King Luoyu asked doubtfully, "Do you know?" The purple gold divine phoenix said, 7 million years ago, a few guys sneaked into the ancestral land and stole some things from it. After we discovered them, we chased them, and one of them finally escaped. It seems that this egg was stolen at that time. Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. He never thought that this divine phoenix egg actually came from the divine phoenix clan's ancestral land. No wonder I felt it was extraordinary when I was conceiving it. How could a divine phoenix egg placed in the ancestral land be simple? The purple gold divine phoenix said, "I would like to thank fellow Taoist Lin for helping my clan retrieve the divine phoenix egg. I wonder what I would like as a thank you gift." Lin Moyu said, "Fellow Taoist Pang Chi has already given me a thank you gift. I am not greedy and will not ask for more." The purple gold divine phoenix seemed very pleased with Lin Moyu's lack of greed. He changed the subject. "It seems that fellow Taoist Lin obtained 9 purple gold fruits earlier." When these words came out, King Luoyu's eyes widened and he cried out in surprise, 5 purple gold fruits? As one of the 8 kings of the Divine Phoenix clan, he naturally knew the rules of the purple gold Divine Phoenix. Lin Moyu was able to obtain 9 purple gold fruits. This was not a matter of luck at all, but Lin Moyu's potential had reached an incredible level. Lin Moyu admitted generously, "Maybe I'm just lucky. I was chosen by your will." The purple gold Divine Phoenix shook its head. "I never distribute purple gold fruit based on luck. There is a formation here. I would like to trouble fellow Taoist Lin to enter the formation and test it." As he spoke, he threw out a formation plate, which quickly grew larger and evolved into a formation. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. The formation was not complicated, but the application of chaos runes in it had many novel aspects that he had not even touched upon. This is a formation for detecting potential, more accurate than the ones in the city. Lin Moyu already understood the purpose of the formation, but he pretended to be ignorant. "Senior, what is this formation testing?" The purple gold Divine Phoenix laughed and said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, why do you still ask when you already know the answer?" Lin Moyu didn't say anything. He wasn't sure if the purple gold Divine Phoenix was trying to trick him. The purple gold Divine Phoenix said, "Fellow Taoist Lin has a strong rune aura about him, which shows that he has been dealing with runes for many years and should have an incomparable understanding of them. This formation is not complicated and should not be hidden from fellow Taoist Lin. Even if they can see through this, it turns out that every Chaos Realm Master cannot be underestimated. It is not easy to hide it from them." Lin Moyu said, "I have just entered the primal chaos world and don't know much about chaos runes. I can only partially understand this formation. If I am not mistaken, it should be similar to the formations in the city." The purple gold Divine Phoenix suddenly laughed and said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, you really do understand. Then, fellow Taoist Lin should also know that your ability to obtain 9 purple gold fruits has nothing to do with luck. Judging from the 9 purple gold fruits, fellow Taoist Lin has the greatest potential I've ever seen. There's no doubt he'll achieve perfection in the future. However, this test has nothing to do with fellow Taoist Lin's future achievements. I simply want to see the true limits of fellow Taoist Lin's potential. To be honest with fellow Taoist Lin, there is a troublesome matter within our clan that is neither too big nor too small, and we need 10 people with extremely high potential to handle it. Unfortunately, I have searched for countless years and still haven't found it." Lin Moyu was surprised. Shenhuang thinks that Lin is the person you are looking for? The purple gold divine phoenix said, I'm not sure either, so I wanted to give it a try first. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Lin, this formation will absolutely not harm you. Furthermore, even if you are the person I'm looking for, I won't force you. Everything will be up to you. Lin Moyu knew that he had to enter the formation at this moment, otherwise the purple gold divine phoenix would not give up. He walked into the formation, and the formation activated with a slight rumbling sound. A rosy glow shot out from the formation, and the shadow of a divine phoenix flew out with the rosy glow. This divine phoenix has 12 golden feathers on its tail. Divine Phoenix Ancestor. Lin Moyu was slightly surprised that the shadow of the divine phoenix ancestor appeared in this formation. Lin Moyu realized that he had underestimated this formation. There was another secret hidden in this formation. The purple gold divine phoenix did not give Lin Moyu a chance to see the formation clearly and put it away with a wave of its hand. It took Lin Moyu no more than 1,000 breaths from the time he entered the formation until it was withdrawn. At this moment, the purple gold divine phoenix's eyes gleamed with brilliance, and even his voice trembled a little. Fellow Taoist Lin, you are the one we are looking for. Lin Moyu frowned, not quite understanding what the purple gold divine phoenix meant. Not only Lin Moyu didn't understand, Luo Wang also didn't quite understand. The purple gold divine phoenix explained, our ancestors left a message in our bloodline, asking us to find someone who can fully activate the formation. We've been searching, but we haven't found one yet. Now I've finally found it, it's fellow Taoist Lin. King Luoyu was puzzled. Is there any information about the bed left by the ancestors in the bloodline? The purple gold divine phoenix said, this information can only be seen by those of our first-generation bloodline. King Luoyu didn't say anything else. This explanation did make sense. Lin Moyu said, this formation is activated based on potential. That's why you set up the formation in the city and distributed the purple gold fruit based on potential. You are actually looking for someone who can fully activate this formation. The sign that this formation can be fully activated is the appearance of the ancestor's shadow. The purple gold divine phoenix was slightly excited. Fellow Taoist Lin is right, it is indeed so. Lin Moyu asked, did your ancestors explain why they sought out those with outstanding potential? The purple gold divine phoenix said, my ancestors didn't say it, but they said in their bloodline inheritance that after we find this person, we hope to bring him back to the divine phoenix clan's ancestral land and do our divine phoenix clan a favor. Do a favor? What favor? Lin Moyu asked. The purple gold divine phoenix shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. All his information came from his bloodline memories, even the formation plate in his hand was passed down from his divine phoenix ancestor. This task was done by the 3 first-generation divine phoenixes together, but the main person in charge was the purple gold divine phoenix. Lin Moyu said, if you don't know what kind of help you can provide, then I cannot agree. I am weak and any danger could kill me. I value my life and dare not take any risk. The purple gold divine phoenix had said before that one must be willing to do it, which also meant that he would not force it. The purple gold divine phoenix looked troubled. Our ancestors also said that everything must be voluntary and cannot be forced. They left something behind. If you find someone, you can show it to them. Lin Moyu was curious, what is it? The purple gold divine phoenix said, fellow Taoist Lin, please wait a moment. I will bring the things over. As he spoke, he took out a formation disk and activated it. The space within the formation disk distorted and a space channel was opened. No one knew where the space passage led to, but judging from the appearance of the purple gold divine phoenix, it seemed very solemn. Gradually, an ancient breath emerged from the space channel. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. He had seen this ancient aura before, right in Tianqiu. For a moment, Lin Moyu was overwhelmed with thoughts. It's so similar, it's like another Tianqiu place. Could it be that the divine phoenix ancestor is related to the great lord of natural disasters? This possibility cannot be ruled out. He wants to find someone with great potential. If the great lord of natural disasters is truly reincarnated, who in the primal chaos can compare to him in potential? Does someone with extremely strong potential represent someone with the potential to become a great venerable? If so, it makes sense. It seems that I have to go there. The ancestor of the divine phoenix is very ancient and cannot be traced back to ancient times. His strength is not that of a great master, but at most he is comparable to Taengsuzi. It is difficult for a being whose existence is unknown whether it is dead or alive and who is not a great master to have such a far-reaching plan. If he is like Taengsuzi, with the great lord of natural disasters standing behind him, then everything would make sense. After thinking about it, Momoyu had the idea of going to take a look. The purple gold divine phoenix was still searching for something, while King Luoyu beside him said nothing. What was happening now had completely exceeded his expectations. He is of the second-generation bloodline, one level lower than the purple gold divine phoenix, and there is something missing in his bloodline. Moreover, he will never be able to advance to the first-generation bloodline in his lifetime. There are only 3 first-generation bloodlines and it cannot be changed. This is just like the purple gold divine phoenix can never be promoted to the divine phoenix ancestor, which is also destined to happen. They are naturally powerful, but that's their limitation. King Luoyu could only watch quietly. No matter what happened next, it was not his business. Found it. The purple gold divine phoenix searched for a while and finally found what he needed. He held something in his hand and retracted from the space channel. There's some chaos in the ancestral land. I understand, Qing. The spatial channel constructed by the formation actually connected to the ancestral land of the Divine Phoenix clan. Lin Moyu felt that his guess was even more accurate. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The purple gold Divine Phoenix held a statue in its palm. The statue was not big, less than half a meter high, but it was very exquisite, and the whole statue exuded the aura of an ancient. He brought the statue to Lin Moyu and said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, please take a look." The moment Lin Moyu saw the statue, he was 100% certain that this matter must be related to the great lord of natural disasters. This statue is the statue of the great lord of natural disasters, exactly the same as the one in the deliverance boat, holding the scepter of natural disasters, and its features have been erased. Lin Moyu also confirmed his intention to go and take a look, but he remained calm as he returned the statue to the purple gold divine phoenix. What does this statue represent? The purple gold divine phoenix shook its head. I don't know either. Lin Moyu said, "To be honest, I really hope to help the nobles, but this matter is dangerous and Lin Yuan is really afraid of death." The purple gold divine phoenix felt there was hope and immediately said, "If fellow Taoist Lin agrees, we will reward you handsomely regardless of success or failure." This is what I was waiting for. Lin Moyu showed an embarrassment. "Could you please allow me to consider it for a moment?" The purple gold divine phoenix said, "Of course. Fellow Taoist Lin, you can take your time to consider this. I'll be here soon and won't be leaving." Lin Moyu hummed, "Then please take me back, senior." "Okay, please consider it carefully. I am waiting for your good news. If you have made up your mind, you can use this feather to let me know." The purple gold divine phoenix handed a feather to Lin Moyu. Then a light came on, sending Lin Moyu back. After Lin Moyu left, the purple gold divine phoenix muttered to itself, "I really hope he agrees." King Luoyu was puzzled. Does he really have to volunteer? He's only at the minor stage of the Chaos Realm. The purple gold divine phoenix's expression straightened, and its clear, crisp voice spoke firmly. "Our ancestors said that this can only be done voluntarily and cannot be forced. Furthermore, our ancestors also asked us to maintain a good relationship with them. Although I don't know why our ancestors said this, their words are deeply ingrained in our blood, and we must obey them." King Luoyu nodded. "Luoyu understands. Is this statue in the ancestral land? Why have we never seen it before?" The purple gold divine phoenix said, "There are many areas in the ancestral land, and some of them are only accessible to the 3 of us. But you don't have to think too much about it. If we can complete what our ancestors have instructed us to do, the whole clan will be blessed, and perhaps you will have the opportunity to advance to the first generation of bloodline. King Luoyu's eyes suddenly gleamed. Really? The purple-gold divine phoenix said, it is very likely. Lin Moyu had actually decided to go, but he didn't agree immediately, just to get more benefits. Being able to reign supreme in the chaos for so many years and being at the top of the central realm, the strength of the Divine Phoenix clan is unquestionable. If a clan has strength and a long heritage, then there must be no shortage of treasures within the clan. Lin Moyu knows his own worth. He is not too greedy and does not want too much. After returning to the city, Pang Chi was tactful and did not ask Lin Moyu what he was going to do. That was not something he could ask about. For some things, the less you knew, the better. He acted as if nothing had happened and continued to take Lin Moyu on a tour of the city. The Three Phoenix Festival is the grandest festival of the Divine Phoenix clan, which only takes place once every 10,000 years. The Three Phoenix Festival is also the most lively time in the Divine Phoenix clan. Along the way, Lin Moyu noticed that many people were paying attention to him, even more than before. According to Pang Chi 520, he was already famous, and his acquisition of 9 purple gold fruits caused a huge uproar, and people in other cities already knew about it. It is even spreading outward, and people from other realms of the Divine Phoenix clan have also come here. Lin Moyu had no feeling about this. Pang Chi suggested that Lin Moyu should not leave Luoyu realm, and it would be best not to leave even the 7th city, so as to ensure absolute safety. But Lin Moyu didn't think so. He went directly outside the city. There were countless mountains outside the city. Every mountain was the residence of the Divine Phoenix clan, and the storm there was better than that in the city. Pang Chi just gave a few words of advice and said no more. He had an agreement with Lin Moyu, and in fact, he had a little expectation in his heart, hoping that these short-sighted guys would really come to him. When they arrived outside the city and left the formation of the 7th city, they were immediately swept over by soul wills. Xiaoping frowned. The guards left a mark on me. Lin Moyu smiled and said, just let them keep it and pretend they don't know. Xiaoping nodded and ignored the marks. Not only Xiaoping, but Lin Moyu was also left with a lot of marks. The reporters who left their mark were all quite capable, but unfortunately, both Lin Moyu and Xiaoping had extremely sharp minds and discovered it on the spot. With Pang Chi present, and still within the Luoyu realm, all those who followed secretly only left marks and did not actually take action. After 2 days of strolling outside the city, Pang Chi introduced many wonderful sights to Lin Moyu, and returned to the city with a lot of marks on his body. Lin Moyu said, in a few days, I plan to go outside the Luoyu realm. I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Pang. Pang Chi asked, did fellow Taoist Lin do this to lure the snake out of its hole? Lin Moyu said, yes, since they think so highly of me, I should give them some opportunities. Pang Chi laughed dryly twice. Actually, I have never understood why fellow Taoist Lin did this. Lin Moyu said, of course I did this on purpose. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Pang, my promise to you will not change. Pang Chi said, okay, then I'll listen to fellow Taoist Lin. For the purple gold fruit, Pang Chi was willing to be a thug. After returning to the courtyard arranged by Pang Jing, Xiaoping finally couldn't help but ask, Father, those guys aren't that strong, we can definitely beat them. Lin Moyu said, I know, but I don't want to touch Lien. Xiaoping's face was full of confusion. Xiaoping doesn't understand. Although he has a huge blood memory, Xiaoping is still a child after all, and his mind is not fully mature. Lin Moyu said, cause and effect. Cause and effect? Xiaoping obviously didn't understand cause and effect very well, and he didn't understand at all. Father, just tell me. Xiaoping doesn't understand. Lin Moyu chuckled. It's actually very simple. They came to steal my things, and I killed them. That's karma. Then the forces behind them will create new karma with me, and they'll probably come back again. It's not wrong to bear the consequences of one's actions, but some consequences don't need to be borne. Even if one must bear them, one must do so selectively. For example, this time, they came to steal my things. This was the cause, and I asked Pang Chi to kill them. So the result will not be on me, but on Pang Chi or the Divine Phoenix clan. Xiao Pang's eyes lit up slightly as he finally understood a little. If the forces behind those guys want revenge, they have to go find the Divine Phoenix clan. But they can't afford to offend the Divine Phoenix clan, so they can only suffer in silence. Lin Moyu said, "This is just one of the reasons. Without the fruit, it will be difficult for them to find my whereabouts through the causal magic weapon. Secondly, because there is a cause between me, I can find them through that cause in reverse. Once I'm strong enough, I'll approach them one by one. These forces will probably have some good things to offer." Xiaoping instinctively shouted, "That's for sure." Lin Moyu analyzes problems through the lens of cause and effect. As his cultivation deepens, his understanding of cause and effect also deepens. Cause and effect are very magical. Even the great masters have to follow cause and effect to a certain extent. There are countless rules in chaos, and cause and effect is one of the most fundamental rules that no one can escape. After we finish dealing with things here, we'll go see what the great master has planned. Lin Moyu thought to himself, took out the feather given by the purple gold Divine Phoenix, and activated it with his soul power. "Fellow Taoist Lin, have you thought it over?" Before Lin Moyu could speak, the voice of the purple gold Divine Phoenix came from the other end of the feather. It can be seen that he is a little anxious, but he cannot rush Lin Moyu. After all, the instructions left by the ancestors in the blood cannot be violated. Lin Moyu knew when to quit and would not let him wait too long, only 2 or 3 days. "I have considered it carefully and am willing to help you make the trip, but I have 2 small requests." The purple gold Divine Phoenix immediately said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, please speak." When Lin Moyu said he would think about it, the purple gold Divine Phoenix had already guessed that Lin Moyu might have other requests. As long as Lin Moyu's request is not excessive, he will agree. Lin Moyu was also very clear about his thoughts, and both sides were playing their cards very clearly. Lin Moyu said, "My first requirement is that I need a batch of Chaos Realm materials. I don't require the level, just enough variety and quantity." The purple gold Divine Phoenix agreed without hesitation, "No problem, I will prepare it for fellow Taoist Lin and ensure that fellow Taoist Lin is satisfied." The Divine Phoenix clan has stood for countless years, and some Chaos Realm materials are nothing at all. Lin Moyu's request is not excessive. Secondly, I obtained a lot of purple gold fruit 2 or 3 years ago, and many people have been eyeing me. I plan to lure him out of bed. Lin Moyu briefly explained the deal between himself and Pang Chi. The reason he told the purple gold Divine Phoenix was that he wanted him to make some preparations. If the other side has a strong man and Pang Chi is defeated, then the purple gold Divine Phoenix can become a backup. Of course, in Lin Moyu's opinion, there was no need for the purple gold Divine Phoenix to take action. Xuan could handle it. The second request was simpler than the first, and the purple gold Divine Phoenix didn't refuse at all. "All right, let's do as fellow Taoist Lin says. We, the Divine Phoenix clan, will take on this cause and effect." Lin Moyu chuckled, "All right then, I'll be leaving the Falling Feather Realm in 10 days. Please be prepared, Senior. After this matter is settled, I, Lin, will go to the ancestral land of the Xian clan with the seniors." The purple gold Divine Phoenix also agreed, "I will also prepare the materials." The purple gold Divine Phoenix said during the conversation that they, the Divine Phoenix clan, would take on this cause and effect. This also means that his thoughts were understood by the purple gold Divine Phoenix. However, Lin Moyu thought it was normal. With the cultivation level of the purple gold Divine Phoenix, how could it be possible that it did not understand cause and effect? Moreover, he has lived for so long that he has basically become a smart person. As long as I point it out, he will immediately understand the underlying reason. Therefore, Lin Moyu had no intention of hiding it from the purple gold Divine Phoenix from the beginning, and he didn't even intend to hide it from King Luo Yu. They would find out sooner or later. It doesn't matter, as long as the cause and effect you want can be fulfilled. For the next 10 days, Lin Moyu didn't go anywhere and stayed in his yard all day. He set up several simple formations outside the yard. Through the formations, he could clearly sense that there were many people outside the yard watching him. This situation was within Lin Moyu's expectations, and he did not find it strange. 10 days later, Lin Moyu left his yard, then quickly rose into the air, turning into a stream of light, and flew away from the city. Less than a moment after Lin Moyu left, a large amount of light rose up, and at least hundreds of people rushed straight into the sky, heading in the direction Lin Moyu left. Then, in Panchi City, a warship that was originally anchored suddenly disappeared. In Luoyu Divine Peak, King Luoyu and the Purple Gold Divine Phoenix took a step forward at the same time and left silently. Lin Moyu left the Falling Feather Realm and rushed towards the chaos not far away. His speed was not fast, even slower than other practitioners who had achieved minor success in the Chaos Realm, not to mention those chaos creatures who were good at speed. The speed also shows that Lin Moyu's cultivation is not very deep, and he has only been in the Chaos Realm for a short time. A large number of light spots appeared behind Lin Moyu. Without exception, they all restrained their own auras and did not catch up immediately. They are not far enough from the Luoyu realm now, and they all have a tacit understanding and are ready to take action at a distance. Lin Moyu maintained the proper speed, neither fast nor slow. Xiaoping had been put away by him and was staying obediently in the storage space. This time the cause and effect has nothing to do with Xiaoping. Lin Moyu has to bear all the consequences himself. Half a day after leaving Luoyu realm, they are about to enter the chaos. Once they enter the chaos, it will be difficult to track them. It's almost time to take action. Lin Moyu thought to himself, and continued to fly towards chaos at the same speed. As Lin Moyu expected, as he got closer and closer to the chaos, the guys following him began to accelerate rapidly, no longer restraining their breath, revealing their figures one by one, and even transforming into their true forms, catching up with him at an astonishing speed. Almost in the blink of an eye, they surpassed Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu suddenly changed direction and flew to the other side, but they also changed direction and intercepted at a faster speed. Lin Moyu was like a slippery fish, constantly changing direction. Although the opponent was fast, the void was vast, and it was not easy to intercept Lin Moyu. In the chaos, the avenue roared and the chaotic energy began to boil. Attacks came from all directions, locking onto Lin Moyu's soul and launching an attack. Since it is difficult to stop him, then just take action. In any case, they will not allow Lin Moyu to enter the chaos. The wings of chaos spread out with a whoosh, and Lin Moyu's speed increased a bit. When the wings of chaos vibrated, they stirred the space, disrupting the rules of the avenue and helping Lin Moyu avoid a large number of attacks. However, Lin Moyu did not use the wings of chaos to attack. The opponent's attack on him was the cause, and if he fought back, it would become the result. He wants the cause, not the result, nothing at all. With the blessing of the wings of chaos, Lin Moyu became extremely flexible and was able to move freely among hundreds of people chasing and blocking him. And during this process, Lin Moyu was getting closer and closer to chaos, and the other party was obviously getting more and more anxious, and his attacks were getting more and more ruthless. This guy is so slippery, we can't drag this on any longer. That's right, we can't let him enter chaos. Watch me. Faced with the difficult Lin Moyu, these people actually formed a tacit understanding. Someone took out a bead, which sparkled and illuminated the void. The space suddenly became sticky, and Lin Moyu's speed dropped sharply. Lin Moyu's speed dropped by 3 points, while the other speeds only affected 1 or 2 points. As a result, Lin Moyu's flexibility advantage was immediately weakened. Someone quickly approached Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu moved his mind and a chaos fruit naturally appeared in his mouth, exploding on the spot. The sweet juice surged in his body, and Lin Moyu's aura suddenly improved significantly. The chaos fruit can temporarily improve one's realm. Lin Moyu is still only at the small success stage of the chaos realm, but he is much stronger than before, which offsets some of the effects of the magic weapon. While taking the chaos fruit, he dodged an attack, but several more attacks came immediately. The attacks are interwoven into a web, making it difficult to dodge completely. Lin Moyu let out a low roar, and a surge of chaotic energy enveloped his entire body. He chose one of the attacks and took it head-on. With a bang, Lin Moyu was blown away, the chaotic energy was dispersed, and a large number of wounds appeared on his body. The pale golden blood stopped flowing in the wound and did not flow out. The life force flowed through, the wounds recovered quickly, and the injuries were also recovering. The attack Lin Moyu chose was the weakest of all attacks. While enduring the attack, Lin Moyu suppressed his passive spells. Otherwise, he would not have been hurt at all with the help of his realm and undead servants. Lin Moyu's injury immediately made everyone excited. This guy's strength is really not that great. He doesn't even have the chaos armor to condense dew. Boy, hand over the purple gold fruit and I will spare your life. The purple gold fruit doesn't belong to you. If you try to possess it by force, you will only die. Just give it up. Someone growled excitedly, and his attacks became more fierce. Lin Moyu said nothing and continued to dodge. Now more than 90% of the guys had taken action, and only a few did not. Lin Moyu deliberately approached those people to lure them into action. The purple gold fruit became the best bait, and those people were fooled and started to attack Lin Moyu. It's done. Lin Moyu thought to himself, a gleam in his eyes, and once again withstood the attack, taking the opportunity to break out of the encirclement. This time he did not use any suppression magic, and the attack was borne by the undead servants and the realm together. He was not injured at all, and was not even affected. This scene made everyone stunned. They were not stupid and could vaguely see that something seemed to be wrong. Lin Moyu suddenly stopped after escaping the encirclement. Instead of running away, he shouted loudly, "It's time to start." While everyone was stunned, a giant bird-shaped warship suddenly appeared. The battleship was originally here, but it was hidden. The warship glowed faintly, and an invisible force swept out. The space suddenly solidified, and even the chaos not far away stopped rolling. At this moment, all means of escape will be useless, and the speed will be several times slower than usual. Even if there is a powerful magic weapon, it will be useless unless the power can exceed that of the Divine Phoenix Clan's warship. It's a battleship from the Divine Phoenix Clan. This is a trap. What are the Divine Phoenix Clan going to do? Are they going to protect him? But what we did has nothing to do with the Divine Phoenix Clan, so why would the Divine Phoenix Clan do this? A team answered them. Pang Chi led a team of the Divine Phoenix Clan and rushed out of the warship. The Divine Phoenix Clan's team consisted of 100 people, and they formed a battle formation. Every warrior was at the minor success stage of the Chaos Realm, and they all possessed Chaos armor and weapons. After forming the battle formation, their aura rose rapidly, having already reached the limit of the minor success stage of the Chaos Realm. Pang Chi sat in the center of the battle formation and attacked those who were chasing Lin Moyu. At the same time, the warships of the Divine Phoenix Clan also launched an attack. Formations were running in the warships. The attack power of the warships should not be underestimated and was enough to kill the weak Chaos Realm. Compared with these people fighting alone, the battle formation led by Pang Chi was obviously much stronger, and the battle situation showed a one-sided trend from the beginning. In Lin Moyu's view, this was a massacre without any suspense. Screams were heard, and in the blink of an eye, someone was killed. He had achieved minor success in the Chaos Realm, a realm that only can be reached after countless years of practice, and yet he died just like that. The fall of a powerful Chaos Realm minor success warrior was just the beginning. Pang Chi controlled the battle formation and continued his killing. The people who were originally chasing Lin Moyu aggressively fled for their lives like stray dogs when faced with the battle formation of the Divine Phoenix Clan. Unfortunately, they could not escape. The battle formation stirred up a strong wind, which, combined with the solidified space of the warship, forced these people to stay in place. They became lambs to be slaughtered, with only one way out, death. In desperation, everyone took out their life-saving magic weapons, but to no avail. The Divine Phoenix clan has gone through countless battles over the years, and their rich combat experience is simply incomparable to that of ordinary practitioners. Whenever there is a major war in the chaos, the Divine Phoenix clan is one of the main fighting forces in the central region. Lin Moyu looked at the massacre he had orchestrated and created, and he felt no sympathy at all. Every cause has its consequences. These people had chosen the way to death out of greed. They had wiped out their own vitality, so it was time for them to return to chaos. When a powerful person in the chaos realm dies, all his strength will be dissipated into the chaos, and countless years of hard work will be dissipated. At the same time, Lin Moyu was also observing the warships and battle formations of the Divine Phoenix clan, looking for flaws in them. People need to think ahead. Lin Moyu thinks ahead, and now his relationship with the Divine Phoenix clan seems to be pretty good. If the relationship deteriorates one day, I might have to face the strong ones of the Divine Phoenix clan, so it would be good to understand a little about their fighting style. Although it may be a bit exaggerated to see the whole picture from a small part, it is still a good method. These Chaos Realm warriors who have nowhere to escape, some come from chaos, some come from a certain realm, and they will all fall at this moment. At this moment, Lin Moyu realized Pang Chi's cruelty. This guy who spoke to him kindly was ruthless when it came to killing. Moreover, they have not yet demonstrated their true combat power. They are still fighting in the form of humans. When they fight in their true form, that is their strongest form. Obviously, Pang Chi thought these guys were not worth fighting with his real body. The Divine Phoenix clan's warship should be a low-level Chaos Realm magic weapon, but among the low-level Chaos Realm magic weapons, it is top-notch. I wonder if the Divine Phoenix clan has more powerful warships. They probably do, but probably not in large numbers. The Divine Phoenix clan's battle formation combines enhancement, attack, and control into one, capable of uniting the power of hundreds of Chaos Realms. This formation is quite good. I probably won't be able to use it, what a pity. Lin Moyu saw that the battle formation of the Divine Phoenix clan had nothing to do with the rune formation, but was related to bloodline. This was a bloodline battle formation. Although his undead servants were of the same origin, their essences were different. He tried it silently but found that he could not use it. The battle formations he had mastered before were already outdated. If possible, Lin Moyu wanted to create a battle formation that suited him. He could transform it through the Chaos Rune formation, but that would take a lot of time and the effect would be difficult to guarantee. After thinking about it, Lin Moyu found that it was not feasible for the time being, so he could only put the idea aside and deal with it later. His eyes swept across the battlefield and looked at the void behind it. There seemed to be nothing there, but in Lin Moyu's eyes, two extremely powerful soul flames were dancing happily. The Purple Gold Divine Phoenix and King Luoyu have already arrived and are waiting on the side. As if noticing Lin Moyu's gaze, the two soul flames jumped twice unconsciously. The two seemed surprised that Lin Moyu could actually discover them. Lin Moyu only took a few glances before turning his gaze back to the battlefield. At this moment, more than half of the people on the battlefield were dead or wounded, while the Divine Phoenix clan was completely unharmed. Their battle formation also has the effect of dispersing attacks, which is somewhat similar to their own passive spells. Most of them are dead now. The remaining ones should also see the situation clearly. If they don't play their trump cards, they will probably die too. Lin Moyu muttered to himself. He noticed that some of the people in the group were not panicking at all. This also means that they have a trump card in hand, and Tianyu Bajio means there is a great momentum behind them. It's just that these people are waiting for others to take action, and they won't use their own trump cards if they can. Finally, someone couldn't help but take action. He took out a gorgeous flower and stabbed his chest with its branches. At this moment, the soft branches turned into sharp weapons and pierced into the heart. The real blood in the heart flows into the flower, and the flower suddenly blooms with blood-red brilliance. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Ancestor, save me!" This enchanting flower bloomed in the blood-red color, instantly becoming extremely large, and a heart-stirring laughter emanated from the flower. Hearing the laughter, Lin Moyu felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. The laughter went straight into his soul, causing him to be in a momentary trance. His soul had been tempered through 10 times of avenue sublimation, and its degree of refinement was 3 times stronger than that of a powerful person who had achieved great success in the Chaos Realm, and was comparable to the perfection of the Chaos Realm. The person who can make his soul feel dazed is undoubtedly the one who has reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm. Who would have thought that this unknown guy actually had a force behind him that had reached the Chaos Realm perfection? Enchanting flowers, captivating smiles, and a beautiful woman in red appear and watch him. When the laughter sounded, problems had already appeared in the battle formation where Pang Chi was, and it was running much slower than before. The battle formation was glowing with light, clearly resisting the woman's laughter. But now, when the woman's gaze swept over, the battle formation collapsed, and then Pang Chi and other members of the Divine Phoenix clan revealed their true forms at the same time. One after another, huge divine phoenixes appeared in the void. No, Zhao Hao, they formed a new battle formation. Their power was even stronger than before, and they were already extremely close to the perfection of the Chaos Realm. But even so, it was still useless when facing this woman. There is a huge gap between the Chaos Realm's great accomplishment and the Chaos Realm's perfection. Even if this woman only came as a clone, it was enough to crush Pang Chi and others. The woman tapped her fingers lightly while laughing, and a shadow of a boundary appeared behind her, with chaotic energy rolling. Boom! The battle formation collapsed, and hundreds of Divine Phoenix clan members vomited blood at the same time, already injured and swollen. However, the woman did not kill them. After all, Pang Chi and others were from the Divine Phoenix clan and could not be killed easily. The woman smiled and said, "You can go now. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you." "Are you really in a good mood?" Lin Moyu naturally understood that she didn't dare to kill because she couldn't afford to offend the Divine Phoenix clan. But she wanted to take action, but others didn't think so. Suddenly, a ball of purple flames appeared, instantly reaching in front of the woman and exploding. The purple gold flames turned into a sea of fire, engulfing the woman without giving her any chance to react. Not only the woman, but others were not spared. The remaining dozen or so people were instantly burned to ashes by the purple gold flames. The enchanting woman who had been so majestic just a moment before died silently, without even having time to let out a scream. It can only be said that the power of the purple gold Divine Phoenix is too strong. Although they are both at the perfection of the Chaos Realm, there is still a shocking gap between them. The purple gold flame expanded and contracted in just 10 breaths, and there was no living creature left on the battlefield. The flame of the purple gold Divine Phoenix was very strange. It could burn all living things without leaving even ashes, but the magic weapons on these guys were not damaged at all. This shows how powerful the Golden Phoenix's control is. The purple gold Divine Phoenix and the fallen Feather King revealed themselves. He smiled calmly and said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, are you satisfied with this?" When Pang Chi saw this scene, he and the other members of the Divine Phoenix clan immediately transformed back into human form and kowtowed to the purple gold Divine Phoenix. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I'm very satisfied." "Thank you very much, Senior." The purple gold Divine Phoenix waved its hand, and the surviving magic weapons all flew towards Lin Moyu. "These things belong to fellow Taoist Lin. Then I will be honored to refuse it." Lin Moyu was not polite at all and accepted them all. He took out a storage ring and threw it to Pang Chi. "Fellow Taoist Pang, this is what I promised you." Pang Chi took the ring and looked at it, and an expression of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Lin Moyu put 4 purple gold fruits in the ring. He really looked down upon stuff like purple gold fruits. But he couldn't give it all to Pang Chi, because if he did, it would be telling Pang Chi that he had something better. Lin Moyu naturally understood the principle of being guilty of possessing a treasure, and giving him 4 was already a lot. Judging from Pang Chi's expression, he should be very satisfied, even a little surprised. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Pang, don't forget our agreement." Pang Chi understood and immediately took out a jade token and entered a large amount of information into it. Lin Moyu asked for the specific information of these people, and Pang Chi agreed to give him everything he knew. He recorded the material on the spot and gave it to Lin Moyu personally. Lin Moyu believed Pang Qi and did not check immediately. The battle he had personally orchestrated ended with this. Lin Moyu turned to the purple gold divine phoenix and said, "Senior, when do we set out?" The purple gold divine phoenix immediately said, "This is the material that fellow Taoist Lin needs. Please have a look at it." He tossed a storage ring to Lin Moyu, who also didn't check it. "No need to look. I trust you, Senior. Let's go." The purple gold divine phoenix smiled and said, "Thank you for your trust, fellow Taoist Lin. I will activate the formation right away. Please wait a moment, fellow Taoist Lin." The purple gold divine phoenix took out a formation plate and began to activate the formation. This is a giant movable teleportation array that requires tremendous power to use and will not be used lightly. The purple gold divine phoenix took out a large amount of chaos gold to provide power for the formation, while he himself manipulated the formation, seemingly adjusting the destination. The teleportation destination needs to be adjusted in real time, which means that the corresponding end of the teleportation array is either located in a special space or will constantly change its position. Lin Moyu knew that the place where the teleportation array was heading to should be the ancestral land of the Shenhuang clan, which seemed very mysterious. King Luoyu came to Pang Qi and said softly, "Don't kneel down. You will be able to see a corner of the ancestral land in a while. Take a good look. Maybe you will have the opportunity to enter the ancestral land in the future." Pang Qi and others immediately stood up and looked at the formation with sharp eyes. The formation continued to operate, and a large amount of chaos gold provided it with tremendous power. After some adjustments, the purple gold divine phoenix finally locked onto its destination. A giant vortex suddenly appeared in the formation, and an ancient aura rushed out from the vortex, sweeping across the void and dispersing the chaotic aura in the distance. In the vortex, a corner of the Divine Phoenix clan's ancestral land was revealed, and Pang Shang and others were immediately shocked and yearning. Their blood was throbbing, as if they heard the call of their ancestors, and each of them was full of yearning for their ancestral land. They wanted to go to their ancestral land, but they were not qualified to do so. In the Divine Phoenix clan, it is an honor to be able to enter the ancestral land. All 8 kings have entered the ancestral land. There are also some tribesmen who have reached perfection in the Chaos realm. Although they are not kings, they have also entered the ancestral land. King Luoyu said to Pang Qi, "If you can evolve into 8 feathers, you will also have a chance to enter CDBF." Pang Qi trembled all over. "Really?" King Luoyu nodded slightly. "Really, then you will have to change your name to Pang Ba." Pang Qi's face was filled with excitement as he tightly grasped the storage ring, which contained 4 purple gold fruits, his hope for evolution. The vortex gradually stabilized, and the picture of a corner of the ancestral land became clearer and clearer. Everyone saw that there were divine phoenixes flying in the ancestral land. These divine phoenixes were extremely beautiful and powerful, like a dream. The purple gold divine phoenix said, "Luoyu, we're leaving first. You can take the others back." King Luoyu hummed, "I wish Shenhuang all the best." The purple gold divine phoenix smiled and said, "Yes, I will. I trust our ancestors." As he said this, he made a gesture of invitation, and Lin Moyu did not hesitate and directly entered the teleportation array. The teleportation array was activated, and the vortex sucked the 2 of them into it, and then the teleportation array disappeared like foam. This teleportation was very long, longer than any other teleportation I had ever experienced, which also meant that the teleportation distance was extremely far. The transmission lasted for a full hour, and as light appeared in their sight, they finally arrived at their destination. There is a bright glow in front of my eyes, and various colors of light fill my vision. This is a beautiful world. In the sky, countless divine phoenixes were flying. These divine phoenixes looked ancient and powerful. They are not real divine phoenixes, but phantoms condensed by the formation. This place is shrouded by a huge formation. Is this the ancestral land of the nobles? Lin Moyu looked at the purple gold divine phoenix. At this moment, the purple-gold divine phoenix was looking at the array disk in its hand, which was the array disk that had just been engraved with the teleportation array. The array plate was covered with cracks. The purple-gold divine phoenix threw the array plate high up, and a suction force emerged from the void, sucking the array plate away. The purple-gold divine phoenix said, "This formation plate will take 10,000 years to repair before it can be used again." Lin Moyu was a little surprised. Why is the teleportation array's disk so unreliable? The purple-gold divine phoenix sighed, because the location here is somewhat special. It can only be transported via the large and small array plates refined by our ancestors. However, both large and small array plates can only be used once and need to be repaired after use. The small formation plate was the one that the purple-gold divine phoenix had used to take the statue of the great lord of natural disasters, because the formation plate was the one they were teleported here. Even the three divine phoenixes did not know the exact location of the divine phoenix ancestral land. They only knew that it was very far away. Lin Moyu didn't dwell on this question. "So, what do you want me to do next?" The purple-gold divine phoenix said, "Please follow me." He led the way and soon arrived at a ruin. This ruin covers a huge area and exudes an ancient atmosphere. The purple-gold divine phoenix said, "This is our ancestral city. Our ancestors should have lived here, but it was destroyed for some reason. There are occasional dangers in the ancestral city. Fellow Taoist Lin, please follow me closely." Lin Moyu had already sensed the unusual nature of this city, as if a massive force was surrounding it. He would never wander into a place like this. God only knew what strange things might be hidden in the ancestral city of the Divine Phoenix clan. The ancestral city has been reduced to ruins, so it doesn't seem likely that it has experienced a war. The ruins were left over from the war, but there were no traces of the war. Especially the formation on the ancestral city, which is still ancient, exactly as ancient as the ancestral city, and has not been damaged at all in the war. The formation is intact, but the ancestral city has turned into ruins. This situation subverts common sense and is very puzzling. In the end, Lin Moyu could only conclude that the attack that reduced the ancestral city to ruins directly bypassed the formation and broke out in the ancestral city. And with just one strike, the ancestral city was destroyed, and all the living creatures in the ancestral city were killed, without a single one left. Walking in the ancestral city, you can still feel the presence of a large amount of residual will. Those who can live in the ancestral city are all powerful beings of the Divine Phoenix clan. Even if they are killed in an instant, there will be some residual will left. After countless years of evolution, some of these wills have turned into obsessions, and all kinds of strange things have appeared. The purple-gold Divine Phoenix walked very carefully, keeping its footing a palm's distance from the ground. It did not actually step on the ground, nor did it make any sound. Lin Moyu followed suit and walked in the same way. The purple-gold Divine Phoenix explained, "There are many obsessions here, all left over from that disaster. We should try not to alarm them, otherwise we will get into trouble." Lin Moyu asked, "What kind of disaster was that?" The purple-gold Divine Phoenix shook its head. "It's not mentioned in the bloodline inheritance. We were all born after the disaster. We knew right after we were born that our ancestral city was destroyed and our ancestral land was half destroyed. The appearance of the three divine phoenixes came from the divine phoenix ancestor, and they appeared after the disaster, which also means that the divine phoenix ancestor did not die in the disaster." Lin Moyu sorted out his thoughts. This ancestral city has been preserved until now, and it seems to still be useful to the nobles. The purple-gold Divine Phoenix said, "Fellow Taoist Lin is right. It is indeed useful, and of great use." He didn't say what it was for, so Lin Moyu naturally didn't ask. It was a secret of the Divine Phoenix clan. The purple-gold Divine Phoenix had come here more than once, and went straight to an abandoned altar. This altar has also become a ruin. It is impossible to tell what it once looked like, but there are several depressions around the altar. In these depressions, there are several Divine Phoenix eggs. The purple-gold Divine Phoenix took out the Divine Phoenix egg that Lin Moyu had brought back and placed it in one of the recesses. At the same time, he said, this divine phoenix egg that fellow Taoist Lin brought back is exactly the third of the several divine phoenix eggs that our clan lost back then. Lin Moyu was a little puzzled. The noble's ancestral city is so mysterious. Who could possibly enter? The purple gold divine phoenix said, in the chaos, there exists a unique race called the Void Nighthawks. They are not very powerful, but they possess a unique ability that allows them to traverse the void chaos and ignore spatial blockades. Back then, a few Void Nighthawks accidentally discovered this place, broke in, and stole a few divine phoenix eggs. We chased him all the way and killed everyone we should kill, but one escaped. Fortunately, fellow Taoist Lin found him. Lin Moyu said, this is also the fortune of the nobles. Perhaps there is an unsolved cause and effect between Lin and the nobles. The purple gold divine phoenix smiled and said, perhaps. He did not hear the deeper meaning in Lin Moyu's words. Lin Moyu was not just talking nonsense, but really thought so. This cause and effect should come from the great lord of natural disasters. The ancestral city will be reduced to ruins in an instant. Ordinary people cannot do it, and the great lord may not be able to do it either. The guy who is most likely to take action is the supreme Tao in the chaos. No matter how many years the entanglement of cause and effect lasts, it will eventually erupt. Lin Moyu naturally couldn't explain these things to the purple gold divine phoenix. This was his secret, and perhaps the biggest secret in the chaos. After placing down the divine phoenix egg, the purple gold divine phoenix continued to move forward. Lin Moyu discovered that the divine phoenix egg had begun to absorb the power of the ancestral city. The altar seemed to be damaged, but not completely destroyed and could still play some role. The wills of the divine phoenix ancestors in the ancestral city turned into gentle hands, protecting their descendants. In the void, there was a phantom of a divine phoenix, shedding rays of light, and flew into the divine phoenix egg, as it provided nutrition. Only in the ancestral city can the divine phoenix egg be fully nurtured, but not all divine phoenix eggs are qualified to enter the ancestral city. Many things are destined by nature, and it is not easy to change your fate. The ancestral city was very large, and the purple gold divine phoenix walked through it for a whole day, passing by many altars along the way. Each altar has been damaged, but not completely destroyed. They all retain some functions and have many phoenix eggs placed on them. Lin Moyu discovered a problem. The degree of damage of the more than 10 altars he saw along the way was exactly the same. This is very strange. Even if it is the same attack, it is impossible to cause this situation. If you put the situation of the altar in the entire ancestral city, you can find that even the ancestral city is like this. Requesting flowers, 0. As long as the buildings are identical, the damage is no different. As a result, although the ancestral city was reduced to ruins, the ruins were arranged in a very regular pattern. What exactly is the attack of Tao like? How could it cause such a result? Lin Moyu was very confused, but this kind of doubt was destined to have no answer. Unless one day, he could become the Tao, then he could truly answer this question. After following the purple gold divine phoenix for a whole day, they finally arrived at their destination. It was a huge palace that had collapsed. Several pillars in front of the palace had collapsed, but the formation in front of the palace was still intact and still functioning. When Lin Moyu saw this palace, he was slightly surprised. This palace was too similar to the Yishir Tianchu palace, almost exactly the same. 0. The purple gold divine phoenix said, this palace was once the residence of our ancestors. Our ancestors mentioned in their bloodline memories that fellow Taoist Lin needs to enter it. As for what the ancestor will ask fellow Taoist Lin to do after we enter, I don't know, but since the ancestor said it was to help, there shouldn't be any danger. The purple gold divine phoenix did not have much information. He was only responsible for finding people according to the requirements of the divine phoenix ancestor and persuading them to come here as much as possible after finding them. The purple gold divine phoenix had mentioned these things more than once on the road, and Lin Moyu was very clear about them. He said calmly, I hope I can help the noble ancestors. Purple gold divine phoenix said, whether I can help or not, I hope that fellow Taoist Lin can return safely. My clan will remember fellow Taoist Lin's kindness. If fellow Taoist Lin has any requests in the future, my clan will also. Full calendar. Lin Moyu said with a hint of self-mockery, that will have to wait until I come back alive. The purple gold divine phoenix said, with fellow Taoist Lin's luck, you will surely return safely. The purple gold divine phoenix didn't know if there was any danger inside, but Lin Moyu had a vague feeling that it was not safe inside. He was confident that he could withstand the danger, the only problem was not getting trapped inside. This matter concerns the great lord of natural disasters. Even if he knows there is danger, he must come. This is cause and effect, and it is also his destined fate. Unless he gives up this path, he can only go to the end. Lin Moyu took a deep breath and walked towards the temple. At the same time, the purple gold divine phoenix forced out its own blood essence, transformed into a blood-colored rune, flew over Lin Moyu, and flew into the formation in front of the palace. The formation was activated with a roar. A passage appeared in the formation, and the space in the passage kept twisting and full of weirdness. After the purple gold divine phoenix opened a passage for Lin Moyu, he stared at her without blinking until he saw Lin Moyu enter the formation and disappear from his sight. Only then did he shift his attention away. The purple gold divine phoenix whispered, I hope it works this time. Two phantoms appeared beside him at the same time. They looked almost exactly like the purple gold divine phoenix, the biggest difference being their color. One is completely black, and the other has a white sheen. They are the other two of the three divine phoenixes, the black gold divine emperor and the platinum divine phoenix. The black gold divine phoenix whispered, it seems like we're going in smoothly this time. The platinum divine phoenix responded, unlike the previous two times, there should be hope. The purple gold divine phoenix said, we've been searching for so many years, and we've found two people, but both were just too far gone. Fellow Taoist Lin has the strongest potential I've ever seen. If even fellow Taoist Lin can't do the job, I don't know how long we'll have to search. The black gold divine phoenix sighed, if that doesn't work, we'll just have to keep searching. We can't disobey our ancestors' orders. The purple gold divine phoenix nodded, if it doesn't work, then keep looking. If it works, perhaps you and I will both have a great opportunity. The platinum divine phoenix shook his head, it's not just you and me, but the entire clan. This is a great opportunity. Lin Moyu walked in the passage. The passage was very long, about a kilometer from the formation to the temple. Suddenly he stopped and saw two bodies lying a few hundred meters ahead. The corpse of the human race, the purple gold divine phoenix deceived me. Lin Moyu's pupils shrank slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure. The purple gold divine phoenix told him that he had never asked anyone to enter the palace. If so, where did these two bodies come from? The corpse clearly told him that someone had come in and died, and the dead person was a human. It is impossible for the people to come here, only the three divine phoenixes can bring the human race in. This also means that they were the ones found by the three divine phoenixes. There were also people with great potential, but they died here in the end and could not even enter the palace. They were just one step away. I guess he's afraid that if he tells me, I won't dare to come. Lin Moyu could almost understand the purple gold divine phoenix's thoughts. The reason why she didn't tell him was simply because she was afraid that he would not dare to come in after she told him. Besides, he himself had never been in there and didn't know what was going on inside. Keep this account in mind for now and settle it when we get back. Lin Moyu snorted coldly. He was a little angry. If the Divine Phoenix clan didn't bleed a lot after returning, this account would not be settled. He continued walking forward until he came to the body. The owner of the corpse was a minor success in the Chaos Realm during his lifetime, and no matter how many years have passed since his death, the corpse will not rot or change. One can roughly analyze their experiences in life from the expressions of the corpses, but Lin Moyu is too lazy to analyze it. He has a simpler method. With a wave of his hand, the undead flame flew out and landed on the two corpses. He used infinite summoning to turn the two into resurrected beings. Anyone who has not reached the Chaos Realm perfection can become a resurrected being. In fact, Lin Moyu has a feeling that even if he has reached the Chaos Realm perfection without the intervention of the Tao, he can still be resurrected. The immortal flame burned fiercely, the ancient breath began to spread, and the souls of the two were reorganizing. There is a significant difference in the speed of recombination, indicating that the two people died at different times. Half a day later, a corpse slowly opened its eyes and then knelt respectfully in front of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu asked, "What's your name, why are you here, and how did you die?" "My name is Ling Feng. I was summoned by the Black Gold Divine Phoenix, who asked me to do a favor for their ancestors. Before I could enter the temple, I was killed by the formation within." As a resurrected being, Ling Feng answered Lin Moyu's questions honestly. He was brought here by the Black Gold Divine Phoenix for the same reason as himself, and was killed just before entering the palace. According to his description, there is an extremely powerful formation in the temple that can evolve into Chaos Divine Thunder, making it easy to kill Chaos Minor. After Lin Moyu understood, he continued to wait until the other person was also resurrected. This person's name is Bai Xining, who is also at the minor success stage of the Chaos Realm. He was summoned by the Platinum Divine Phoenix for exactly the same reason. The cause of his death was the same as Ling Feng's. Both were killed by divine thunder before entering the temple. This kind of chaotic divine thunder is very strange. It can destroy people's souls but not hurt their bodies. They died before they could even react. Lin Moyu moved his mind, and an undead servant appeared and quickly rushed towards the entrance of the temple. When the undead servant rushed out of the passage and was about to enter the temple, a divine light flashed and the undead servant was blasted back. The undead servant's soul was annihilated halfway and he died on the spot. It's just that the undead servants can be resurrected and come back to life immediately. His body was unharmed, just as Ling Feng and Bo Xian had said. This divine thunder did not attack the body, but destroyed the soul, but at the same time it had a huge impact force. Gold repelled all those who approached the temple B. If you can't withstand the attack of the divine thunder, then forget about entering the temple. It was not until the undead servant flew back to Lin Moyu that the thunder was heard, roaring in the passage. Lin Moyu let the undead servants try again. He released hundreds of undead servants, rushing towards the palace treasure at the same time from different angles. The entrance to the temple is large enough to accommodate 100 undead servants entering at the same time. Divine light suddenly appeared, and a large amount of divine thunder appeared at the same time. Hundreds of undead servants flew back at an even faster speed. All the 100 undead servants died without exception. The divine thunder was activated a total of 100 times, almost at the same time, attacking 100 undead servants at the same time. Although this spatial passage is large enough, 100 undead servants already occupy most of it. Even if there can be more, there will only be 200 at most. If the divine thunder can be activated 200 times at the same time, even 200 undead servants will not be able to break through. Lin Moyu moved his mind, and the 100 undead servants no longer rushed forward together, but were divided into 10 groups, 10 people in each group, charging forward in a certain order. The divine thunder was activated, and the 10 undead servants in the front were instantly blown away. The undead servants following behind them quickly dodged and continued to rush towards the temple. Lin Moyu also released more undead servants to join the team, and the undead servants attacked the temple like 10 long dragons. Lin Moyu planned to use the human wave tactic to see if he could rush into the temple, and thereby test the strength of the formation in the temple. The divine thunder was constantly unleashed, and the undead servants at the forefront were constantly blown away, and then constantly resurrected and rejoined the attacking team. Waves of impact continued, and in just half an hour, the divine thunder was triggered countless times. The thunder roared in the passage, deafening. Outside the passage, the 3 phoenixes also heard the thunder. They had heard this kind of thunder before, but never so much. The few people who went in before only caused 1 or 2 thunderclaps at most. But this time, the thunder was as dense as beating drums. No, it was much denser than beating drums. It must be that there were many drums beating together. The three divine phoenixes looked at each other, having no idea what was going on inside. The purple-gold divine phoenix was not sure and said, "It should be fine." For a full hour, Lin Moyu couldn't count how many times he heard thunder, and his ears felt a little swollen. The long dragon army of undead servants continued to attack the temple tirelessly, but without exception, they could not break through. The formation at the entrance of the palace was like a solid wall, blocking all the undead servants and preventing them from taking even a single step beyond the limit. Lin Moyu put away the undead servants with a thought. He had already proved through practice that the undead servants were useless, so there was no need to try again. During this period, he also asked Ling Feng and Bai Xining, but neither of them could think of a way to break the deadlock. It seemed that there was no other way except to endure it. Without the ability to enter the temple, one cannot see the formation structure inside the temple, and even cannot crack it. With such a layout, there is no loophole at all. Lin Moyu decided to try it himself. He had a passive spell that could share damage between his undead minions and the realm. His survivability was even stronger than that of a Chaos Realm Master. If even you can't do it, then there is only one way left. Lin Moyu flew into the entrance of the temple. The moment he left the passage, a flash of light appeared before his eyes, and he was pushed backwards by a huge force. This enormous force pushed him back, but did not hurt his body. It was like a giant with infinite power reaching out and pushing him away. However, a bolt of lightning exploded from within the soul. The lightning was extremely powerful, and it erupted from within the soul, unlike ordinary thunder. Lin Moyu felt his soul go numb, and his vision instantly fell into darkness. In the next breath, the soul is reborn in the purple light. After being reborn, Lin Moyu found himself back in the passage where he had just been killed by the divine thunder. His passive spells didn't work, the divine thunder blocked his spells, and neither the undead servants nor the realm could help him share the pressure. While Lin Moyu was shocked, he also felt it was natural. This place is very likely related to the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. How sophisticated the Great Lord of Natural Disasters' methods are and how deep his layout is are beyond my imagination. If the Great Lord of Natural Disasters' methods can shield his own passive spells, there is no need to be surprised at all. I see. Lin Moyu was not disappointed, but rather excited. Because after this test, he found the right way. The entrance to this temple is like a detector. There is only one way to pass through, and that is by taking the boat. The divine thunder attack from the depths of the soul just now was so powerful that even if a Chaos Realm Perfection realm was reached, he would probably be seriously injured if not killed. Even those who have reached the perfect Chaos Realm cannot get in here, so the divine Phoenix ancestor said that he wanted to find someone to help. The most important point is not to help, but to find someone. Among them, it is related to the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. Who is he looking for? Naturally, it is the person who was arranged by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters, the person who inherited the will of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters and is willing to join the game and fight against the Tao with his own body. The person who is in charge of the plan by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters must have one characteristic, and that is to obtain the Boat of Destiny. Only with the help of the Dewey boat can one enter the temple, otherwise no one can help. This is the characteristic of this situation. You must find the right person to break the situation. Lin Moyu finally figured this out, and a smile appeared on his face, with a sense of accomplishment in his heart. He thought about it over and over again, and felt that his idea was not wrong. He took out the boat and flew towards the temple. The divine thunder flashed, and the lightning fell on the Dewey boat, but was blocked by the Dewey boat. The Dewey boat paused for a moment when struck by the divine thunder, but was not knocked back. It's done. Lin Moyu felt very calm and controlled the boat to fly towards the palace. Amidst the dense divine thunder, the Dewey boat swayed into the temple. The moment it entered the temple, the divine thunder stopped. Then a huge sword appeared in the void and slashed down at the Dewey boat. There was no way to dodge the giant sword's lock, and Duozhou could only withstand it. Boom! The Dewey boat was chopped away by the giant sword, but it was not injured. Giant swords continued to appear, chopping the Dewey boat to pieces. Lin Moyu tried his best to stabilize the Dewey boat while observing the situation around him. There are countless large formations arranged around, and the Divine Thunder is just one of them, and it is not the strongest formation. The giant sword that is now attacking the Dewey boat is even more powerful than the Divine Thunder. The great Lord of Natural Disasters is truly cautious in his actions. Each large formation is built for safety reasons. If there really is a strong man who relies on magic weapons to break through the Divine Thunder, he will be greeted by an even stronger formation. Under the bombardment of numerous formations, only the Dewey boat can withstand it. Moreover, in order to break this situation, it is necessary to unlock these formations, and only those who are proficient in Chaos Runes can do it. Under heavy attack, observing the formation and breaking it would be impossible without the help of the Dewey boat. Lin Moyu observed the formation, analyzing and deconstructing it. He found that these formations could not actually be broken, they could only be stopped temporarily, but not for long. But no matter what, the path has been found and we can always take action. He quickly locked onto the formation that controlled the giant sword, and in just a few minutes he had analyzed the general idea and could start to crack it. But at this time, the Dewey boat was chopped away by the giant sword and fell into another formation. Countless sharp arrows appeared and hit the boat. Lin Moyu fell into another formation. The method of breaking it that he had observed before was no longer effective and needed to be observed again. He observed the arrow rain formation again, looking for a way to pause the formation in the dense rain of arrows. However, just as he had a clue, the Dewey boat was blasted to another area, and Lin Moyu was faced with a new formation again. This time, countless phantoms armed with swords and weapons besieged the Dewey boat, and the Dewey boat was beaten to pieces again. Lin Moyu continued to observe, but as soon as he made a discovery, the Dewey boat was once again knocked into another formation. There were hundreds and thousands of formations here, and the Dewey boat kept swinging in various formations and could not stop at all. After a long time, Lin Moyu was unable to break even 10 formations. No, the method to break the deadlock is wrong. Lin Moyu finally realized that what he had thought before was wrong. If you want to unravel the formation layout here, you can't break it one by one, but you have to break the whole thing. Lin Moyu's eyes flashed as he scanned the entire void. Behind all the formations, there must be another one hidden. That formation is the key. He regarded all the formations as a formation group. There must be a main formation behind the formation group to control it, and what he was trapped in were just sub-formations. There is no point in cracking the sub-array. You have to crack the main array. To crack the main array, you have to find the living array first. The main formation is hidden and it is not easy to find. The more difficult it is, the more excited Lin Moyu becomes. This is not only a game of solving puzzles, but also a rare opportunity to learn. The attainments of the great Lord of Natural Disasters and formations seem to be even more astonishing than imagined. This place once again confirmed to Lin Moyu that if he did not have the Deliverance Boat, even if he had reached the perfect Chaos Realm and could find a way to break through the Divine Thunder, he would surely perish here. The methods of the Great Venerable are beyond the imagination of the Chaos Realm perfection. Time passed day by day, and for a full 100 days, Lin Moyu was like a fallen leaf flying around in the formation. Various attacks continued without stopping, and Lin Moyu finally found some clues among the massive attacks. The great Lord of Natural Disasters hid the main formation very well. The main formation was broken up and divided into different areas, and then connected by sub-formations. Each sub-array has a vein connecting to the main array. Even if you look at this vein when the array is calm, you may not be able to find it. What's more, now that the formation is activated, Lin Moyu is submerged in tsunami-like attacks every moment, making it even more difficult to detect him. But Lin Moyu still found it. Before, when Lin Moyu was studying the sub-array, he discovered that there would be a useless array vein in 1,000 arrays. Following the veins, I finally found the main formation. Lin Moyu locked onto the center of the formation, and then he had to find a way to control the main formation. The main formation was very majestic, and Lin Moyu knew that he could not change its control. The best result would be to make it pause for a moment. A moment is enough. The veins hidden in the subarray are my tools. After Lin Moyu waited for another formation to be changed, he quickly locked onto the veins in the formation that connected to the main formation. A rune unique to Lin Moyu flew out from the massive attack and landed on the vein of the subformation. The rune flowed like water along the veins to the main formation, and then condensed into a chaos rune again and drilled into the center of the main formation. Boom! With a roar, the space shook violently, and then everything returned to silence. Stopped. All the formations in the palace stopped. But Lin Moyu knew that this was all temporary. This huge formation has the ability to self-repair. The entire formation is like a precision-operated machine, and its own runes are like a foreign object stuck in the gears, causing the entire machine to temporarily stop working. It's just temporary. The debris will be cleared away soon, and then the entire formation will be restored immediately. Time was limited. Lin Moyu swept his eyes across the entire venue, and he memorized the entire formation. This formation was very powerful, beyond his ability, and could be used for reference and study. After only a few dozen breaths, he could already feel that most of his runes had been worn away. We can't wait any longer. With a thought, the dewy boat turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the center of the main formation. The exit of this huge formation is at the center of the main formation, and other places are dead ends. The dewy boat rushed out from the center of the formation with a crisp sound, just like breaking a piece of glass. Suddenly, the scene before his eyes became clear, and Lin Moyu knew that he had finally entered the palace of the ancestors of the Divine Phoenix clan. A giant statue appeared before his eyes. It was a phoenix with its wings spread out, ready to fly, and a very obvious 12-tailed golden tail. This is the ancestor of the Divine Phoenix clan. Lin Moyu frowned. The statue in front of him was very strange. Although it was a statue, it gave people a lively feeling, as if the statue was a living thing. He instinctively thought of the statue of Taiyang Suzi. Although Taiyang Suzi had turned into a statue, he was actually a living being. The statue is like a self-seal, and so is the statue of the Divine Phoenix ancestor in front of us. On top of the statue, an old man was sitting cross-legged, looking at him with a smile. He wore a robe woven from feathers, and behind the collar were 12-tailed Vajra. "You're finally here." The old man waved at Lin Moyu, motioning him to come over. Lin Moyu flew out of the dewy boat. He had a feeling that the old man had no ill intentions. Moreover, he had already guessed the other party's identity, the ancestor of the Divine Phoenix, and also a person involved in the natural disaster situation. Lin Moyu came before the Divine Phoenix ancestor and saluted. Lin Moyu greets the god. He was interrupted by the Divine Phoenix ancestor before he could finish his words. "Don't say that. I'm already dead. It's not appropriate to mention this name anymore." Lin Moyu understood. "Senior, are you here waiting for me?" The Divine Phoenix ancestor said, "The road ahead is uncertain. Now that I've entered this situation, I can only follow one path to the end. Do you think my choice is right?" Lin Moyu said, "Those of us who practice cultivation go against the will of heaven. If there is a blue sky above, we will break it and establish our own." Ha ha. The Divine Phoenix ancestor laughed happily. "Very good, very good. To be independent is the way to go. This is indeed what a cultivator should do. Although our bloodline is strong, it is our bloodline that makes us successful and our bloodline that breaks us. Our upper limit seems to be fixed there, and it is almost impossible to make further progress. However, all of this is determined by heaven. I don't believe in heaven and I want to break it." Lin Moyu said, "I will work hard. Although it's not easy, it's not completely hopeless." The Divine Phoenix ancestor said, "You follow his will, but you are different from him. You can use his layout, and it may be useful. In order to fight against the Tao, the Great Lord of Natural Disasters made many arrangements, but even the Great Lord of Natural Disasters himself could not guarantee that his arrangements would be effective. This is a big gamble. If you bet right, you can be independent. If you bet wrong, you will be doomed. Lin Moyu said, actually, I've always had a question in my mind. I wonder if you, Senior, could help me clear it up. The Divine Phoenix Ancestor smiled kindly. Young friend, please speak. Lin Moyu asked, he once said, I am him, but I am also not him. What does this mean? Please, Senior, please help me understand. The Divine Phoenix Ancestor smiled at Lin Mozhong and said, don't you already have the answer in your mind? Lin Moyu said, I am just guessing, I can't be sure. The Divine Phoenix Ancestor said, I don't know whether this truly means what I promised. I am just one of the many like me. If you wish to unravel this mystery, you can only do so when you become independent. Lin Moyu seemed to have anticipated this answer and sighed softly, I understand now. I will follow this path to the end. The Divine Phoenix Ancestor narrowed his eyes and smiled even more kindly, then I will tell you about his plan. Please take out that item. Lin Moyu took out the Scourge Scepter. He knew that some things could only be said through the Scourge Scepter village. Otherwise, it is very likely that the Tao will hear it, and then all the plans of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters will be wasted. Following the signal from the Divine Phoenix Ancestor, Lin Moyu lightly touched the statue with one end of the Calamity Scepter. The statue was the Divine Phoenix Ancestor's true body. Although his true body was sealed, it was still no problem for him to pass on some information. He followed the instructions of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters and sent all the words he needed to say to the Natural Disaster Scepter, Wang Qian Zhao, and Lin Moyu then obtained this information through the Natural Disaster Scepter. In fact, the amount of information is not large. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters has divided everything into many parts, and this is just a small part of it. After reading it, Lin Moyu's expression was a bit complicated. 3 regions and 4 poles, and a dangerous place in the ancient wilderness. The Divine Phoenix Ancestor said, this is your first step. I have guarded this place for countless years, and my mission is complete. The next step in leadership is now in your hands. Old Wei should also go there. The place he was going to was the same place Taiang Suzi was going to. This was also the arrangement of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. Lin Moyu had only seen the tip of the iceberg of this overall situation, and there were still too many things that he could not see clearly. Lin Moyu asked, Senior, why did our ancestral city become like this? The Divine Phoenix Ancestor said, it's all because of that guy. Lin Moyu once again touched the Calamity Scepter to the Divine Phoenix Ancestor's body, and only then did he understand what had happened that year.